know that there's two skydivers on either side of the Earth, right? Then the reference frame vantage point of saying that the Earth is moving up to meet me is not valid for both of them.
Yeah, it's not
So
valid for
that's
both
the
of
only
them at
thing
the
I'm
same
arguing.
time.
I'm not
It
arguing.
can only be
I'm not
valid for
arguing
one
that.
of them.
What's that?
It will only be valid from one of them at a time, not for both of them at the
It
same time.
might be. It might
Obviously,
be invalid for both of them.
It's because there's a
That's true.
It's because there's a universal frame. You just said it in different words because it's not true for both of them when you essentially zoom out, if you want to call it that, meaning that's what reality actually is.
Yes.
No, I said it's not true for both of them at the same time. Like if it's true for one, then it's not for the other. But if it's, let's say, it's true for the Earth, then it's not true for either. But it can still be true for one of them and then be false to the other one and for the Earth. Like that the Earth doesn't get to be the correct one. It there's no reason why. I mean, there's a reason of like practicality. It's more useful to use the Earth as a reference frame in most situations. That's like the default. But aside from that, there's like not really any way to get this as the correct one.
And you're breaking from reality, man. You're like, I don't even know what to say, bro. Like,
Well,
it's objectively happening. We can tell in our example that we put forth that at the very least, one of the skydivers is moving toward the Earth. You're agreeing with that, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying from each individual reference frame, except for the fact that there is an objective truth. One of these options is happening, right?
or
To be
neither.
honest, I can't even think of a way that the Earth is coming up to hit them. Like in the example I said with Kosho, where we're both standing stationary and then he punches me in the face, there's really no scenario that my face is coming to hit his hand, his fist. There's really zero.
Correct, but
Actually,
but
there
it
is.
is logically plausible.
Let's entertain for a second.
Yeah, we're on a train. We're on a train, and there's a bump.
Well, let's
here's a litmus test, Kosho. In my example, you punch me in the face. Is that something you want to do, or are you averse to that? That'll show your subconscious.
You better have a good lawyer, man. I gotta agree.
Okay, well, let's entertain for a second that the Earth is orbiting the sun, right? Let's say it's doing that much slower, so we can actually have that speed, like a practical speed. So let's say the Earth is orbiting the sun at, I don't know, 60 miles an hour, right? So if you're on the Earth and you're riding your car at 60 miles an hour and then you hit a wall, no one's gonna say that the wall hit you at 60 miles an hour and you're stationary. No one's gonna do that because it's not useful to use the wall as a reference frame. I mean, the car as a reference frame in that scenario. We all would just use the Earth because that's like the default.
Why?
But if it happens to
valid.
What?
I thought it was equally valid to look at it that way.
I didn't say it was invalid. I say no one would do that. Like no one's gonna say, "Oh, my a wall hit my car at 60 miles an hour." The person's just gonna say that the car hit the wall at 60 miles an hour, because that's how by default we use the Earth as a reference frame.
You guys are saying that the Earth rises up to hit a skydiver, right?
Let me get to where I'm trying to go to with my analogy.
All right, my bad. You're right. My bad.
That's fine. So let's say then you're driving your car in the same direction, or in the opposite direction that the Earth is moving around the sun, and so you're moving in respect to the Earth 60 miles an hour in the opposite direction that the Earth is moving, also at 60 miles an hour. So for an observer that it can see let's say for a God view that can see the Earth going around the sun, at that moment the car isn't moving yet, actually. And that person, a God view from that accident, is going to see both the Earth and the wall moving at 60 miles an hour in the direction of the car, while the car doesn't move at all, right? So those two situations in which the car is not moving, and then the wall hit the car, and the one that the wall isn't moving and the car hit it, are completely indistinguishable, right? And if you didn't know the Earth was rotating around the sun, you never know that your car was actually not moving at all, but the wall hit you. You're only going to know that if you see that the Earth is going around the sun, and then you use that as a reference frame. Then you're going to realize your car was not moving during the accident. So, but those two are undistinguishable from the perspective of the accident, right? Did that make sense?
I love it.
Yeah, and I agree. But let me just ask you this: does your side claim that when someone jumps out of a plane, that the Earth rises up to meet them?
Sorry. Can you ask that again?
Sure. Does your side claim that when someone jumps out of a plane, that it's the Earth that rises up to meet them?
I mean, that claim is only valid in one reference frame.
I know, but is that what you're claiming? Is that what your side? Is that what relativity says?
Well, for one reference frame, that's true. That's not that claim alone doesn't mean anything, right? You need a reference frame to evaluate if that sentence is true or not. If you leave out the reference frame, that claim might be true or false, depending on what's the reference frame you're referring to. Just like if I say the Jeremy is dead, there are many Jeremys that are dead, so this sentence alone doesn't tell me if it's true or not, because I don't really know what Jeremy you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. This popped in my head. It's probably not even the best analogy, but it is. I was just thinking how it's sort of only somewhat related. But I was thinking of, let's say there's a car model like a Toyota Prius, or no, let's not use a Prius. Let's use a Toyota Corolla with a gas engine, gas.
Is it relevant?
Yes, it is, because I don't want an electric car. I want a gas car. Okay, a Toyota Corolla. If we were gonna talk about that car, the Toyota Corolla, it needs to be the whole car. Meaning, if I just showed you a tire and was trying to talk about the Corolla, it's not a holistic way to view it. So, like I said, it's a little bit of an abstract analogy, but I'm just saying, like, we were talking about a dude jumping out of an airplane, the Earth coming up to hit him. I guess it's sort of like saying, here's a tire, it's the whole car. Like, I guess if you wanted to try to have a very isolated reference frame and try to say that the dude is stationary, this is what Zanuck gets into. The guy is stationary because he's floating and whatever, and then this thing is coming up to hit him. I guess in some very isolated way you could try to do that. But in the holistic picture, the actual situation of a skydiver falling to the Earth and all those factors, there's not a case at all in which the Earth is coming up to hit him.
There's not a case in which it makes sense to say that.
Right. That'd be like if I was showing you a tire and I said, look at this Toyota Corolla. You're like, well, dude, that's not a Corolla. It's a tire.
I don't know what a tire is. Well, let me just Google it.
It's a wheel. It's a wheel on a car.
You know what a tire is? It's the rubber part on a rim.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I know what a tire is.
I know it's I know you know what it is, just the language barrier.
Yeah. I just reminded something funny, but never mind. I'll say it anyway. During there was going some protests here in Brazil after the election, and
They're burning tires.
For some reason, there were a lot of people were singing the anthem. Is that how I say?
Mm-hmm.
Right, to a tire. They're all surrounding the tire and then singing the anthem, pointing at it. No one knows why.
Was it burning?
No, it was just a tire, like a very big tire, and people were singing the anthem for it.
Yeah, it is kind of weird, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Well, I know, like,
sorry,
in protests in other countries where they don't have anything else as a weapon, they'll often burn tires as the only recourse.
Oh, but that kind of makes sense. But like singing the anthem for a tire?
I mean, at the crux of this, it's like a relativistic isolation of physics that gives them this platform to build this, in my opinion, fabricated cosmology of all the spheres and space, and we're insignificant and we're on the sphere in another medium, rather than this being the medium. This is it. This is Earth. So there is that's at the core of this. It's like this relativistic theoretical way of isolating these different frames so that they can create this alternative model of reality.
Well, but nothing that wasn't true starts being true when you bring up relative frames and vice versa. Like, let's say if we agree that Earth is the true reference frame, so from now on we don't need to specify reference frames anymore. It's always going to be the Earth. That's true origin of geometry of the universe, nothing would actually change. Like all the predictions, the whole physics would follow like unchanged. So it's more of a coordinate thing than a thing that have impact on reality.
Well, the Michelson-Morley experiment, I mean, I know you guys disagree, but those results were kind of explained away with special relativity. So that
Yeah, but
changed something.
Didn't that just prove that light has the same speed in different directions? It wasn't
yeah,
that the thing was tested.
the one thing that doesn't get expressed when people bring it up is that the whole reason of them doing that was the idea at the time was that there was a God frame, there was a universal reference frame, and this was what they were hoping that this is what they called the ether. The ether was this reference frame that light propagated through, and was going at the speed of light through, even though because there had to be some frame where it was traveling at this constant because it was in the equations, but they didn't know what frame that was, so they assumed that it was basically a universal frame, the frame that everything else is moving through, and that's basically what they were testing.
Well, that kind of depends on if the ether's moving or not, too, right?
Well, yeah, now people have interpretations of that, but I'm saying at the time this is what the idea was.
Yeah, but I mean, the test itself.
That's completely irrelevant to the result being unexpected.
The test itself was like checking if the speed of light is the same in two directional, like, right?
Yeah, but that's just irrelevant to the result being unexpected.
Okay.
So that's where you get special relativity.
But that's how we get that light goes the same speed in both directions.
That's not what the result showed. It wasn't about that.
But that's what was tested. That's the thing we know is true. The implications of that can come later, but that's the thing we can all agree that was demonstrated.
Bacon, have you read it?
No. I mean, but I'm just asking if that's what happened in the test. They measured the speed of light in two directions and check if it was the same or if it was different.
That isn't what the result. Okay. They did the test to figure out if the speed of light, the velocity of light, was the same in all directions. Then they got an unexpected result.
Okay, but that doesn't matter what they were expecting. The thing is that what we know from the test is that speed of light is the same in all
No, it
directions.
objectively does matter. It was an unexpected result, so they had to step back and they had to change all of physics.
Oh, you say that what I'm saying is what we know from that test is that speed of light is the same in all directions. How that impacts physics is we can talk about that too, but that's not what we can all agree for sure that happened in the test. The implications is something that might depend on your interpretation of what happened and our interpretation of physics. The fact that light was demonstrated going all directions same speed is the objective thing here that doesn't depend upon interpretation. That's just what I'm saying right now.
Well, actually, there was an interference pattern.
Yeah.
So if
And then
the speed of light is the same in all directions, why was there an interference pattern?
what was one thing has to do with the other?
What?
Really?
Yeah.
The speed of light, if it's the same, then the perpendicular light rays should have recombined and gone to the receiver at the same time.
So there wouldn't have been a frame shift.
Well, if they were being emitted with the same phase, yes, but if they were emitted in a different phase, so it would cancel out, then they would cancel out.
What?
I don't know the specifics of the experiment. I would guess that the
Bacon, man. Bacon.
Hmm?
If the speed of light is the same in all directions, there would be no interference pattern. There was an interference pattern, though. But they said,
Well,
it's not enough.
I don't understand the
That's our
line of thinking.
prediction. So then they said, well, we're going to treat it like there's no interference pattern. And we're going to say the interference pattern we saw was just instrumental error.
I didn't understand your line of thinking that if light travels in the same speed all the time, then there's no interference patterns. It can interfere with itself if it's the same speed. You need different speeds for interference to happen with waves.
Do you
I don't
not
think so.
understand the test?
No, I'm asking you. I didn't understand your line of reasoning. And I'm trying to make sense of what you said.
You would have to
Then you-
understand what the test was to know what my line of reasoning is.
No, you asked me a question. You said you asked me why there's interference pattern if light goes in the same direction, and then you also said if light goes in the same directions, then there would be no interference pattern. So that specific
In
claim,
that test, Bacon.
yeah, regardless on what they used it for, I'm trying to understand that claim.
I'm trying to tell you that you need to understand the actual test to
Yeah, I
understand.
understand.
You're straw manning it, saying that, oh, since light's the same speed, then there can never be interference patterns.
I didn't say that.
You literally did just say
I
that.
said you said it. I didn't say
Yeah,
that.
that's called a straw man fallacy.
I didn't say that.
You literally did just say that.
No, I'm asking if you didn't say that. No, I'm not saying I didn't say that. I'm
No,
asking
I
if
didn't.
it's
I'm talking about in the Michelson-Morley experiment, dude. That's why you need to understand the test. Okay, the light, there was a perpendicular light ray. Okay, then they recombined and went to the receiver. If
okay. Was it
speed
emitting
of
the
light
same phase?
is the same, then you should not have an interference pattern
Why?
because it would because they're going to get to the receiver at the same time.
Yeah, they'd be lined up, like they'd be coherently aligned.
Right, but if they're in different phases, then they would interfere, wouldn't they?
What different
I mean,
phase?
they would interfere anyway. The difference is that they're going to interfere constructively or destructively, right? Why the
Same-
speed changes that? Like
It's
different
the
rate.
same
Why?
beam of light, separated and then recombined.
Literally the same exact light.
Okay, so yeah, if nothing changed, then I don't get it. What's the issue?
Do you understand that there should have been no interference pattern?
No, I don't understand why you'd say that.
Because they're shooting a laser, they're shooting a beam of light, they're separating it. One's going with the motion, one's going against, right? And then they're recombining. So if speed of light's the same in all directions, there shouldn't be any interference. They should both hit at the same exact time.
Okay, isn't the light that is going back interfering with the one that is going forward?
Dude, they recombine, and then they both go in the same direction to the receiver. Okay? Since one should be slightly behind the other one, then you'll get an interference pattern on the receiver.
I don't think it's either or not you're getting interference pattern, but which interference pattern you get. Like if they're taking the same time to go back and forth, you have some interference pattern. If they take in a different time, then you get a different interference pattern. Isn't that
No,
what's being measured?
no.
Are you saying light doesn't interfere with itself the way?
It,
Because
it's
if
just
that's the case,
it's
then
just the timing that it hit the receiver.
no,
Right?
but
So
how is? Sorry, go ahead.
You don't understand
timing-
the test, bro.
Okay, so you're suggesting light wasn't in the same speed in both directions. Is that what you're saying?
No, just instead of jumping to conclusions about what it
I
means,
don't understand what you're
let's
saying.
make sure you understand the test.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
There should be no interference pattern.
And there was. Is that it?
Yes.
Right. So you're
But
saying
they
light
just
didn't
classified it as there was no interference pattern anyway, and they said that the interference pattern that existed was just instrumental error.
Oh, so there was, or there wasn't.
There was a slight interference pattern, but they said that there wasn't one, and they classified it as instrumental error.
Okay, you think it was interference? Sorry, you think it was interference error, or you think it wasn't?
I think it wasn't.
Okay, so you think there was then a difference in speed of light?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. But it's not necessarily a difference in the speed of light. It's if the light travels the same speed in different conditions, then it can be received at different times.
Yeah, I mean, you think the light did take a different time in both directions.
That's how you get an interference pattern. So they said, oh, well, we're not going to count the interference pattern. We're going to say that it was instrumental error. And special relativity comes in to explain it as light is absolute in all reference frames, and time slows down more so because space contracts in the direction of motion. Anyway, here's the experiments of Dayton Miller.
What do you think, Bacon? Do you understand it more now?
Yeah, I understand the claim.
That's just all objectively what happened, you know. Einstein said it was instrumental error.
Is that supposed to be the moon?
No, I mean the claim that it wasn't instrumental error and that was actually an interference, not due to the instruments. I understand that that's the claim which it's making.
Even if you don't claim that, you know, you still just made special relativity up to explain away the answer.
I didn't know that.
I know.
Is that supposed to be the moon? Yay or nay?
I don't think he's in the VC.
No, check. Mic check. Mic check. Hello?
You're good.
One.
Can you hear you?
So, Bacon, the reason I brought that up is because before special relativity, we would have thought that we could do terrestrial experiments to determine if the Earth itself is moving, right? And then after, it turns out we cannot. So that's something that would change based on what you said about if we took the Earth as its own reference frame of reality or whatever you were talking about.
Hey, what's it?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Bacon. I was trying to ask this question. I was trying to ask this question earlier. Is that supposed to be the actual moon?
Yeah.
What's that hump in the bottom of that shit?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's the little lump under the moon. There grew a tumor?
I just don't know what you're talking about, bro. The
Like,
lump in the bottom of the moon.
Now look, go with go to the bottom part of the moon with your mouse, and I'll point it out. I don't see your mouse.
Oh, I'm streaming.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had no idea.
Before you switch that though, go put your put your mouse
Oh,
over
you're
there.
talking about that one. We Jesse Gordon posted a thing with the moon in the chat, so I thought you were
That's
talking.
what I was doing. I was like so confused.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that thing on the bottom of the moon. What the hell is that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Huh. Weird.
Oh, that's the Earth.
The Earth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't even know where that screen is, dude.
Probably have it behind or minimize or something.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
It's official NASA page, bro.
Wow. Oh my gosh, that's bad.
I had Glover telling me that it was real earlier. I'm like, no, NASA says it's CGI, bro. Like, you're lying.
If you're on the ISS thing through these guys, I'd like to hear a Kosho, because Kosho always tries to claim the ISS as such a solid, debunkable, 17,000 miles an hour, impossible over a stationary planar Earth. I've wondered if he's heard it yet.
So have you got the link to the original from that you're showing?
Maybe.
Because I know it's from your hard drive, because it says up here it's on your hard drive.
Yeah. Second. I mean, I know that I have a link it's from the same portion of their website, but I don't think this is the same one. It's their scientific visualization studio.
But they say that's real?
They say
What
it's from
all
real
I'm
data and it's CGI.
Yeah, all I'm trying to establish is whether NASA are actually claiming that's video footage, or they're
No,
actually
no,
saying
no,
that
no,
it's-
no.
So they're not claiming it's video footage.
No, but I had Glovers trying to say it was real. They say that this is from a lunar orbiter data.
Yeah, from the lunar orbiter data. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I just
there is
there
a
you go.
view of the moon from zooming up to Mars, which is visible to So they're not claiming it's real video footage.
No.
Fair enough. Just want to make that clear.
Which is funny. Why can't it not be real footage though? If the orbiter's out there.
Well, in order to do that, you'd need some sort of satellite that was in geostationary orbit above the moon, because it was in one spot, right?
Why can't they do that?
I don't know. I don't know if that's possible or not for the moon, because you've got other forces to take into consideration.
Okay.
And I know there isn't a satellite that's doing that currently.
It's convenient.
Dang, where'd everyone go? Let's get into a convo.
I was just step away for a second.
Hey, wait, do you wanna clarify the thing about we see in spherical geometry? Because I never got that.
What'd you say, Bacon?
Yeah, I would like to understand the thing about that we see in spherical geometry and the way we account for perspective currently using trigonometry is wrong or outdated or something.
Oh,
It never made sense to me.
hyperbolic perspective or whatever.
Yeah, never understood that.
Yeah, I'm still looking into it myself. It's interesting though when you get into it.
Have you got into regular perspective first?
Yeah, like Euclidean.
Yeah. So, for example, there's a picture of the moon in which a moon is huge. There's a bunch of people much smaller on front of the moon when the moon's rising. If you're using like just good old trig, you can get how far the photographer was from those people based on good old perspective. I would wanted to
Using
see
like
what
angular size of the moon and stuff.
you can use it. I use the distance, but that doesn't matter that much. Both work.
How does focal length come into that?
Focal length doesn't affect it. Focal
Really?
length of, sorry?
I said really? That surprises
Yes,
me.
focal length determines the size of your frame. Like it's the size of your
Oh.
field of view. So it doesn't really affect angular size.
Gotcha.
How,
So you can account for it, right? Or you're
yeah,
saying it literally doesn't affect the math at all?
yeah, so for example, you just need to know how bigger the moon is compared to the people. A bigger or smaller a bigger or smaller focal length wouldn't affect it. You would have the same proportion. You just have a bigger frame or a smaller frame. It might change the pixel count because the whole thing is getting bigger or smaller. But relative to each other, the people in the moon have that same ratio, regardless on a focal length.
And your claim is you can tell by that data, you can tell how far away the cameraman is from the people?
Mm-hmm. It was in regular trig. So it would be nice just like maybe it would be much easier to understand this alternative perspective is if something like that would be done with them, like to see how differently we have to apply perspective. If the old way is wrong, then new way will have to be different at some point, right? I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it affects and what changes from that close. Now the moon's far, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, the fact is, whether it's hyperbolic or Euclidean, we still see what we see, right? So
Mm-hmm.
is there a chance the math was based on whatever perspective is actually occurring? And you know what I mean? Like maybe you figured it out. Like
Well,
what? Like, do you know that trig will not work for hyperbolic perspective? Like, I don't know enough about it yet to.
I don't
know.
even know what that means, so
Yeah.
I have
No,
no
I
idea.
know what you mean.
Um,
I'm actually right there with you. I'm not exactly sure what changes and what doesn't, but
right, because the like perspective is simply a mathematical implication of light traveling straight lines. So if light's traveling straight lines, then perspective mathematically follows. So perspective doesn't even come from observation. It's purely mathematical. It simply starts with the assumption that light's traveling straight lines. So if light is traveling close to straight lines, then perspective will do a great job the way we define it. If it's not doing a great job, then light can't be traveling straight lines. But I wouldn't call that perspective. Then now we're dealing with path of light, not a different perspective, but different light behavior.
Oh, I just got back, but I think you're confused about it, man.
Yeah,
How
maybe
you
I am.
perceive the light, man.
Sorry?
how you perceive the light, not light traveling in straight lines. I want to point this out though with the thing I was reading it. This is so epic, dude. Miller redid the different variations of the Michelson-Morley experiment, and it shows pretty indisputably that there is an interference pattern. And what he did was he did the tests continually over long periods of times at different times. He shows a direct correlation with the equinox. So they try to say it's instrumental error based on temperature conditions and different stuff, right? Well, he had a huge variance of those conditions. He controlled those conditions, and it showed that the results changed directly with the equinox in the different periods he was testing it. That objectively debunks that it's instrumental error. It wouldn't change exactly with the equinox. So that shows it changes with what people assume to be the orbit of the Earth. Right.
Just out of curiosity, how many times did he do remade the experiment?
Multiple times. I don't know the total.
Can you scroll down to go number 5, interpretations. Number 5. There you go.
Oh, he did. Yeah, they assume that the Earth is orbiting the sun, man. So that's not really the point. This debunks the whole instrumental error excuse. Which is a very big deal, because that debunks the globe moves, and it also explains the ISS.
I don't know. Maybe I didn't catch that. So it got a different reading at the equinox, or I guess I just missed that part.
Yeah, its reading was changing based on the time period. So it changed. I'll read it.
Oh, based on the position of the sun, so showing that it's not a consistent globe rotation, but it's variable.
Well, okay, you can interpret it as it's based on the orbit, or it's based on the sun orbiting the Earth, right? But the point is, it shows that it isn't just instrumental error, because it's changing directly relative to the equinox, right? Like, if it's just instrumental error, it's going to be the same thing, maybe fluctuate a little bit based on like temperature conditions and stuff like that affect the instrument. But it wasn't. It was changing based on when it was done.
Yeah, that's interesting. So if it was rotating Earth, then you could, yeah, exactly. You could expect some instrumental error compared on some conditions, but you wouldn't expect like a coherent correlative change due to essentially the part of the orbit that it's in, like the equinox in that example.
Correct. A very marked coherence appears when one considers the variations in the azimuth and velocities not in civil time, but in sidereal time. And my cat was being so annoying, walking on the keyboard over and over.
Be awesome to recreate it ourselves at multiple locations and all kinds of different times of the year. That'd be awesome.
I agree. That's the next step. I mean, we're not trying to convince anti-flat earthers, but they'll say we did it wrong. But I have like access to quite a few engineers. So does Iru. Iru's doing a bunch of tests right now, so we can do it over South America as well. Because if it's changing based on location and time of year, then it's going to really be an issue for the globe.
Wonder if it changes too with the position of the sun. I mean, the equinox indicates that, but if
Right,
it's actually
the
connected,
location of the Earth would maybe also change it, right?
yeah, because like over a stationary Earth, plane of Earth, like the sun is actually in a different position, whereas in their model, it's 93 million miles away, so it's negligible in terms of the tiny bit of tilt difference. But
Yep.
if it's more of a local phenomenon, then the local sun could perhaps change the field or get a different result.
Look, finally, the figures changed gradually from one period to another. They attained their maximum dimensions around September 21st, which corresponds to the autumn equinox, and their minimum dimensions around March 21st, corresponding to the spring equinox. They are therefore dependent on the Earth's position on its orbit. Now, the Earth doesn't orbit, of course, but how would that just be a coincidence that it gets there's no way. There's no way that it gets its maximum dimensions around the autumn equinox and then minimum dimensions around the spring equinox, coincidentally, right? That's why he said this is definitive. Elias wasn't just some random crackpot, he was very revered physicist.
But he still says that they are therefore dependent on the Earth's position and it's on its orbit, though. He still says that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, well, let's just take it one step at a time then. So that means relativity's wrong. If it's dependent on the Earth's orbit, then relativity's wrong. Which is what he was saying.
Since you brought up relativity, I know you weren't here earlier, but I think there was something interesting that happened. Moyak was admitting that it just makes no sense at all for there to be the Earth moving upwards on either side at the same time of the globe, because it would have to be inflating basically or enlarging. Right, and he was just going through the logic of it. It was almost like a flat Earth moment that he didn't realize he had, because he was seeing how impossible it was what they were saying, and these guys were just running back and forth with like, okay, it depends on which reference frame and when you're looking at it. And you can just observe it on one side, and then you could observe it on the other side, but you don't have to observe them both at the same time. It was like the realization he had where he's like, it is definitely impossible that they could both be meeting the ground, having the ground come up on either side. That I know is impossible, right? So he wasn't entertaining that the baller's like appeals to just say, oh, it's all reference frame dependent and you don't have to worry about it. This gotcha. Don't worry about the gotcha. But he was totally like embracing the gotcha. And I'm wondering if you think that his embracing of that is more significant than he realizes. Is it important for them to have that rising of the Earth for the shape of the Earth? He's like, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Like he thought he could just accept that doesn't work. But then
once he figures out that it does have to do with the shape of the Earth, then he'll go back to saying it makes sense.
Right. That's the challenge. That's what I
want.
Well,
I don't know what he'll do, right? I mean, maybe not, I guess.
That would be funny to watch if he starts like reversing his whole logic that he got to in that.
Dude, this is going to shatter Cogdis. So the ISS thing is really going to mess with the Glover's Cogdis.
Yeah, so that makes sense. If it's 17,000 miles and they expected 67,000 miles, that's about 1/6 of the result. Right?
Yeah.
Because the orbit's supposed to be 67, whatever, 67,000 something, and they got the 1/6 result consistently. And that the video I posted, actually, Bacon, that's a great one, the Flat Earth Origins video I posted, that explains the Michelson-Morley misunderstandings or misinterpretations very clearly, and it shows that they independently did the test over and over and over again, getting that 1/6 result.
Yeah. In all kinds of different conditions. Bacon's on deafened. This is so bad. This is yeah, I mean, how would it be consistently changing based on the equinox?
And it means the sun is directly affecting it.
Yes. But they cannot claim that it's just changing based on the orbit of the Earth. They cannot claim that. Because they have to do away with relativity. If they do away with relativity, I mean, there goes the globe.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to indicate with Moyoc. He doesn't realize the package deal. He thinks, oh, I can just say that makes no sense at all and still keep my globe.
Well, there are guys that are saying that they think relativity may be superseded and replaced by something else, and still maintain the globe. Like
They think that, Gio, but they proposed a coherent theory? Of course not, because you can't replace relativity and keep the globe model because of Michelson-Morley.
That's what that James guy, or what was his name, James, that was in here, that was the baller being rational, but he was saying he can't wait for the day that relativity is superseded. Like, he thinks that's going to be a big moment, but he doesn't think that's going to lead to flat Earth.
He's gonna wait forever, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there are tons of papers, or they know relativity doesn't work. They're trying to replace it, but if they could, they would. They cannot for many reasons, but Michelson-Morley is the biggest one.
Right, they already brought in relativity as it's like the final lie in a long string of lies. So it's like they already brought that in to try to kind of save the globe, because it was already going to be eradicated, in the early 1900s, late 1800s, and then who knows why they really did World War I and World War II, all of these, and the taking over the Federal Reserve, everything they had to do, and then relativity was brought in to even continue asserting the globe for the next 70 years, which is what they did. So it's like, if that final lie, as that's dissolved, then it's like the end of a lie in a long string of lies. So yeah, I don't see how they could try to replace it with something else, although they may try to, but
they can't now anyway. There's too many flat earthers already. I mean, there's too many people that realize that it's not a globe. I mean, it's not like something you believe, it's something you realize.
I mean, they might try to cook up something that they could try to do that with, but I guess that is it's like two cars racing on a racetrack. Like, for them to do that versus people waking up to what's actually going on, so will they even get a chance to do that? That'll be the question.
They can't give it up.
They'll never be able to convince us. There's millions of people that never be able to convince at this point already.
They can't give it up right now. What they're trying to do is they're trying to incorporate it into string theory. They're trying to incorporate gravity with quantum mechanics, and they're failing miserably.
Yeah,
so what the next move now is, they're trying, I don't know if you guys heard of M theory.
I don't know what it is, but it won't work.
It won't work. What they're trying to do now is incorporate a special kind of this kind of nonsense, right?
Quantum, quantum stuff.
String theory. They're trying to incorporate what's called brains. Yeah, it's mental. Look into M theory. You're gonna really laugh.
Hey, yo, I want to say this. You guys ever heard that over the last less than a year, I've been kind of speculating, because the Globers always try to press me to replace all their pseudoscience, and I'm like, well, yeah, in my opinion, everything is in the form of vortices. Have you guys heard me speculate that everything is a vortex, and they call all these different vortices with different momentums and spins and energy levels, they call them different particles, but it's actually just a bunch of different vortices, and the vortices is what makes stuff manifest in the material world from the background. I just speculate that because it makes sense to me logically. Dude, I heard a video from a physicist yesterday who's like, so in 1895 they started thinking, what's inside the atom? Then they discovered protons and electrons, and then they thought, what's inside of this? And they discovered that that's when the whole quantum scale just blew all of physics out of the water. And they discovered that there is nothing physical inside that, and that everything is little vortices of energy. I was like, what?
Well, that's what they kind of indicate with the quarks, right? Like with the spin, the different kinds of spin, right? Isn't a quark supposed to be smaller than a particle?
Yeah, but I've heard all kinds of nonsense. I've heard they're saying now that in the nucleus there's little black holes. You hear all kinds of theories of nonsense.
But look, dude, they're not completely wrong if they say that. Like, let me drop a picture. I mean, obviously, how they define.
You're gonna go to counter space now. I can feel it.
Wait, obviously, I'm just wait. In the center of the vortice, man.
I hear you. I know. I hear you, bro.
If you have movement or cycles, you're going to have vortices in anything, energy, fluid. Yeah, that's all I can think of.
Here's what they would be calling a black hole. Right
Isn't
here.
that incredible that ISS makes that pattern? That is so telling.
Dude, yeah, like that. Especially when that top left picture is really like good quality. And the bottom picture, yeah. Dude, it's gonna be so bad because we all know I'm gonna get to the bottom of this, like I'm like over the top with stuff like this. Where like it's just you see the chart I posted, you see it directly correlates with the freaking azimuth. I mean the equinox. SE, have you heard what we're talking about? About the ISS?
I haven't. I would love to know.
Okay. So this dude Miller, he did he redid the Dayton C. Miller 1925. He redid the Michelson-Morley, okay? And he wanted to see if it actually was instrumental error that was causing the fringe shift like they were trying to say. So he started controlling all the different variables. They're like, oh, temperatures causing the instruments to mess up and all that stuff, right? So anyway, he controlled those variables, and he consistently did the observations for continually, had them running continually for durations of time and throughout the year. And what he found was that the results directly correlate to the time of year. Right? Okay, which doesn't make any sense. Like if it's instrumental error, it shouldn't change based on the time of year, You're with me so far?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to see where lays this out here. Yeah. So finally the figures change gradually from one period to another. They attain their maximum dimensions around September 21st, which corresponds to the autumn equinox, and their minimum dimensions around March 21st, corresponding to the spring equinox. They are therefore dependent on Earth's position on its orbit, which is a cool story, right? That would debunk relativity, and that's what Elias was saying. So anyway, so when we were looking into this, we found out that Elias came out, who was a very revered physicist, by the way. If you go to his Wikipedia, they just completely leave out that he was very vocal against relativity. I want to leave that part out of it. But anyway, So what he found, he was like, oh, well, this definitively proves that there is an interference pattern and that it's directly proportionate to the time of year. Like it definitively proves it's not instrumental error because it's changing and reaching its maximum around the fall equinox and its minimum around the spring equinox. So that shows it has a relationship with, quote unquote, Earth's orbit, which is just the sun orbiting the Earth, right? And according to relativity, they're interchangeable. So, long story short, so then you get the figure of the ether wind or the ether drift from this, and you get 8 kilometers a second. Okay, so he wrote a paper, he's like, yeah, it's 8 kilometers a second for sure. There's no way around it. And when you take 8 kilometers a second and you put it into miles per hour, you get 17,800 miles per hour.
What?
Yeah. So then we looked at the ISS, of course, over top of a plane, and it does this same magnetic field geometry here, right? Like the flower of life. So
Holy
they're
crap.
just catching the ether drift within the vortex in this magnetic field. That's what
Holy
the
crap.
ISS is.
Bro. That there's no way that's a coincidence.
No way it's a coincidence, dude. When
Whoa.
we did the math and it was 17,800 miles per hour. I was like, whoa, whoa.
Holy crap.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's also not a coincidence that it does this exact pattern.
Yeah.
So, ISS is not what they say it is, right? There aren't people on it. It's not as high as they say it is. It's not in a vacuum, anything like that. But it could be smaller and closer and actually going 17,500 miles per hour-ish. Because we can
Wow.
see it. We can go see it, right? And it is going very fast, whatever it is. So
Yeah, I
this all
always
of a
thought
sudden explains what they're doing with the ISS and how it's, because they're like, how can the flat Earth explain it moving that fast without orbit? Which they don't even know. Orbital mechanics literally doesn't work, and it only accounts for one motion at the same time, and it's just kinematic. It's not even dynamic and all this other stuff. But anyway, they think it's like this home run against flat Earth. Like how could it move that
yeah.
fast on flat Earth? Well, this is how. You have the 17,500 mile per hour ether wind, and this would also explain the different satellite. And where it gets even further interesting to me is I have just coincident. I don't think the synchronicities are coincidental, but I just found out about the South Atlantic anomaly where NASA says they have an issue with their satellites in this portion of the Earth, the South Atlantic anomaly around Brazil and the surrounding ocean, because the magnetic field is up to 30% weaker and it messes up their satellites. Well, yeah, if you're using the vortex of the magnetic field, of course it would.
That's so crazy.
Dude, it is crazy.
So I always thought when I learned about the ISS, like when I was looking into the flat Earth, I always thought it was so strange. Like they talk about how there's no like building video, like project videos of them building it in space and assembling it and everything. Then I was wondering, like, what if it just popped up one day and they needed to quick run like a cover story, to explain whatever the heck it is, that kind of coincides with that. If it just, you know, one day was there, that's so weird. But how did you get the 17,000 miles per hour? What did that come from?
8
Like, how
kilometer
did
a
Miller
second
find
ether
that?
wind or ether
And what
drift.
for the ether drift?
That comes from redoing Michelson-Morley over the course of a year, like at different times of the year, like the whole time.
Holy crap.
Michelson-Morley tried that as well.
Yeah, they tried like different times of the year, right?
Yes, but just not nearly as efficient as this guy. He just kept them continually running.
Wow, that's so
Yeah.
crazy.
Dude, it directly correlates with the time of the year. That can't be a coincidence. That's why Lies came out and said this is definitive. There's an ether drift. And it can't be a coincidence that number equals right at what they say the ISS goes. And what the ISS, if it's a thing actually moving over top of the Earth, a singular thing, it is going that fast. You can
Yeah.
verify it. Like we have verified it, right? So
Wow.
this is a big question mark for flat Earth, like the ISS.
Yeah. I'm like in shock. This is crazy.
Yeah, Kosho, you listening to this?
Give him 5 minutes, he'll know all about it.
You might be in the shower right now.
Or dreaming about me.
I just want Kosho to hear this because he is always this ISS argument. He's always pushing it. And, oh, there's no other way it could be going that speed. And well, a lot of them do, but he particularly does.
You guys actually think the eye can catch something traveling like 5-6 times the speed of a bullet?
If it's super
For real?
far enough away.
If it's far enough away, I do.
And then you get into the superfluid aspect that you bring up, Rakia, because if this thing is going, I mean, let's just for a minute imagine. Let's say there is at very high altitude, there is some kind of a superfluid or whatever it may be at very high altitude. Now, perhaps a human can't survive because there's no air to breathe, etc. But let's just say there is something up there. Now, if they could, and it's going at incredibly fast speeds, if they could take something like an ISS that's like half the size, like 1/10 the size or whatever, but it looks like the ISS, it's like a model or whatever it would be, throw it up there, however that happens, whether they have to launch it or throw it, whatever it may be, that thing now would be in that field. And it's so wild that over an AE map, it's literally making the flower of life. I mean, it's like, why is it making this sacred geometrical design? But if you could then throw it up there, now a superfluid type medium does start to make sense because of the viscosity and the lack of drag and resistance. What was the word I was looking for? Yeah, resistance. And the
It's friction.
Yeah, friction. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, the lack of friction. Now, if they could then throw this thing up there, and then it just that's it. It like quantum locks. It stays in that medium, and that's it. Now they put a huge light on it or whatever it is, and now there's something that angular size, if it's smaller than what they say the ISS actually is, that means it wouldn't have to be 250 miles away. It could actually just be much closer, and then it is actually moving at those speeds.
Correct. You know, you've heard flat earthers just say the craziest stuff. It's a hologram, that they're using U2s, you know, all this.
I mean, I was open to some of those ideas. I mean, there is some thoughts. Yeah, like if they had some kind of balloon system of projectors that could project it in some way. And then like Godric was saying last night, like you don't really have to have it over the oceans because there's not people in the middle of the Southern Pacific necessarily to watch it. So, I mean, I was open to considering some of those ideas, but that does get tough. How would you project it without seeing the beam through the air? And
it would just be such a crazy infrastructure. Not that it's impossible, but that they would do that infrastructure, but it just would be crazy. If you could figure out how
that brings up the question as to why. Like, why would they go through so much trouble to do that, you know? But if it's something like this, man, this is crazy.
Because they're freaks do.
Yeah, but this makes way more sense.
Definitely more questions, though. Like, does it float up there on its own, or does it have to be suspended? Can humans survive in that medium? Or, you know, how do you get it up there? You know, how fast you have to launch it? You know, can they put other stuff in that medium? Is there different layers of it that are going different speeds? Like, is there a lower layer that's only going 8,000 miles an hour and then another layer going 14? You know what I mean? So they can position things at different altitudes.
But if there were really humans on there, why would they have to fake the footage?
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone on there regardless. But
maybe the physics would be different, right? I mean, you wouldn't just be floating around, and I don't know.
Well, there's an idea that some people have thrown out there. Like, what if you can float up there? You know, Earth being stationary and, you know, planar in its geometry. But what if you can go up at some altitude and float around due to like magnetic field or quantum locking? I mean, I've never necessarily thought they are actually floating around up there, but
yeah, I agree. It's possible.
I mean, if they were forward, they wouldn't be faking all this, though, you know? Like, I'm 100% sure they're faking ISS footage. Like, there's no doubt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
well, they're definitely faking that, yeah. But it doesn't mean that humans aren't up there and they're not floating, because you could create free fall wherever you wanted. especially.
Personally, I don't think that anyone's up there. I think it's just an object up there.
I don't either.
We don't have
What
to
I'm
imagine.
saying is,
We
I
know we have
don't put
balloon
anything.
technology.
I don't put anything past them, right?
Yeah, but the synchronicities are crazy because I'm watching NASA audits, and like, yeah, it's just crazy because we can use an audit of the ISS to our advantage. Here, I just created the video where I fade in the ISS on top of the magnetic field.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, what a coincidence, huh?
Nice work. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
So when this got brought up today, I started looking into this thing that a friend of mine said a while back, who was in the military, and he said one of the most interesting things that no one talks about is, and it's really hard to find information on this, by the way, now, that the military was constantly monitoring the Black Knight satellite, right? And the day that they stopped monitoring and reporting on the Black Knight satellite just so happens to be the exact day that they say they put the ISS into orbit. So the idea is that the ISS is this Black Knight satellite that's been orbiting for a lot longer than the ISS supposedly was ever up there, but they just named it the ISS, and it was already orbiting for a long time. And there's actually reports I found 1954 where they're talking about this thing, and it may have been orbiting who knows for how long, and they just decided to call this thing the ISS and say there's people on it. And the day they stopped reporting the orbit of the Black Knight satellite, they started saying, hey, we got this thing built and it's up there already. So look into that.
It's interesting, but it does look different though, right?
Well, the pictures were showing different. Now,
Yeah, but
the ones we're showing now are cartoon figures that look more like a Batman type thing, right? But
there's been multiple
it could be the same thing, and it could have looked different. It could have looked just the same, and we're just not showing the old pictures of it or something, or if there ever was any pictures. I don't know.
This is just the latest station, though. There's been multiple, like 15 or 17 or 20 different stations put up there. They say.
Has it always? Do they have footage of each one orbiting actually up there, or has it always been the same thing?
I think it's just their claim, right?
Yeah, it's just a claim anyway, right?
ISS, you could see in like lunar transits, you can pretty much make out a shape that looks pretty similar to what.
Yeah, I agree.
Go ahead. So if you look up the Black Knight satellite, you're just going to get pages of like the conspiracy theory Black Knight satellite, a lot of like subterfuge. But maybe if you bring it up, I'm sure Jaren's heard of it. But if you guys do a deep dive into that research and figure out if that might be, whether it's the same thing or not, it could be using the same track of ether wind to ride on.
This is going to explain all the satellites. I mean, this is like potentially very, very epic.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't this basically just be a huge potential solution for satellites?
Yes.
I mean, they claim other satellites are going 17,000 miles an hour as well. So,
correct.
Are they just firing? Are they just launching shit up there and then it just float? It circuits, if you want to call it an orbit, but it's actually just circling above the Earth.
Yeah, I was wondering if other satellites look similar on like an AE projection.
How has anybody verified the speed 17,500?
Because you just go out there and you can see, like, I'm in Tennessee. Okay, here's the lunar transit when it's supposed to be here. And then you're over in North Carolina, hundreds of miles away. And in a matter of minutes, you can see the ISS, which means for it to go from me to you in that period of time, it's going to have to go that speed. We did the math and it matches.
You've seen it? You've had people on both locations and you've actually done this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a whole tracking app, and it's consistent. The app, like you can walk outside, and it's going very fast. Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be going very fast. I mean, Jaron and I have been talking about this for a little bit, but we wanted to figure it out before we just like run around talking about it, publicly. But
okay, so you looked into this, and tests have been done, and it's been verified that whatever that thing is, it's actually traveling that fast.
Well, it's either either yes, it's traveling that fast, or they're they're putting up different things to make it look like there's only one thing, but we don't really consider that viable, meaning like you could, let's shoot this across the sky for Tennessee. Let's shoot this across the sky from that would be insane, right? Because it does it like it goes in a circle like every 90 minutes. It's going crazy fast. You would have to nonstop around the clock be doing this, and there's no way. That's not even feasible.
And that's a smart way of measuring the speed too, by doing its ground position. You know what I mean? Like distance divided by time with its ground position, because then you know its actual speed regardless of how high or how big it is,
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, they say that other satellites are going like 7,000 miles an hour on average, and then some of them go as fast as 17. So there could be balloon. Well, first of all, any satellite that's like geostationary would not be moving at all. But
yeah, hold on, there, Geo. Which satellites do they say go 7,000? Because in order for orbit to be achieved, the minimum I think is 17.5 in their paradigm.
That's crazy.
Hey, Witsit, is there a mechanism for them to move the opposite way with the ether? That's the one thing I'm not sure about, because I'm pretty sure like the lower, slower satellites, they claim that they're slower than the spin of the Earth, so they appear to look backwards or to move backwards from our point of view.
I don't know. I'd have to look into that.
Yeah.
And the stationary ones would have to be matching the speed of Earth. Whatever.
Well, yeah, but yeah, you can also just have
that one's not a problem,
right? Like NASA literally admits they can self-correct balloons for long periods of time to maintain a single position.
Hold on, now the stationary ones have to be at a certain distance, approximately 25,000 miles away. That's how that works.
Yeah, so that might be like above the ether drift area or something, Either way, this brings a mechanism to a lot of questions, like
Yeah, because we just found out about it, right? So now we know where to look.
yeah. Wow. This is actually like a pretty big step forward as far as where to go next, at least a new avenue.
Yeah, concerning the ISS, guys, I rarely hear anybody mention the pressure, the ISS, the location where it's at, the O-rings, the cupola. That's a dead ringer, like an Achilles heel for that thing. So keep that in mind. It's not just about the speed and location. It's about, there's no way people could be in there.
Just the maintenance, man. I can't even imagine.
Yep.
The fact they claim people go outside on spacewalks and stuff is hilarious.
No chance in hell with those suits. There's zero chance in hell. Zero.
Well, according to their idea of what's up there, anyway,
Yeah. In their paradigm, in their fantasy, right? In their vacuum. Correct.
There might just be a superfluid up there, and I don't know what all they can do. I personally think, okay, you guys, the Ferrel cell image I just dropped, right? So what you do is you have two optical flats, which are just like really flat pieces of glass, and then you have ferrofluid and this other type, it's like called mouse liquid or whatever. It's like just another type of fluid, and then you wrap the LED lights around the outside of the optical glass, and then you put a magnet. You put it over a magnet, and it gives you the magnetic field image, right? And so it's not bending the light, it's bending the fluid. The ferrofluid inside the ferro cell responds to the magnetic field, right? Because it's ferrofluid. And that bends relative to that, distributes relative to the magnetic field. Then the light, it lights up the fluid based on how it's moving in the magnetic field. And then you get the image. I think the sun may be doing the same thing. I think the sun may be in a superfluid, and then it's basically just a toroid, and you got your magnetic field. and then it optically bends for us because of the fluid. The light's not bending, but the way we perceive the light bends down relative to each observer because it's coming through that superfluid.
Now you're getting it.
Yeah.
Doesn't take away the ether or any drift or any movement of the sky or whatever. It actually helps it. I think. Gives it a medium, or not the medium, but a source to work with. Who knows what it does electrically and
Really what they're
magnetically.
doing, dude, and they start to see flat Earth starts to absorb this, like they're gonna get really nervous.
I wonder if we could break down the speeds of the planets, the wandering stars, because they would be in this ether drift as well, right? With the patterns that they're making.
Yes, but they are right.
So
I mean,
interesting, man.
they are.
This is so cool.
It does make sense that it changes with the seasons too, right? If it's triggered by the sun and moon.
It's exactly, bro. The sun and the moon are the electric components of the system, and it's directly affecting what's detected. It's like it makes too much sense almost.
I've known that for years. I just don't want to tell you.
Well, and I have always thought this too because of the Elias effect, but it's like really hard to just invoke the Elias effect, in a debate or something. But this makes it pretty definitive. It consistently shows. So we should just do the experiment ourselves. In my opinion.
What the same one with the pendulum?
No.
I'm not being launched in a rocket, dude. You're not convincing me.
Okay, well, we could do the pendulum one or whatever, but no, I'm talking about Michelson-Morley at different times, exactly how Miller did it.
I want somebody maybe I'll do it. 3 pendulums in a row. 1, 2, 3, side by side. That's what I want to do.
Let's do 9. Let's do 9 pendulum.
Yeah, as many, more than
Or
2.
They all go in different directions too.
I bet anything. They're never going to make the same pattern. I'll bet anything.
It'd be cool to do a Michelson-Morley, have interferometry and do the pendulums during an eclipse and get all of those readings.
Yeah,
If the pendulum really changes its precession going the other direction, and we could have the interferometry to see what's going on that scale as well, that'd be really cool.
Yeah. Pendulum, Michelson-Morley, and punch Kosho in the face like multiple times during an eclipse.
Wow.
Tell me something, Warlock.
Kosho, you here?
Who are you? What do you want?
He's really not here.
He's typing in the text. He probably just can't speak.
Yeah, the pendulum thing I think is a big thing that we can do and show the fantasy of that one. We can kill that. Like the pendulum being a GPS or it showing rotation, I think the multiple pendulum thing could kill that in the water.
My mind is going crazy right now. I just keep thinking about this. It's leading me to all these different ideas. This is sick.
And they say we don't do nothing. We have no original thought. Huh.
Well, that's projection.
We want to get a few people to do pendulums on different continents, like maybe like South America, the U.S., maybe someplace in Europe, Australia, and see if we can get it to do anything.
Yeah, but you guys know there could be an effect that the pendulum is actually drifting. Like SE, are you open to the potential that if you set up 3 of them next to each other, they're all going to precess the same way?
Yeah, we spoke about it. The only thing I can think of is an electromagnetic effect, but not due to rotation. But yeah, I'm open to anything. I just want to see it done. And I'm surprised it's never... Yeah.
Differential in elevation. So if you did 1 foot or 10 foot up, 1 10 foot away from that, and 1 10 foot down from that, so like 3 different elevations in the same area to see if you get the same reading as well, just like you would, just like Gio said, just put 3 of them next to each other, and you know that you're different areas along the thing, horizontally, but what about vertically? So you should do each one, I think.
Pressure and electricity, any type of electrical current resistance is going to affect anything moving like that.
In that case, you're going to want 3 elevations: one beneath the Earth's surface, right, like in a basement or somewhere,
Yes.
in a hole somewhere, and then one on the ground level, and then one on top of a mountain, or maybe like on top of a 30-story building.
Right, like 10 foot down, 10 to 20 foot up, and then 10 to 20 foot up above that. That give you 3 positions in elevation that are different from each other. And if you get the same reading, then, it would mean whatever that would entail.
Yeah, that would be like a solid thing to show, like, look at this. They're all drawing different things. They're all, what are you talking about? GPS. You use one of these things, you'll get lost. You'll never find your latitude.
Right. And then you have, like Gio said, the 3 next to each other, like 10 foot apart. And you see if you get the same thing. Because 10 foot, is that really a big amount on a globe? No.
Well, I think that was SE's idea originally, to have multiple of them.
Yeah, I just heard you say it. I'm sorry. So the way SE,
I just want to give props to SE. I think he was the one who thought of that.
Right, and I've been telling them they need the elevation.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying I've been telling them they need the elevation when the whole time I've ever heard about it. I said we need elevation if you want to prove you're on a ball. Yeah.
Yeah, you're the first one I heard mention doing them at different altitudes as well. Like not only different altitudes, but in a similar region as well. The
same building. Yeah, in like an elevator or something. Yeah, so you're in the same area. You didn't change longitude or latitude at all.
Hey, Richard, have they done the Michelson-Morley at different altitudes?
I think they were supposed to try it, but they ended up not doing it. Mickelson ended up not doing it.
Yeah, those guys got suppressed. Those guys just got basically wrecked by the World War I Einstein takeover of the world, basically.
Yeah, that's when a big shift happened in the late 1800s, early 90s. That's where they did all the magic. They changed books, they changed logic, they changed all kinds of things.
It's when demonstration stopped.
Yeah, I mean, they suppressed those things and then replaced them with their propaganda and agenda, and then they made the terms of like world wars and the Great Depression. I mean, people were going through so much crises, and then they controlled the media, they controlled the money at that point. After they got control of the Federal Reserve. Once they got control of that, they could start to control what information was allowed and what was not allowed. And then when you can do that, you can control what's put in front of people, and then which scientists are getting funding for what, and then what they're teaching in schools and how they're educating people. So they were able to, I mean, when I say they got wrecked, I just mean that they got like overshadowed and suppressed essentially by the cabal.
I think that's why they gave us such a hard time about homeschooling, because 25 years ago when I wanted to homeschool my kids, it was a big problem, right? It's gotten more popular now because so many people are tired of the government-funded public schooling. That's why you have so many private schools and homeschools now.
Of course, they don't want you teaching children logic or stuff like that.
That's like teaching slaves how to read.
Yeah. Remember that those days were the Tesla days, the Dirac days, all these brainiacs, all these so-called geniuses, right? That came up with all these formulas and theories. That's all during that time.
You can't really do that anymore. Like, not as much, I don't think. You can't. It costs so much. They limit the funding to who they want to fund, and then you're ridiculed so badly now. I think it's tougher. But even Tesla and Einstein and people like that went through the stages of being ridiculed, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. When Einstein first came out with his theory of relativity, the special theory of relativity, There was like 1,500 distinguished scientists that wrote a paper against him. He was definitely ridiculed.
Yeah, definitely. I have that book on my desk.
There you go. Yep.
Just looking here at the timeline too. I mean, World War I from 1914 to 1921, and I'm looking at this little timeline of Einstein. It's like 1914. 1915 is when he began publishing on general theory of relativity. So, I mean, is it a coincidence that right around that World War is when Einstein, and then in 1922, right after the war ended, he got a Nobel Prize, and the rest is history.
Well, you want to get really into why too. I mean, you have this book that Essie just talked about. Let me grab it. So this is a bunch of German and Austrian scientists who say we must progress past Einstein's mysticism, right? So those German scientists were like, no, relativity is wrong, Einstein's wrong, we're not doing it. So who was the big bad guy of the wars?
Yep. All around that time. Look, they gave us the smartest man in the world at that time, and they gave us who was one of the smartest men. They made him the crazy guy who married pigeons. So,
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're suggesting that maybe that blended into World War II in terms of what they needed to accomplish in terms of how Germany's interrelations with that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Possibly.
Actually, I'm saying what you said, Gio. World War I is where it started, right around the turn of the century. Yeah.
Well,
of course,
Germany was
World
also
War II
involved
they
in World War
advanced.
I, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they advanced the agenda, of course, but yeah.
But yeah, they just ended up turning Germany into the big bad guy because Germany wasn't falling for the the Einsteinian physics. They were actually boldly speaking out about it.
The New World Order.
Yeah.
The old.
Yeah,
New
they called it Jewish physics, as a matter of fact. We
Yeah,
don't
they
want
called
the
it, yeah.
Jewish physics. Yeah.
It's crazy. And then after World War II, they blasted forth with NASA, the United Nations, and then JFK, the moon landing into the 60s. So clearly they had some new platform of power, if you want to call it that, or whatever it may be after World War II, that they were like, all right, now we can settle into rolling out this whole agenda, which they've done during all of our lifetimes to get the globe thing absolutely cemented. And then the additional control over the media and the big pharma and the energy, oil, I mean, all of these factors that they rolled out, and then cemented the globe Earth with the moon landing sham and all that to try to really get this particular sort of phase or cycle that we're in to get it. And then the Education Act, which came at there was an Education Act, United Nations, and NASA within like 2 years were all passed. So they were able to educate everyone the way they wanted, should tell them all about space and the globe Earth with NASA, and the United Nations controlling the nations and having a centralized seat of power, essentially.
Very good point, Gio. And what education system? It's called the Prussian education system. Obedient to the flag and country, rah, rah, rah. All that came from that. The Prussian education system. All of Western society adopted that. Because in the old days, when they would fight for king and queen, they wouldn't give a damn. Soldiers would run away. They would turn back. So they had to figure out a way to indoctrinate them to fight for something. And that was for the flag, for country. That's the Prussian education system. Research that, guys. You'll freak out. Yeah, it's a orchestrated, assertive effort to bring us to where we are now. The more you look into it, the more you're gonna be astonished.
This is just tripping me out right now, dude. It's
What
so
trip?
obvious is what they're doing.
Oh, sorry, go on.
It's just very obvious, like, because the synchronicities are crazy because South Atlantic anomaly. I was reading and like NASA's like, yeah, it's super dangerous for our satellites and it's very difficult to get them to orbit in that portion of the magnetic field. And it's like, what? Why? You're free falling around a ball, bro. What are you talking about? But now we maybe know why, huh?
There it is, the Higher Education Act. Sorry. Higher Education Act. Yeah, indoctrination. That's why when Americans see a flag burned, you want to go over there and beat the hell out of the guy, right? Yeah, that's in the school when you stand up, salute the flag every morning. That was used to done. We used to do it too. Sing the national anthem. That's where all that came from.
Interesting. So that's 65. It looks like 1965. Because the other one, the National Defense Education Act, was 58, which is the same year of NASA, and that was with the claimed, space race with Russia, and yeah, the timing of this stuff is very telling.
That was a lot. Another thing they don't talk about in the Kennedy assassination is he wanted to do a joint moon mission, and everyone was opposed to that.
So with the Southern Atlantic anomaly, like, do you think they're just not putting satellites in that region, like, or because I'm reading here that they claim that the Van Allen radiation belts is kind of there, but I mean, do you think there's not satellites there, or they just can't get signals, or what? What do you think the connection is with that?
They claim it's just like, yeah, I think you could still send satellites there, right? It would just, it would be more difficult. Like, it's not like the magnetic field isn't there, you know?
Oh, because it's weaker?
Yeah.
Interesting, yeah.
And they actually claim it. They claim instrumental error. I mean, like, stuff like that, like communication issues, but they also claim like it affects their ability to actually maintain orbit. But I have to find where I found that because I remember I had to look for it.
Little anecdote that might go along with that South Atlantic anomaly is when I was back in 1971, 72, I was a ordinary seaman on a like a tramp freighter, and we went down into the South Atlantic and went around the Cape of Good Hope. And when we were in the South Atlantic, one of my duties, I stood a watch on the bridge, and one of my duties was to always compare the magnetic compass to what they called the mic, which was some kind of an electronic compass they had back in that day. And they'd usually stay within 2 or 3 degrees of one another. Down in the South Atlantic, it'd vary up to like 10 and 15 degrees. And one of my jobs was whenever I saw that, I had to report it to the mate that was on the watch with me. And, once we were out of that area, it really didn't happen. They were pretty much synchronized, the 2 different compasses. But things got weird down there in the South Atlantic.
Yeah, that happens with my GPS and magnetic compass. Now they'll be 2 or 3 degrees off some parts of the year, sometimes of the year, and then up to 7, 8 degrees off other times of the year. I'm not sure if that's probably not the same thing, but there's different phenomena that affect, different things. Of course, they don't say that the magnetic north is the same as true north.
Does the compass work in Antarctica? Somebody just mentioned that. Does the compass work at all?
No, I've never been there.
Somebody just said about the compass in the south. Does it work?
They say they have compasses that are made for the south. Like once you go so far below certain degrees, you have to have a different compass than in the north.
Yeah, that's bullshit, but I heard that too.
Question is, why does the compass still point north in the south?
Why does it point north now? If it's the magnet in the middle of the Earth, why does it point north?
No, he's
That's
right. If
another
you're in
good
the
point.
South Pole, it should point around the world.
Right, the opposite way, I guess.
Yep, nothing works out. Nothing checks out like the way they say. Not the way a magnet should work, anyway.
These little gravelers went up there and used magnetic levitation in the freaking toroid and deceived the world.
Yeah, they're talking about levitation and stuff now, even closer to the Earth. Same thing, I believe. Something near it.
Dude, you guys really should get behind NASA audits, by the way, because we have some pretty epic stuff that we're putting together.
Get behind what?
NASA audits.
First I heard of it was tonight.
Well,
I've already been accused of following you.
What?
Just poking at somebody around here.
Yeah, like I launched NASA Audits Rocky. You didn't know about that? So if you go to auditnasa.com, I started that website, and I'm like having people turn in their applications that want to work, and we're going to audit NASA with interviews, emails, in-person evident interviews, independent documentation, evidence analysis, forensic analysis, FOIA, but more so taking them to court. And then when you take them to court, they have to provide discovery. And if they doctor or edit any of the footage once it's officially on the court record, that's a federal crime. Send federal criminal complaints up the ladder to get the discovery instead of having to spend thousands for FOIA where they don't give it to you. And yeah, it's going to be pretty epic. Auditnasa.com. All that to say, like, what a coincidence I'm figuring this out right after I did that, because we can use this information tactically. About the ISS.
It's funny because I've been auditing NASA for years now. One of my favorite punching bags.
Yeah.
ISS, moon landing. Yeah.
That's what I was saying too. I'm like, because I want to eventually make it where, like, some people, if they're willing to put a lot of time into looking through the stuff, like, they can get paid. I can pay them. It's like I didn't launch it for money at all. So it's like whatever money comes in. I mean, I had to spend, like between $400 and $500 for the website and the website email, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, like, money comes in and reimburses that. Like, all other money is going to go right into it. Launch some merch so people can audit with like an official NASA audit. We're going to make like business cards, and hopefully if we can get enough donations towards it, I can just pay for all the business cards and people can order them for free. But the problem is you're going to have anti-flat earthers try to ruin all of this because they're just literally, I mean, they just suck as people. So like I'm already getting spammed. You would think the anti-flat earthers would support auditing NASA because they would just shut us up, right? It would prove us wrong. They'll reveal all the information. They'll be forthcoming, and it'll show how stupid we are for denying them. But they know deep down that they're lying. So anyway, they're like spamming me with messages in my application section of my website, like, you're such a retard and all this stuff. And if I was to like say, okay, here, click on this button, and you can get NASA audits business cards sent to your house, well, they would get all of them. They would just ruin it and spam orders, and so it's like I have to be like tactical about all of it. But I just think this is epic. This is the next step. It's like calling them and professionally speaking to them. The people at NASA, the individual employees aren't lying to us, like most of them just believe the lie, bro. Just call and talk to them like a normal person, man. It's just an American that thinks they work for NASA and they think they're doing stuff that they're not. And it's like, just build rapport with them, be professional. We're not talking about flat Earth. We're not calling NASA and flat smacking them. It's nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying?
I did that with LIGO 3 times, and the funniest thing was the first time the guy goes, you can go to the beach and watch ships go over the curve, right? And I didn't even mention like the curve or flat Earth or anything. Dude, I don't know if he's been called before or if he's just programmed, right?
That's what I'm
I
saying.
was asking him if it's super horizontal.
Oh. Yeah, he put together.
He put it together and he was like, you can go to the beach and watch ships go over the curve, right? I was like, yeah, but I'm not calling about that.
Oh man, that's funny, bro. Because I saw someone call a surveyor, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out because I'm doing some surveying by my house, and you guys ever you have to take the curvature of the Earth into account?" And like a couple of them were like immediately talking about flat Earth, And he's like, "Whoa, whoa, like what are you doing, bro? I didn't say flat Earth." It shows you like a bunch of people have heard about it. It's already out of the bag.
Oh yeah, it's everywhere now.
And they try to say that flat Earth is dying. Like, what a joke.
Just projection, right? Everything they say almost is projection. Pretty much means the globe is dying.
You guys seen the crop circles they find are showing the same pattern? I'm gonna drop a picture. Check out these 2 crop circles here. Of course, like I have said before, like we're gonna get this is all gonna come together as a coherent model. Here's the Earth and Venus, 8 orbits, Mars and Venus, 7, Saturn and Jupiter, Uranus, Jupiter. Look at they're all within the flower of life. That's of course from a geocentric position.
Is that what they call the Fibonacci pattern?
Fibonacci is within this pattern, yes.
Okay.
Actually, the grand unified theory will simply be an equation that maps out the grand unified. You need an equation for your little theories, right? The grand unified theory will be like super short and straight to the point, and it'll be about sacred geometry. Objectively, like there's no way around it. Like here's 700 pages of my bullshit pseudoscience. Here's one line of an equation that explains everything that exists. Like that's for sure what the answer is.
Yeah. Like Occam's razor, huh?
Yeah. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like when I saw that physicist talking, and he was like, what they found out was that once you get below like the electrons and the protons, whatever, nothing's physical and everything's little vortices. I was like, what the dude? It was such a confirmation, like because I was speculating that, and all these anti-flat earthers just like railroading, and I just saw like a PhD talking about it. So. Here's the Faraday wave patterns. And wouldn't you know it, same geometry.
You call it a Faraday wave pattern?
Yeah. Yeah, like water, cymatic patterns of water.
Yeah.
Yeah, using like magnetic properties.
I got a Faraday cage at my house that the router's in for the house. It goes like $300, dude. I feel like I paid way too much for it. Like I could have made one, but I don't have the tools to make one. They're pretty easy looking to make though, if you had the tools to make it. Witty, have you heard about how they have the Faraday cages at some colleges where students can go in and it's like a place to like de-stress, relax?
No. Dude,
Yeah, I've seen it. They have some colleges.
Dude, Gio, you might think this is cool. I think I might buy this and put this up in my office. But the problem is I might not, but look how cool that is.
Nice. I'm gonna zoom in into it.
That's fire looking, dude.
Is this kind of it's sort of like geocentric based?
Yeah. I know you've seen this. I was at Flattoberfest, and have you ever heard of Flat Earth or Crow and the Flat Earth Worms?
Yeah, Chief Crow. Yeah.
Yeah, they're fire. They like some of their songs are very fire, but anyway,
Yeah.
he gave me his version of this. Like they have a poster they made that's like more intricate than this, and it's like flat Earth centric. And it's very fascinating, right? I think that is the answer, bro. You see that freaking vortex right there, man. I just think it's so obvious that this is the answer, and we should all come together. We have a bunch of brilliant minds that think outside the box and they think differently, and they, you know, this is how we need to make a model. Do we need a model? No. Do we all want one? Yeah. So let's just make one.
For sure. Yeah. I've got one similar to that I think I'm trying to see if I can find it because the one I have, it's got kind of more of a blue background, but it's like that one, but it's a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think.
Navy blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fired.
What's the band you mentioned?
Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
You've heard of them?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I did an interview with him actually on Kenny's channel, Flat Earth Dude. Dude, have you ever seen his live performances?
Yeah, he was at Flattoberfest.
Oh, okay. Have you ever seen the ones he does like in his room? He's just like the one man show. Like he got the drum with his foot on the drum backwards, and he's playing the drum and like a one man band type thing.
I have
Go to
not.
his channel and just check out his live performances, dude. They'll blow your mind. A lot of it's just improv.
Nice, cool. I will. He's like a super cool guy in real life. Like very nice.
Oh yeah, totally, dude. Guy is like fucking righteous and fucking super talented, like mega talented.
Yeah, no, it's like I wanted to go tell him how good his music was, and he was like telling me about my channel and how much it helped him, and I'm like, yo, chill, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
You how cool your music is. Bro.
Totally humble.
Yeah, he is. He's very cool.
There's some good clips that are kind of hard to find. Actually, there's a really good video that you can't find for "I'm in a Cult." I'm in a cult. I'm in a cult. You know that song? I'm in a cult. I'm in a cult.
Yeah.
You can't see that video anymore, and the original cut of the video is super hilarious. And I found
sorry, go.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
The video that they used when he first put it out, there was this like really funny video that went with it, and then you can't find it under his name at all anymore. For some reason, there's something copyrighted on it or something like that. But I found a playlist somebody put together of old school Flat Earth songs, and that's in the very beginning of it. So I'll post it for anyone who wants to see that video still. Or have
I'm gonna post my favorite song by them. Airship.
Let me guess what it is. The Edge is in Your Mind.
My favorite song is Airship.
Airship. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good too.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good ones.
Yeah, everything he does is great.
Space is fake AF.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I found the
I
one
mean,
that
this
is
is
similar.
soundtrack.
I guess it's basically the same. Yeah, it's the same. It's just a little bit different color.
I thought about making that my logo.
Oh, this one has a little Mount Meru thing in the middle.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Some little thing in the center.
And that's what all the ancient cosmologies are depicting too, right? I mean, it's very obvious. I'll drop a bunch. I got a bunch of ancient cosmologies. It's clearly just showing this.
You know who Spiritual North is?
No.
There's a really great song. I think it's on this list. We don't see no courage. It's really good. Remember that? Do you know Spiritual North? Gio? Remember him? He does stand-up comedy, stand-up flatters comedy, too, or just comedy in general now. Cool guy.
Like this right here. This is clearly depicting that, right? That's their ancient cosmology.
Oh, here's Chief Crow at Flattoberfest. You want to rewatch that?
We've obviously all seen this.
All right, here's the one with I'm in a Cult at the very beginning, first song. That long playlist. You ever seen that video, Gio, that I'm talking about?
Which one? The
I'm in a Cult. I'm in a Cult.
yeah, for sure.
You see the video, the original video that went with that?
Well, I know that they did. Yeah, I remember I saw it when it all came out when he did it. But
yeah,
like all of his videos are not on his channel anymore. I wonder what, like, if they got something happened. But
yeah, I don't know what the reason is for that. You just see like the album cover with the music. Oh, you mean his live stuff's not even on his channel anymore?
Well, the live stuff might be. I just remember some of his songs. Like one time I went back to his channel because I was like, oh, I want to watch some of these again, and then some of them weren't there. But yeah, his videos are good too. The way he combines all of the
good
images and stuff. Yeah.
Bunch of important numbers. 33.
Of course, the yin yang fits right into all this as well. So, what do you guys think? Okay, I'll give you. Look, okay, this is some speculative. I would call it high level gravy, but okay. So, I got like a whole bunch of Christians spiraling right now because I'm like exposing Christianity, and they're like,
that was a great stream you did, by the way.
Thank you. And yeah, so like anyway, when you look into some of the scriptures beyond the Christian religion nonsense, then you start to get to some really crazy stuff. And in the scriptures, it says that in the end, that the queen will come from the south, from the outer edges, the outmost part of the earth. Okay.
The what will come from the south?
The queen of the south will come from the outmost part of the earth, and then she will give power over to the beast. Okay. Well, that's a flat earth verse, right? I mean, what is that? Like, the queen of the south will come from the outermost part of the earth.
Where does it say that?
Maybe Revelation. Let me find it.
I'll look it up.
I'm looking it up for you, bro. Matthew 12:42. Matthew 12:42 says, "The queen of the south shall rise up in the judgment with this generation and shall condemn it." No, that's not it. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And shall condemn it, for she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. And now, of course, this is so the queen of the south will rise up in judgment with this generation and condemn it, for she came from the ends of the earth. Why is the queen of the south coming from the queens of the earth or the ends of the earth?
Does it say outermost edges?
Well, it says ends of the earth.
Okay.
South. If south is the ends of
Right.
the earth, look, I'll go to the
Right.
I'll go to the original language. Yeah, so the actual word is periton in Greek, meaning boundary, limit, and end. Right. So that's a flat earth verse, right? Right. So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, I mean, obviously that never gets brought up by flat earthers, so I was just throwing it out there, but the
Yeah, it's good.
Christian flat earthers never bring that verse up, you know? And my point is that I think that's where these other beings are. I'm just gonna speculate, okay? Here's what I currently think. I think that before the flood, that we had completely different conditions on the earth, okay? And I think that there were gates of the firmament opened up, and then water came down and flooded the earth, and it changed everything, and it changed, our relationship with the electrical components, the energy input that is the sun and the moon. I think so. Like literally, like the sunlight we receive changed. I think that the pressure changed, and I think that the amount of oxygen changed. So I think that people used to be bigger and live longer. I think as you go further out south, you get to higher elevations and you have a different pressure. I think it would be maybe greater than 14.7 psi, and it may still have a higher concentration of oxygen. I think that some entities went there to try to escape the flood, and that they can't actually reside in this inner part right now because of those restraints. They can't live, they don't have the right parameters to be here, and that they're working on a way to get in here. Okay, that's what I think. Like where they've started to integrate with man more and more so that their offspring can go in here. And that's why you have these political leaders constantly going out to quote unquote Antarctica, right? Everyone with me so far?
Okay, so why is it okay? So they were pushed out, right? That's something that was brought up. David Weiss brought that up with interview with Sophia Smallstrom a while back, where like there's like these outer rings and basically that we migrated out, right? But why is it they wouldn't be able to come back in because of environmental conditions? You were saying, or
I think that's speculation. Yeah.
Okay.
When God said, "My life will no longer strive with man; his days will be numbered 120 years." You saying you think he lowered the oxygen?
That was for one. That was post flood, right?
That was when it happened. Genesis 6.
What? Yeah,
that was when it happened. Genesis 6. After the flood.
Yeah, after the
he
flood.
numbered man's years 120.
Yeah.
Or Noah 900, like that.
Yeah, I think that people used to be way bigger and live longer, and that, yeah, I personally think it has something to do with oxygen and sunlight.
Now, were giants a different race, or were they the same race, just better conditions?
I think that there was a different race and that humans were also bigger. Right. So I think that's metaphysical entities copulated with women, and you get the Nephilim. Have you guys seen where Deathbringer showed me like Hillary Clinton's emails actually have that like talk about the Nephilim?
Can you link that?
I can
No
drop
way,
a
really?
screenshot. Yeah.
What,
On
would you
on
remember
the
what it said?
Italian, I heard 2 rows of teeth and 6 fingers, 6 toes. Is that a thing?
Yeah, that's what they say. Here's Hillary Clinton's email. And it says, requesting documents pertaining to the resurrection chamber of Gilgamesh, the location of his body, and the location of the buried Nephilim. How's that not just insane? That's hell.
Holy cow! I wonder if she was keeping it a secret.
Yeah.
Who was she writing to request that?
Okay, so someone was requesting it in a group towards her in her emails. It's Netra D. Siniger.
Huh.
They're just in her emails.
Did you look into who that is? Netra D. Senegar or whatever?
I have not. I found out about this yesterday. I haven't looked at it.
Required. Asking for the location of the buried Nephilim. Okay.
You know that they supposedly found Gilgamesh in the Middle East and then brought his body back here.
No, I didn't know that. Well, how recent was that?
That was like early 2000s. That's what the whole like go occupy the Middle East was really about, allegedly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Wow.
Supposedly they brought his body back to the Pentagon. I don't know.
Oh, that's right. I never got the link for that. There was some. Oh yeah, I did bookmark it. Some of that talk we were talking about last night. Were you? That was you, right? Yeah.
Yeah, me and Deathbringer. Yeah.
Or something, and then somebody was saying that there was dog people, like hybrid human type stuff.
Yeah, you know that if you
Going
look
on.
into dog-headed people, that you can get tons of documentation. His reason
Yeah.
is like 1600, 1700.
Yeah. Mind Unveiled does a really good piece on that. Their whole cryptids thing is pretty good.
Was Gilgamesh the dude that was either 36,000 or 60,000 years old?
He wasn't actually that old. No, I don't. I mean, they may have. Yeah, so the Epic of Gilgamesh claims certain things, right? But so Gilgamesh, Osiris, Nimrod, these are all just the same person, described by different cultures, because they're all referred to as the mighty hunter that was 2/3 God, 1/3 man, that ruled over the whole world and built the tower.
Sounds like a badass king.
Well, yeah, he was. Yeah, like all the ancient stories actually say that he was a very just king as well. But what we know, at least what I think I know, is the scriptures lay it out. That's Nimrod. He's the most rebellious, and Yah, allowed him to be blessed, but he abused it obviously and wanted to be God, and then wanted to build a tower to take over heaven. So, yeah.
And that's where we get the Tower of Babel.
Yeah. And that's where you get the story of being dismembered into 14 pieces, but they only found 13 of them. Right? And this story is not just said once. This story is said all around the world with different names because it's different cultures. I think it's like Anak is one of them, which is more like African area. Yeah, that's why we have 13 colonies.
Do you think, why would you need to cut him into 14 pieces? Like, does he regenerate? Like cut him in half wouldn't be enough?
Yeah, they were worried about, they were worried. They had to try to make sure they killed him, yeah. And they scattered his body everywhere. And then the story goes, of course, Isis went and got all the pieces but couldn't find his male anatomy. And then she made a replacement appendage via gold. And that is the phallic symbol, which is why we again have 13 colonies and then you have the Washington Monument. Very crazy. I mean, whatever you think about it, it's which is weird that they're obsessed with it.
Wait, so the Washington Monument is Nimrod's cock?
Yeah. It's representative of that. Yeah. Some speculate there may be tons of gold underneath that thing, dude.
What about inside there? Can you go in?
No, I went there in person. It's actually very incredible architecture, dude.
It's like a secret door or something.
Maybe so, yeah, but I mean, you and I can't go in. I flat smacks people. So, dude, I exposed that place so hard. I was telling everyone about the 13 colonies. I was telling people about how this is about a penis. I was like, oh, what a coincidence, 6,666 inches and 666 feet or inches.
How tall is this?
Yeah.
Wait, how tall is the monument?
I don't remember. Let me look.
And I heard that the Smithsonian and some other forces gathered and hid and stole and collected all the giant bones in the 18th, 19th century that were found. Hear about that?
Say again?
It was the Smithsonian mainly who collected, stole, bought, covered up all the giant bones that were found in the 18th and 19th century.
Dude, they hit, dude, oh my God, Snopes did a fact check on this. To try to say it wasn't, oh my God. Dude, this is so funny. So Snopes did a fact check on the height being 6,666 inches, and it rated it false, and it explained the monument, according to NPS, that's National Park Services, I know them very well, is 555 feet and 5 1/8 inches tall. It's 55 feet wide at the base. That's 6,665 and 1/8 inches. So they rated it false, bro. That's just funny to me. No one thinks that's funny, bro. That dude, Snopes did a fact check and called the claim that it's 6,666 inches tall a false conspiracy theory to say it has to do with the number 666. And in the fact check, it says it's actually 6,665 and 1/8 inches.
Wow. Not close enough.
Why would you do that?
Right? Snopes. There's got to be a good one that's fact check that like we put together, something like run by flat earthers.
You could never say the word flat earth anywhere. You wouldn't be able to find it in Google. That's why NASA audits will have nothing to do with flat earth. And when I start uploading to the YouTube channel, my NASA audits YouTube channel, I'm going to actually put, you can restrict comments and you can restrict keywords. I'm restricting flat earth.
Yeah.
Not allowed to even be commented.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I said to you the other day in the comments from in DM new perspective. Remember, the algorithms are just fucking mental. I mean, we know they changed drastically over the last couple of years, but it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, we got to be tactical.
Are you doing a website, Austin?
Yeah.
Because I think it'd be good just to have, just the electrostatic stuff just somewhere. And
I can't put that on here. But I'm
Andy
gonna
was
also
messaging
create a
me if
website.
I had any links for good links for magnetic fields. If you have any, drop them in the chat for him.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
good.
also create like a witsitgetsit.com, and I'll put all kinds of info like that on there. But this auditnasa.com is strictly about auditing NASA, right? And like it's still written in such a way that is like very, very like professional. It's not like super conspiratorial. Like it's very important that we are tactical about this. I have many people already signing up, but if anybody wants to be a part of the team, meaning you want to get brought into the private Telegram chat so you can kind of work things out if you have questions, or you want to report your findings back, you want to like just occasionally say call a NASA employee, be like, oh, what are we doing now? Oh, we're looking into the whole like train in the pool thing. So if you would like to call this contact and ask them this question, these questions, blah blah blah. I was like, if anyone wants to do anything like that, whether it be just help look through, which most letters already look through the NASA stuff, right? But like if you want to help look through certain NASA footage or claims and documents, or if you live close to one of the like 15 public facilities and you want to go in person, you want to email them, you want to call them, if you want to be a part of the auditing of NASA. But again, no flat Earth, no disrespect, no lack of professionalism.
Yeah, I mean, the anti-flat earthers should be fully behind this. They should be like, yes. They should be supporting you.
Yeah, you would
Well,
think so.
yeah, but the anti-flat earthers are only anti-flat earthers because they know that it's not a globe. I think.
Well, they subconsciously are, yeah, like they're afraid that it might
Or
not be one.
directly, I mean, they hate us because we're getting to the truth.
I don't think personally, I don't think they've intellectualized that the globe is wrong. I think that they are in a position in which they're incapable of seeing it.
Well, they have to consider. I mean, they wouldn't hate us if we weren't a threat, and if we wouldn't be a threat if they really thought we were wrong, completely wrong, right? It makes no sense for them to spend time hating on something that they think is stupid.
Well, they know we're not completely wrong, right? Like they hear all the stuff we say that is just correct. Like, look at what B-Ball's doing. Right? Like, why are you running away from flat Earth? Like, dude, this triggers them so much that I'm like doing this because they know it's a good idea.
Is he responding to what you were just recently?
Funny.
B-ball.
Sorry, go ahead.
Absurd. No, I was just saying, was he trying to respond to what you were just saying about keeping the NASA audits, just in its own realm, basically, without adding flat Earth?
Yeah, he worded it as running away from flat Earth, like flat Earth. Oh, we don't want to be associated. No, it's just to keep the right. It's obviously for the people that are unconsciously or unknowingly brainwashed against flat Earth to actually take the NASA audits seriously. Still, right?
Well, and it's so that NASA takes it seriously. It's so that the public takes it seriously. It's if you call a NASA employee and you're like, "Hey, I'm a flat earther. What do you do in the pool?" They're gonna be like, "Click." If you're like, "Hey, I just I've been looking into," you just sound like a NASA fanboy, and you're like, "Thanks so much for what you do. We have some questions that I can't figure out. I wonder if you could help me out." And you ask tactically presented questions. Now someone else is going to ask another employee tactically presented questions. Then we see, do they contradict themselves? Do they contradict the official explanation or the official narrative, or like what's the gap here? And right, like that's the only way you're going to get like fruitful results.
So just wait for it now. They're going to be like, oh, so I'm sure B-Ball would love to type. So you're going to try to go about this completely dishonestly.
Yeah. I would just to get a taste of it, right? Like they're spamming. If you go to the website, right at the top, it's like become a NASA auditor today, and it says become a NASA auditor today. The journey begins here, and you can sign up. You click sign up, it comes down to we're accepting applicants, join our team. It's got your name, blah, 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 a message and a place to attach a resume. And anti-flat earthers are going to that section and spamming me like hate emails. I mean, hate messages and like, you're so retarded, low IQ idiot, or asking me flat earth questions, It's like, what is wrong with you people? Like, what? Why would you need to do that? It's so weird. And then now he's just lying. Why do I have to pay to sign up for your website? You literally don't. You don't have to pay anything. So it's like they just have to lie. It's so weird. They have to lie to try to discredit you. Everything is free on the website. You can choose to support the cause with the donate button. And if you want to know what the money goes to, it literally says what it goes to on the website. I don't know. I just find this very weird. I find it weird. Does anyone have any suggestions though regarding all that?
I mean, you've really got. Are you doing it yourself, or are you hiring a lawyer?
I have a couple lawyers that are gonna help.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish you the best. I think it's amazing. I'll follow it along, but I'm just thinking of Eustace Mullins. He's a great speaker. He wrote a book called The Rape of Justice, and he talked about how every courtroom you go into in America, you basically enter in a Masonic lodge, and that connection between, NASA and the Masons. So I don't know, but he has a really good take on it. He's a wonderful speaker, and he's just like, if you're not having fun in court, you're not doing it right. Like he'd put all this, like writing in Latin, in ancient Latin, and nobody could pronounce it. Even Eustace didn't know what it meant. He just did it for fun. And he sued so many lawyers, and they'd lose this kind of bonus. I forget what it is now, but they'd lose something. And one of them went up to him and said, "Do you realise I've lost this thing because you sued me and all this lot?" And Eustace had no idea. And of course, he thought that would put him off doing it. But in actuality, it made him really, he loved it. It made him so happy. And another thing he said is always be the plaintiff, never be the defendant. And yeah, I'll post a video if you want of that talk I'm actually talking about. But yeah, I like Eustace Mullins a lot.
What's it? What would you like your website to go in a year or two? You have a goal?
I just want to get a bunch of information about NASA and formulate official audits. That's it. I want to expose them. I want.
You mean like how much a screw? Why does a screw cost $75,000 per screw like that? You mean like a financial audit?
Well, no, not a financial audit. No, I don't care about that. Like, sure, we can do that as well, but it's more like.
So like, go ahead.
Just making sure that an audit means that you're making sure someone adheres to the law. Like, you can have a First Amendment audit, right? And that has nothing to do with money. So
I have a question. What's it about your tactics? So you're going to use FOIA or you're not going to use FOIA? I was confused as to what.
I'm not going to prioritize FOIA because that's a trap.
Okay, so you're going to do interviews with just people that answer phones or people that you see at the NASA employees on the streets, that kind of stuff, because most of those people don't have the power to bind NASA. I mean, even if you get a gotcha moment, they can just say, well, this person wasn't authorized to speak on behalf of the agency.
Okay.
Right? So
then they're just exposed as incompetent losers. So
if an employee said something that they weren't supposed to say, I mean, that's not going to get you anywhere in a court of law.
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. This isn't my quest.
Okay.
I'm seriously, I'm just trying to ask you a question. Because you're talking about filing lawsuits and trying to get a discovery, right?
You ever filed a lawsuit?
I work in the legal field with it. I've been doing this for 28 years.
Okay. So then you know that if I file federal criminal complaints and it's built upon substantial evidence that they have to actually pursue it. And if they don't, then that's an additional federal criminal complaint. And then you can actually go up to the federal district attorney and you can file a federal criminal complaint against them. And then if he opens it up, that also breaks the law. Then you can bypass that and go straight to the grand jury.
But getting back to the whole subject, you have to have something to file for, right?
Yeah.
And
Okay, yeah,
even if
NASA doctored climate recording, like climate temperature recordings, all the way back to the 50s to push the political agenda of climate change.
you can document this.
Yeah, well, it's already been documented. Yeah.
You can document this in a court of law. So you plan on filing a civil suit based on this?
No. You can file federal criminal complaints. So if they're lying, or for example, if I say they're making fraudulent claims about the ISS and I file a federal criminal complaint, they can't just throw it out. They have to investigate it if there's actual evidence to substantiate any reasonable suspicion whatsoever. Okay? They won't investigate it though because they're super corrupt. So then you have to keep on sending federal criminal complaints. That's all on the record. Now, so if you do it, you can also file civil cases based upon this, right? Based on conspiracy to prevent the public from being able to hold them accountable. Then you get to, in your personal capacity, seek remedy. And then once that happens, they have to give you discovery. You're entitled to discovery.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you have a civil suit, let's say, on a certain subject, I mean, any documents produced may only be, it's possible, not necessarily, but it's possible that they can only be used in that civil case. And they're produced under a secrecy agreement or a privacy agreement.
That even further shows how sketchy they are and how much they're lying, because then we can publicly point out that they've actually stepped in and sealed court documents. Why would NASA need to do that if it's just an honest, transparent scientific agency?
They can't make everything that NASA has available to the public. I mean, there's certain technologies of tracking or,
Yeah, so if there's a suit
there's
about the
technology.
ISS and they seal the court documents, why would they have to do that?
Who knows? But
Okay.
it's possible.
So see,
It's
I'm not trying to
possible.
convince anti-flat earthers of anything because NASA could literally like seal everything, never answer any of the questions, be super sketchy, and the anti-flat earthers would come in here and tell me why it makes perfect sense. They are the unhired defense attorneys for NASA because they're in a religion. Like, I don't care about that. The average person's going to be like, yeah, this is super sketchy. Like a normal,
point I'm
honest
trying-
person wants to hold their government accountable and wants to know why we're giving $700 billion to an agency and they can't just be forthcoming when it's supposed to be it's not the CIA, dude, it's NASA. It's supposed to be about science. Okay. So when they're lying and hiding and shuffling around, the average person's gonna be like, why would NASA have to do that? The anti-flat earthers will come in here and tell me you can't get pictures of stars in space because of exposure. Right. So these are two different groups of people. The anti-flat earthers are actually a minority. They're weirdos in a way, right? Like it's like normal people don't act like that. So I'm not doing any of this to appease them. If you don't think I can do it, duly noted. I know that I'm going to be successful. So
what I'm trying to point out is that any documents you get by way of a FOIA, you can use any way you want. It's public record. It's public accessible.
The problem with FOIA, though, bro. Okay, the problem with FOIA is, for example, Jaron wanted to request certain footage about like the moon landing. So I think it was whatever, well, some mission, and then they get back to him. It takes them forever to get back to him, and then they say, okay, it's going to be like $3,000. It's going to take us a few months, and it's going to take this many hours and stuff. So it's going to cost $3,000. So something like that. So then he pays the money, right? And then they send him footage that shows nothing, and it's edited and just shows nothing. So then he spent $3,000, and they can redact whatever they want to. They can They don't have to release everything under FOIA. They can turn it down. They can redact it. They can edit it. They can, and then they charge you money for that. Okay, so in a actual legal proceeding, they cannot do that. If they have to provide discovery, if they edit it, if they redact it, if they hide some of it, that's tampering with evidence. That's a federal crime. So this is the only way in the current paradigm to get the actual evidence. If we go with FOIA, they can just redact it.
What I'm saying is, if you try to get these documents through a civil lawsuit, those documents can end up being a redacted version. They can be produced under a secrecy agreement where you can't use it anywhere outside of that particular civil suit. There's a whole lot of complications, and it's certainly not
We have
cheaper.
professional documentary showing that they're redacting. You can't redact information in a legal proceeding. I don't know what you're talking about. You have to provide motion of discovery. Now, you can say you can seal the court documents. You can say that I'm not allowed to show anyone the documents, and they do say that, right? They'll tell you that for sure. Like if you ask for email communication between the employees, like they're gonna say you can't show this to the public. But I have
Yes.
I have another plan for that I will not even be saying publicly. But yeah, that's a cool story. They want to say, they work for me, bro. See, like the Globers should be on my team, right? I'm not saying you necessarily aren't or whatever, but I'm saying you guys should support transparency of NASA. They shouldn't be hiding stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, everything should be everything that isn't national secrets, like targeting technology for the rockets or stuff like that, right? Because you don't want to produce it to North Korea the technology to make their ICBMs more accurate.
Yeah, but that's like the military, right? Like
but
NASA's
that's
not
still
shooting ICBMs.
no, but they're shooting rockets that are very maneuverable. So I mean, there's going to be technology that's going to be deemed secret just by its nature. I mean that's going to happen, and they might give you a peek behind the curtain in terms of a civil suit. That peek behind the curtain isn't going to be able to be used anywhere else.
Yeah. Well, I don't have intentions of wanting to like expose their military weaponry, right?
Yeah,
So I would have no problem complying with that. I don't care. They're going to try to use that excuse to seal everything because they're lying.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question quick? See what's the process in America for something becoming secret?
The government just does whatever they want to. They just say, "Oh, this is a national security issue," and then they seal it.
There's no process.
Yeah, it's literally just top-down orders.
It's
right,
basically
so, like you're saying that NASA's a government agency, right? And they're doing science. Do they not like if they
NASA's
do something?
a military brand, so you know.
So when they do something, do they not have to go to, like, say, the Joint Chiefs of Staff and say, right, we've done this and we've made this technology, but we need you to put it under the Secrecy Act? Is there not something like that goes on?
I'm sure there is behind the scenes. I'm sure like the Air Force and the Army and
that's not NASA though.
Well, but I'm sure they have joint projects with NASA. I mean, at one time, NASA was the only way, with the space shuttle to get stuff into orbit, and they were carrying military payloads openly. They said, we couldn't talk about what's on the shuttle. It's a military thing. So I mean, there is a branch there, or there is communications there that's going to be. They're going to deem it secret, and they're going to say we can't produce this, or we can't allow it to be used outside of this particular case, something like that.
Okay. And a court can't overrule that, no?
Well, it's going to be.
They can, but they won't.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be done, like by the court. NASA will make the claim, and the court will have to rule on it. But
they're obviously going to rule on behalf of,
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to challenge NASA. Okay, you said it's secret. They're going to say, okay, secret. Boom.
Yeah, But see, for me, I think that that's a victory because I just want to expose that they're being liars. So it's like if the public sees like NASA has to step in and seal core documents and refuse to be forthcoming with discovery under the idea of national security, the average person is going to think that's super suspect, especially when it's not about military technology. The average honest person is going to be like, why the hell is NASA using the excuse of national security to prevent verifying their claims of space exploration?
I'm not quite sure of that. I mean, I think the average normal person, if they hear, oh, the government's put something under the Secrecy Act, I think the average normal person won't even think twice about it, mate.
Well,
To
you
be
say
honest.
that because you're an anti-flat earther.
No, I'm saying that not from any point of view. I just think the average general Joe Blogs on the street, if you went up and said, "Oh, NASA's done something, but the government's put it under the Secrecy Act. What do you think about that?" And they'll say, "Well, I don't," and they'll move on.
Well, yeah, I guess if you said it that lame,
Highland.
You know?
so
I have
if
a
you
question
told
for
the average
Highland.
person that NASA is like hiding the evidence that's supposedly would verify their claims of going into space, and NASA's lying and hiding things about going to space, they would be like, "What?"
I have a question for Highland. You there?
Yeah.
Okay, question. So let's say you have billions of dollars, right, yourself, right? Do you think you can build your own rocket, spaceship, and just plunge yourself into space, heading towards those Goldilocks planets that NASA found out? You have your own colony out there. Do you think you can do that?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously in the UK, right? So I would, if I had the money to do such a thing, then my
The
first stop
scenario
would
is you
be,
have billions of dollars. You have the money
yeah,
to do it.
yeah.
This is my
My
question
first,
for you.
right, my answer to that is my first stop would be going to the UK government to ask permission to do such a thing. Because
And you
I
think they would let you do it? You think they let you fly
personally,
out to Alpha Centauri on your space that you paid for everything?
well, I mean, I'm in this country, so if the government say, no, you can't build rockets and you can't go to space, then there's nothing I can do about that.
So the answer would be no, they wouldn't let you do it.
Well, I don't know, because I've never asked my government that question.
Do you
I'm
support
just wondering
auditing
where you are.
NASA and do you support my mission of auditing them and them having to provide the evidence to verify their claims of space exploration?
Were you
I mean,
asking?
I wouldn't say I support your audit, but then again, I wouldn't say I'm against it. Yeah, and I think that if any member of the general public has queries or concerns, there should be a process that you can go through that these queries and concerns can be answered. You know, and if that is truly what you want to do, then more to you. You know, I hope you get the answers that you're looking for. You know,
Yeah, but why
whether
wouldn't you? I'm just saying, like from your perspective, wouldn't you also want that? Like, wouldn't you also want them to provide more footage and where you could see what all goes on in the space missions? Like, why wouldn't you want that?
I mean, I think if they have footage or data from any explorations that they've done and they're not releasing it, I mean, as part of the general Joe public, I think there's a reason behind it. Okay, they might not tell me the reason behind it, but then again, they don't have to. Yeah, and you know, I'm not the type of person. I'm not versed up on law and things like that. So yeah,
This is a socialist talk.
I wouldn't chase them down for that information.
I didn't ask you to chase them down. I asked you, wouldn't you also want to see the information or evidence?
Why wouldn't they have to? Because it's all tax money, you know?
Yeah, well, let me give you an example. So we ask, why don't we see stars? Why don't we see footage of stars in the Artemis missions? Now, the anti-flat earthers, they all repeat the script about exposure settings. Now, that's a stupid answer, though, because they have 24 cameras. They can remotely control exposure settings. They can have long exposure settings. They can actually layer different exposure settings in the same video. We have cameras that can now do that, right? You could easily still get it. So then I can listen to the anti-flat earthers just all repeat their script, like that's the actual answer. But I can also realize that NASA never officially said that. None of them can cite NASA saying that as the official explanation. They just made it up on the internet. And I can go ask NASA, wouldn't you want to see NASA's official explanation for why we can't see stars in the Artemis mission?
Have you asked them that?
I haven't asked. I just started the thing. My point is, wouldn't you guys, instead of just making up lies and stories to defend the globe on Discord, wouldn't you want to know the real answer as to why they claim they can't see stars? Are you
I'd like
guys?
to
They don't claim that, man.
I'd like to
I mean,
say, I'd
I
like to
gotta
see
run
their
real
answer.
quick, but
Yeah.
I have to tell you very quickly that that's such a silly thing to suggest. When the 16 cameras that they have, they're primarily to navigate, and they're used specifically to find their position in reference to the stars. So that's mostly what their function is. So they can definitely see the stars.
And why don't we see them? Why can't we see them?
I mean, I don't know which pictures you've seen. I haven't looked for the navigation pictures, but they might have those available.
No,
I don't know that they're not available.
This is another example of you literally just coming in here, acting like you're teaching me.
I
while
did. I
you're
just taught
making
you
stuff
something, man.
up.
Yeah.
But you're making it up. You agree you're speculating.
No, I actually know what so that's why I don't have questions, is because I actually researched what those cameras were used for.
So did
That's
I.
actually the main purpose of those cameras, is as a navigation function.
And it makes literally no sense that they wouldn't show us stars then, huh, Kosho?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you've looked. I mean, you just found
I
that out
haven't.
just now, so I mean, I don't know if you've had time to look.
Dude, I already read
cameras are there?
all about the cameras. Yes, they have navigation cameras. It's not 16, it's 24
No, that's
cameras.
okay.
Okay. They claim that they have
No,
navigation
we're
cameras.
46. You're looking for 68.
That's what I need.
You said
So-
68.
I was wrong.
Sorry, I had to mute you for a sec. You're hot mic and Regis. So, like, Kosho, my point is, I have looked for it. Okay. So there's no publicly released footage of stars from the Artemis mission.
Well, why did you just suggest that
Right.
they
Kosho,
can't see the stars?
Right, Kosho.
Just because they make up a story about what they can or cannot do doesn't make it reality. I'm saying, why can't we see stars from the Artemis mission? That's what I actually said.
Yeah, right. And you said that, right? And you said that, people on the internet have come back and gave you an explanation, right? But you've never actually asked NASA that question, right? And you said, wouldn't you want to know the answer from NASA, right? So if you ask NASA and they refuse to give you an answer, then yeah, I would want to know why they won't give you an answer.
Uh-huh.
But
Okay, but this is my point though. Why do you guys come in and act like you know the answer, and then usually what anti-flat earthers do is they're like, flat earthers don't know how cameras work. They don't even understand how basic cameras work, and then they teach us about exposure, like we don't understand exposure, and they make it up, and then they hear Mattoon say it, they hear FTFE say it, they hear Kosho say it, they hear Xanax say it, and then they all just repeat it. But my question is, wouldn't you guys want to know the actual answer instead of just making stuff up and repeating each other?
Yeah, but see, I didn't make that up, and I don't know when you were expressing that just a second ago. The only reason I spoke up was because you didn't say that. You're saying that you knew that, but you didn't say that. So they're clearly stating that those cameras are made to look at the stars. So you shouldn't really say, oh, they're not capable of doing that.
I didn't say
They don't
that.
claim they're
Why
not
do you
capable of
keep
doing
lying
that.
about what I said? I just corrected you, and then you came back in and repeated a lie about what I said.
Well, somebody's got to apologize for NASA, huh?
It's so weird. I just now said I never said that. I said, why don't we see stars? And you came back in and said the straw man again.
Right. Well, I mean, I personally, I haven't ever given you that answer because I don't know anything about cameras. Yeah, it's not something that I've ever taken up as a hobby, right? But I think the best thing to do would be to go to NASA first and ask them that question and see if you get an answer from them.
Yeah, wouldn't
I
that
don't know
be the
much
best
about
thing for an
cameras either.
anti-flat earther to do before they answer the question, like they know what the answer is?
I know that these P900s and these P1000 cameras came out, and then a bunch of other cameras came out that filmed the NFL and all sorts of high definition, new focal length, this new technology, and then suddenly this James Webb telescope was launched into outer space. I mean, what we're seeing is a simultaneous upgrading of technology in cameras and with all sorts of in all sorts of different fields, and then suddenly better pictures from a satellite, or they just got a better camera like everybody else.
Yeah, and they use Sophia. But like, this is what I'm saying. Everyone knows what I'm saying. This is why I think NASA audits is such a good idea, because it's just going to save us time. Like, there's no reason to go back and forth with an anti-flat Earth apologist position. Like, who cares? You guys swear up and down it's because of exposure settings. Every single Glober says that. Every single one of them.
No, because I haven't said that.
Wait, if you guys all know,
I just admitted I don't know anything about cameras.
I know.
And you're saying every Glober says that. I haven't said that because I don't know anything about cameras, right? So no, not every Glober says that.
Okay, every
right?
Glober.
No, you don't count though. You don't count because you don't have a response to that. You understand, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, like whoever actually answers the question.
Well, just to circle back to the whole strategy that you have here, bringing a lawsuit is going to be expensive, and fighting discovery is going to be expensive, because if they don't want you to have it, they're going to fight your discovery. They're going to say it's not relevant, you're not entitled to it. They're going to make motions to dismiss your lawsuit. It's going to take longer to get documents that way than it would be to ask for them by a FOIA, have it turned down, and appeal to FOIA.
Oh, that's crazy, because it's going to cost way more money for FOIA, and you can do all the other stuff for free as long as you can write your own documents. And Randy Kelton has gotten the government to have to reluctantly provide discovery to him literally dozens of times, and they actually have a time limit on how long they can put off discovery.
I know all about discovery. I work in that world every day. It's 30 days to answer. They can file motions for extensions. They can file motions saying that you're not entitled to what you're asking for. It's nothing about that's going to be fast.
Still City. Still City.
This is the
Are
thing.
you with the flat Earth?
Still City. This is right. Like, if you ask for discovery that's not pertinent to the case, then they can provide a legal argument as to why that discovery isn't pertinent to the case. Like, as in, I can't say, okay, I want to know about the ISS, so I want every employee's social security number, every phone call they've ever had, every email they've ever sent, every picture ever taken by NASA. I want everything. Right, you can't do that, right? They're like, no, this is not, whatever. I get that. And so that's why I'm creating a team, because that part will take some time, like specifically tailoring the discovery request pertinent to each individual case. Okay, it doesn't cost money to file lawsuits. Okay, this is a total misnomer, because people go to lawyers and law firms and then they have to pay money. You can do
It
it all.
still costs like a couple $100, but even if you get denied for everything, then it's going to be on file and publicly known by the masses that NASA refuses to disclose pictures.
I want to say something. Because Still City is a Glober, it makes sense that he's trying to sway Witsit. It makes a lot of sense.
I'm not trying to sway Witsit. I'm sorry, sway.
Listen, we
Witsit.
know now.
I'm just asking questions. I'm asking questions about his tactics.
No, you're telling him
this
why he
case.
can't do stuff. You're not asking questions. You're telling him why it won't work. Why I'm hearing it.
Publicly telling him and others why it quote unquote won't work. Yeah, we smell you, bud. We smell that.
I'm talking about the difficulty that's going to be involved.
This guy might be trying to help. Honestly, he might be saying things that he knows about things that they could do that'll just delay the process, which might be more time than it's worth.
I agree. That's what he's doing, and I think that what he's doing is technically beneficial. But
okay,
it's also on an inaccurate assumption that I'm just completely ignorant of the process entirely.
I'm not claiming that. What I'm saying with it, that again, I've been doing this for 28 years. I know how it works. I've been in trials in federal court, state court, and discovery is expensive. It takes a long time. Even if you ask for stuff that you're entitled to, they're going to delay it. Believe me, they're not going to produce something
Right.
that's a smoking gun.
So, sorry,
I
let's,
mean,
Hang on.
here's
Still
the
City.
nobody
problem.
does that.
Wait. Question. Still
Okay,
City. Your experience. Okay, we want to expose NASA. How do we do that? Okay, go.
I don't know what you're trying to expose them for. I mean, what's it said that they're hiding weather data? Well, there are a whole lot of people studying, climate change. There has to be something else that you can do. I mean, I bring a suit. If you can document it and you can show the fraud, bring that lawsuit, because that would be interesting, because there's going to be a whole lot of, you might get other people supporting you, because when you file that suit, other people might want to join. They're also against climate change, against the science of climate change, and that could be interesting. That will get very involved, and there's going to be a whole lot of people, and it's probably it might get dismissed at the trial level. It might have to get appealed. When it gets appealed, you're going to have amicus briefs coming in from everybody, right? So that could be interesting.
On doing it. So, but this is the point. So you're right. They'll drag their feet. And the reason I definitely know this is because I know NASA lies. I know they're lying about space exploration, right? So that's why I know they're going to do this, because they can't provide substantial evidence because they're lying. Okay. But the point is that, yeah, if they delay it and they request extensions, that's cool. But the law says that no matter how long they put it off, from the moment that it's submitted and it's on the record, the discovery request, anything that they alter or edit or delete from that point forward is tampering with evidence. It doesn't matter how long they put it off. That's an important part of this, okay? That's why as soon as they get through making an Artemis claim, bang, you have a legal action on their way. You have discovery requests on their way. But now they don't have time to edit stuff, or they will be breaking the law. Now, this is where it's going to get interesting. I don't know what's going to happen. I also know that you don't. It's, what are they going to do? Are they going to edit the videos anyway? Are they going to delete evidence anyway? Are they, and then still get away with it? Who knows? They certainly maybe could, but I don't think that the federal judge thinks that NASA's lying. So they're just going to hold them accountable. See, I was going at the National Park Services and the U.S. attorneys, and I showed that they were doctoring evidence, and the judge got so pissed at them that the judge reprimanded them in his response in detail. Okay, so that's the truth, is the federal judge isn't going to just be an apologist for NASA. They're going to be like, why are you guys know this is the law. They're going to cite it. If you're doctoring evidence, that's illegal. And that's what that federal judge did. Said, I remind counsel or whatever, right, that this is illegal, and it starts to cite why. Okay, that's how it actually works. So that's why I'm not one of these like paranoid conspiracy theorist truthers that are like, they're all working together. You'll never do anything. That's not how it works. It's compartmentalized, and each individual just thinks they're doing their job.
Well, yeah, and you are true. As soon as you file that lawsuit, if they tamper with any evidence that's pertinent to that suit, that's tampering with evidence. That's sanctionable. That's prosecute. I mean, the director could probably be prosecuted. Whoever's in charge of that of those documents. As soon as an agency is sued, as soon as a corporation is sued, they have an obligation to put out a litigation hold, where they say, hold all this stuff, A, B, C, D, and E. John Smith is walking in Giant Eagle, and he falls, and he slips and falls. You file that suit, you file that claim. Giant Eagle has to freeze its cameras. They can't destroy their. If any of those videos go missing, you're entitled to a inference that it's that something's being hidden. So yeah, I mean that does start a clock ticking. But at the same time, if you think that NASA has some secret documents, they aren't going to turn them over. They are going to. I mean, it's going to be buried somewhere, and you're going to be buried in motions.
Yeah,
They're
but
going to
this is
say
the
that
point,
you're
right? When you
entitled.
start to use each individual, like, and you start to file criminal complaints, that's when the individuals get nervous. Like, the individual doesn't want to get charged with a crime, you know? So then they're going to be like, whoa, what? Like, well, I don't want to have to go intentionally hide information or lie about this. And you start to incorporate a lot of different people. That's when it just takes one person giving in to make the whole house of cards fall for that specific lawsuit. And that's what's going to happen. And in addition, they can try to come at me for, say, like a frivolous lawsuits or harassment. But if they do that, then now, okay, if they try to come at me with like some type of like crime, that's actually them falling for my trap, because now there's a law, and Trump actually made it even more so this way, that they have a requirement by law to be forthcoming with any and all evidence that would be would exonerate the defense. That's what the government has to say, that they're charging you with a crime and they have evidence that you didn't actually commit the crime. They can't just hold on to that and they have to come forward and show it without it being asked for. And that's why if they come at me for the whole like frivolous lawsuits or harassment, which is a crime, then that's even better, because now I'm 100% entitled to discovery. And now they have to substantiate that claim, which they'll never do this, because to substantiate that I have a frivolous lawsuit, then they have to prove that my claims weren't true, which means they have to provide evidence to show that their claims are true. So it still works in that scenario also. So there's many different, this has never been done. No one's ever done it.
Well, don't forget that a federal court or a judge, even in a state court, they can take judicial notice. They can, somebody brought a suit against the Holocaust in a U.S. state court, and the judge took judicial notice that the Holocaust took place, and found the guy guilty of bringing a frivolous lawsuit.
Okay.
So there are mechanisms where you can still get shut down just because they say, playing my trump card and science,
then they're
facts,
going to
blah blah blah, and then it gets crushed.
And then you get hit with the
I know. Then it gets interesting, and you can say, look, they're hiding behind their own authority.
Yeah, bro.
And,
That I had a federal judge actually resign, right? I had a federal judge resign. Just little old Austin that doesn't know anything about the law, just starts studying for a few weeks. Dude, a federal judge of like 20 years resigned, bro, and then transferred the case over. Okay, so the truth is, no one files judicial complaints. They don't even know. There's probably a federal judge that's been a judge for 20 years, never once had one judicial complaint filed against them, ever. Now, are they actually going to get in trouble? Probably not, but it still has to be reported to their insurance, right? Because to practice law, including being a judge, you have to have insurance, right? Well, the insurance doesn't care about any of this. They just have, they have data that's like, you're becoming a risk. I can't cover you because you have judicial complaints. So now their insurance starts to go up, and then after like 3 judicial complaints or 3 bar grievances, the insurance will drop the lawyer. If the insurance drop a lawyer, no other insurance will cover that lawyer. So then their whole life, all this law school, everything they've done is now they've just jeopardized everything, and they can't even use that profession. No, that scares the hell out of these people. They get in line real fast when you start using judicial complaints and bar grievances. I did it. I had U.S. attorneys freaking out.
Your theory is flawed a little bit, though, because
Okay.
once you file a complaint, it's up to the.
You're not coming through, dude. I don't know what happened. Like, you're like, no, we can't really hear you.
Sorry.
There you
go. If you file a judicial complaint against an attorney, they do not have to turn it into their insurance. It's just like a car. It's just like a car accident. They only turn it in if they need coverage. So it isn't as simple as filing a complaint and seeing and saying it's a car accident and seeing their insurance goes up. It doesn't work that way.
It does go that way. Okay. So the bar has to choose to investigate it. Okay. And they won't do it. They're a big club. They're all friends. They're not going to throw their own people under the bus. But it still has to be reported to insurance regardless. The fact if any complaint filed has to be reported to insurance by law. It doesn't
No,
matter
that's
if
not.
they investigate. Dude, objectively, it doesn't matter if they investigate it. It doesn't matter. Dude, most lawyers don't even know this. It doesn't matter.
Objectively, I've worked on bar complaints which they do not have to they don't have to notify their malpractice insurance until it gets substantiated in some manner. It's just like having a car accident. If I want to pay the deductible or the damages out of my own pocket, I can do that.
Okay, buddy. If you have a car accident reported, even if eventually you're found to not be, like the responsible party, it's your insurance was still notified. And so then it gets logged into the insurance's computer system. Even if it's complete, even if you're found to not be the responsible party, you still have to notify the insurance as it's being investigated. If they're notified multiple times about the same guy, they're gonna be like, this isn't worth the risk because they would have to pay potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars if they're doing something illegal. That's what insurance is for, because obviously lawyers aren't gonna pay $100,000 civil suit against them because they broke some rule. That's why they have insurance. Well, the insurance doesn't want to pay $100,000 either, so they're gonna be like, this guy's a risk. Okay, what they do is they're gonna actually knock up their premium. And you can send multiple bar grievances from the same case. You don't even have to be in a case. I can just go to a court hearing, sit there as just a person in the audience, and I can file bar grievances based on what I see the attorney do in court. Anyone and everyone can do it. And no one ever does it. I talk to multiple lawyers. They're like, no one ever gets bar grievances filed against them. It's very rare. It's very rare, and it's a big deal. So, I actually talked to someone when I was in Florida going to my court hearing, I just so happened to be in an elevator around two lawyers who were talking about a bar grievance and like how scared they were of the possibility of it. Dude, this is like the chink in the armor, bro, because if the insurance drops you, you can't be a lawyer. So that's all I'm saying. Like my judicial complaint against the federal judge, it was reported. The insurance company was notified. Now, sure, the circuit court responded to me and was like, okay, we're going to look into it. Of course, they're not going to find a federal magistrate judge of 20 years guilty of anything. But I knew that. That's not why I sent it. I sent it because the judge was like, I've had a perfect, flawless record for 20 years. And then this little kid comes around at the end of my career and files a judicial complaint that is irrefutable. It's like I literally laid out the judicial canons and what they did wrong, and there was no way to rebut it. Now, they're still not going to find them guilty, even though they can't rebut it. They'll just dismiss it, but they still have to notify the insurance, bro.
I know how it works for private practice. Maybe judges are different, but I've seen people not report. Maybe Pennsylvania's different.
I'm pretty sure that by the insurance company has to be notified, because the insurance company puts that in the contract that if there's any bar agreements or anything filed against their client, they want to know. You know how, of course, it's illegal. It's illegal as in the contractual agreement with the insurance. Why would the insurance allow you to just hide bar grievances? They want to know if you're a risk to cover.
They aren't going to cover you. If you don't turn it in, they aren't going to cover you for the liability. But
no, I know.
Being disbarred.
Still city. That's in the case that they're found guilty. Okay, but my point is that the insurance, why would they ever write out a contract? Insurance companies have like the best attorneys ever. Okay, why would they write out a contract that says their client can have a bar grievance filed against them and just hide it from them? They would never say that. There's a stipulation in every insurance agreement that they have to be notified in the scenario of a bar agreements being filed. Of course, because they want to know, just like if I have a wreck, but I end up being found not the responsible part. My insurance still wants to know about it because they're like, over time, if I have 4 wrecks that I'm in, even if it's not ever considered my fault, it's like this guy, something's going on where he's been in 4 wrecks. Like we should consider either raising his the price of insurance or dropping him because he's becoming a liability. It's just insurance just cares about money. They don't care about anything else.
What if the claims are unsubstantiated and someone's sending in a bunch of unsubstantiated claims?
Then you can actually come at them for frivolous claims.
Every
And they couldn't do
prosecuting
that with me because it wasn't just bullshit, unsubstantiated claims. I wrote it based on the judicial canons and the what's it called, the rules of procedure. So
Okay, but if all you got to do is complain about an attorney to the bar association to jack up their insurance, every prosecuting attorney would be out of business in 6 months.
really, okay. So what? How many people have? How many bar grievances get filed?
Everyone that's accused of a crime would file a bar grievance if it worked that way.
No one knows about this.
No one knows about it.
The secret.
That's right. I had a federal judge resign, dude.
You had him resign, or he
Yeah.
resigned during?
I
his
lived it, dude. I lived it. I send in a judicial complaint because the judge has to hold everyone in the chambers accountable. Anything that anyone in the chambers does falls on the judge. That's what the judicial canons say. There's a specific. I at least still see you talking about pareidolia. I know you have no idea about any of this. So why are you trying to?
I don't have any
No,
idea
I
about
can
it.
do something. Okay, I filed a judicial complaint against a federal magistrate judge, and I went based on the canons. Okay, they try to tell me I have to wear a mask, and it's terrible for judges. They're held to a super high standard. They have to keep it literally says they have to keep their people courteous and professional, right? Like it's not just crimes. It's just like procedures. So anyway, I filed that. Then of course it was received. They tried to say it was lost and they didn't get it, and I had to resend it. That's what they really do is they try to just throw it away and hope you forget and don't
So-
follow up. But I
So
did
what was
follow
the
up.
complaint
and I sent
about?
it
You
again.
not wearing a mask?
Well, it wasn't just that I didn't wear a mask, although that's also illegal, and that was in it. But it was also just she was making personal comments about, I've seen your YouTube channel. I know your MO. We're not going to play this game, blah, 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 blah. Then they said that I could go into court. They said, oh, well, you can't come in here without a mask, so you have to go do it in the parking lot in your car virtually. And then I said, okay. I went out there, and then they came back out there with court marshals and said, never mind, the judge changed his mind. You have to go in there. And they changed his mind because the girl got mad and went and told the judge to make me come in there. And they was all heard on camera, by the way. And then they come out there with the court marshals with their guns, surrounding my car, not literally pointing the guns on me, of course. And then said that I have to go in there and wear a mask or I'll be arrested for contempt of court. I'm like, you just told me I could go out here and be on the virtual call. How is this?
What's this judge's name?
I don't actually remember. I'll have to look it up.
Is it for your? Was it the
Yellowstone?
The Yellowstone?
Yep. It was the first judge, and so it got transferred to another judge.
Okay. Yes, I do have a Pacer account.
I think it's retired. It's retired. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, which is funny that you have to pay to get public documents, anyways. It's ridiculous.
Well, they don't pay you. They don't charge you much on Pacer. It's 10 cents a page. It's about what it would cost if you went there to have a copy made. Right. So it's not like and it's maxed at $3. So even if you put up a 200 page or a 5,000 page document, it would still only cost you $3.
What per request or something? Because I have like a $50 balance, so which I'm not paying.
Well, you have to give them a credit card, right? And it's 10 cents a page with a maximum of $3 typically. And then whatever documents that you access, again, it's 10 cents a page with a max. But if if you access the same document 3 times, they're going to charge you 3 times.
Do you want to see my judicial complaint?
Sure.
I mean, I have to get my laptop.
It's been 28 years, and I'm still in the business, and I'm not an attorney. Started as a paralegal, rose up.
Yeah, anyway, I'm just saying, like, so, like, I, like, lived this, right? So, like, when
Yeah.
and I know that you're a little different because you actually do it, but, like, when the other anti-flat earthers try and tell me, like, they try and, like, make fun of me or say like, I lived it, bro. You know, like, I literally did it. So
No, I'm not discounting it. I mean, you know, you stuck by your guns and you went to court twice. You lost, but you stuck to your guns, and that's admirable because it would have been a lot cheaper to just say, guys, I know they would have made you offers to settle rather than drag them through this because the court wants efficiency and they want things to end quickly. I'm sure you probably could have settled for $200 and saved yourself the plane tickets and everything else. And then, you know, but
yeah.
and it's hard to win it. It's hard to win in federal court.
Yeah, they have like a
You know,
99% prosecution rate.
yeah, it's that high because people plead out.
Yeah, yeah.
Because, you know, when it comes down to it, most people aren't willing to spend $500 to avoid a $200 fine.
Yeah, actually ended up being like $3,000.
Yeah. So, you know, and I know it's expensive and nothing about court is easy. And, you know, people that, you know, try to tell you to just challenge jurisdiction. Yeah. You're in the court. If you're in the courtroom, they have jurisdiction.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Truthers just say stuff a lot. I'll give you that.
Yeah. I think that's funny. It's like what all criminal laws aren't based upon voluntary acceptance.
Yeah, I mean, you can there are scenarios that you can, but
Yeah.
it's over misrepresented. Like the truther will come in here and just say, "You can always do it," or something.
Just claim I was traveling but not operating the vehicle. Well, that's not going to work.
What else pissed me off about that whole thing, dude, is like they get to do everything online, and Rushmore was making me do it all like paper by the mail. Like what?
Yeah, you might have been better off just getting a local attorney to file the documents for you, not represent you, not do anything other than save you the trouble of, you know, packing stuff up into an envelope and mailing it out there and hoping somebody signs for it on time.
Yeah, actually, you're probably right.
Because there are attorneys that will just work as pretty much a Dropbox for you.
I didn't even think about that.
If you email them your motion, they'll file it on Pacer and charge you, you know, maybe an extra $50, but nothing about that is easy.
Yeah, but overall, I take like positives out of the whole thing. I mean, honestly, I would have gone and sold the case to pitch the case to the circuit court judges for the appeal, and I got talked out of it. And I like regret being talked out of it by the lawyer, but it doesn't matter. We can still do the civil. So.
It's not easy to overturn a civil or a criminal complaint in a civil court.
No, I know it's not overturned. No, it just more. Yeah, that's basically his argument was if I had fought all the way up, and then they ruled against me, then it would really have killed the civil avenue. It'd be very rare that you're going to be able to go civil after they rule all the way up. And there was like 4 different arguments I didn't make on purpose because I wanted them to have to rule on the constitutional validity specifically. I think I had probably like 10 different ways I could have got the case thrown out because they broke all kinds of procedural laws, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted the judge to have to sign their name on the ruling about the free speech law.
Is the magistrate's name
On the chin in principle the whole way through.
so? Is the magistrate's name Mark Carman? Carman.
Yes.
Okay, it says that he's still a magistrate in New Mexico.
He's retired. Oh, what? What? New Mexico.
Google Mark L. Carman, magistrate. He's a U.S. magistrate judge in New Mexico.
He just resigned from that location.
Apparently, I think this guy might have been a traveling magistrate. They have guys that are like retired attorneys that maybe have practiced in the federal court system, and they'll fill in where needed. You know, like if North Dakota has a whole lot of crap going on, they need a magistrate to sit for 6 months. They'll bring them up for 6
Here,
months.
Carmen was a federal magistrate judge for the United States District Court of the District of Wyoming. He retired on January 16th, 2022.
Okay, because there's a Mark L. Carman who's a magistrate judge for the District of New Mexico.
But either way, I know one thing. He stepped down from the case and transferred it to another judge after I sent him my federal criminal complaint. And what's so funny is they just do whatever they want, man. The U.S. attorney actually mentioned that in the trial, which was done by like Skype or Zoom, like literally mentioned that I filed the judicial complaint during the trial, and that's completely illegal. He's not allowed to mention that at all. He's not even supposed to know about it, which goes to show that they're all breaking the law all the time.
Well,
They're all talking in the office about it.
He has to know about it because he was the magistrate assigned to the case. I mean, he has to know you're taking this case because
No, the U.S. attorney shouldn't have even known about it. For the fact that the U.S. attorney knows I filed a judicial complaint means they broke the law, and the fact that he brought it up in the court case is also illegal. You're not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, that's okay. It should not have been used as evidence in the court.
He's not even supposed to know about it. The fact he knows about it means that the law was broken, which means someone at the office opened it up and they all talked about it, which of course they did. Because like what I did doesn't ever happen. It's probably the first time, first and last time it'll ever happen in that court that someone sent a judicial complaint, a professionally like properly written judicial complaint at the federal judge. That's probably never happened in that courtroom.
I'm sure it happens more than we think. I just don't know. I don't know what the secrecy is in that kind of setting, and I can't even comment on that. I have no idea if it's something that's sealed. Is it public? Is it public record? Can you see how many complaints have been filed against a certain magistrate? I have no idea how that works. That would be interesting.
I need to figure out how I can even send it through Discord.
Yeah.
I forgot about this. I wrote this so fast too. I wrote this in like 30 minutes.
Yeah, I really don't know how complaints against federal judges work. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you. You have to use judicial canons. So each different district has their judicial canons. You go to the judicial canons, and you find what they did wrong. Then you invoke, canon 4, and you explain how they broke that.
Yeah. I know there's a mechanism. I'm sure it's well established. I have a buddy that used to be a federal clerk. I should probably ask him. I really have no idea how that works, or even how common it is to have somebody file a complaint.
From my understanding, it's incredibly rare. What Randy Kelton told me. Can you even drop Word documents in Discord?
In Google Docs, you can. I gotta take this call off this.
Kosho, you still there? Just for the record, Kosho made an incorrect statement before. He said all the cameras on the Orion spacecraft, Artemis, were used for navigation. Nothing could be further from the truth. Just saying.
I imagine there are cameras that are on it that for check out, make sure the engine's still firing, that kind of stuff.
You'd be absolutely correct in that assessment. Most of the cameras were facing inwards, and most of them were used to monitor the spacecraft, so they say.
That would make sense, right? You can't really get out, or it's not manned, so you can't send anybody outside. So if there's a problem or warning light, you kind of want to see what's going on.
Sure, you'd want to see separation. You'd want to see deployment of the chutes and all the heat shields and all that stuff. And that's exactly what they did. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm just telling you what the story says. Now, assuming this is true, you have 24 cameras. Don't tell me you can't spring for the 25th camera, $40 billion project. You can't put another camera on it to show the stars in a atmos-free environment? Are you kidding me or what? We're supposed to believe this?
Hold on. That depends on the weight limit. Like, take a Formula One car, for example, right? There's a set weight limits, yeah? So once everything's on board, even like the cameras that we see through, and then some other TV company comes along and says, can we put an extra camera on there? And the team turn around and go, well, actually, no, because it puts us overweight. And they say, yeah, but it's only 3 grams. And they're like, yeah, but we're only 1.5 gram away from being overweight. So no, your camera can't go on there.
Bro, maybe so, but why is it that you jump in right away in defense of this? Like, why can't you say,
No, hold on.
There's a point there,
I didn't say that was the answer, right? I'm just saying that's a possibility. Yeah.
Yeah, and I granted you that possibility, but why would you go on the auto defense? Why wouldn't you, like a normal person, say, you know what? That is suspicious. Why wouldn't they take the opportunity of a lifetime and put a camera there to see the Magellanic Clouds, to see all the stars and space? Like, why wouldn't that be your first thought?
Well, because my first thought would be because things that they send up into space is extremely limited in its weight. Is it
So you
not?
think they couldn't justify one camera? Or, okay, for example, here, I'll give you an example. Did you know that there's 3 cameras inside the capsule, apparently?
But this is what I'm saying, right? If something is weight limited, right, and every gram is accounted for, yeah, and they have X amount of cameras already on there, to monitor everything, because, like we say, if one of the warning lights goes on, they want to be able to see why, and you go to them and say, well, can we put an extra camera on there so that we get good views from wherever this goes? And they say, well, actually, no, we're at the weight limit, and the cameras that we have on there are on there for a specific reason, and that's why we can't put any more on. Then why is that not a reasonable explanation?
Look, you can think that, you can believe that, but to a normal person that, such a mission was planned for years, I would think, and I would demand, if I was an American, I would demand this of my government. I would want a camera there. You make the extra, you plan it. You make sure there's a camera, even if you have to add fuel or whatever, payload, whatever you got to do. We demand a camera there. I want to see space. We're not asking you, we're telling you. Get my drift? You, on the other hand, take the sheep position of whatever the authority says should happen. But, you're not an American. You're not paying for this. But if you were American,
I don't know what the government's response is to you asking to put an extra camera on there, right? I don't know what their response is. Only you
I'm
would
not
know
asking.
that if you ask them that.
I'm not asking, bro. I am telling.
Right, so what did they say to you when you told them to put an extra camera on there?
No, I didn't tell them. I'm saying, as the public can demand this. You don't have to go in automatic sheep mode and say, well, the weight.
Right, so
No. I'm paying 40 billion. I am demanding. I'm not giving you a choice here.
Right, so before this took off, did the general public demand an extra camera on there for good views?
Of course not. No, nobody gives a damn. They're counting on that. They're counting on people like you.
Right.
No disrespect. People like you that auto accept to you. Just say, yeah, no worries. Did you ask for it?
But well, no, because I didn't follow the mission, right? But
no, I'm saying
But you as an American that wanted this extra camera on there, and you say the American public can demand this extra camera on there. Then I asked you, did you demand that extra camera to be put on there? And you said, no, I didn't.
First of all, I'm not American.
Now you're blaming the rest of the general public because they didn't ask for it either.
No, I'm not blaming anybody, dude. What I'm saying is NASA doesn't give a damn what the public wants because they know. You think I can get a sentence out without you talking, bro?
If nobody asked for the camera, then how are the people that send the rocket up there going to know that the public want that extra camera?
The point is not. You're not understanding the point.
No, that's like me driving from the top end of Scotland to the very bottom end of England, right? And then you coming to me afterwards and say, "Oh, I want an extra camera on your car. Why wasn't there an extra? I'm the public. I demand an extra camera on your car." And then I'm like, "Well, hold on. I've already done it. Yeah. Why didn't you come to me before I done it and demand it then?"
I guess he's not going to let him at you.
You got to calm down, bro. Why are you taking this personal?
Well, you're the one that's saying that the general public can demand this, right? And I asked you, did the general public demand it? You said no. I said, did you demand it to them directly? You said no.
I'm not American. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Though. between the scenario that you just laid out and the scenario that he's referring to. He's referring to NASA, right? Which is directly funded by the government, which gets its money from taxes. So the thought process here would be that because that's the case, the people do have the right to demand it because in their minds they're the ones funding it, right? Whereas in your scenario, you're the one funding it. It's your car, it's your trip, you're the one doing it. So no one would have the right to walk up to you and say, "Hey, do this for me with my camera." However, if an organization exists and you are the sole payer of all the expenses for that organization, why would you not have the right to tell them what to do with the organization unless you had previously agreed that you would have no power over that, which I don't know that anyone in the United States has done.
Right, I never said that they don't have the right to demand this extra camera. Right, I never said that they don't have that right. Yeah, if that's the way it works, then yeah, they have the right. But when they send that rocket up there and the general public haven't asked for that extra camera, then how are they going to know that there's members of the public that want that extra camera?
So are you saying that nobody has thought that they would want to see outer space without the Atmos? Do you really think that this organization called NASA, the Star Boys, need to be told that? Like, are you serious?
Right, hold on. Right, how many cameras were on board when this thing went up?
24 cameras.
So you have a group of people that have put 24 cameras on there, right? And why would they assume that the general public want one more camera?
Seriously, you can't think of a reason why there should be a camera to film the journey, once in a lifetime journey into outer space, the moon. You can't think of a reason.
There's already 24 cameras on there.
None of them are designed to do what I just told you, though. Not one of them. You don't find that suspicious, funny, like cause of concern, like nothing like that?
Personally, no. It's never crossed my mind. It's not something that I think about. Yeah, and probably the vast majority of the general public haven't thought about that either.
Are you sure? You mean all the people that saw all those crappy pictures and video, not one of them said, "Hey, wait a minute. Why didn't they film the Magellanic Clouds? Why didn't they get a close-up of this or that?" Or, you're going to tell me I'm the only one that thought of this.
No, that's not what I said. Right? What I said was the vast majority of the general public. That doesn't mean everybody. That just means most of the general public.
The vast majority of the public. How do you feel entitled to speak for the vast majority of the public?
No, it's just an assumption that that's the way the vast majority of the public would think, right? But there'd be a large majority of the public that probably thinks like you, or there would have been better if there was an extra camera on there facing this direction to get, good pictures of this and good pictures of that. But if nobody speaks up and nobody says to them before they do the mission, then how are they going to know that that's what the public want?
Okay, let me ask you this. What do you think the vast majority of the public does when they go on vacation? Do you think the vast majority of the public brings a camera and takes pictures of their trip? What do you think?
Actually, nowadays, no, because there's a camera on everybody's phone. So
yeah, exactly. So the vast majority of the public on vacation, they're taking photos as they're going to their destination, no? It's natural. Nobody has to be told that, right?
That helps his argument. I don't know your name on here, but that actually helps the argument that he's making to you, because the human race as a whole has gravitated towards more cameras, not less, over the course of the history. From when we started using cameras to now, it's only been more cameras, more cameras, more cameras, not less cameras. So that it only strengthens his argument that it obviously the human race leans in general towards more cameras, not less cameras.
Yeah, the average Japanese tourist, they say, takes thousands of pictures whenever they go on vacation. Like, and most of the people do. I mean, you fill up your phone with pictures, right? In the plane, on the plane, as you're getting. Oh, look at that plane as it's leaving, and my phone is full of these pictures on the beach, the sun, this, that, the hotel, palm trees, everything. Pelicans, flamingos, you name it, I took pictures of it.
Right.
And you're going to tell me the biggest adventure of mankind has taken and not one bloody camera? Are you kidding me? Come on, man.
You just said there was 24 of them, right?
Yeah, you
But-
know what I meant when I said that.
Yeah.
Didn't you know exactly what I meant when I said that? Or you want to play a game now?
So you want them to put a camera on there for sightseeing?
Yes. For
Right.
sightseeing,
Now,
yes.
what? Like I said, you would have to go to them and ask them why they didn't put a camera on there for sightseeing. Yeah. Now, if they turn around and tell you, "Oh, well, because we had a weight limit, and after 24 cameras, we couldn't put any more on," we would actually have liked 32 cameras just to watch the inside of the rocket, but because of the weight limit, we could only put 24 instead of 32. Would that not be a reasonable answer to your question?
This is
No,
stupid.
it would not.
Stupid. This is stupid. You're just making up any little picky little thing to discount the fact that we've been waiting for 50 years to see what they can see.
It would make way more sense for them to say, hey, let's figure out a way to do the things we want to do with 24 cameras with only 20 and have at least 4 of them pointing at other stuff. Like, it would make way more sense just as a human being. If you're going to make a trip to somewhere no one has ever been, you don't know how long it's going to be before anyone can ever go back, that the majority of the records that are taken are going to be about the place that you're going and the things that are there, and not the thing that took you there.
And all 24 of these cameras, not one of them was facing outwards and taking pictures.
It's like hiring 20 scribes to go with someone on a boat from the old world to the new world, okay? When they cross the ocean. They hire 24 scribes, and they had every one of them writing about the state of the boat and how well it was doing, and hired not a single one of them to write anything about what happened when they got there. It's absurd.
How is that absurd? I mean, if I hire a scribe to only tell me about the state of the boat and nothing after he got there, then that scribe is only doing his job. Why would he document anything? Why would he document anything once he got there if he's only paid to document up until he got there?
Right. That's the absurd. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be absurd for him to do his job. The absurd part is that you hired him to do that instead of record what happened when you got to this new world. That would be the absurd thing. If all they did was hire 24 people to write down things about the boat, when that boat is going to a place that no one's ever been and no one knows when they're going to be able to go back, if all they did was hire people to write about the boat and not about anything about when they got there, that would be weird. That would be suspicious to, as like I would guess, literally everyone that knows about the trip they're going on.
Right, hold on. Right, if I'm the maker of the boat, right, I make the boat, right, and I don't care about the destination that it's going to. All I care about is the journey that it makes, and that the boat can do that journey and make it there and make it back safely. So I hire some scribes to document everything about the boat on its journey, right? I don't care what's on the land when they get there, right? Because I'm the boat maker. I don't care about the land when they get there. I don't care what the people do when they get back. All I want to know is that the boat gets there safely and the boat does its job.
Right, yeah? But now you've created a human being that doesn't exist in your mind, which is a human being who creates a tool that has no purpose. He doesn't care about the purpose, the thing that the tool will accomplish. He doesn't care if the tool ever accomplishes anything at all. Okay? He just makes an object and wants to know what the object does without having any purpose for the object in the first place. That's not a thing that happens. That's not a human being that exists. We create tools to accomplish things. So there isn't a scenario where somebody creates a boat and sends it off to a place and doesn't care where they send it. They just want to know more about the boat. That is
I've
absurd.
created the boat. The boat's purpose is to take people from point A to point B, right? And then from point B to point A, right? That's its purpose, right? Now, all I want to know is that the boat is fine, it's safe, and it can do that job and bring these people to point A and B and back again safely. Right? That's the boat's purpose, and that's all I care about is that the boat can do that properly. Right?
Okay.
Because if the boat can do that properly and make it back safe and sound, and it's all in one piece, and it's in a condition where it can do it again and again, then I'll be commissioned to make more boats to do the same job.
Yeah, if you could demonstrate that NASA, their only intention had absolutely nothing to do with the destination. They didn't care about the destination whatsoever. They only cared about the vehicle that was taking them, which is obviously not the case from all the things that they said about going to the moon and all that. Okay, and then you would have to demonstrate that they did in fact do the thing they intended, which was verify the thing that vehicle could take them there and back over and over and over again and continue doing that, which they haven't. There's nothing that would indicate that NASA only cared about the vehicle hauling the astronaut somewhere. What we do have is all kinds of information indicating that they were very, very concerned about what happened when they got there and the information that they would gather when they got there. Pretty sure that was actually part of the campaign for convincing people that this was in any way a worthwhile trip to begin with, is because of where they were going and what it could do for them after they got there.
Again, I still think you need to talk to NASA and ask them these questions. Yeah.
That's not really a realistic thing. You can't talk to NASA. NASA's an organization, not a person. You can't talk to NASA. You might be able to call a number that is associated with NASA, and you might be able to talk to someone, but you're not going to be able to talk to NASA. That would involve you being able to talk to most likely many hundreds of people and have free access to them, basically have them give you their free time to talk to you. That's not a thing that's going to happen. That's not realistic in any way, shape, or form. That's like saying, go talk to the government. Well, that's not a thing you can do.
Right, so you can't send a request to ask someone some questions from NASA, no?
Audit NASA.
I could write a note on a paper and hold it into an airplane and throw it down the hall. I could do that. That doesn't mean that it's realistic to expect that note to get anywhere useful.
Hey, are you going to sign up for auditnasa.com though? Mm-hmm.
You know, we watched Orion Trial by Fire in 2014, and we waited for over 7 years for them to get around to figuring out how to protect people in that capsule from the supposed dangerous radiation. Do you know they did nothing in all that time? They put little vests like the dentist over them, and then they decided in a real situation they might hide behind the water. Their stored water, which I don't know how much water they expect to really be carrying, but nothing. In our anticipation of their furthering and advancement wasn't met. There's still no uncut takeoff, no uncut landing. These are things we've asked over and over again. Show us what you're doing. Show us what you can do. And really, this thing was a piece of shit left over Frankenstein stuff from the Antares and the shuttle. In terms of audit, this is a great thing to mention at this time. Congress definitely managed to do some auditing because they put a kibosh on preparing anything new for this program. They forced them to use old shit. And I think that's a great point. Somebody's doing some auditing at some point, thank goodness, because this agency's run amok for a long time. So I don't think we're being unreasonable for asking them to be accountable for their actions. And you can pretend that we're not asking for anything. We're just stupid flat earthers. I get it.
Right. So hold on. You said you've been asking. So who did you ask for this information?
You're giving a technicality that we're not able to entertain for hours and hours. I get it.
Right. So
If I
what you're saying is you come on Discord and you ask people that are not connected to that agency, and you've asked us for that information. And because we're not attached to that agency and can't give you that information, therefore the agency haven't provided that information. Or have you gone to that agency and asked them directly for that information?
I most certainly didn't ask them to protect themselves from radiation because they didn't need it 60 years ago.
Right.
So
have you gone to NASA and asked them for the information that you're looking for?
Please, you know the answer is no. You know that.
Right. So why are you sitting? Right. Why are you sitting here saying you're asking for this information and it's never given to you when you have never gone to the agency and asked them directly? Yeah. That's like me saying, oh, well, I asked a question about America 100,000 times and you've never answered it. But yet I've never asked you directly that questions about America. I can go and ask 100,000 people here in the UK about America, right? And not one of them give me the answer I'm looking for. And then I'm coming on here saying, you've never given me that answer. Because I've asked 100,000 people and you've never given me the answer. But I've never asked you directly that question. Do you not think that's a bit unfair?
Well, I guess I was just going to say, I'm not sure anyone has necessarily asked you, personally. I think it's a little bit more like just the general question of the discussion. Why isn't this provided by NASA? Like, I'm not finding the right words, but like the general, like the capital YU, like the general NASA, not necessarily you Highlander yourself.
Wait, what?
Yeah, but I mean, if NASA don't know you want this information, are you assuming that they should automatically provide it just in case you one day want it?
Well, I can't speak for Austin, but I think that's part of the idea behind his, auditing NASA is to get some community together and a voice going to be able to get some more public awareness and to potentially ask some of these questions and to, to get a little bit more.
Yeah, and I said earlier that if that's what he wants to do, fair play to him, right? And I hope he achieves the goals that he wants to achieve and get the information that he wants. Whether that information agrees with what he expects it to say or not is irrelevant, right? But I hope he is successful in doing what he wants to do.
What specific questions is it that we're wanting NASA to answer?
But yeah, if you don't go to NASA and say to them, these are my questions, I would like the answers, then there's no point coming on here saying, I've asked these questions for years and NASA's never given an answer. Well, hold on. If you've never asked NASA, how are they meant to give you the fucking answer?
What's the question?
I can promise you that NASA doesn't answer to individuals, and any way that they would, it would be representatives through forums. If you think they're not watching any forums, if you don't think people have asked, I promise you there isn't an American that was concerned about the radiation levels today when there was no concern 60 years ago. It's not. It hasn't been on our mind. We weren't sending certified letters demanding that they fix it. What we wanted to see was a real takeoff, a real landing, a couple of stars, and maybe an object circling or on the surface of the moon. Maybe something we could identify with emotionally.
Right. Well, if NASA won't answer you directly as an individual, then what Witsit's doing, is that not the perfect opportunity for you to then join Witsit and his group that will create an organization that then can ask NASA, who NASA will respond to?
NASA is already defunct.
That's true,
Let's
but
say you had
average
the
person-
opportunity to ask a question. What would you ask a question to NASA? And if so, what would it be?
Is that to me, or is that to someone
to
else?
you. Yeah, to you. Let's say you had an open communication channel. We made it available to you. Your email is going to go into a NASA executive. What would your question be, if any?
I don't know. I've never really, nobody's ever asked me that before, so I've never really thought about it.
Why you always lying?
That's a good one, but I'm interested in him, what he's going to say to this.
Creating a section.
I suppose my question would be to NASA would probably be, when are we going to start terraforming Mars?
Okay.
You're kidding me. That would be your question.
Well, anyway,
Yeah.
I'm creating a section on the website right now. So if people have like an actual thing, an actual question that they want NASA to answer and be accountable for, they can just like submit it through the website. So we'll then try to pursue the answer.
There's some affirmative action right there. You can put in your question.
But that's what I'm saying. You know, if any have questions that you want to ask NASA, but they won't answer you personally directly, then joining with Witsit to create an organization is probably the better way to go about it. You've got more chance of NASA answering you then.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a tough situation because they have like their public relations department. They have all the people that work for them that have limited information and have their own like non-disclosure agreements and employment agreements and things that they've signed. It's such a huge organization as well. And then obviously linked in with the government. So it's going to be tough to get.
That's the other thing, is that you're going up against the government. Yeah, if you think NASA are hiding something, then you're going up against the government and asking the government to release things that they don't want released. Yeah.
Right.
Do you not think there's going to be some pushback from that? Do you not think there's going to be some resistance?
That's what we're telling you, Highlander. Now you're understanding the gravity of the situation. What we're up against. Yeah.
Don't you think it's a good thing, though, Highlander? Don't you think it's a good thing? Questioning shit.
I'm not saying that it's a bad thing what you're doing. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying at all. Yeah.
Yeah, just got to do it with the right intentions, you know. If we can get Globers involved and stuff, you know, and we do it with the right intentions. Like, look, we genuinely would like to see more. We don't need to see any of the secret fucking national security shit. We want to see some cameras pointing out and pointing out maybe to the moon from the ISS, shit like that. It'd be cool, awesome, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, going about it the right way would probably get you a better response.
Right. Wouldn't that be suspicious if we asked for that as a big group, ballers, all of us, flat earthers, just no labels at all. We just as a population, and they couldn't do it. I mean, wouldn't that be pretty suspicious? Like at that point, you'd have to think like, damn, why can't they just take one of the cameras and point them at the moon? You know, in the next few years, even. I mean, wouldn't that be suspicious?
Yeah, I mean, if you have a very large, like if Witsit gets a large group of people together in this organization or whatever it is that he's doing, right? And one of the things that they ask NASA is, on your next rocket, can you do this? yeah, so that we get better views, uninterrupted footage, and it live streamed at the same time. With modern technology, these what you're asking shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yeah, and then if they turn around and say no, then yeah, I would say yeah, you've got a legitimate claim to be suspicious.
Yeah, but you guys will just like whatever excuse they come up with, the Globers
Poison
will
the
just tell
well.
us the excuse.
Poison
Like
the well.
Highlander, in this country, that would be done through our representatives, not as individuals. It'd be done through Congress. Just so you know, when we, through Congress, demanded that NASA show us documentation of the moon landings from before, they took a year to get back to the people through Congress and publicly said, fuck if I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, like I said, you're going up against the government, so this shit ain't going to be easy.
Highlander,
we're not going to put up with
they're
fuck
just
if
telling
I
the
know.
truth,
We're
then
not going to do that.
if they're just telling the truth, it should be easy, right? Like the only way, like if you go ask the CIA for information about why, like MK Ultra, of course they're not going to give it to you because they're doing sketchy stuff with MK Ultra and they're lying about it. But like if you ask NASA, it shouldn't be a problem at all. It shouldn't be difficult to go up against them, right? Because they shouldn't. Allegedly, they're just telling the truth and they're actually going to space and they're not hiding anything.
There are agents as well. They're acting on our behalf.
Yeah, it's like asking the forestry how many trees we got in our country. Give us a few
Exactly.
pictures of the trees,
Yeah, bro, it should be just science. It's supposed to be just science, transparent. It's like not about geopolitical things or anything like that. It's not about the military. It's just science, and they're just telling the
Yeah.
truth when they go to space. And this is actually going to expose the ballers because you guys, if you really believed NASA was legit, then you should be saying that. You should be saying, yeah, they're going to give you what you ask for because like they're actually going to space. They don't have anything to hide.
Yeah, like Highlander, you can ask your government, hey, how many lakes are in my area? Right?
Yeah.
That shouldn't be hidden from you, right?
Yeah, but
You want to go fishing. How many
like,
lakes are nearby?
You say that NASA is an organization about science and experiments and advancing technology and this, that, and the next. So it should all be nice, easy, and transparent, right? But like any government organization, they are going to be up to some shady shit with the
Fair enough.
technology that they have, right? And they won't want anyone to know what that shady shit they're up to.
Yeah, let me
is.
say
They
something to
don't want-
Austin though. If we got Highlanders as pretty determined, and he's open minded to questioning them and shit like that. So I mean that to me that's optimistic, Austin. Like if somebody like Highlanders is willing to, to agree, like yeah, nothing wrong with asking them and getting some disclosure on things, and that's a good sign that what you're asking in general is it should be doable, fair, and I think, but there might be like two parts to NASA, like the
Have you not,
workers there, and then there might be the shady part of it,
Brian,
and,
have you not been listening? Highlander is absolutely not doing what you just said he is.
He
He's
just
doing
said
the
that's
complete
fair.
opposite.
Yeah, but he just said that's fair, man. Asking them for disclosure, nothing wrong with that. He said that they should be able to comply with a lot of the requests and shit. I mean, he did at least agree with that. I mean, he's making some excuses, but he's being realistic in a way. But he did say nothing wrong with that. He wouldn't be against questioning them and trying to get disclosure and cameras and things.
You're for that, Highlander? You're for that?
Yeah. I mean, it's like the FBI. You
Okay,
can go and
alright.
ask the FBI for information, but whatever shady shit the FBI are up to, they're not going to want to tell you. Yeah, and they're going to do everything that they possibly can through every possible avenue that they have to make sure that you don't find that information out.
So
Yeah,
you're
but this
you're
is not.
saying
You see what he
NASA's
just
doing
did there,
stupid
Brian?
shit.
He
You're
said,
saying
"Yeah," with an excuse. Yeah, but this is not the FBI or the
But the truth
CIA.
comes out through. It's got to start somewhere, right?
That's right. Ask the
And
NSA
what
for
Austin's doing is not unreasonable. That's my whole point. Like, yeah, the truth will come out in the wash.
You just basically admitted NASA's doing shady shit.
Oh, come on. It's part of the government. The government's always doing shady shit. We all know that. Whether you're a fucking flat earther, a glober, fucking donut-shaped earther, yeah, everybody knows your government are always up to some shady shit.
Can I give an
Even
example?
NASA? Even
Can I give
NASA?
A pear-shaped
Even
earther.
every fucking every government agency always has a side that's doing some shady shit they shouldn't be.
Yeah, but why would NASA do shady stuff? All they're tasked to do is go up high, take some nice pictures, float around. Why would they do anything shady? They're getting a lot of money. What shady would they do in your mind, Highlander?
Might have secret
I
government
don't know.
missions, I see.
Yeah.
No, I think they. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'd like to give an example, if I could, of the United States Post Office. It's a large organization.
Kidding me, right?
Certainly government related, and we know it as USPO, and they incur all the liabilities, expenses, and things that you might expect from a large agency that works for the government. But if you go inside, you're going to see something called the USPS. It's the United States Postal Service, and they're the ones designing pretty stamps and profiting by marketing products and doing other things that are literally a private organization within. I'm going to suggest that the funding that comes through Congress and goes to NASA, that we call $58 million a day, is not their only income. They have quite a bit of licensing, product, facilities, admission fees. I don't know where we see that, and I don't know where that fits in their budget, but it's certainly something worth looking into.
That's the tip of the iceberg, Dan.
Yeah,
But,
that's without.
I think NASA's a supercomputer, man. The model, our universe that we see on TV and all these drones, not drones, but what do they call the things that go out into space? Drones or whatever. I think like Parker Probe. I think that's all that stuff and dark matter. All that's a supercomputer, man. And the people that they developed it, they didn't even lie about it back then. They're saying, that they're developing supercomputers and they're trying to simulate the universe, how galaxies form, and all this shit. But all that shit's just so all these missions are just coming straight out of supercomputer type of simulations, man. So the people who run that, the elite few, and NASA, them are the ones who would be hard to reach, hard to get to. But the truth will come out in the wash just by disclosure, basically,
So we went from asking Highlander a question, which you guys right away
Yeah, well, he
interrupted
didn't
and
answer,
didn't
bro.
let supercomputers of the universe. Got it.
I tried to
Thanks.
back off because I realized you asked him a question, but he didn't answer, so we jumped in. But yeah, that was a good question. Why don't you answer that one, Highlander? Answer SC's question.
Right. Could you repeat the question again, SC?
I done forgot about the question now after all this that just happened.
No, he's saying that, like, what he asked, what are they hiding? You said, what are they hiding? You said that they're shady.
Yeah.
They're shady, obviously. So what do you think they're hiding?
Well, I have no idea what kind of shady shit NASA are up to. I couldn't even begin to imagine. I mean, when you start going down what kind of dodgy stuff are NASA doing, then it could be anything from, designing new technology to spy on our enemies and take over other countries to, doing fucking medical experiments on fucking aliens and, working on the alien spaceship technology. I don't know. I mean, your imagination could run wild when you
You
start
think it's
going
more
down
likely
that
that if there's ETs that they're coming from extra lands, like that we don't know about, or from other planets or other galaxies or something? What's more likely?
Well, I don't know. Personally, I don't think.
Isn't that just a card that they have to play?
Personally, I don't think beings from any other planet in our galaxy have ever been here. But that's just my own personal belief.
Personally, I don't think a galaxy is what they say it is. It's probably the size of a state or something like that. Maybe the size of a country, way far away, and it's electric. and it's spiraling electrically. You know, all that shit's linked together somehow. All the planet stars, and it's more local, in my opinion. It's up there, but it's up. It's not all around us. To me, it's up.
They
I
didn't
mean,
prove
what do you guys think the shady shit NASA's up to?
they're not proving people can go to the moon, and they're
That
not.
was
Proving,
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think NASA itself is involved in much other. They're basically a propagandized media company. So I don't think they're really the ones even do. I mean, there's deception and CGI and fakery involved at the top levels, but all the other people are just engineers and following. They just believe it in terms of most people that work at NASA. But I also don't think that they really need NASA. Like the real shady stuff they're doing, they have other organizations for in terms
Yeah.
of like what they're really doing in Antarctica and some of these other things.
yeah,
That was my answer because Highlander didn't answer, so I was giving my answer. Like I think that there's an elite few who run the simulation supercomputer, and they feed the information to all the workers at NASA. So all the people at NASA aren't doing nothing wrong. They don't think they're lying. They're getting all this information, all this data, but it's just coming from a simulation. That was my answer basically because Highlander didn't answer originally.
these agencies are called the NRO and the ULA. That's aside from the private Bezos stuff and the Elon Musk stuff. NASA's given up, all but given up. I'm not sure what the XB-37 was. It's clearly a weapons platform based on its time and duration spent in orbit. They're not working on our behalf. They're not. We haven't had. Can we breed in space? In other words, they've yet to even tell us if we can have babies in space. What's the whole point of going anywhere? You know, what are we trying to get done here? And it was part of the Cold War. The moon missions were part of the Cold War. It wasn't really part of what you and I think is the progression of mankind.
So somebody made an interesting point. They're saying that all that money, like you said, that 58 million a day ain't nothing compared to how much they're making in the space industry. Period, and like that money's going somewhere. Like I think Rumsfeld or what I forgot his name, but said there was like 7 trillion missing. Like that money's going somewhere. And one guy had a theory that it's going to developing some of the other lands that we're not. But it wouldn't be that hard to fake this shit. Like if you have the simulation and you have your actual workings, all you need is a point where the rockets that go up are in the simulation and they're in the real data that we see. And once they get out over, invisible, where nobody could see them and all that, they just need one point where the simulation and the reality combine and the simulation takes over. Once the rockets are out of sight, out of mind, and they just need one place to land them, and they need the simulation in a point where they converge. The simulation meets the reality. It wouldn't be that. It's not that crazy to think of. It wouldn't be that difficult. But like the astronauts would have to be in on it to me, and then the few people at the very top. That's nothing more, nothing less. Wouldn't be unheard of.
You send a rocket up, there's no astronauts inside. You ditch it in the ocean and you show them CGI. This is not complicated stuff. They've been doing it for, 50 years now.
Yeah, that's why I was saying they're a media company. I mean, they're also harvesting engineering from people, and that's the kind of mechanical side, is all the design and engineering of equipment, and then they're obviously linked in with a lot of other industries, so like resource management and the engineering that they're harvesting from people. But yeah, I mean, the actual stuff they put out, yeah, like I was saying, they're like, I see them as like a propagandized media company that has the engineering, the kind of harvesting engineering from people, from the real people, and then, yeah, the part where all they really do is launch rockets up and show us CGI at the end of the day. Show us their media. They put the rocket up and show the media.
Like the James Webb Telescope, like it's probably they probably do have telescopes up there on balloons or whatever. And I'm just not so sure about orbits. I guess it's possible that
Did you hear what Whitsitt? Oh, sorry. Have you heard what Whitsitt has been sharing the last?
I've seen before, like about like the circuits, how they would follow on a planar map, like how they make the flower life shit like that. So that's interesting. That if it is working, that'd be my guess. But no, I haven't seen tonight. Can you give me a crash course in it?
Well, because you brought up orbits, Austin, are you there, or he might not be at his mic? Oh, I'll just summarize it in a nutshell because you mentioned orbits. Well, it is a topic change. I don't know. Should I go into it, or should we stay on what we're on?
Yeah, I want to hear about it. I want to hear what I missed. Yeah, nobody minds.
Well, I'll just say very briefly. It basically he was looking at these. The Michelson-Morley was redone and like by Miller in the 1925, 26. I'll just give the super brief version. And he was using the interferometry. First of all, he found that it differed based on the equinoxes versus like the different times of year, the equinoxes and the solstices. So that's interesting in and of itself. Like, why would it be different during the equinox and solstices? But that's actually kind of a side thing that we were going through, looking at earlier in the paperwork from when he redid Michelson-Morley in the mid 1920s. But the other one is that he found a 8 kilometers per second ether wind drift, which is, when you calculate that to miles per hour, is the exact speed that the ISS is claimed to be going and is going, so we can watch it from the ground. And the ISS also makes that flower of life pattern. When you look at it on an AE map, it's making that pattern. So it's possible that there is some kind of superfluid or some kind of ether wind medium at that very high elevation. And the ISS thing that they say is the ISS, instead of necessarily having people in it, it could just be like a mocked down version, because they say it's 250 miles away. So it couldn't be the full size if it's closer. So it would have to be like mocked down, like maybe 1/10 or the size of what it actually is. And if they can get that thing up at that high altitude, it may actually be going 17,800 miles an hour in the actual magnetic field, ether drift at that very high level. And that it actually is making that flower life pattern, which makes sense that it would be going along with the magnetic field. Now, this even could be what satellites are as well, and so on. But basically just the ISS having that 17,800 miles per hour, and how he found that 8 kilometers per second, with the interferometry of the ether drift. So could those be connected, and could that be what the ISS actually is, like some kind of
That's
mockdown
crazy.
thing? Yeah,
that is fucking crazy, bro. They found the drift of 8 kilometers per second or whatever. Or that's crazy, bro. That matches the ISS. That's insane, dude. That just 10 tons of ideas.
Say that again. Bro.
Instead of the 30 kilometer, from what I heard, instead of like the 30 kilometers per second that they were looking for to detect the Earth, they detected something, but it was like an 8 kilometer per second, which is the speed of the ISS ether drift in 1925, like with better equipment. Michelson-Morley knocked up.
More importantly, you no longer need to be falling in orbit to maintain that path, that speed. Ruhif, I found something crazy. Remember, I might have sent it to you already. I was giving you shit about there being no images of anything from the ISS, and I found, I'm about to paste it, I found a rocket launch from the ISS coming, from the ground up through the clouds, and it shocked me a great deal. But of course, it's that nighttime post-production look with the lights and the lightning and the air glow. And then, surprisingly, if you take a peek at it, there's no parabolic arc whatsoever. It's going straight up. So I'm pretty sure they forgot to tell the artist, whose name is listed right there, that maybe it should have an arc to it. But it's clearly artistic license there, and not.
You got a link to it?
Yeah, I just put it in there.
Oh, you still haven't told me about Bob the Science Guy and asking for unreasonable evidence.
Oh, he was just being a dick to keep me from talking. So you got punished for it. It was Jeremy being funny. It was humor. It wasn't intended against you at all. It was tit for tat is what it was.
Who was I talking to about Dolly Zoom yesterday?
He was just being really rigid about asking for certain specifics of the observation because it didn't fit his Earth curve calculator and it wasn't computing for the curvature of the Earth. So he was just kind of melting and melting down a little bit and being extremely like rigid about wanting to know the exact like certain data, which I didn't think he was necessarily overstretching in what he was asking for, but just it was a moment.
But was it a couple of feet off the ground kind of thing?
He wouldn't accept the distance. He wouldn't accept the height. Then he demanded that he look it up, and he said that he could figure out the elevations. But the Salton Sea has dropped several feet since then, and he wouldn't let me tell him the observational heights. And he just was being
How high are we talking about that? Are we talking about like just at the water level approximately?
a man standing next to the water. Yeah, I don't know that that's 5 feet. He would say, and it's like, oh,
yeah,
yeah. And Dan had
wouldn't carry that.
video. Dan had video of them with an actual tape measure measuring it, and Bob was still like, "Oh, it's unacceptable."
I'm going to post some infrared from that distance right now. It's really cool because I don't show it very much, but I'm telling you, we can see 10 miles really fucking easy, and I'm showing it here, and it's scary to listen to all this denial. It really is. You know, in this video, it was amazing because the guy videoing it called it out. He goes, "I see both your mirrors." Wendell calls back. He goes, "We don't have 2 mirrors. We only have 1." Turns out Jaren's headlights were on. So what we saw was Jaren's headlights. And when you look at this image, when it's larger, you can see cars, car tires, benches, people standing next to it. And I'm going to really contest you, Rue, on one thing. If I can see the same thing at 12 and 18 feet that I can at water level or 5 feet, I don't know how high you need me to go to prove I can see something, but I'm really talking about different light mediums here. And, you know, I appreciate you a lot because you're rational and comfortable here, you know, comfortable with us. And it's just, you know, what was just going on before, or why, you know, complete denial, what was going on. Why didn't we contact NASA personally? It's barbaric. You know, the excuses that the Globers come up with are barbaric. You don't do it to us personally, and you don't deserve to be punished for it. I consider you a friend, and, you know, you're more than welcome. This thing about the ether speed, I took the gems, got my ass chewed to pieces. And they're thinking that they caught me on something. I'm all, no, this is how research is done. You look at things, you know, and you look them over and you let it get contested and you bring those questions back. And this is how things are really done. I think we do a good job of some of that. You have to admire us at some point. Otherwise, you'd never be around. I mean, I know we're ridiculous, but we're dealing with ridiculousness. You'd admit that. I'm telling you, I could see 10 miles. I'm telling you that we always knew we wanted to watch an uninterrupted takeoff, or at least, you know, the landing as well. And, you know, do you think the space program is meeting your expectations?
I don't really have any expectations of them.
That makes it easy. We should hang out with you more often.
I mean, they do shit and it's cool, but if they didn't do shit, it's no difference to me.
So I was surprised if you see that footage of because I told you there's nothing from the space station, you know, and sure enough, there it was, and that was pretty exciting. For a minute.
Did you post it?
I thought I did.
I did. There you go, rocket launch. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was really surprised to find anything. And then I was sort of surprised that it was that post-production crap that they never show live. They never show transitions from day to night live like that. And they don't usually show anything, you know, panning of any kind. I'm going to still suggest there's no one in the ISS. And I don't see why anyone would believe there was.
Weightlessness they experience for prolonged periods of time would be good evidence.
Have you heard the sounds in there? You know what a jet sounds like when you're traveling. You think those are just air handlers, not jet engines in a vomit comet? You know that sound by heart. right? You
A,
do.
a jet aircraft, yeah.
Yeah,
I
when you're
don't hear that on
inside.
the space station.
But when you're inside, you know what a jet sounds like. You
Yeah.
know what the engines sound like from inside. Do you think
Yeah.
it's a coincidence that it sounds like that in there?
On the ISS?
There are a bunch that do, Ruhif. I don't know if you've seen those because throughout the years, there's been different footage, and they've, in my viewpoint, they've faked it in different ways over the years. But there are several of them that there's very loud jet engines. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, never heard it.
How about the jet? How about the jet engines on the space shuttle? Have you seen the upper two engines?
I've seen that.
I've seen them. Yeah.
They're jets. They're not rockets.
So that video of the launch from the ISS, like,
Yeah.
what about it suggests to you that it's fake?
First of all, there's an artist credit. Second of all, it's post-production. It's the same shit that we never see live, that the image with city lights. And thirdly, it goes straight up. There's no parabolic arc.
I don't think you can tell that from the footage which way it's going.
I've watched one of these things. They don't go up. They go over.
No, I know, but that's a lot easily seen from the ground than it is from the ISS. You can't tell whether it's arcing from the ISS.
Okay. I like you. I'm not going to bitch at you. I'm just showing something that we've never seen before.
Yeah.
You and I have never seen that before. I'm glad you have a new pile of excuses. Have they finally fixed the day to night transitions?
What's that?
Day and night transitions? I think they do it some 6 times a day or something.
Oh, when it goes in the dark, I don't know. I haven't checked the live stream for a while.
I think they fixed it, but they certainly didn't show day and night transition for a long time.
Yeah.
So they do listen to us. They do fix stuff.
Getting back to Salton Sea, like I said yesterday in DMs, I said the gold standard for me is being on top of a mountain looking across to another mountain. So anything really close to the surface like that, you have to take some pretty good measurements to account for refraction.
When I'm standing on the beach and my friend's kneeling on the beach and he's got a mirror and I see it, I'm thinking, do I really need a measurement? That's what I'm thinking.
Well, how did you rule out any sort of extremes of refraction?
Because that's a fantasy of yours and something that we've proven by running things. Here's Jaren's headlights. Here's the things, we've run this day and night with variations of some 20 degrees in temperature. We've done it different distances and gotten the same magic response to light where it moves exactly parallel to the surface of the water. You want me to move off the water and I'm going to lose my sense of parallel.
But you don't need it.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just giving us an excuse to say refraction, right? If you do something close to the surface.
No, when I change the variable and I do it with different light sources in different conditions at different distances, and still your prediction that you won't give doesn't come up. So we go ahead.
I'm not going to make a prediction close to the surface.
We go get the silly little metabunk stuff and look for that, and it's not there. So when we look for your standard refraction and we include it, it doesn't come up. I mean, it just doesn't come up. I don't know what to say about that. Do you?
Share this one. Hold on a second.
There's some numbers for you if you want to play with
There we
numbers.
go. No, I'll show you what would be a reasonable start for measurements. Hold on. That one.
So you can discount all observations just because they're optical, right?
No. Close to the surface, I will discount pretty much anything And it's unfortunate because if it shows obstruction bottom up, I have an explanation for it and you don't. So it's only in my favor close to the surface.
It's really not fair to say we don't, Ruhif. Last night we were going deep into it. It was very thorough how we were discussing it. And you did get upset and kind of got flared up and maybe, and then kind of left. So, I mean, it's just not fair to say that we don't have an explanation.
I have an explanation and a video. I got a video and an explanation. Do you want to see the video?
I think, Gio, last night, my question to you was, if you have this superior understanding of what's happening and can explain it on a flat Earth, then use that understanding to make a prediction for what we should see.
Yeah, no, I got the globe and I'm showing you what you think's happening. It's not at all happening. It's not even working the way you think it is, the way you just said. Disappearing, however, that's not right either. And you have yet to have a globe show us that. You're the one inferring what a globe does, disappearing how and what way, without a real globe, without a little ball and a physical attribute of that.
Well, I think Ruhif, last night you were asking you wanted it to be modeled, and I'm down for that. If somebody has good modeling skills, like with graphics, I look forward to working with them to be able to work on it all. And we'll get more data and more information in the future. So you were asking for that. Now you're mentioning a prediction. What I would say is this: I personally don't think there's any way to 100% predict a long distance observation in the environment, and this is why. There's a component. I'll try to be as brief as I can, which is just that because of the uniqueness of this realm in terms of the daily happenings, in terms of the heat and the weather and the air and the pressures and the chemicals in the air, every component of this Earth is unique at every moment. So now there are certain similarities, no doubt. Like there's certain areas like, the Chicago skyline, some of these things that are regularly observable. And there's definitely different effects in different areas, depending on the wind flow and all those factors. But it's like a piece of art to, every day, like every sunset is unique. So to be able to claim that you could perfectly, even if you knew the principles of refraction perfectly, you still couldn't fully predict it because it's still going to be unique on that day. And those moments are going to constellate the way that they do.
Okay, I can make predictions all day long that match reality. If we're a decent height above the surface, my predictions are very accurate. So it sounds like I know something you don't.
Well, I mean, if you want to go through whatever you're claiming as a prediction, I wouldn't agree that it is, and then we could go through what you're using and where the assumptions are and all of those factors. But I don't think you are predicting. I mean, Travis has been asking that for you guys for years, and it seems like no one is able to do a prediction that is complete because of in my opinion, what I'm saying. It's unique every day. So you can't fully predict the way it's going to be in that moment until it happens.
With the ability to
Travis
demonstrate
is asking
it.
for predictions close to the surface, and he's been told 1,000 times the temperature gradient and the humidity gradient close to the surface can be anything. That's why you get above the surface, and it's predictable.
We're 20 feet off the
Surface
water.
of what?
20 feet off the water. You decided arbitrarily it had to be 50 meters. 20 feet off the water.
He also
Same
arbitrarily
result
decided
as
it's a
2
sphere.
feet off the water. 2 feet off the water, 20 feet off the water, same results. Explain that.
Yeah, maybe you had standard refraction that day. That's what your go-to would be. But if you get a result that's outside of that, you've got to have measurements of the gradient then to justify it.
Off a sphere, yeah.
But
do you have a sphere for that?
Reasons why I have no line of sight. I don't think that's
Right. Can you see my screen?
I will look at it, sir.
Yeah.
Can you see my video, Ruhif, that I put back there for you to watch? Watch that.
I'll give everyone a real...
Things appear bottom up on the sphere. Up here, from the bottom, you see every bit of it. Your doorstep, the bottom of your door, the crack, the design, the handle, and then the top part. And then you see the other, then going up your house. You'll see the steps. You'll see the front yard lawn.
Hurry up, demo. Fuck.
Up here is bottom up on the globe. Fuck has nothing to do with it.
Berries? More berries?
Reality does.
All right, on the screen are some actual
Magic
vertical
globe.
measurements that FE Core took for one of their
Off what globe?
Lake Balaton measurements.
Fuck them.
Whatever.
Fuck them. How's that?
That's a
They
flat lake.
still took these measurements, and if you
Off a
convert
flat
this to a refractive gradient, like a density gradient, this results in light bending at more than the curvature of the Earth. So it will look
A
concave.
density gradient of
course
flat
you'll see the
layers.
laser.
So you're
Are
gonna
they
show
rounded
me-
layers?
I'll give everyone some advice. Demach at 81% is tolerable.
No, 20%.
I do have, charts that show our gradient, not our gradient. Yeah, the temperature variation, which is equivalent to your gradient. In other words, we're really showing that we do this under different conditions. I'm sure that's what you're showing me, that there's different factors, but I think we've proven between light sources, temperature variations, distances, and locations, everything parallels the surface.
Are you taking vertical measurements? So some measurement close to the surface and then some measurement a couple of meters up higher?
Is that a question?
Yes. What sort of measurements are you taking?
I don't know how to answer that. What we were doing observations and just long distance observations. You're asking for measurements. We're achieving line of sight. I don't
Right.
feel an obsession to need to measure that the way you do.
Okay, how are you eliminating refraction or strong refraction?
Because we're going at the right time of day in the right location at the right day.
Refraction is negligible.
Yeah,
They get
exactly.
No, it's not.
Clear. It's
Yes, it
fucking
is.
clear. It is.
As I'm showing on screen, Godric, these
You're not-
conditions that FE Core measured will give you curvature greater than the curvature of the Earth.
Can you tell me the specifics with how long the distance is object and what's the observer height, please?
Where was it? Hang on a sec. Where was their thing? So they were at Enkhuizen on one side of the lake, Stavra on the other side of the lake. No idea what the distance is. You can look it up if you want. I think they said their laser was at a meter, something like that.
Can you summarize this for us? Just tell me what you're showing this for.
You don't know
sure.
the specifics, Riff?
All right. So the gradient at water level is that number 283. The gradient, the index at 2 meters is 282. If you
Is this where you think light? Is this where you think that light's bending down? That's what you're saying, Riff?
The math
Yes.
says so. Evidently, the math says so.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
Riff,
gradient is much
Riff,
stronger than the
A to
rate of
B.
curvature of the Earth.
From A to B, how many miles is it?
We can look it up. Where's Enkhuizen? Let's go Google Earth.
You don't know this, Riff? Just give me a number. It doesn't matter,
I'm
really.
looking it up, Godric.
12.
Look,
Thank
if you're looking at 12 miles,
Enkhuizen.
you're claiming that we're looking, and we're claiming that the light going from our eyes is bending down the deep and dense and medium. Is that what you're saying, Riff?
Yes, the gradient is very strong, and it will bend
Okay,
light at a greater rate than the curvature of the Earth.
So here's what's wrong with that theory, Riff. Okay, if what we see A to B, let's say 12-mile distant building or a boat or an object, if we're seeing and that light's bending down into the ground, Riff, that light would never get back to our eyes because it would have to bend down going back, and then we get stuck in the dirt, Riff. Doesn't make sense, man.
Godric, let's say the light, instead of being perfectly parallel, is pointed like 50th of a degree upwards. Will that light reach your eye? Yes. Also, it's a conical beam. It will expand. It's going to reach your eye, Godric. Anyway, it is about 12 miles. Well done, Extremistus.
If we're looking from A to B distance, you can't claim that the light bends down and it bends back upwards to our eyes. It doesn't make sense for him.
What are you talking about,
You
Godric?
can't
There is
have
a
it both
path.
ways. If it's bending
There is a
down
path from A to
B,
B.
it's not going to be able to bend back up.
Maria,
You're assuming, you're
Guys.
assuming that the path of light is perfectly parallel at the origin, right? It may not be, and it's a conical path. It will expand.
Let's get some perfect. Okay, I got an idea. Let's get some perfectly parallel light, and you show me over about 26 miles or whatever. Show me bend a laser over the Statue of Liberty. Let's do 30 miles and show me a laser that I can see on the other side of the Statue of Liberty.
Right. I haven't been to New York for 15 years, so no.
It doesn't matter that it won't have been to the location.
Is there a path from A to B, Godric? Is there a path from A to B with that curved laser light? Yes or no?
I wasn't talking about lasers. I think lasers are different than what your eyes actually see. So that's my first point. It was the other guy who said laser. What I'm saying is, how
doesn't
can you
change my
prove
question.
that light's going to bend down to the denser medium, then somehow bend back upwards
Doesn't
against
bend
what
back
you
up.
say, contradictory to what you say back to our eyes? It doesn't make sense for him.
Never said bending back up. Try again.
Then how does the light get back to our eye? Where's the light from the building to our eyes? Wouldn't that also bend
good.
down, meaning we couldn't see it?
Do I need to draw this? Like, is that
Please
seriously
do.
I need to draw
Please
it?
try, because you never made sense on that topic. You're taking this, to the extreme, and I've never seen you prove that that's what's happening.
Oh, Lordy, hang on.
And by the way, does science teach you this, or did you make this up on your own little sciencey project?
B. Now, would you like the terrain between A and B to be flat, or do you want it to be curved?
You tell me. You just make up your explanation. You tell me. I want to see
we'll
how
do flat.
it bends
We'll
down
do flat
one
just
way,
to make it easy.
but does it bend down going the other way? That's what I want to know. That's all.
It bends down both ways. All right. Now, if we're on the left-hand side here, how do we do curves in this? Let's go like that.
If you're going to draw a thing, do you want me to share it on the live stream?
Sure. Yep.
I suppose you're in denial without any
How do you do a curve in this? How do you do this?
You're just using paint?
Yeah, there we go.
What is
now? What Godric is saying, right, is that if this light coming out of A, the laser, right, is perfectly parallel to the ground at the origin, and it bends down, yes, it will hit the water, right, and probably bounce up, whatever, don't care, right. But there is a path. Whoops, shit. There is a path from A to B that looks like that, right, Godric? Where the laser is not perfectly pointing up.
Say it again.
Right, the original one, the first line I drew was perfectly parallel at point A, and it curved down and hit the Earth. Okay, this one, the laser is pointed ever so slightly upwards, and it curves
Stop right there.
into the.
Stop right there. Both of both sides of that red line is above the ground, so I don't understand what you're saying. It's not
He's saying that if you
downwards.
angle, I think he's mostly just saying if you angle the laser up a little bit higher than horizontal, then when it curved, in theory, if this was all happening the way he's saying, it would, instead of hitting the Earth, it would actually just hit the target, and it would make like almost like a dome shape, like a very mild curve from point A to B.
Right, there is a path of light from A to B that curves downwards. That's what I'm saying.
Now, if that were truly the case at 10 miles and we move it to 17, how are you suddenly getting that gradient or that arc to reach me? How am I getting it to reach me? And then when I turn around,
I gotta stop you there. I gotta stop you right there.
Dan, hold on. Dan was asking Ruhiv a question. Let's try to keep it at least.
Go ahead.
Your conditions have created an arc of a particular shape. So when we increase the distance, how is that arc reaching us again?
Right, let's do this.
I got you. I finally got it.
You can't arc it
I haven't
up.
gotten you in a long time.
Your claim that it goes downward, not upward. That what you're making right now is a fallacy. Okay.
So when you get around to
the medium is denser at the bottom, meaning that we'll have to go down, not up, not up, down.
All right.
There's no arc with it.
Anyway, Dan. So this is between A and B on a curved Earth, on a globe.
let's call it 10 miles. Just
Yeah,
call
it doesn't
9.
matter what the distance is.
Well, it
really
most
doesn't matter.
certainly does because I need C and D on here because we've worked at different distances with the same light.
Okay. Anyway, so this again is pointing very slightly upwards.
How can it go up, Ruhiv? How can you be looking into the sky if it's going to get denser, it's going to go down to a denser medium? Explain.
You're asking how, if it's pointed up, does it still bend towards the denser medium?
It's an observation from A to B.
Right.
At no point can your light go upwards. It has to go downwards, according to you, Ruhiv.
No, not according to me, Godric. It's just your shit-ass understanding of Snell's law.
You said the light bends downwards through
Right.
denser medium. You claim that there's denser medium on the ground. So you cannot ever arc it up, Ruhif.
Godric, this is your shithouse understanding of Snell's law.
Why are
If
you involved
I
in Snell's
point-
law, bro? What medians are you? What's
no,
different medians? You're
Fermat's
Ruhif,
principle.
how does
Using
light go
Fermat's
up
principle
here
through the
and
atmosphere,
they go
but
down?
just to make it clear to Godric, he thinks that I can't point it up.
Snell's law doesn't apply because that has two different mediums.
We level our shit. We're not pointing it up. I promise you.
Yeah,
We're not
but this.
Ruhif, this is observation. Don't worry about the laser right now.
No,
Observation.
you need to understand
How
Snell's law.
can the
Let me
light,
find a.
how can your eye light go upwards if you're claiming it goes downwards?
Right. Again, let me just bring up Snell's law.
Oh
Let's change that. Hold on.
You do realize you're not addressing points C and D, right?
Yeah,
I feel like
correct Godric first. Hang on.
Yeah, there's a little bit of talking past each other, I think, because there's kind of multiple things. I mean, Ruhif, is this just a made up idea that you're pointing a laser higher than horizontal?
That will give you the path to the eye when the gradient is more than the curvature of the Earth. Yes.
Yeah, but who's okay in your theory or idea? But who's doing that?
Well, I don't know how perfectly level the FE Core's laser was. Don't think you can get it perfectly level.
Wish you'd
You know,
stop
you know the
talking.
sensitivity of the level. Right?
Are you talking about FE Core? Or hold on. Are you talking about FE Core? Or are you talking about Dan's experiment?
No,
I
FE
wish
Core.
you'd stop talking about them because
Okay.
Yeah, they're not. I don't. Yeah, they're not really relevant. I mean,
we don't have repeat work there. We don't have repeat
Anyway.
work there. Our repeat work here is to debunk Nat Geo and PBS. You know, where
I
they've
dismiss
already
PBS.
Yeah, he's
100%.
making a claim that everybody puts the laser up in the air and then it has to bend down according to him. That's what he's claiming.
Yeah,
That's how he
Godric.
starts off his presentation. We're
course
bending the
I'm
laser
showing-
upwards, it has to come downwards.
Of course,
Not
I'm
like-
showing video. Otherwise, I'm showing it.
Hang on.
Okay.
Let me choose a color. Just so we get this correct for Godric. The orange. There we go.
Man.
Let me stop
All
right
right.
there. Ruhif, Snell's law has to do with two different mediums, Ruhif.
This
See
is
that,
just
that water. See the blue, see the dark blue, Ruhif? That could be like, for example, water.
Yep.
There's no water in observation from A to B, Ruhif.
Godric, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm explaining this to you. You're not explaining this to me. Okay? I know that you have a shithouse understanding of Snell's law, so we can do this. Or
I'll
not.
let you explain it if you address my point. Go.
What's your point?
You can't bend light upwards, Ruhif, according to you. It has to go downwards from the beginning. It will never bend upwards. It has to go downwards, Ruhif. You claim this.
And no, I don't claim this. This is your shithouse understanding of Snell's law. Okay. Now, in
I don't
practice,
even care about Snell's law, Ruhif. This is just layman terms. If you're looking from A to B, you claim that light would bend downward through a denser medium, and you claim denser on the bottom. So you can never bend it upward, Ruhif.
yes, you can. This is your shithouse understanding of Snell's law. When we get there, Godric, we will get there eventually. Do you want to get there?
dude, you guys, this is pretty hard to listen to. Okay, Ruhif, why don't you just instead of talking about shit houses, why don't you just share what you want to share?
Okay, Godric thinks that if I point the laser up, it will never bend down. That is just incorrect. All right, now in practice, we use Fermat's principle of least time, right? Snell's law does come from Fermat's principle, but Snell's law is just a good teaching tool to show that light always bends towards the denser medium. All right, so in the diagram I've got on screen, I've got a path of light, which is the red arrow, right, coming to a boundary between two mediums. Okay, with Snell's law, if the denser medium is below, it will bend towards the denser medium, right? So where that green arrow is, it won't bend this way. It won't bend that way. That would be towards the less dense medium. All right, the green arrow is towards the more dense medium. All right, the same, Snell's law works exactly the same in reverse. All right, so if I was to reverse this green arrow, so the light is pointing up from the bottom, hits the boundary between the two mediums, right, it will bend to the left, which is towards the denser medium. Right, if you apply that many, many times, you get a curve, and it will curve downwards, just like I said it would. Do you understand? In fact, would you like a demonstration of that with some slides as well? Let's do this. All right, this is 10 discrete layers of atmosphere, which is not what our atmosphere is. And you'll see that at each junction, it bends a little bit down. All right. And now let's try 20 layers. You'll see that it's starting to look like a curve. 50 layers, 100 layers, 250 discrete layers of atmosphere.
I don't see where
500
you're
layers.
posting anything, but
It's
He's
in
sharing.
the sharing screen.
Brilliant.
Right? So can you see what I'm looking at, Godric?
Brilliant.
This is applications of Snell's law. Fermat's principle is effectively treats the atmosphere as a continuous gradient with infinitely small layers, or infinitesimally small.
Brilliant. This is not what's happening in reality.
Yes, it is.
You're making up a dream scenario that will never happen in reality.
This is exactly
Prove
what
that.
happens.
Prove
Sugar,
When you
Prove
look,
water,
forget about the
laser
laser.
through a sugar water
Prove
tank.
it.
When you
Laser
look
water
at
through a
laser,
sugar water tank.
right?
You made an
There.
accusation. Prove it.
You're looking across the plane into a building, into a boat, into a distant object, 10 miles, 20 miles. Okay? It doesn't go upwards, Riff. It has to go downwards according to you.
God, I thought I just explained that, Godric.
Yeah,
I really
you
did.
did.
Ruhif, I'm going to respond.
We're just ignoring it.
Yeah, I'm going to respond in this way, Ruhif. I'm going to go ahead and accept every single thing you've just said. Okay. At the moment, I'm not telling you that I personally am accepting it, like on the record, I agree with it. I'm just saying, for the sake of the conversation, debate, etc., I'm going to go ahead and just accept what you've said. Could you then relate in your viewpoint how this is connecting to the shape of the Earth?
Any observation done close to the surface without accounting for refraction, actual measurements of the gradient, I will dismiss unless there's bottom-up obstruction, in which case I win and you lose. It's unfortunate.
Bingo.
That's it? That's your response?
Yeah. I'm trying to level the playing field by demanding that everyone get above the surface. Because if we're a decent height above the surface, you have to hold me to something close to standard refraction.
I'm doing stuff at 20 feet on the images here that you're not looking at. I'm also asking you to extend your line from A to B to C to D, representing quite a bit more. So I don't get why you think you can cling to it.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Because you're stupid?
Your response is you can't do things low to the ground, but if something's being obstructed, you win, and then that's it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Pretty
Well, I
much.
guess that's kind of a where do you go from there?
That's a logical
Well,
assumption
get above the
that one
surface.
must make.
Well, there's been many observations done above the surface.
Yeah, show me one. Show me a few. I love the Beyond Horizons where they get up on a mountain and look at mountains far away. They're awesome. I love those.
There's lots of them.
How do you be so stupid?
Let's do those.
How many times I got to ask you, Rue? Can you just concede and I'll shut up and go away?
Concede what?
Well, you show A and B. I'm calling it 9 miles. Of course, we've
Okay.
worked at 17 and 25 across the same body of water. So
Okay.
how does your curve that's magically having these properties of curvature, even though I'm showing you leveling that you don't believe in, when we change the distance, how is that curve making it across?
It doesn't matter whether I change doesn't matter whether I change this from a B to a C to a D. The distance doesn't matter, right? If the curvature of the light ray is greater than the curvature of the Earth, you'll see it no matter the distance.
There is no curvature of the Earth, and our light is level.
Okay. How level? What did you use to level it?
There's a video up here. It's called an aqua level or something. I don't know. It wasn't there.
What?
What kind of level was it?
I don't know. It shows it first thing at the video 8:19, 19 after the hour. The very first thing they show is the level and how it's leveled and showing all the setup. It doesn't.
Sorry, 8 minutes and 19. Oh, first thing, sorry.
Let's say he says the first thing I see here, hydro level.
Yeah.
Hydro level.
You can contest level all you want. What I'm asking you is why, when we change locations, do we still parallel the water? Why don't we see your prediction?
Yeah, it's not curving. That's the thing, Ruhif. It's actually
if you could account for refraction, then you might have a point.
Mathematically, we did, but we don't see it happening.
How did you determine that you didn't see it happening?
Oh, fuck you.
All right, see you, Dan.
No, dude. Hold on. I think you just need to share with Ruhif, like, because even if he's heard it before, everyone else maybe had, or some people may not have.
He doesn't think we can work at that height. He thinks we're too low to the water. So when we go down to the water, we're 5 feet. When we come up to the road, we're 18, 20 feet. He doesn't believe we need to go to 50 meters to prove something to him.
Well,
So I'm
100.
barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, like I said in DMs yesterday, the gold standard test would be you on the top of a mountain measuring the angle to the top of another mountain.
I
over
have
valley.
nothing to parallel at that point, do I? I have to trust your
You don't
level.
need to.
I have to trust your level. Yet you don't trust my level here.
Yeah, that's a
No,
very good point, Ruhif. Hold on, let me just say this, dude. Doing it at the ground level, I understand the refraction ideas and everything, but at the ground level, you are paralleling the Earth, which is the thing you're measuring. To go up on mountains, that's cool, and I'm actually into that. It's a good idea. I think we should do that. I support all of that as well. However, this idea of just going up to a way above the surface, again, you're trying to measure the Earth, not the air between mountains. And to go up on a mountain, now everything is dependent on your exact level, and over that kind of distance, that's absurd to think you can measure the Earth that way. Just being honest.
Nothing to do with distance, everything to do with the sensitivity of a level, right? Do you know what the sensitivity of a level means or how it's measured?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say that to like attack you. I'm just saying to me that's a very absurd concept to take equipment that's not even designed to be used at those long distances, point it at a mountain,
Yes,
and claim you're measuring the Earth.
It's exactly what it's designed for.
Climbing the mountain on the other side because there isn't necessarily a road over there. So you want me to climb a mountain in the trees to try and find an open spot to set up some receptacle to catch the beam coming across.
Just 2 points of known elevation. Just I've done it fucking stacks of times.
I'm telling you.
Sense,
I'm telling you that we changed the elevation, we changed the location, we changed the surface medium, we changed the light medium, we do it day and night with different temperatures, and nothing matches the Metabunk refraction index. Nothing.
right, because you're close to the surface.
Oh, fuck.
Anyway, getting back to the water level, the spirit levels.
Why
they have a.
I want to ask why though. Why should anyone accept your out of hand dismissal of close to the ground observations simply because you don't like them? Like, that's fine if you don't like them. No one can force you to like them or force you to accept them. But like, you're one person saying, I don't like these observations that are close to the ground. Well, great, fine. Then don't worry about it. Like, it's not for them. Why do you care?
Gio, do you want me to go into it?
Fuck no! Don't go into it.
Should we play the music before the introduction music?
Bob, the fucking science guy.
We need a theme song. We need a jingle.
Bob, the science guy, comes in here and says he could do it from his yard. No problem. Just fucking stand in there.
Anyway, Bob Dole did ask.
Are you contesting Bob, the science guy? Are you
Bob
contesting?
Dole did ask why I want things above the surface. All right. So I'm displaying a graph on my screen, which shows the comparison, shows the difference between the gradient close to the surface and the gradient well above the surface.
You're
and
actually not. No, you're not sharing it. You got to change your screen.
Oh shit! Sorry. Hold on. Boom. All right. Here we go.
So that's not actually the question I asked. I didn't ask why you personally don't want it. I asked why anyone should care that you don't want those observations.
I'm showing that on screen now.
Talk about and you come in and say I don't like those observations. That's fine. Why should anyone else care whether or not you like those observations? You just like jumped into the conversation and said no, get rid of those observations. Like who cares?
And I'm showing why on screen. I'm showing why you shouldn't bother with laser test close to the surface.
You're not accepting my variable changes. You're not. I care a great deal about what you have to say. You're just not. You're not looking at the broad range of different observations.
Hang on, got to explain this to Bob Dole first.
I asked you to extend your line. Then you questioned whether or not I was level. Then I showed you the level. Then you told me to climb the mountain.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. So Bob Dole on screen right now is why I dismiss and why everyone else should dismiss these laser tests close to the surface. The red, so the x-axis is the refractive gradient.
Close to the surface. Define it.
Anywhere below 100 meters.
Why?
That's an arbitrary point that I chose.
Okay, well, that's
I'm going to do some more stats.
Fair to science. That's not fair to science.
Going on the screen is
that's not well. That is fair, Ruth. That's really not scientific. Just to say you just randomly decided that height.
Oh no, I'm going to do some more stats and say, look, at 100 meters, 99.99% bends downwards. At 80 meters, it might be 96% or whatever. I'm going to do those stats at some point. But anyway, for Bob Dole, the gradient, all right, so how much light will bend is on the x-axis. And this is a histogram that tells you how often a certain gradient occurs. All right, so with the red stuff, see how it's just spread out left to right? And there's no sort of typical gradient. What that means is that light can do anything close to the surface. It could bend, like on the left here, could bend tightly downwards, and on the right could bend upwards.
Yeah, but you know what it
unpredictable.
does? It hits targets all day, all night.
Right.
That's what it actually does. So it doesn't bend and whack all over the place. It just hits targets over a non-obstructed surface.
Damn, you can take a punch, Ruhif. I mean, no matter what I'm throwing at you, you're just pretending it don't hurt.
Well, I've got the data, Dan, so I'm happy with the data. So Bob Dole, these blue ones.
I'm going to leave you bloody. I'm going to leave you bloody.
These blue ones, because of the height in the graph, that means this happens more often. See how they're tightly bunched around about -2, -2.2? This is actually what equates to 7/6R, about -2.24 or something. This is where 7/6R comes
real
from.
life execution, not a
I'm
chart.
showing you real life data. This is real data, Dan. Real
How do
data.
you determine this, though?
These basically at every airport they let weather balloons up twice a day, and as they rise, they keep taking measurements as they rise up. So they take temperature, pressure, humidity, and you can convert that to a gradient.
Determine it. So what you've done is you've taken some data from somewhere else that has nothing to do with an actual thing that you've done, and you've decided that is.
Hold on. I'm not allowed to use people's data.
Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Yeah, we gotta let people go one at a time. Yeah.
Because parts of that data indicate that random things, according to you, can happen close to the surface, you've determined that you don't like things that are close to the surface because it doesn't align with what you want. There's nothing here. You haven't shown me any reason whatsoever why anyone else should reject close to the surface. All you've shown me is a cartoon that you've taken from someone else that says
This is my graph.
you think you shouldn't accept it because it doesn't line up with the thing that you want it to do already.
Okay, number one, am I allowed to use other people's data? Is that okay?
That would depend on what you're using it for.
Only if it's appropriate, Ruhif. Only if it's appropriate.
Is this
Hey, I'm trying to figure this
inappropriate
out.
use of
Rip,
data?
Rip, you
Very
do you
inappropriate,
agree
Rip.
that the bottom of the atmosphere is the most dense?
Yes, of course I do.
And you say that light always bends to the more dense medium?
Not always. Like if you've got a really strong temperature gradient, it can bend up, as evidenced by the graph.
So
But you'll
if we-
never see.
So if we don't have a strong temperature gradient, then it always bends down.
The typical thing is bending down. Once you get above a decent height, it will 99.9% bend down. Yes.
We're talking about if I go to a body of water and I'm over the body of water. So
Yeah,
if
most
there's not a
likely
big
it will bend
temperature
down.
gradient, is the light going to bend down to the more dense medium?
Yes.
Okay. So if I go over a body of water and I shoot a laser and it bends up without a big temperature gradient or differential, then you'll admit you're wrong.
Show me the measurements. It'll be fantastic.
Okay. So you've seen the FE core data. Like, would you say that that's to what's up with the temperature gradient there?
Yeah, I just showed that a minute ago. One sec.
I'm asking you when it pertains to what I just talked to you about.
Yeah. So what I'm showing on screen now is FE core measurements. This will bend it up. Bend it down at a greater rate than the curvature of the Earth. That's why
Wow.
they saw it.
Well, check this. What about the video we have that actually shows that the laser bent up?
Okay. What were the measurements taken?
It's the same thing.
What? Show me the measurements.
I thought you had the measurements right here from the FE core.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, the laser bent up.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll be back in a minute. 1 sec.
Okay. See how easy it is to debunk him.
I'm going to suggest
dogs.
I'm not trying to like roast Ruhif, but when he sometimes he may really have to go or something, but he generally will take evasive action at some point.
Yeah, just so you know, like I wasn't making that up. They literally have a video of the laser bending up. And I talked to them, and they said that it bends up all the time, and that if you do have a refraction effect, that the laser will start to bend up, and it's very noticeable that it's doing that.
That's really a reflection off the water. When you accidentally hit the water, it'll bounce up. Otherwise, you're not going to get that dramatic of a refractive anything.
Well, this is anecdotal, but when the laser test that Jaron was doing in the Behind the Curve documentary that went to Netflix, one of the things when we were there, one of the things we all saw, and it is anecdotal because we didn't document it in any way. Now, maybe people may have a couple pictures or whatever when they were there if they took them, but and all the footage that the documentary team filmed, they'd never ended up giving to Jaron, unfortunately. So we don't have all that footage, which I wish we did have it. I almost thought of recording it on my phone as a backup, but I didn't end up doing it. And if I had, I would have had the only footage. Anyways, my point is we all saw, like, if the laser was bent a little bit up, like if we bent it up a little, okay, it was a full moon, and the moon was in a very interesting angle position to the laser. And what I was saying we witnessed is that if we took it off, if we were parallel, we were actually hitting the target. But if we lifted it up just a little bit, it seemed to bend the rest of the way, and it refracted upwards to the moon. Like it like a curve, it went and up to the moon, to the full moon. But we did have to lift it a little bit off parallel. What I'm saying is that even if we lifted it a little off parallel, the rest of it seemed to be refracting upward.
Yeah, that can happen as well. Like, I think the one that Whitsett's talking about is the last, I don't know, mile or two of the laser bending upwards. Sure.
I mean, sure. You just said that it bends to the denser medium unless there's a big temperature differential.
Okay, show me the measurements.
Okay, so then again, same question that you ran away from a second ago. If we
Didn't run away,
have,
fuckwit. Don't be a fuckwit, Whitsett.
He's not. He's covering my ass. Go.
No. If he's going to call me this running away shit, I'm just going to call him out.
All right.
Well,
How about
cussing and calling people names like a child, but
yeah, I mean,
don't be a fuckwit.
Well, what he did was mild. What you did was just a little more, egregious. So can we just move forward?
Yeah, I just feel like, okay, I think you're avoiding the question, but prove me wrong.
Don't be a fuckwit. Don't be a fuckwit.
Okay, so if I shoot the laser over the water and it's not a big temperature differential, right? And it bends up, then that would debunk your claim, right?
Sure. Show me the measurements.
Okay, thank you. So if I do come back and show it to you, are you going to stop saying this every day, all day for weeks?
Oh, no. I'd invite you to claim your Nobel Prize for debunking Fermat's principle and Snell's law. Sure.
Because you want to say that the light always bends to the denser medium. That's what all the globers say. Light bends to the denser medium. Light bends to the denser medium. Light,
Yes.
and I actually
100%.
jumped in here because I heard you say always, quote unquote.
Yes.
Always.
It always bends to the denser medium, yes.
Well, what about when it bends up away from the denser medium?
It doesn't. It just means the denser medium is above. You've got an inverted gradient.
And why would why would it randomly change gradients?
Yeah. Could
Wait,
be
when is the
heat
atmosphere
exchange
more
over
dense
water
above?
compared to the land.
When's the atmosphere more dense above?
It can be close to the surface, yeah. You can get infrared mirages, yeah.
You know what's wild about this? Whitsit, let me know if you agree. Like, of all the laser tests we've seen over the years, have we ever seen any of them actually bend down? Because it's parallel or up.
Correct.
I think.
How are you determining that?
Really weird.
You can look at it. You can literally look at it. You can step out from the side and look at it. You can tell when the laser bends off of parallel and it'll bend up. And you can go to the side view and look at, so like say there's 25 miles. If you go to the bridge in the middle on the side, you can see the laser beginning to end. It's completely parallel. You can see if it slightly bends up, and you never see it bend down. Well, so how come sometimes it doesn't just keep bending? You said it's even greater rate than the curvature. Why doesn't it bend straight down into the curve?
I'm sure some of it does, but if you're pointing at a target and trying to hit a target on the other side, right?
It wouldn't work. It would bend down into the curve.
No, you would adjust it until it hit the target.
Oh, so you'd have to take it off a parallel.
Yeah, and that's why we're going to get into sensitivity of spirit levels as well.
So anything you can do to dismiss the evidence that directly refutes your talking points, right? Now it's just, the
Let's
levels
talk
don't
about sensitivity of accurate
yeah,
If
whatever
light
you can
doesn't
do,
do what
whatever
you
you can do.
want when
So
it's low to the ground, then light's random low to the ground. We got to reject that. If light doesn't do what you want when it's higher than the ground, well, the gradient must be inverted or something. It can't be just regular.
no, he's objectively created a narrative where he has a excuse out for everything that you could ever find. That's
Close
his
to the
that's why he's
surface.
so
Exactly
confident about it, and
correct.
that's why he brings this chart up every single day, no matter what the conversation's
Exactly.
about. Every
Correct, Witsit.
I know.
Right.
Because you've created a narrative where even when the evidence directly refutes your claim, you're like,
You haven't produced any evidence,
there are
Witsit.
outliers.
You haven't
There are
produced any
outliers. It
evidence.
doesn't. Well, sometimes. Look, I'm just making a point that you claim that it actually bends at a greater rate than the curvature of the Earth, which means that it should curve down into the Earth.
Yeah, if you point it very slightly upwards, it will, reach your target.
Okay.
There's also a conical beam as well. Yeah.
Okay, so you're claiming you know exactly the rate it's going to bend?
What I'm showing on screen, right? They took a gradient. I took measurements at 0 meters, and they took another measurement at 2 meters. I think their laser was at 1 or 1.5 meters. This is the problem with doing observations so close to the surface, right? This gradient that I've
completely
calculated.
ignored my question and went on to
I'm
say
answering your question. Don't be a fuckwit.
You're
I'm
literally
answering
not.
your question. Don't be a fuckwit.
What was my question?
I'm answering your question.
What was my question?
About being close to the surface.
That
I'm
wasn't
making
my
a
what?
point.
What was my
For
question?
fuck's sake, I'm going to turn you
how
down.
about as long as no, don't get into that. Let's just if you guys just let each other speak and then just don't do the ad homs and it'll go fine.
Gio, he just wants to lecture us with the same talking point. I asked him a question, and he's just going to
Ask your
say
question.
his same lecturing talking points again. Like, why can't you have a conversation where you just actually address my question?
Okay,
I do hear you. I hear you on that, Ruhif. Is that fair that he, if you want to say your thing, that's cool. But could you just at least either respond or not respond to what he's asking, and then he can do the same for you? So, do you want to just ask him again?
Yeah. Are you saying that you know, like you can look at the data and you have it mapped out where you can know the curvature rate of the light?
Okay, so I'll start what I was going to explain again, is that what I'm showing on screen are the measurements between 0 meters and 2 meters. And their laser was at 1 meter or 1.5 meters or something like that. All right, all they have measured here is the average gradient between 0 and 2 meters. Okay, the average gradient. Let's say I took another measurement in the middle at 1 meter. All right, then I have a gradient between 0 and 1 and a gradient between 1 and 2. Those could be very, very different. Okay, so no, you can't perfectly predict what the gradient will be.
So you can't actually ever know the curvature rate. So you bring this up like you know it's a home run.
Didn't say ever. I said get above the surface and you can hold me to something pretty close to 7/6R.
You know what you've done. I know you think you're like the arbiter of the way this conversation, what's acceptable as evidence, and so you're not, though, right? So what you're trying to do is get all the flat earthers to not make observations at the surface, because obviously when you go higher, you can see further, right? In the globe paradigm, and then you're going to reach a certain distance where it can't really be tested. All you're doing is making sure we get to where in the globe paradigm the distance is further than a test like a laser or something, so that the globe cannot be tested. That's all you've done. It's not creative. It isn't like impressive. You created a chart to handwave dismiss evidence that can test the globe to try to force the test outside the window that can test the globe. Wow.
You're right. I got all
How
this data
profound.
that backs up my claim. It's just hand waving it away with.
Well,
with
hold on,
no
Ruhif.
data whatsoever.
Can we address that though? Because
I have data, Gio. I have data.
But you don't, though. You don't actually have. What we have is someone here saying and showing that he's actually done the thing. What you have is something that you've pulled from somewhere else that you say is the data, but haven't backed it up in any way. You claim that light can do literally whatever it wants close to the surface. You haven't shown that or demonstrated that in any way, shape, or
Yes,
form.
I have.
You don't
That's
actually
literally the
have
point of these
data.
graphs.
What you
That is
have
literally the point of these graphs.
Yeah, Ruhif, you gotta not interrupt, man. I mean, as long as there's not egregious ad homs, just let him speak. And I mean, you know what I mean. So just let him finish.
Okay.
You
The
pulled
point
a
of these
cartoon
graphs,
got from someone else. You don't have any data there. You have bars on a picture,
right,
on
which
an
represent
image.
real world data.
That's
This
not
is real world
data.
Yes, it is.
It's picture that you're showing us. That's what I'm saying, Roof. You've done nothing to actually provide real data. You're claiming that
I'm
someone
showing you data
else
on the screen. This is real world data.
Well, it's data you got from a third party source.
Is that okay?
Try and comprehend what I'm saying to you right now. We have someone in the chat right now who brought to us, I think his name is Dan, brought to us literally the thing he did and literally the images that he took showing literally what he did to literally give us his literal data. You have done nothing of the sort. You took a cartoon from someone else who claims it is real data from somewhere else and said it is real world data. You do not have something that is comparable to the person that we were conversing with in the first place. You're just saying it is.
I think it's really it'll be the most
real,
edifying.
Hang on, no, Witsit, I'm responding to Bob.
He's right. I'm
This is
seconding that,
real
by the
world
way.
data.
That whole thing, I'm going to
No, I'm
second.
responding,
Okay, now you
responding
can
to Bob.
respond.
Responding to
Go
Bob.
ahead. That's fine.
Right. This is real world data, Bob. Right. It's weather balloon data. They send up 2 a day from every airport around the United States, and it measures the temperature, pressure, and humidity at certain levels, like every couple of seconds as it goes up. That is the data that I took: the temperature, pressure, humidity, and elevation. And I have taken that data and made these graphs from it.
Okay, show me. Show me them doing that so we
It's
know
on
they
the
did
screen.
it. No. Show me them doing that so we know they did it.
The weather balloon data.
No. Show me them putting the weather
Who's them?
balloons up each day like you say that they do so we can see that they're doing it. Because this man has brought to us
deny this?
actual evidence that he went out and did these things that he claims he did. Okay, so we have his evidence showing that he actually did the things. Can you please show me the evidence that these people actually did the things you're claiming they did?
If you deny they send up weather balloons, you go away and research that and come. No, I'm not going to waste my time demonstrating that to you. You go away and do it yourself.
Well, hold on.
When you're ready.
Ruhib, let's just be clear what he's asking for. Dan has provided a lot of real world evidence, documentation, video, photos, charts, equipment, etc. Okay, he has brought that. You, to be fair, just getting right down to the information, you have taken third-party data, assumed it's correct, and then have built a graph out of it. And then you have claims out of it that we can't measure the Earth at the surface. Somehow we have to go up to mountaintops when you're not even close to the Earth. So for some reason you're trying to take it away from the ground level, but we'll set that aside for the moment. Nonetheless,
it's not some reason, Gio.
Well, let me just finish. What Bob is pointing out is that the data that you have is third party. And it isn't anything. He was asking for any validation or verification of that data. So just to be fair, your evidence is by default much, much weaker and less considerable on all levels than what Dan is presenting, which is a ton of actual real world evidence.
Dan made no measurements of the vertical gradient. The end.
You just said that we could never actually get an accurate measurement of the vertical gradient.
Yeah, but some measurements are better than no measurements.
See what I'm saying? So it's like,
yeah, but I'm being attacked.
So funny what you're
for having supposedly shit data.
Okay, so this is the most important part of what Ruif's little talking point that he always repeats is, okay? So he wants to remove it away from the surface. Now, he has a narrative as to why, but in reality, it is because he wants to, if you go higher up off the Earth in the globe paradigm, you can see further. So if you go at least 300 feet up, then by the time you get to 300 feet, you're going to be where the globe predicts you can see so far. You're not going to be able to test it with stuff like a laser. Okay, so that's why he wants you to go that high so that he can eliminate laser tests. That's it. Okay. Now, then if you want to test his claim about why we can't do at the surface, he always runs away from it. So when you're like, wait, so you're saying that there's a vertical gradient in certain differentials and you have an actual refractive index. So can we get the actual specific data points and then we can go test them in the real world? We can say, okay, well, here's the temperature differential. Here's the vertical gradients based on the surface. Here's how we shoot the laser. Here's how far we can see it. Let's test if, okay, it's curving this much based on your claimed equation. So it should be curving into the Earth with these conditions we measured. Oh, well, here are these conditions. So we should be able to see it much farther, bending just at the right rate of the curvature of the Earth. And here's the other condition where it should bend up. Now, he will never address that request with specificity. He'll never say, yes, here is the actual claim that we can test with real world data at the surface. because once you press him on it, he says you can never actually get a measurement of the vertical gradient, and things can flip, crazy stuff can happen. You can never do it there. That's it. That's the summary of the whole thing.
First of all, so I kind of tuned out for half of that because you said something at the start that was just wrong.
Wow, dude.
This is not about seeing too far at all, right? What I've got on screen is the question that you run from all the time, right? If I'm standing on top of a mountain, has an elevation of 1,000 meters. Yep, that's all right. If I'm standing, let's have to start again. If I'm standing on top of a mountain that has an elevation,
Where'd he go? I can't hear him. Oh, that's crazy.
sorry. If I'm standing on top of a mountain that has an elevation of 1,000.
Oh, what happened, man? What happened?
If he
Again,
spoke
I keep
high
got to start
enough,
again. Wow.
It's completely disrespectful that I spent the time to lay my
start again.
point out, and
I've just got to start again.
Just starting again. It's disrespectful that I took the
listening.
time to lay my entire point out with very specific, coherent points. You just then jump in and say, "Oh, I tuned all that out," and then proceed to lecture us about what you want to talk about again. That's not how you have conversations, dude. It's
You're not
incredibly
standing on a high enough platform, Rue, for us.
Okay, I've just got to start again because Witzer
Well,
keeps interrupting.
Ruhif, dude, that is a bit fair. I mean, he did say his point, and then you basically said, "Oh, I tuned out anyways," and then now you're responding to something else.
Right,
Okay,
because he said it's a see too far thing. I don't care see too far, right?
All
This
right,
is
well,
what I'm
hold on,
showing on
let's-
screen.
All right. Well, he is willing to answer your questions and directly. So, just out of fairness, instead of just evading that, Witzik, can you ask it again?
I'm saying, why can't he provide the actual specifics that we can test at the surface? It's very simple.
Because you can't get an accurate measurement of the surface. Like I explained before, with that 2 meter gradient, that could be two very vastly different 1 meter gradients, and it could change vastly over the distance of the observation. Just don't do shit at the surface.
It calls for.
No, wait. How does that work? How does it change vastly over the distance of the observation?
It could.
How?
Let's say you're on land and you've got a higher radiative rate coming out of the land than you do over the water.
Oh,
That
well,
can
we're
change
over the water
gradient.
the whole time, so try again.
Yeah, but are
Well,
you
I
taking
do
your
think-
measurements while you're in the water? Like, how far out are you taking your measurements?
Well, you
just
said
can't
that it
do
can
it. It's not
drastically. You said whether or not you can measure it is a red herring fallacy. You just said that it's going to change drastically over the course of the distance of the measurement. That
Ruhif,
of the
I've
observation.
got
The
an
temperature
idea.
gradient could be less.
I've got an idea, Ruhif. If we set buoys every couple hundred feet, and on those buoys we have sensors and equipment that is reading the entire medium, and then we do the test. What do you think?
Yep, that'd be great. Expensive, right? But great. I mean, that's what Rumpus is doing, right?
Well, you'll just ignore it though, right? Like if say we have the buoys and we have the temperature recordings,
Don't poison
we
the
see
well
the
with it.
laser, it doesn't match your little graph prediction. You'll say, well, it probably didn't. It's just like that's just the best data you can get. You can't really
You're
get
a king.
accurate
You're the
data.
king at poisoning the well. Stop doing it.
Yeah, are you saying then that we could get sufficient data to test the claim at the surface?
Yeah, Rumpus is doing it, is he? And he's wrecked test or whatever.
Well, Rumpus isn't here, and who knows what he's doing.
I know. But he's doing what you suggested. Is that every few hundred meters or whatever, have a couple of sensors above and below the line of sight.
I
That's
mean,
exactly what they want.
he's claiming that, and yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Or you could just do it the easy way and try and answer my challenge on screen. I could make accurate predictions like this all day, every day. You guys can't.
You didn't make anything.
I can make a prediction for what this angle will be.
You're
You didn't
comparing
make
your
anything.
predictions to results,
Your hands are clean.
right? So our results don't match your predictions. And when we move
I think
to different locations,
results don't match your predictions.
Yeah, when
Yeah,
we
right,
move
because you
to
don't have a
different
model.
locations, when we move
By the way, you can't predict this.
Yes, I can.
You want to bet money that your
Yes.
prediction's not right? What do you want to bet?
Yes.
How much you want to bet?
Okay, however much you want to put up.
Okay,
Like,
so
let's
what,
do it.
so
You make a
what
prediction,
precision
I
are
make
you
a
gonna?
prediction.
To what precision is your prediction?
For this one, let me plug it into my calculator. 1 sec. And
'Cause I
you
know
make
this
a
for a
prediction.
fact. I know for a fact. I've already talked to numerous geodetic surveyors. So whenever you try to do this, it never exactly matches the globe prediction ever.
Exactly matches, like to what error, like tolerance.
Oh, so that's what I'm asking you now, because you basically, if you just, because you know that this is a very precise measure, it's not much change off of vertical anyway.
I
have a
understand.
globe
But this is you make a prediction, I make a prediction. Whoever gets the closest takes the money, right?
No. This is, you claim that you can make a prediction, and that it'll match your prediction. I know for a fact that it won't match your prediction, and you said
With
you
what
know for a
tolerance?
fact it will. So let's bet on it.
With what tolerance?
Oh, there you go. So
Standard.
what? How much off of 90 does the globe predict at this distance?
I'll tell you what my prediction is.
How much does the globe predict off of 90 at
Yeah,
this
I'm
distance?
doing it.
What
Settle down.
weather conditions is he selecting? Just standard shit left and
Yeah,
right?
standard. Yeah,
It's not how fucking
that's why I
science
said.
is done. It's not how
why I-
science is done.
That's
It's
why I
just
said
not.
if we get on top of a mountain, you can hold me to something pretty
If I
close to
told you I
716
wouldn't listen to you unless you're on top of a mountain, would I make sense?
Well, Dan, this is
my
what you
prediction-
understand. Though. This is what you don't understand, though. They're so used to, they get away with it a lot, right? Because they just say stuff. I happen to know for a fact that when you do this, it doesn't match the globe prediction.
My prediction is 0.266 degrees. Would you care to make a prediction as well?
Okay, so if I go there and it's 0.21, then your prediction
Way off,
sucks.
yeah, that won't happen. That's way off.
Yeah, I mean, this is all leading to Ruhif wanting to sell this, basically, this little idea of taking a theodolite up to a mountain, firing it across to another mountain that is way further distance than a theodolite is designed to even be used.
Incorrect, Gio. You want me to not interrupt, but you've been corrected on this 100 times.
It's not fair to interrupt. Even if you think I'm incorrect, that's fine. That you can't interrupt me just because you think I'm incorrect. That's not valid. If somebody straight up ad homs someone, yeah, I'm not going to mute the other person from interrupting and let them just be ad hommed. So that's a tough situation because I think it's wrong to just mute someone while someone else ad homs them. Really, the person who ad homs should be muted, actually. And the interrupter should, I don't know. Anyways, but you interrupting me there is not fair. Okay, so what I was saying, yes, that you want to take a theodolite up to a mountain, shoot it over a long distance, further than it's spec'd and designed and even calibrated for. And then you want to claim that your adjustment, this tiny little bit, is fitting a globe Earth, the amount of curvature up at the mountaintop. So you're not even measuring at the surface. And then that's supposed to be your home run thing that's what this is all leading towards.
Right. So I tuned out for the second half because you made an egregious error at the start. You keep saying these instruments are not designed for long distance. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. You've been corrected on this 100 times. These things, there are surveys in the United States where they make about 150 kilometer shots with these things.
Well, Ruhif, you have also claimed that you can shoot it to the moon to measure the moon.
Yes, I can measure the angle to the moon. Yes.
We've had this conversation about this before. Has anyone actually shown one of the handbooks for these devices being calibrated or recommended for those types of distances, or is it just you pulled out of your rear end that they can be used for that, even though no one has ever specified they can be used for that?
Would you like me to show the National Geodetic Survey doing these things over hundreds of kilometers?
I would like you to show me the company or person who designed the tool that was purchased in writing saying it can be accurately and reliably used for that distance. That's what I want you to
They
show me.
don't give a
Because that's
distance.
what we
They
need
don't
to
give a
know
distance limit.
The tool was
Yes, they
designed
do. Yes, they do.
No,
They literally do.
No, they don't. No, they
Yes,
don't.
they do.
Show me. They don't.
No, you invoke a certain one. You drop the manual, and then I'll show you. Because you're just making.
Show you a manual that doesn't have something written
You know
in
what's
it?
so funny? This dude asked for you to verify that they can be used reliably at that distance, and you said, "I can show you the geodetic surveyors doing
Yes. Yes.
it." That doesn't answer his question.
Right. That doesn't tell me that those. You can show me a video of people using the tool and trying to use it at that distance. That doesn't demonstrate that it was designed to be used at that distance and that it's in any way reliable, Ruhif. You would need to
Okay,
show
the United States government
Why are you interrupting
funded
me?
the
I'm
survey.
literally still talking.
My
You would need
apologies.
to show
Ruhif,
the
bro,
one
let him
who
speak.
designed the tool actually saying it is designed to be used in this way so we can rely on it.
Okay, the United States government paid registered surveyors to do the survey, taking long distance shots. If
So
you would like
people
to
that
get
know
a
why-
manual, that's okay. Hang on. If you would like me to bring up a manual that doesn't say it has a distance limit, fine, let's do that. But the government did it.
Right. The
Officially.
government, the government, people that we know do lie about things sometimes, paid other
I knew
people
that
to
would be
do something with a tool and in no way verified to you the tool was meant to be used that way. Correct?
Say again?
the government that we know sometimes lies about some things hired some people to use a tool in a way that they in no way verified to you it is supposed to be used in, correct?
Do you think the government,
Why aren't you
sticklers
answering
that
the
they
question
are,
yes or no?
I'm answering your
It's a yes or no
question. I'm
question.
answering your
Ruth,
question.
if you
I'm
can
answering your question.
if you can measure the shape of the Earth with a theodolite up on a mountaintop, that would have been the quote unquote mainstream. That would have been one of the
It is.
things that we, and it's not. That's not how
Yes,
they
it
measure the
is.
shape of the Earth.
Ruhif, you think the government what? Ruhif, the government what?
Yes, it is. They
This
well,
is,
sorry.
dude, in reality, if you actually look into it, the evidence, listen, when they go and do this, it doesn't match the globe prediction. They take multiple observations and then they average it out. And then when it still doesn't work, even when they factor in refraction and they average it out, they then consider stuff like distribution of mass discrepancies. And it's not like, okay, globe this size, it must tilt this far away from center of mass. We go into the world and it's like, bang, it works perfect. But that's what they want to act like. But in reality, it doesn't do that at all, ever.
Yeah, they have to do corrections. Yeah,
in
they do
response to
corrections,
Witsit,
and
right,
they
there
plug
was
that into
a
the geodetic calculations.
in response to Witsit, they did a survey of Kansas, right? And because Kansas is pretty smooth with no mountains, they had to build these towers, right? So that they could see over the curvature of the Earth for like 150 kilometers, right? For each shot. Every single triangle they did added up to more than 180 degrees. It's a horizontal survey. So
Okay, see, now he's sitting. Now look, see, he's not saying, "Oh, it does match the actual specific prediction of the globe." He goes back to repeating the script of being more than 180 degrees, and this is why he's just proving that what I said is accurate, which is that it doesn't actually match the prediction of the globe, other than you just making a baseless, open-ended assertion of it being greater than 180, which is not a specific prediction at all, of course, unless we're 5-year-olds.
Measurements, Witsit, measurements. Why do you say baseless when it's based on actual measurements? Why do you say that?
I'm saying, yeah, you're
To be clear,
baseless, as in it's not specific to an actual prediction. You just say that it's greater than 180. It's
Yes.
so funny.
Measurements are greater than 180.
Used like that was used like that, and they got a ridiculous number. That doesn't
Not a
that's-
ridiculous
all that does
number.
is
It's
argue
predicted
against
by a
you.
globe. It's predicted by a globe.
They used a tool that is not verified or designed to be used like that, and they got a
It is.
ridiculous number. That's all you've described to us. You still haven't
It's
proven yet that it
absolutely
can be used at
designed
that distance.
to do that. It is absolutely designed to do that.
You haven't shown that yet. Please show that.
Oh, I'll dig up a manual at some point, sure.
Okay, great.
Well,
Once you do
And,
that,
and it
come
won't
back.
have a distance limit in it. Let's try and find mine, actually.
Until you do that, let's get back to the people who are bringing actual, real evidence.
Because, holy shit, I've only shown you data today. Like, I've shown you data for the refractive index. I will show you these Kansas survey
Show us
measurements
data.
if
You
you
showed
like.
us your cartoons based on the data that
It's
you claim.
tons of crap with the data. Holy shit.
Yeah, you claim it is. I could claim
Okay.
all kinds of things about my drawings. That doesn't make it
Okay.
true.
Can you show the data though? I'll show you the data for mine. That's fine. Where are we?
Ruhif, with all due respect, and I don't say this in any roasting way, but I mean, in terms of compelling, in my viewpoint, I would say objectively, everybody has been able to notice that what Dan brought was a lot of real world direct observation and data and demonstration. And what you've brought is theories, ideas, and data that you got from a third party.
Is that okay that I got it from a third party?
I don't think it's nearly as strong and does not stand. No, ultimately,
Okay.
I don't.
Well,
I would.
that's a you problem.
That's for my.
Yeah,
well, I'm saying
because-
for myself. Yeah, obviously, I'm saying for myself.
Yeah.
Does not
Don't
stand
say-
as being relevant to deciphering truth from, in terms of being able to actually decipher anything from. Yeah,
Okay. No, you can dismiss data. That's, not unexpected, but sure.
it's third party unverified data.
When somebody comes
Okay.
with actual real observations and then someone else says, I have numbers from someone I've never met and never verified they did anything, I would say, yeah, the one who has real observations is going to be far more compelling for determining
shit.
what is and what is not reality.
This is what you
And
don't
then-
get.
You
Even if
need
that
to-
data is correct, he's still wrong.
What? Say that again. If the data's correct, I'm still
Yeah.
wrong. How did you get that?
Yeah.
We're
That's
gonna
what I
give you
said.
the data.
Well,
but we're
let's be clear. I
saying
think Austin. I think with
data.
Hold on, I think Austin's referring to particular data that doesn't get the glow prediction. Maybe Ruhif's suggesting his own data. Is that the case? Am I correct on those two?
No, I'm saying, okay, if you're talking about the whole weather balloon data, even if all that data is real, I don't even have a reason to question that. His conclusion is grossly incorrect. Okay,
Why?
And I've already explained why, and you hand wave dismissed it 4 times.
Maybe you made a shit argument. What was your reason?
Oh, maybe you shouldn't check out when people are speaking. Maybe that would
Yeah,
help.
well, don't say something stupid at the start that I've just got to like write down and go, oh, that's why whatever he says afterwards is not worth addressing.
I don't want to talk to you anymore because you're
Yeah,
disrespectful.
I'm sure I said stupid stuff too, right?
I don't know. Did you? Possibly.
I don't know if Ruhif is doing it to be malicious. I have heard of some people when they hear someone else speak, if they have something they want to respond to at the beginning of their thing, then they might tune out for the last part of it because they need to remember what the first thing was. So some people might help them to write it down. So it may just be I don't want to be rude, but a mental incapacity to receive information without getting hung up on one thing, I guess.
Well,
Yeah, if you make like 10 points in a minute, yeah.
That doesn't really change what he's doing. I mean, if he had a neurological condition that caused him to screech uncontrollably when somebody said something he disagreed with, that doesn't mean that we would still let him sit here and hold up the conversation because that's just something that he does.
Right.
Either he's contributing positively to the conversation, moving it along, or he's not. So just because he happens to tune out the other person whenever they're talking and then want to drag the conversation backwards because he tuned out, that doesn't make it legitimate in any way, shape, or form.
That's not what I'm doing. I'll hear something that invalidates everything else that follows, and I'll address
And
that.
you don't
thing at
know
the
what
start.
follows. How do you know it invalidates what follows
know
if
that
you
unless
say
you know
you
what
don't know
follows.
what follows?
Yeah, then why don't we just go back? How about you, if you could please just listen to what Witt's actually asking, and then go from there.
Okay. If you're claiming to know how the light behaves due to your little chart, then what we should be able to do is predict a specific curvature rate based on specific conditions. When you respond and say, it's hard to get the specific conditions, that's a red
Yes.
herring fallacy. Okay? So if you're
Sorry.
correct and you have the chart that's accurate, you have the refractive index rate figured out, you should be able to predict the specific curvature rate of the light relative to specific conditions.
Did I not understand the difference between getting a gradient between 0 and 2 meters, right, an average gradient over those 2 meters, and how different that could be to the gradient between 0 and 1 and the gradient between 1 and 2? They could be very different. So what Gio said before about lining up sensors along the path of the light would be fantastic, but expensive and annoying. Therefore, it would be simpler just to get above the surface where we can predict what refraction will be. Yeah.
You see how he did the same thing? I said in what I said,
I'm
I
toning it
said,
down. Sorry,
when you
what's it?
respond with it's difficult to get the data, it's a red
All right, which
herring.
is done for today.
You saw how he responded with it's difficult to get the data anyway? Because he can't respond to what I said. Because he knows he doesn't actually have the capacity or ability to do that. He can't actually show us specific curvature rate predictions. It's all a big house of cards. It's just a talk big. That's all it is. Because if you were correct, you would have no problem being like, this is how much it should curve based on these conditions. Then we could go out and test it. You won't do that because you know it makes it testable and falsifiable. And you don't like that. You want to create a narrative where you can't be wrong. That's all there is to it.
Yep, I think that point stands unless Ruhif can rebut it, but he seems to have.
I've turned him down. I answered his question and he just, anyway. So I've turned him down for today.
You did it. He literally didn't answer the question. I mean, we all heard it. I predicted that he would respond with, oh, it's hard to get the data instead of addressing. We could just put in fake numbers. Let's just put in fake numbers pretending we can get the data. And then you should be able to give me a specific curvature rate prediction. And then we'll worry about whether or not we can get the data. We don't need Ruhif's approval whether or not something's attainable.
I'll turn him back up if we do that bet of who can make the more accurate prediction.
You know what?
That'd be
Why
awesome.
are we entertaining this guy? He's turning down.
You misunderstood what that was.
He's closing down the owner of the channel. Who gives a shit what this guy Ruhif thinks?
I don't know.
Can I
Maybe
hop
he
in
did.
on the bet? Can I?
Why are
Hop
you
in?
entertaining this guy?
Yeah, Ruhif, either turn everyone involved in the conversation on, or I guess just sit back and mute yourself for a bit. But someone else wanted to jump in.
I'll ask Witzer once whether he wants that bet of who can make the most accurate prediction. If he says no, I'll probably go and do something constructive.
Just to be clear, that wasn't the bet, and that's not what he said to bet on, by the way. You either purposely misrepresented what the bet was going to be, or you misunderstood what he said the bet was going to be, because that's not at all what he said that you were betting on.
Okay, what's the bet?
That you can actually make a hyper-specific prediction and it match what the actual observation is.
To what degree of error?
What degree are you claiming to be able to do it?
Within an arc minute, probably. Yeah, less. 30 arc seconds. Yeah.
Wow, that's a pretty big window.
Okay, can you make a prediction that's better?
Well, so basically,
This
you're
is the
saying
bet I
you
want.
can't even make a very specific prediction using the globe.
I can. Let's do it. You make a competing prediction. Let's go and do it in reality.
Well, but you can't. I can use hyperbolic geometry and make a similar prediction. I can get this
Use whatever you
similar
like.
number. I can get a similar
Use
number
whatever
using
you like.
hyperbolic geometry of visual space.
Please do it.
Well, I know that's what you want me to do, right? But my point is, you keep falsely pretending that. Oh well, here's your little like meme with the dude thinking.
Yes.
You pretend like you know that if you come up with a number when we go into the world, it's going to match it. But then you create a window of error where it's always going to be around that, right? Yeah, so that's just ridiculous. It's hilarious. It's not even close to specific. And in the real world, when people go make these measurements off of 90, they don't ever match the globe. I've actually looked through the official government data, and they say, okay, like here's all of it, the averages, the refractions. Here are the things we had to throw out. Sometimes the measurements are way off, and they just throw them out. They completely disregard them. They don't even factor them into the weighted mean. And then sometimes they still can't get it to work with standard refraction numbers, which gives them like a 15% error margin off the top. And then they're like, okay, well, there's also different things that can be affecting it, like mass distribution discrepancy. And they have like 10 things that they can factor in to try to fudge the number. That's what the real world data is. And then you can look over here at like, say, the anti-flat earth narrative about how it always works and matches the globe. See, it actually doesn't. It never does, actually.
All right. Quick question: yes or no? Will you make a prediction for this?
Probably not. Maybe at some point. I have way more to do that's actually significant.
Okay, that's the answer I was expecting. I'll go do something constructive. Thank you, Gio. See you.
Why would it change that kind of a bet? He's the one saying that he can make an accurate prediction. Why would you need to make a prediction for this bet? The entire bet was either he can make an accurate prediction or he cannot. If he gets you to make a prediction as well, and you're both inaccurate, that doesn't change his claim being wrong. It just means he was wrong and you made a bad prediction.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? He isn't even making a prediction. He's using
I know
the
that.
standard procedure of predictions, and he's just going to pretend it's his and stick his chest out and then ask you to develop from the ground up an entire different method of prediction over a plane, because he could never have created the prediction he's using from the ground up. And the Globers do this all the time. They're like, I can predict this. I can do this. Well, I have predictions. You come up with a replacement for the thousands of people and millions of dollars that has helped give me this prediction. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of a goofy, it's like disingenuous.
I mean, aside from that, it's also not a prediction whatsoever. It's simply an identification of a pattern. But we've gone over that conversation multiple times, I think, before.
But yeah, what's funny about it is it's literally, it's like the Wizard of Oz, though, where you pull the curtain back. The Globers are like, over 180 degrees. They're like, geodetic surveying proves it. It matches the globe prediction. It literally doesn't. It literally doesn't match the globe prediction. I went and looked at all the data, like not literally all of it. I went and looked through a lot of the geodetic surveying data. Okay, and they don't even prioritize the accuracy of this whatsoever because they know it's so hard to even get correct.
Yeah,
That's
dude,
reality.
I just looked up a study that was looking to find the accuracy of theodolites and a couple other pieces of equipment. And the furthest distance they went with it was 150 meters. He wanted to look at a mountain 30,000 meters away.
Yeah.
Whoa. Yikes.
Yeah.
But did he accept the bet?
No, he tried to twist the bet to me making a flat Earth prediction instead of backing up his claim that he can make an accurate prediction that always matches the globe. I immediately offered him a bet because I know that's not true. It's a talking point that, Globers say. That's why I offered the bet. I know for a fact that he can't do that. Like for a 100% fact. Because the government can't do it, trying for years with thousands of people. So,
Would he be pretty far off?
well, now you're switching it to how far off you can be. Well, if the Earth's actually a globe, and so it's actually tilted based on a known radius, it should be very, very accurate. So then what happens is they say, oh, well, there's refraction. So then you're admitting that optical effects cause the phenomena that you're hijacking and claiming is because of physical curvature of Earth, which is a concession that it is an optical effect. So it's hilarious. You'll never get a rebuttal to what I just said, ever.
I just want to bet money.
Can you rebut what I just said?
I can't.
Right. And just to clarify it, and I'll stop talking so much, it should be very accurate. If there's actually a globe, and the reason that things are off of 90 is because it's physically tilted back relative to the other position because it's on a globe, then you should know very accurately how much it's tilted back. You should be able to go out and make observations, and they should not change. They should be consistent, and they should match the prediction of the globe. But they don't do that. So the fact that people bring this up as evidence for the globe is insane, right? Because it's like, you can't even get it to work with the globe, much less like stick your chest out about how it proves the globe. But this is the thing, a lot of flat earthers, the Glober spell is to say things with illusory confidence, okay? So they say things so definitive and confident and arrogant, where the flat earther is not really familiar with the subject, so they just concede ground to them. They think that, oh, there's no way that a human can be this confident about something and it be wrong, and then be lying, or then like just blatantly misrepresenting. But that is what's happening, right? That's why I always jump in and get kind of frustrated. Like, no, who cares? Say the data is really still wrong, or say, because it's like there are a whole different types of ways that you can try and get rid of their claims or whatever, but they're always using illusory confidence. That's why MC Toon is so good at what he does. He's so compelling to so many people because he gives off this aura of such confidence in his position where when you watch it, you're like, there's no way that he could be just blatantly wrong about the stuff he's saying, because look how confident and sure he is. It's a spell. It's a tactic.
They're so demanding of our numbers, and then when he goes to make predictions, he doesn't ask about the weather. He's throwing in words like standard. You just can't do that in any other science. You can't just make up the conditions and expect it to match.
Also, what he also embedded into his argument, if you're too low to the ground, well, light can do literally anything. We don't understand it. So we can't use those observations because it doesn't match what we need it to match. Oh, but if you go too high and it does something that doesn't match our stuff, well, that just means that for no reasonable reason whatsoever, it has now flipped. I can't tell you why it happened. I can't explain to you in any way, shape, or form why it flipped or how it flipped or any of those mechanics. But if you're too high and it's wrong, it's flipped. If you're too low and it's wrong, that's because we don't understand it. Light can do literally anything.
What's funny is I just had a debate with a moderated debate with a dude named Nathan, who's in university. He just now did in a lab setting in chemistry at his university. They actually studied refraction of light, and it's like you have above and below 20 degrees Celsius, and it bends up and bends down relative to being above that central point. And that's like the standard for highly precise measurements in a lab setting regarding refraction, right? And so if you take the real actual tangible data from experiments and then you take it to the Earth, right? Well, it debunks their claims because we see that we can shoot the laser over a frozen lake. We can shoot the laser during the summer. We can shoot the laser is always seen too far, and the laser is seen too far in different conditions. right? And they need the light to bend down, but it bends up or down relative to that point in lab setting. So there's no rebuttal to that. It's like, okay, well then how come the laser's seen too far in all these conditions, right? All these different temperature conditions. And they'll never rebut that. If you watch the debate, it's like they just literally can't respond to it. They just ad hom, gaslight, change the subject, and they repeat the script over and over. You don't understand. You really don't understand that light bends to the more dense medium. You know, it's just like a script. So that don't you agree? You understand that debunks the globe objectively. If we know that refraction does this based on these temperature conditions, and we go out on the Earth and we see the laser way too far in all these conditions, then that debunks the globe. There's no way around it.
Not subjectively.
No, objectively. Yeah.
I'll mention this. If you have a laser beam that is like shooting a cone shape, even if that were to bend around a sphere, the actual shape of the cone would be warped. But we don't see that warping, meaning when there are lasers that have that cone shape, they hit the target in a full conal shape of light.
Even the diverging beam, the bottom edge of it is still going to be a straight line.
Right. Like the one when I was there with Jaron doing that, like we were actually getting the whole target was getting hit by the laser. He was trying to get the collimator on it to get the beam to be very tight, so that because he wanted to get a result that was like I believe it was like a 2 or 3 foot, focused in circle, and that was his plan to get that result. He wasn't able to get that result. We weren't able to get it because he had the laser on for so long that the laser heated the collimator, which was a threaded screw-on collimator on the end of the laser. And he had it on for so long that the heat from it actually melted the threads together. So we couldn't adjust the collimator, couldn't get it off. And we tried so hard, probably for an hour or two. It was like all with our like cold hands, because it was cold. And we were trying to get it open. We tried everything. Like 2 of us would hold it and try to, one of us holding the collimator, the other one holding the laser. It was totally just absolutely fused on there. Nonetheless, the laser beam, so we never got it like collimated to be really, the small dot, the dot size, like the 2 to 3 foot size that he wanted. However, the entire laser was hitting, like laser light was hitting the entire target from the ground to the top. So that shows that there actually was no curvature. Like we actually got, I know he wouldn't say this because the official result was inconclusive because of the collimator problem. But I can just say for myself, the thing is, I do think we actually got the planar Earth result because the entire target from top to bottom was being like sprayed with the light, and that's why I was mentioning because it was a cone shape coming out of the laser, and that's why I was saying that if that's supposed to be curving around, it's not going to maintain that perfect cone shape as it curves around a sphere. Nonetheless, we were getting that whole splayed out pattern on the entire target, showing that there was no curvature actually obstructing the light between the laser and the base of the target.
We have a winner. Flat Earth. Trying to think of what other applications people could say where I'm going to disregard your data unless you climb a mountain, or I mean, let's say we're working with acoustics and you're, in a place with too much echo. You'd say, okay, there's a reason to move, we're getting too much bounce back. I get that.
Well, you made a great point that
we've
it's like whenever.
Oh, God.
Well, whenever it was what you were talking about, we need very precise measurements, and actually, we need such precise measurements. There's no way to ever get it because just from here to here with 1 meter, it's going to change. So no way you can ever do it. But when it comes to his, standard refraction works perfect.
That's true too. Because of he claims the data, I suppose he thinks gives a regularity.
In the meantime, there's a couple 100 feet of obstruction missing when you start working at 20 miles plus. So I don't know what numbers he's coming up with, but I promise you it isn't hundreds of feet.
Yeah, he wants to use a standard refraction that has a radius value involved, and then claim that you have to go up to mountaintops to measure the shape of the Earth.
I asked him clearly to extend his line to the distances we've worked at, and he wouldn't.
Wait, why is the refraction bending at the same standard rate all the way up there anyway, if there's less refraction up there? He says the reason we have to go up there is because there's less refraction, so why is it the same standard rate as at the surface?
Bob, the science guy, worked at a half a mile, but he told me I got to work at 50 miles. That's 100 times difference.
Yeah, he basically just, I think what he said to that is, oh, when you're down near the surface, there's just so much variation that he's just writing it all off.
Yeah, which seems like, that just seems wild on its face. It's like we're working with the actual way that light allegedly works. Like that's like we're trying to make a determination on what light is doing, and here's this whole section where light seems to go nuts. We're just going to cut all that out and ignore it because it doesn't line up with what we want it to, and say that that's not good enough.
Well, in reality, the reason that they want to get away from the surface is the same thing I said a few times, which is as you get higher, the globe allows you to see further, and you'll eventually reach a distance where you can't test it with lasers. So this is a sneaky way to dismiss laser tests outright, right? Like laser tests that can test the globe, you can just get rid of them if you say you have to at least be this high, because to test the globe, the laser would have to go significantly farther when you're that high up, and we don't have lasers that can go that far and be tested that we have access to. So then you can say, oh, well, no laser test. That's why they want to go higher.
Right, and he never also actually addressed why we're actually getting the results of the lasers hitting the targets so consistently. Because if this gradient, the way he tried to make it sound like it's so inconsistent, it's just bending light all over the place, up, down, left. I mean, he's trying to claim that it's just this erratic thing with these dramatic temperature changes. But the thing is, we're hitting targets consistently with planar geometry.
His suggestion is that we're not achieving level, or we're overachieving by pointing it upwards. That's what he thinks.
Well, the level thing is only relevant if it's a short distance laser, because once it gets far enough, like it's the light's not going to be able to go around the curve. So,
yeah, that's also true. Yeah,
like
if
it's
even say it's off level and it's tilted down, well, it's going to get blocked by the globe sooner.
Way
right?
sooner. Right away.
Right, and then if it's too high, it's just not going to hit the target.
Right.
Not a chance. It's a pretty narrow slot. You don't have a lot of slop there.
Wait, it's a testable claim though. If they're claiming like, okay, this vertical density gradient and this temperature gradient causes this refractive index, this curvature rate, you could test it. You go, okay, make a specific curvature rate prediction, and then we'll go look. Okay, we'll tilt it down, and then it should be blocked at this distance from the globe prediction at this height based on these conditions of refraction. Then it should, when I tilt it down, it should get blocked by the globe here. Right, during these conditions when it's level, it should still get blocked by the globe here because it's going to refract it down at a curvature rate greater than the curvature of the Earth. When I tilt it up, I should be able to tilt it up at just this amount, and it should go perfectly all the way to the thing now because the curve, based on the temperature gradient and the density gradient predictions, and if I tilt it just off the level, it should match perfectly, and I should be able to hit the target. Then if I tilt it back down, then I shouldn't be able to see the target. If I tilt it up a little bit higher, it should miss the target. So it's a testable claim if you have a specific rate of curvature prediction. That's why they never will say one. Never.
I see what you mean. Yeah, it could be verified through the gradient to actually do what they're saying it's doing and to be curving along with the curvature of the Earth. And yeah, you could adjust it like you were saying, and you could kind of easily tweak and modify it, and you could have that whole thing in a range of prediction if it's what they're claiming in terms of what they're trying to claim refraction is and the predictability.
Exactly. Like you'd be able to go out there and do a test and then like tilt it up, tilt it down, and specifically see, okay, well, look, it matches the glow. They're right. Based on these conditions, it should curve at this rate. Okay, when I tilt it down, boom, it gets blocked at this distance. I tilt it up and then it gets blocked at this distance. I tilt it up a little bit more above level and then it hits the target. I tilt it up a little bit further, then it misses the target based perfectly on the certain distances based on that prediction. You'd be able to test it and verify that it's correct. Whoa. But they're so confident that it is exactly what's going on years into it, and they've never even got to the step of making it testable. They won't even make a curvature rate prediction. That's hilarious to me. So now most people don't realize that, but Ruif does because I just pointed it out to him 4 times.
And he just muted you.
Yeah.
Yeah, who does that? Who just like, oh, I'm done. I'm just turning you down. Like, I mean, if someone's like attacking him, I guess I get it. But it's like in that case, like just the argument, it was just like that's it. He just can't hear the argument because then he would have to respond.
You can't blame these folks for eventually just giving up because they got to give up the ghost. You feel me?
Yeah, there's like nowhere to go. Yeah.
You saw when I was trying to get the curvature rate prediction, I'm like, give us a specific curvature rate, the rate in which the light should curve based on specific conditions so we can test it. And last time I asked you, you responded with, it's going to be really difficult to get the data, to verify the data. I'm like, that's a red herring though. Or just saying like, say you have the data, put the data points in and give us the prediction. And then he just responded with why you can't get the data again. I'm like, bro, just make up data and give us the curvature rate. Give us the formula, give us the curvature rate based on certain conditions. And the reason they don't have this is because, he's like, make your own prediction and all this stuff, right? But the reason that they don't have this actual curvature rate prediction is because Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State didn't give it to them. It doesn't exist. That's why they don't have it. They need to wait for them to make it for them and give it to them. But they'll never do that because it becomes testable and falsifiable.
When I asked him to make a prediction, I just pasted in here. I said, is there any way to measure the gradients for you? He said, there is, but exploiting it across the whole observation is the problem. The quote gold standard of observation for me is from the top of one mountain to the top of another mountain.
Which is the worst standard. Crazy.
Come on, Dan, get to measuring the Earth. Just get your hiking boots on and start going up the mountain. Remember when with Ruhif and he was gonna remember with Ranty, there was the whole thing where Ranty was gonna go up the mountain with the auto level and they had their whole prediction thing. Oh, Ruhif was pushing that for months back then. And then Bev was like they were all doing memes on it, like get Ranty up the mountain. They were going to use an auto level. It was like I forget how many miles, or 200 miles. It was a really far distance that they were claiming to try to shoot an auto level. It was hilarious.
Yeah, all those experiments where they take the reciprocal zenith angles or whatever with the spherical triangles they're claiming. Dude, from what I'm reading, man, theodolites shouldn't be used for over 100 meters. They're still plus minus 50 millimeter accuracy at 100 meters, and it gets exponential. Well, it gets way worse the further you go. So they cannot be used for long distances at all.
People should just record phone calls with like government geodetic surveyors asking them that question.
It's so weird. It's hard to find the info too. I've been searching for like a half hour trying to find like a max distance that they can be used at. I've had to get into studies about the accuracy, and yeah, they don't look good for the Globers here.
You could talk to them about it for like 5 straight years, or say you get a phone call recorded with an official government geodetic surveyor where you say, what exact device are you using? Okay, well, I'm sitting here looking at these studies that say that they're only accurate up to about 100 meters, and there's still an error margin. So why would you be able to use the theodolite at that great of a distance? And hear their official answer or explanation. They'll probably be like, well, we know it's actually not completely accurate, and there's a pretty good window of inaccuracy and error margin, and we average numbers out, and we're just trying to get an idea. We're just trying to get the best idea we can. If we can get the numbers to get within about 85% accuracy of the model's prediction, then we usually rock with that. That would be the actual official professional answer.
Funny you say that. They were doing that in the study too. Any results that they got that were too far out of like standard deviation, they threw out for a accuracy study. Like what?
It's pretty sad.
Yeah, and they do a lot of corrections as well, because a lot of those geodetic surveyors they're actually trying to fit their results into the larger like grid system. You know, when it comes to like property lines and zoning and all of those, you know, that's usually what they're doing it for, just in terms of zoning, you know, who owns the land where. And so they have to fit into that grid system, and they have to essentially the WGS 84, which is the ultimate grid system. But then there's all the local, like the federal and the local ones for different areas, you know, different countries and different areas that have all of those zoning that actually, because that's really what the earth is at the end of the day right now, because it's not just free land, you know, it's all owned by someone, some country, some, you know, so it's all has to be mapped and the property lines. So when they do some of these geodetic surveys, they have to fit those into the previous data, and then you get into the corrections and all of the calculations they have to do to get that to fit for them to get paid for their job.
Imagine the workman's comp claim when they claim they've been shrugging their shoulders too much. It's like, I don't know what happened, Doc. It's like, I keep shrugging my shoulders and now my neck hurts. Spends all day shrugging his shoulders. Like going, what? What? Well, what's next? Shorter distances, not longer ones. I'll tell you that much. Maybe micro distances even. Certainly 8 inches is a great deal of expanse, even at 1 mile. It's big. It's not like we're, you know, it's noticeable, it's measurable. It's not like we're dealing with microscopic shit here. It is about what they'll accept, though. We almost have to go back to long spans like runways and things, like longer runways and things that would make a big difference. I think there is one building. I think it's the Daytona grandstands. Some new set of grandstands somewhere claims to account for the curvature of the Earth because it's over 1 mile long, and it's going to be drainage. It's not going to be for the curvature of the Earth. It's going to have a high middle so it doesn't flood with water.
I just thought of an idea with a laser. Wouldn't there be some way to like set buoys up with sensors, but also if the sensor could pick up the laser beam as well, not only like the temperature and those components, but what if the sensor could actually pick up where the beam is? And then somehow could you map all of those sensors to see if they're planar or curved? Because in their model, of course, the light, this laser has to literally be curving around this huge hump of water, you know, the edge of the ball. So if sensors were all in buoys at a particular water level or level above the water, if somehow those could all be linked to be mapped onto what the actual geometry is of what shape they're making.
I talked to Wendell Walton about this when we were talking about going back to Salton Sea. And really, you know, it does get complicated unless you go backwards and realize, why don't we just do one buoy at the center point and shoot through it? If you can prove there's no arc, there's no arc.
Yeah, you could do it. You're saying with 3 test. Yeah, like the target, the source, and then one in the middle.
Or just one in the middle, just shooting through something. We've yet to achieve that. Shooting through a hole in something, or shooting noticeably across something that's in the middle. We haven't really worked the middle point.
Yeah.
So I don't even think you need a series of buoys. Just anything in the middle that roughly matches your height. And shoot right on through it. You could see a laser hitting it and going through it.
Well, yeah, that was partly when Jaronism did that second, because the film that ended up, the cut that ended up in that behind the curve thing, was filmed on 2 different days. So there was the laser test day, and then there was the other day where he was using the lights that were shining through the boards with the holes in them.
Yeah, we never replicated that. And we haven't used radar either, which won't go over 10 miles by definition. So I don't know why we're not taking a boat out with radar.
Yeah, there's so many things we can do.
Surprisingly, there's some simple things yet.
And then the defense behind the curve, they didn't want to just say the Earth was flat, so they had to give that little question at the end with Jaron. But I feel like they did go both sides.
They let the audience go back feeling good again.
Right.
Dude, I saw a screening of that in San Francisco. So it was like at a theater, and dude, at the end of it, just everybody, it was like a gasp, like they just were all gasping, like, oh, thank God, I can keep believing the Earth's a globe.
I used my radar for 70 miles. I got a oil rig on my radar 70 miles away and went by it about 6 hours later. Took a picture of it. I've told this story, and other boats have larger radars that are more powerful, that they'll go more than 70 miles. That's just my limit of a Simrad radar.
Nice.
It's been done. They said it went over the curve, reflected off the oil rig, and then followed the curve back to my self-contained receiver, which is BS.
Wait, what caused it to follow the curve?
Pressure.
Pressure?
That's what they said.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
Because 50 was in here the other day, and people were asking him, or yesterday or the other day, I don't know, asking him why he thinks there's a globe. He's like, well, the company I work for, we actually, we use radio waves. We have something called a radio horizon, and that's because the radio waves get blocked by the curvature of the Earth. And I was like, well, no, the radio horizon is further than the geometric horizon. And it's well known that radio waves can go significantly further than the radio horizon. And
based on power output.
Yes.
Especially
So
with
it's like,
radio waves, FM and AM is a huge difference.
so how's that work, right? Like what's causing it to go way further than the geometric horizon and way further than the radio horizon? Because how does that work? The globe Earth should be blocking the radio waves. And you can't say you can try to say refraction, but refraction doesn't work. Refraction doesn't bend radio waves like that. So,
well, they called this over the horizon radar, like over the horizon. I was like, my Simrad self-contained that I own is over the horizon radar. That's highly unlikely. It's not expensive.
another thing is, even if you claim that it's like, well, say the curvature of the Earth's going to block the bottom half, but then some of it gets passed. Well, then you'd be able to measure like an actual specific decrease in the radio waves at a certain distance because the curvature of the Earth's blocking it, which I can guarantee you wouldn't measure in the real world. Again, because it's well known that they go way further than the radio horizon. How does a human hear this and not think, oh, maybe, just maybe, my assumption about the Earth being a ball is wrong?
I got a letter and a phone call here with a dude from Garmin, like a technician at Garmin, talking about. I was asking him, why do you have stuff that goes 40, 60, and 80 miles? And without mast height. I told him, me and my friend want to see each other on the water. Without great mast height, we figured 9 feet each, which would sort of match standing on the beach or standing on your boat. It was clear 7.5 miles, period. There's just no other way. He gave it to me in writing, and I have it talking to him here. That when they talk about distances, it's to see islands, maybe flocks of birds, but nothing on the water. No way. He was really cool about it.
This is the real way you win, by the way, in my opinion. You get recorded professional conversations with these people that are in these professions. Like you're respectful, professional, cordial. You build rapport with them. You just talk to them. You record it, and that way it's like, oh, who do we listen to? The anti-flat earthers that make stuff up, or the people that do it professionally? Because they almost every scenario, the anti-flat earthers make stuff up, and then once we prove it wrong, they change their argument and make new stuff up. It's just like with the why can't we see stars in any of the footage from the Artemis? Oh, exposure. NASA never once ever publicly released the statement that they can't see stars in the Artemis mission or in space because of exposure. Never once ever did NASA say that. Only anti-flat earthers say that. So like what's the more efficient thing? Go ask NASA why or ask Zanuck or whatever, right? It's like they all repeat the exposure thing, but never once have they went to NASA and seen that NASA claims that. Ever. In fact, just like Kosho said, he jumped in and said they claim they actually use some of these cameras for navigation based on the stars, which means they have to be able to catch the stars with the cameras. So why can't we see the stars from the Artemis mission from these cameras that are supposedly using the stars to navigate?
They're different cameras, or are they the same ones?
They're different cameras. Why don't they release the footage? Why don't they release the pictures of stars?
I think they're unconcerned with trying to prove the globe. That's probably part of why they don't.
See, there's another script that you guys say that is incredibly dishonest.
No, they never claim to be producing proof for the globe Earth.
And then you double down on it. Wait. You double down on it. Stars don't prove the globe Earth. It has nothing to do with proving the globe Earth. It's just a disingenuous anti-flat Earth talking point to gaslight flat earthers. We're talking about showing the world the footage from your mission that we funded with our tax money.
No. You asked why they aren't trying to prove this, and I said because they're unconcerned.
No. Now you're lying about what I said.
I'm not lying.
I never said why they're trying to prove anything. See, literally, those are the two talking points from anti-flat earthers.
Okay, stop saying I'm lying. Okay,
well, you are.
You are
not lying.
Hold on. Let's just stick to the information, and not the. I mean, let's not call each other liars.
But he is. Okay, you're misrepresenting what I said. I just corrected you. So can you please stop and actually address the real point? Because the talking points the anti-flat earthers say is exposure, but NASA never said that. Okay, they made it up. So the next thing they say is they're not concerned with proving stuff to flat earthers. These are the two things they always say, which are both tactics to just dismiss the point.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Maybe I should rephrase it and say, I haven't seen any evidence that NASA is concerned with trying to prove things to flat earthers. I haven't seen any of their press releases or anything like that that indicates that that's one of their concerns.
What does showing stars from the mission have to do with proving things to flat earthers?
Nothing, I guess.
So do you don't think the average person would want to see stars from their Artemis mission?
No.
Really? So you don't think the average person, well, apparently NASA disagrees with you and they show you stars from the ISS and they go through huge effort to supposedly take long exposure footage of the stars from the ISS. Of course, they show all over the news and release all the video pictures of stars from James Webb. So I guess the public does care about stars, but then they don't care about stars when it comes to the mission that's finally going back to the moon for the first time in 50 years. After one of the main questions asked to the astronauts after the first moon mission was, did you see stars and why can't we see stars? But no, the public would never want to see really clear, beautiful, high resolution pictures of stars outside of our Earth's atmosphere that's causing obstruction and occlusion from the stars, where you'd be out and you would just be swimming in a sea of stars in high definition with no atmospheric obstruction. You have the most beautiful sight ever that can only be seen in space. No, people would never want to see that.
While they've been spending the time contradicting themselves, half the astronauts tell us how glorious it is, and the other half say they've never seen it.
And people wouldn't even have to request it. It would just be obvious that people would want to see it. Oh, but we can just see for 10 straight hours, we can just see the moon sitting there in all black. People want to see that, but they wouldn't want to see beautiful videos of stars in high definition with no obstruction.
Matthew, did you want to respond?
What?
I mean, well, I just
it's speculation about what people want.
Well,
Disaster.
I don't think you've quite received what the actual topic is. I mean, nobody was talking about NASA proving anything to a flat earther. Like, that was just not even relevant, honestly. And then it's about the, do you want me to repeat it, or do you understand the actual point? Like, do you want to respond to any of those points, or to the?
Yeah. So Witsit was saying, why don't they show stars? And that's where I came up with the answer that I don't think they're trying to prove anything to anybody. They have different missions for different purposes. The James Webb Telescope does show stars. The purpose of the Artemis mission was to show that a human-rated spacecraft could orbit the moon. And so that was the main purpose there.
But they allegedly have cameras that are looking at stars.
Yeah, they use special cameras to navigate by looking at the stars.
So why can't we see that footage? Why wouldn't everything just be openly and publicly available to the people that funded it and gave them $700 billion since inception and $93 billion for the Artemis missions alone? $93 billion. So I should be able to go to NASA's website and just click on all the footage. Why is NASA not just allowing free access to all the cameras?
What's the damn top secret, man? Top secret military stuff, bro.
Are they hiding aliens? What's up?
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Yeah,
so this is supposedly a scientific agency that has nothing to do with the military, or they have nothing to hide, right?
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Matthew, can you see how it's not adding up for a supposedly multi-billion-dollar funded massive government space agency?
Yeah, if you assume that it's all fake, then of course real, then I can find plausible reasons for why they don't do it.
Name one.
It's impractical to download all the navigational data when they don't need it.
So what you're saying is that NASA doesn't have to provide evidence and be forthcoming for their claims to the public.
No,
you act like everyone. You act like everyone in the United States just 100% believes NASA's claims of going to the moon. When they don't.
Maybe 90-something%.
No. At the time, people were asking questions. It actually went to Congress requesting the telemetry data. Tons of people wanted them to provide the evidence of their claims. It was a very popular thing. So it shouldn't even be a question. The government is supposed to be honest, certainly when it comes to NASA, which is just supposed to be innocent, non-political, non-military space exploration. Supposed to be an agency of science.
And you know what? Back that up with the Challenger, disaster. Let's talk about that real quick. If that happened, if those lives were lost, who the fuck paid for that? Who paid for those lives?
Someone was taken to court. They were actually pulled up on criminal charges. They had like over 100 counts or something like that, and they were just completely let off of all of them.
That's actually, it's the good news if it was faked at that point, right?
Yeah, exactly. Nobody died. Nobody cried. Well, people cried, but nobody died. just a part of their soul that now believes a lie.
But this is what's really weird. Like, this is the honest truth. If I'm a glober, okay, and I believe NASA's telling the truth, I 100% want the footage from the stars. I just want to see, you know how cool it would look to see stars out in space outside of our atmosphere so you don't have any light obstruction? It would be the most beautiful thing in the world. It would be the only way to get it. So why would we not be shown the videos? The most beautiful video in the world.
Right. Yeah, we get very little when it comes to stars. Yep.
And we've actually talked to many Globers that admit to me that they were very frustrated about the poor quality of Artemis and the lack of stuff like stars.
Well, then just go look at Hubble and shut your mouth, Flatty.
Which is just a still shot picture that's run through RGB and animation.
Oh,
So-
Yeah, I mean, Matthew, is that not a legit critique? Whether or not, without any of the background of even the shape of the Earth or any of it, just that on its own face, that NASA is not providing that, and that there's so many missing holes in terms of what we're given versus what they claim they're doing.
I guess I'm not bothered by that because I think they do provide that. The James Webb Space Telescope, the Hubble Telescope, there's all kinds of beautiful images that come from those. And so if you think that I should complain that it didn't come from one of their other cameras, like one of their low resolution cameras that was on Artemis, I guess it's supposed to be nice if they showed some stars there, but it wouldn't be a whole lot to see.
James Webb is not a video, man.
Hold on.
And why do they put low resolution cameras on a $93 billion mission?
You can't get away with the camera stuff anymore, Matthew. You got to come up with something new. We know it's a script. Everyone.
Oh no, it's not a script. This is actually how it works.
Dude, it's 2023. You can have super high definition cameras in your pocket now. Everyone does, okay? You're telling me a $93 billion mission from supposedly one of the most technologically advanced agencies in the history of mankind can't have advanced cameras on their... Supposedly they can remote control exposure settings and maneuverability. They have 24 different cameras, all kinds of different types of cameras everywhere. $93 billion budget for just those missions. They're getting additional funding now. So none of this is in any way adding up or making any sense. What you're saying is not making any sense. So if
Oh, it makes sense to me. I apologize that it doesn't make sense to you. I mean, but to most reasonable people, it makes sense.
Okay. So, yeah, just believe whatever the government says to you and don't ever hold them accountable and let them take your money, and then they can just tell you what they will and will not let you see. Totally makes sense. Then we can tell them to make us go line up in bread lines.
Here, hang on. Sorry, real quick before I lose it. Matthew, it's like this. If you gave someone $100 over a large period of time, right? It's not that much, but it's 100 bones. And eventually you're like, hey, what did you do with that money? What did you ever do with that money? And you're like, it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. And they just didn't tell you. And you're like, I mean, I don't really care how much money it was to me. It's just like, why couldn't you just say what you did with it real quick? Like, what's going on? You know what I mean? That's exactly what we're dealing with.
Yeah, or it's even worse. It's like giving them, say, like $1,000 a week because they said or like $100 a week for many, many months, and they said because they said they needed help with their rent, and then you're like, you asked them to verify that they were spending the money on the rent, and then they just refuse.
They call you from their parents' house and refuse.
Yeah, they're actually living at their parents' house. It's like, oh, so are you spending my money on weed or what are you doing? Matthew, what about this? Don't you agree that if I reach out to NASA and ask for those cameras, for the footage that those cameras caught of the stars, they should be able to give it to me, right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Channel would become the biggest YouTube channel in the world overnight because I would have released the footage of stars from the Artemis mission that no one else got to see. It has nothing to do with flat earthers. It would be millions of people watching my YouTube channel.
What's the top secret, bro? Top secret. What they show the public is just a very smidgen of what they actually have.
Yeah, man. Listen, it's national security issue. The rest of it would just endanger everyone's health if you saw it. So just, again, shut the fuck up and look at James Webb, okay?
Be thankful for your still shot RGB animated pictures that aren't videos and are complete red herring fallacies. It would be all over the news, dude. Dude, if they had video, high definition video of swimming in a sea of stars outside the atmosphere where you can see them way clearer than anyone can on the Earth, dude, it would be on CNN, Fox News. They would be like, NASA releases stunning footage of high definition 4K stars from the Artemis mission when they were out by the moon.
Yeah, you could have a 360 camera on it. Oh man.
It would be incredible, dude.
Could you imagine 360 camera, the Earth, the Moon, this actual space they try to claim, like that would exist? Absolutely, that would be standard. They would have had that in the 90s.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, exactly. That would be like the default wallpaper video for the Apple TV.
It would be a reason for a mission in itself to have that cam.
Exactly.
Like if they put a space telescope in space.
It takes still shots that run through RGB filters with that run through NASA's Scientific Visualization Studio. And
right, because the stars don't change that much, so stills are good enough. Why would you need?
Oh, they say they change significantly, and you can see stars way better outside the atmosphere.
Yeah, but I'm saying that what's going to change?
We said
why
full
would you need a
panorama?
video of stars versus a still image of stars?
Full panorama 360 live? Sorry.
Video would be real and wouldn't have to go through an animation studio.
You can fake video just as well as you can fake still shots.
That's what you think, but you actually can't fake video of stars in space very easily at all because they claim to be in a specific position. The stars would have to change relative to your specific position and your orbit and where you turn around. You'd be able to actually coordinate it based on where they say they are in the mission.
Right, and you'd be getting views that don't actually exist. For example, if it was all real, if you could go like in a satellite or you could orbit the globe, when it's the dark side, the night side of the globe, you could look out with your satellite. You could have a 360 where you could look out into the stars and see the stars. You could 360 back to the globe, and then you could look like angularly and see around the globe and see where it shifts to daylight and the moon and everything there. And that because the Earth's not a globe, that doesn't exist, but that would exist if it was.
Correct.
Well, so the Artemis mission did have a 4K camera on it, if I'm correct, and so they showed pictures of the moon, and yeah, it would have been nice if they had turned down the exposure to show the stars, but I don't think that was their mission or their objective. They were trying to like get to the moon and back.
Well, they claim that first of all, according to them, this is Matthew's version of NASA, right? Where you're just speculating ways to be a defense attorney. But according to them in their interviews and their official public release statements, when they were asked, they said that they prioritize footage. They know that the public really wants the footage, and that's one of the most important aspects of the mission.
Yeah, they make their whole thing all about it. Like all those Hubble and all of the, just CGI and all the space pictures, and it's all on social media. Look at this, that's their whole thing is the images. And the only real one, like the ones from the ISS where you get the stars, those are like a layer, and it looks like what we see from Earth. So that really just doesn't cut it.
And of course, they claim you can do long exposure, right, and capture the stars. And we have cameras now that exist available to the public that you can actually layer different exposure settings in one video.
Can I say something? It's funny, if I didn't know you or Gio or Q or you, that I would think that you guys actually expected them to produce something believable. Like, if I was just listening to this, I would think that you guys think that something is actually going to come with this, even though I know both of you know it's fake as fuck and there's nothing to show.
Right, but we're saying if it was real, right? And
right.
Yeah,
It's funny. I often say if it was real, people would be glued to their TV. If they actually landed a rover on Mars, we would be like, oh my God, that's fucking amazing. We would know every detail. We would know, like, everybody would be freaking out. And it's kind of like everyone kind of knows it's fake without really saying it to themselves. I think.
Yeah,
That would be
that's
my-
actually a valid point. Like if everyone really believed it was real, then you'd
Yep.
be watching it, keeping up with it. There'd be a NASA section on every new morning news channel.
Oh yeah, breaking news! We just landed on frickin' Mars. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? It would
Be
be
like a
like,
live
oh my god,
stream.
everybody pay attention to this. This just fucking happened.
Yep, it would
Look
be
at
like
it
on
parachute
TV.
down.
It'd be like a
What do
NASA
you
live
think
stream.
the media coverage will be like when they land the next people on the moon?
You mean when they don't do that?
No, I'm saying when they do, like in like 3 or 4 years. Maybe
They're
5
not.
years.
Well, you guys
Yeah.
said it was going to be 4 years ago.
Well, you know what? They might do it now with the
don't
deep faking. They can make it look really real. Then what will we say? Because they're getting to that point now where they could probably fake it, even the stars, and try to get the positions. And they got the science.
That's
You know, these
tricky,
guys.
man.
They're gonna make it look good. And
You
then
think they're
people are
gonna
be
fake
like,
the
oh,
stars,
flat
man?
earthers, flat earthers, like, eat it, flat earthers. That's what they're building up to. I bet.
You think they're going to fake the stars? I personally
Maybe.
don't think they have the balls. Even if they think they have it down, they don't have the balls to release it to the public where they may have overlooked something. If one star is off, it exposes everything NASA's ever claimed about space
Yeah, they
exploration.
can't do it.
Yeah, but you would have to know exactly where the stars are in the position from the moon
Oh, we
and
would.
how they would look from the moon and all that.
Oh, we would.
Yeah, you could, but they could get close enough that it would be like kind of like splitting hairs to point out some of that. I mean, we already know it's fake. It's fake as fuck. I mean, look at the toilet. Just look at the fucking bubbles in space. Look at ISS fake footage with the glitches. I mean, it's so fake, it's laughable already. It's not like we need stars to prove it.
No, but that would be
Well,
like where the average person would see that they CGI layered stars in space. So like, and
Right,
plus
I
it's
know,
also
that's what I
videos means the position of the stars have to update relative to their position. So
right.
so especially when even sometimes when it looks like they're just stationary, well technically they claim they're in orbit. It just looks like they're stationary, right? So
Didn't someone pull out a shot of the stars from the ISS or something like that when you were asking for it, and you were like, "Oh, why were you claiming that you did? They don't have that," and now you're just like all of a sudden pulling up this thing. What was that shot they were posting?
Yeah,
Was that
there's
anything
like
you could
there's supposedly ISS live stream footage of stars or time lapse of stars. But what's funny is what they say is you flat earthers just don't understand how cameras work, and because there's brighter objects than in exposure settings, you don't see stars. You can't see stars because of exposure. That's what 95% of Globers say. And
Exactly right.
now it's been changed. Now the script is changing because people like me are pointing it out. So now they're changing the script to, they don't care to prove things to flat earthers, right? And literally just a few weeks ago, you were saying it was impossible. Now I'm pointing out that NASA's never released that official statement. You guys made that up. Now you're changing the narrative to they're not trying to prove stuff to flat earthers. Like, how is it that you think we don't all sit here and see that just a few weeks ago, you were all unanimously saying it was exposure?
I think both are true, obviously.
Oh my god.
Well, that's why they're privatizing space travel so that we can't.
Haven't you heard, Matthew? They're going to lock down space.
So where have you seen a video on Earth that shows stars in the background?
What?
Everywhere.
Like I said. I mean, something like live action video on Earth that shows stars in the background that's not time lapse or time exposure.
Well, what do you mean stars in the background? What do you mean?
I mean,
that's a good
a
question,
video at night where there's stars in the background.
Yeah, like you wouldn't get the stars because you're exposing for the Earth, so you're not going to get the stars exposed from the Earth. Right.
Well, you definitely, if you want to get the stars, you do have to have your camera set up to be able to.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
Yeah. Why? Okay. Why can't they do that?
It would be. I mean, if you did it on Earth, it'd be boring because all the people would be black and couldn't see them.
It'd be way harder to do on the Earth than in space.
Wait, Matthew, you realize none of us are asking questions like we actually expect something like tangible from NASA. Like we know it's not possible. These are all like you're excusing something that we think isn't even possible.
Sure. Yeah, you say it's not possible because you presuppose that the Earth is flat and this is impossible, and I say it is possible because I presuppose that the Earth is a globe and space.
It's more than everything else. It's not even about the Earth being flat. It's like the how fake it looks and how poorly they cover it up. I think on purpose for whatever reason we're being masturbated. But for whatever reason, you know, it seems like that's like it's so fake. It's so obviously fake. I think they're doing it on purpose. But you think it's like, I mean, it's just strange how this range is there constantly. You know, it just seems like you're like the bully at school is going to beat you up if you don't defend it or something.
No, I
like
understand. I mean, obviously, we're not
Something.
going to get too far if we disagree about space being a second law of thermodynamics violation or the feasibility of rockets working in a vacuum. So if we can't even agree on
It's
that,
just
we're not going to
interesting.
agree about pictures.
Why do you want to change this? Hey, Matthew, can you tell me, do you think this video that's about to load in the chat is real? And just be honest, man. Like,
Yes, I think it's real.
Do you think?
Sight unseen.
Yeah, like it's loading right now. It's about to be there. Will you just watch it and tell me if you think that this this video that's from NASA's official website is real?
Yeah.
Why would you say? Why would you say it's real before you see it?
This is a very interesting thing to do because somebody who claims that they can look at something and verify that it's real, the thing, if you then show them things that you know are fake and things that you know are real, they will get some of them wrong. Like if you show them something that's fake, they might say it's real. So it shows that actually they don't have that ability that they're claiming they have.
That's right.
I don't think
Is
he's
this real?
claiming
Yeah, this looks fake to me.
Okay.
I mean, because it looks too perfect. Like there's, you know what I'm saying? It looks
it looks so real. It must be fake.
What? Wait, is this a real picture right here?
That looks, I don't know. That one's harder to tell. It also looks fake to me, but because again, it looks too sharp and like everything's in focus. So it's probably a photo illustration or a CGI.
Huh.
See, that's what it is. Like the Artemis stuff, the moon looked all out of focus and just like very like not like the moon at all. You know, no detail at all. That's how
Okay,
you
what
know
about
it's
this
real.
last video, Matthew? Is this real?
That one looks like a combination of still shots from the Earth showing the different phases. So
you
it's
think they are real
probably made
pictures?
oh wait, it turns to the back. No, it's not real.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
man,
is
dude.
absolute. But you know what? This would, dude. If this shit were real, we would have this shot. You know what I mean? You would have a shot of like behind the moon, the incredible, you know, the sphere moon and the globe. It would all be there.
These are all official
Yeah, but you
NASA
guys
videos.
you just called it refrigerator magnets when you saw a real picture.
Hey, Matthew, what about this video?
Well, we've all seen the one. The moon transiting, that's so bad. It's as bad as what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, that last one, the slow one, looks suspiciously too good too. I mean, the pictures in the I don't know, that doesn't look real either.
It does look like pictures, though. You're right.
So you know they claim that all of these are from like actual satellites. They just claim that they take so like the up there, they say they have a lunar orbiter, and this is from all the data from the lunar orbiter, and then they make it a visualization.
Yeah, it's a CGI based on data from the lunar orbiter. So they take the data, wrap it around the ball of the moon, and then make CGI out of it.
Why would you have to do that?
Just because it's easier. Then you can move the camera around in three-dimensional computer space instead of like trying to move an actual satellite camera around. It's more of a visualization than anything.
Yikes. This is they say it's from the actual lunar orbiter data.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds to me.
I just posted the epic one that we've all seen, but I mean, wow, that looks as fake as, look at how it's all cut out around the moon. That is so bad. Come on.
They're claiming that was real, right?
That's
They're
supposed to
claiming
be
that's
real.
real.
Yeah, that's supposed to be real. Yeah, epic.
And that's not actually supposed to be cut like from many different cameras because it's a moving shot, right?
This is
It's actually
supposed to be like an actual video. Yeah.
Right.
Go to the website and your cursor matches this size of the supposed moon, and you could just drag your cursor across the live, across their website, and it looks just like that. It's totally identical. You can see in this video I just posted. It's ridiculous what their website looks like.
It's gaslighting though. Like I always say, I think they're doing it fake on purpose. Partly maybe just to gaslight, maybe to lead to something greater than that. Who knows? But it's like the emperor has to wear no clothes so that people like Matthew have to have faith. They can't say, ha ha, flat earthers. They have to be the one on guard saying, well, it's good enough for me. It's intentional, I think.
This is
It's
crazy,
brilliant,
bro.
actually. Because then it makes it a religion. It makes people have to have faith. They can't just say, oh, it's obviously real because we can prove it. Look at the stars.
I think the craziest part is like so many people that defend the globe in here, like they all say the same exact stuff. Like,
Yeah, truth coheres, so we're going to end up saying pretty much the same stuff if we get close to the truth, right?
but it's not. No, that's not what happens. You guys hear MC Tune or something say it. That person then brings it. It gets in a conversation in here. You guys sit back and hear another conversation. You hear what the anti-flat earther says, and then you absorb that as your position, right? But when you guys all ran around saying they can't get stars in videos in space because of exposure, that was completely made up.
No, that's just how
NASA's
cameras work.
never once released an official statement saying that, ever.
Yeah, because everybody knows how cameras work. Why would they have to release a statement describing
If you knew how cameras worked, you would know that they claim to remotely control exposure settings. They
Right.
claim to have cameras that can layer different exposure settings. You would
Right.
also know they claim to be in the dark part of the moon, that they claim to get away from the Earth, which would completely block out the sun, even further away from the Earth than the moon is, right? Because if the moon can block out the sun from the Earth at 238,000 miles away, then if I go 238,000 miles away from the Earth and turn back and look at the sun, then it's going to block the sun out. In fact, I can go further because the Earth is bigger, so I could just go in that dark portion, turn around, and see all kinds of stars.
Yeah, the dark portion's pretty small, though. I don't know if they went through that part.
The dark portion of the Earth is pretty small?
Yeah, I mean, it lasts about 108 diameters of the Earth out directly away from the sun. So if you're orbiting really close to the Earth, then obviously, like the ISS goes through night, twice every 90 minutes. But if you're farther out, then it's going to be a small.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You could be over 500,000, or over 250,000 miles away, and the Earth would completely block the sun.
Right.
Okay, so then you should be able to completely see stars then.
If you're in the right spot, it's not every orbit that you would be in that spot that the Earth blocks the sun.
Yeah, but there's a huge window that you could. And of course, in
No, it's
Artemis,
not.
they claim
Tiny
to have
window.
gone over the dark side, the dark portion of the moon. And that's when they went over. They said, and I quote, "We are going to fly over the Apollo landing sites. Unfortunately, we'll be in the dark of the moon, so we won't be able to see anything."
Right, because those sites were dark at the time. What's wrong with that?
Why would they do that?
Because the timing, they weren't like timing it so that they could get pictures of Apollo 11 spots.
Why wouldn't they integrate that into the $93 billion mission?
Because that wasn't part of the mission. So they're not going to wait half a month just so that they could get that one shot.
But they'll wait 20 years. How long
When
have they
they're
said they were
ready.
going to go back to the moon?
A long time, but yeah, when they're ready, they went.
They can't wait half a month, but they
Half
can
a month?
wait
Half a month to try
multiple
to prove
years.
something to
Gotcha.
I don't think that photographing the Apollo 11 site was part of their mission plan. That they put it in there, but it wasn't like a major part of what they were trying to do.
You're the one that brought it up, man. And my point is, though, if they are going through the dark portion of the moon, then they should be able to see stars at that point.
Yeah, unless the Earth were pretty bright at that point. I don't know. I don't know where the Earth was at that point.
Hey, Matthew, can you answer honestly? I happen to know that there was a list of questions and answers or topics and answers called Rational Answers for Flat Earth Questions, right? And it was something that back in the day, some of these guys were working on, and it got passed
Who
around.
published it?
You ever seen that list? Well, it wasn't
No.
published. It was like something handed around between Globers. You ever seen that list?
No.
Questions and answers. No. Okay. There is a script.
I mean, Matthew, would you agree that, I mean, it's like this all fits under, you guys said you went somewhere, where's the documentation of it? It's really that basic. Like, if I told you, oh, dude, I went to this new country, a new land that, no one's ever been to or something like that, and I came back with like such shoddy, missing information for what I claimed I did, it would be, of course, valid for the other person to be like, doesn't really seem like you have actual sufficient evidence to even show that you were even there.
Yeah, especially if you say only I can go there.
Yeah, I've got an alien in my garage. Oh, yeah, you can come over and check it out. Well, actually, no, I'm kind of busy right now. Maybe tomorrow you can see it. But
Yeah,
it's
I ran
totally
a
there.
screenshot out of that video of the moon going in front of the Earth through photo forensics, and this is what it looks like. You're not supposed to have a hard line through the middle there.
Why
Photo
not?
forensics
What's wrong
for
with a hard line?
well, in photo forensics with real pictures, it blends into the whatever's behind it. It doesn't have a hard line around the moon or around the globe like that. If I take a picture of a cat, if I take a picture of my cat and run it through photo forensics, it doesn't have hard cutoff lines around what's in the background.
Yeah, cat is fuzzy. The moon's not.
Oh my God. Anything that you take a real picture of.
So I don't think photo forensics was built for things that were taken in space.
Look, if I put CGI, if I put a CGI picture through photo forensics, it shows this. If I layer a picture and it'll
If
show
you
it.
layer it, then it shows a hard line like that.
Yeah, real pictures don't. But space is different.
Space pictures do. Yeah, space is different.
Bro, you got to be trolling me at this point.
Because in real pictures on Earth, you have similar lighting and lots of bleed over between foreground and background objects, but in space you don't. There's hard lines in space.
Oh. So if I take a picture in a dark room, and I run it through photo forensics, will it show the hard cutoff?
Yeah, if you take a picture in a dark room with two different objects lit separately and one in front of the other, you could get the same kind of hard line that you showed of the moon and the Earth there.
You want to bet?
I don't want to bet. I don't like betting, but it would be interesting to try it.
Matthew, might I suggest you put something in chat a few minutes ago about what you believed. You do realize the word belief is pretty dangerous.
It is not. It's possible to believe true things.
But you're showing belief meaning faith. And we're really trying to find
No, belief can be based on rational evidence. It doesn't mean that you're basing something only on faith.
But
Well, that's certainly not applicable here.
data, real facts, real imagery, they don't require belief.
That's true. They don't require it, but it's still possible to say belief. So I believe that the ocean is made out of salt water, for example.
But might I suggest that we're arguing with your belief system and not your not real data? It seems like you got all kinds of things to say, but I think we're really trying to get through your faith in that it's a globe. You have faith it's a globe. I'm not sure we could bring you anything to counteract that faith.
No, I mean, evidence would work.
Matthew, what do you think about this? Think this looks legit?
Evidence would work.
I can't tell what that is. That's the photo forensics of something. I don't know what it is.
The moon in front of the Earth.
After Dan spent the last at least 3 hours presenting evidence, Matthew's like, "Well, evidence would be nice." Oh, come on, Dan.
I'm just curious, Matthew. What do you think about this moon in front of the Earth here?
To be fair, though, maybe Matthew wasn't here a couple hours ago. So
I wasn't. But what's it? You're talking about the photo forensics thing?
Yeah.
I don't know much about that program, but I don't think that this shows that it's fake. If that's what you're asking.
Oh, this looks legit to you?
I don't know much about the photo forensics program, but it does look legit.
Oh, I just made this in Canva.
Yeah, interesting.
I just made it in Canva, bro. I just made it. Matthew, does that look real to you?
No, the image does not look real. That looks
Right, because the moon's facing the side that would be facing the Earth. I just need to make it dark and shittier quality, and then it'll be real.
Well, I mean, the image of the Earth looks fake. The one that you used there.
If you put that moon in front of like the blue marble, because that whatever that globe background one, that one is pretty bad, like the fakeness of it. Because like that globe's a little worse than even the ones they put out. It seems,
Yeah.
you know, because it looks kind of like plasticky almost.
Yeah, I was just almost like being funny. I just wanted to see what photo forensic showed.
If you threw that moon looks fairly realistic though. Because if you threw that in front of like the blue marble, I bet that would look like something NASA would do.
Sure. I mean, you can fake pictures that look like the real pictures. You know, you can do that.
Have you ever seen the dude that takes pictures of frying pans and they look like planets?
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
That's hilarious.
There you go. That looks real, huh, Matthew?
Yeah. I mean, it looks close.
Yeah.
NASA said it was real, though. You would say it's real, right?
I mean, yeah, that looks
yeah.
about the same as
If
the
they said it was real, then I would say that it's real. But I don't think.
Okay, so wait. Okay, so well, there we go. And with all due respect, I mean that is you've just made a logical statement that if
Right,
NASA
I
said
trust
it was real,
NASA.
you trust NASA. Yeah, I know. Right. So, well, is that scientific?
Yeah, I mean,
to choose
their
authority,
claims
like,
are so
fake claims.
extreme, though. Their claims are so extreme, Matthew. You'd think there would be like irrefutable evidence, which you don't have. So the extreme claims aren't met with extreme evidence. But you're stating things like, for instance, like, have you seen this video here that I just posted where a guy walks up to who seems to be Michael J. Smith in his garage, and like the first thing he says is like, "I'm not him." Like he knows exactly what the guy's gonna say, and like the way he acts is just very telling.
Very telling of what?
Very telling that I think it's him, right? Seems like
Very
it's him.
telling that he's been asked that question 100 times, and
Well, no,
tired of people.
you have to just watch it, and if you can't get the nuances of it, maybe that's fine.
Wait.
Maybe you want to, but it's just obvious when the Challenger was brought up. You said, "Oh, that happened," like you were so confident, like you knew it happened. But you know that's not. And maybe after you watch this, maybe you'll have some doubts. I don't know, but that's a pretty damning video, to be honest.
Don't you guys agree that, like, I just made this other picture here? Don't you guys agree we should have shots like this from space, where the Earth's like dark, but you can see it kind of lit up and it's halfway lit up?
Exactly, and then that's what I was saying. We'd be able to see the stars. Like if the place where the camera was or the satellite was in the darkness, then it would be able to see the stars as well. So that's why I was saying you would get like a wraparound shot where you'd be able to see like almost part of the daytime and then into the night. Yeah, that's a good point. It links to what I was mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
You'd be able to see all the stars if you're on the dark side of it. If everyone on Earth can see it and you're just up in the sky above them, you should be able to see the stars too. In fact, they should be brighter, more glimmering. They would be, because they're not having to go through all the atmosphere and the clouds and all the pollution and all that. They would be as bright, as clear as anyone's seen them.
So the GIF I just posted is supposed to be real pictures of the Earth, but the clouds don't even move. They don't look real at all. Something that Kosho posted, I think, at one point. There you go. There's your spinning Earth.
That got a yikes with it. That's funny. Yeah, that's brutal.
That's funny, man. I don't even know.
So you're claiming the clouds don't move? Is that what you said?
Oh, I don't know what we should see. It just seems obvious to me. It doesn't seem obvious to you?
Of course not, bro.
You know what doesn't? Let me bring this up so you guys think. You know what doesn't make sense to me about all these pictures of the globe? You know how the clouds, like, there'll be like one little strip of clouds, right, in an area? But that's not what it really looks like from the ground. Like, look at on the one that he just, like, over Africa, there's like one cloud. That's not what Africa is. It's not just one.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Like, the actual proportion, they have to do that, though, to make it look like a palatable ball, you know? Like, they make the cloud. Like it's like the clouds are way more local than they actually are. If that
we never see those big strings of clouds like that.
Yeah,
Right?
in reality, in all these different areas, there's all kinds of subtleties, and I mean, you can even take a car ride, and you're seeing completely different landscapes of clouds. But on those pictures of the globe, it's just like one little cloud over the state or something, and that's just not. Yeah,
dude, I'm just sitting here making better pictures than NASA. Like, we should get these pictures, like this type of picture here that I'm dropping, or this next one I'm about to.
Oh
This would
yeah,
exist.
there it is, dude. Good point. From the nighttime, the stars and the dark part of the Earth, absolutely that should exist.
Yes, bro. And
Yeah.
the sun just coming up over it from the outside. I mean,
Oh yeah, and during an eclipse and seeing it refract around the sphere.
And
Yeah,
what about
or
the
it
other
during the,
behind
satellites?
it.
no, during the Selenelian.
Yeah.
What about some pictures of other satellites from a satellite, or pictures close up of upside down airplanes and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, like that shot that Witsit just posted, you would have the sun coming up. You'd see all the satellites, all this light, the light from the sun would be reflecting off all the satellites. The ISS would be whipping by.
Wait, so you want to see a picture from one satellite to another?
We don't
Yeah, we
want
wanna
to see
we
any.
wanna see
We
the
just
thousands
know
of
if
satellites
all
out
what we're
there.
seeing is fake. We don't want to see. I mean, they're going to
Well,
show us all
for
the CGI.
satellites,
You know, all
for
these. They're
satellites,
recording us now. They're going to like come up with all the CGI, make it look like really badass, still fake, but badass. And they're taking
Matthew,
notes on
for
what we
satellites,
want.
sorry, for satellites, Matthew, we can. Sorry, I just thought you were done because there was like a pause.
Oh,
But
I'm done.
yeah. Sorry, I did interrupt though. My bad.
Not at all.
It was just on the tip of my tongue. And Matthew, I was going to say, how about we start with just one photo of a satellite in space? Because there aren't any of actual real satellites in space, let alone satellites taking pictures of each other, of which there should be thousands.
I would say the same reason I don't see a single photograph of a bicycle from anybody in cruising altitude in an airplane.
Oh my god, bro. What do you think about this picture, Matthew?
But
Do you think this picture's real?
can with a P900 or any various zoom cameras, you could easily see a bicycle on the ground.
Really? I've never seen one.
Here's all kinds of they claim actually that their satellites can see a bumblebee on the Earth. Official NASA representative. So there goes your excuse. Do you see how you guys say things, but NASA says completely different things? I have a video of an official NASA representative talking about their new satellite, saying that they can zoom in and see a bumblebee on the Earth.
There should be a section auditing NASA defenders.
We should get a lie detector test.
We have to compare if what they're saying is actually what NASA's saying.
It almost never is, man.
Yeah, and when it's not, it's they get the red buzzer.
Put in timeout or something.
Well, I didn't want to be rude, Matthew, and I'm not trying to call you out, but I was asking, like, were you making a lot of that up? And that's fine if you were. Maybe you were just kind of speculating as to what, why all this shit doesn't exist. But I doubt you got all that from NASA. Like that, you were winging it through most of that, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. So we're talking about common sense and why things, speculating about why things do or don't exist. I mean, it's always going to be speculation about why don't things exist.
But it's the things that would be standard if the Earth was a globe.
I don't know. I don't think it would be standard.
Oh, you guys got to see the video they have on their website for for an asteroid. It's super funny, dude. Like the audacity to even release this stuff to the public.
I was going to look up the other day. Has there ever been like a video of an asteroid coming down and then like someone going there with a camera and showing the asteroid like in the ground? Has there ever been coverage of like an asteroid that was found and showing it in the ground where it made the indent as it's smoking still?
One
Is there any of that?
car, one went through a roof and hit a woman in her bed.
That's the claim. But has there ever been any video that shows this is the asteroid? It's going down. We see it in the sky. Now we're going to walk up to it and show the asteroid. Has there been any of that?
No,
ever?
hell no.
I don't know. No.
Imagine
Why
they
not?
should be able to track it coming from space all the way through the atmosphere and then down.
Yeah, exactly. And the camera crews like on the spot, like rushing to get there to show it to everybody.
But they
They'll probably
usually,
take that.
if they made it to the Earth, there'd be catastrophic explosions. So you see the ones that come close, they blow up in the sky. They usually aren't of enough size to make it.
Well, that's what they say. It would be catastrophic. That's the claim.
Dude, that's a real video from NASA's website of that asteroid, dude.
This one?
Yeah, it's from NASA's website. Yeah.
Why is it so fast?
I guess I don't know. It's a visualization.
It looks like. Oh my gosh.
Just like I think they should be ashamed to release that. You know.
I know, totally. Like, in the name of science, like that just should not even have ever come out in the world.
Shouldn't we be able to get a picture like this also? This is noticeably fake, right? But like, shouldn't we be able to get this?
Yeah,
Maybe you wouldn't get the stars with the sun there, but
I think this is I don't know if this is a claim that they of a nebula that I posted there, but stars like I mean obviously it's fake, but why is there so like how do the clouds of these nebulas like stay how are there clouds in space? Matthew, do you know the answer to that? Like the nebula that seems like kind of like cloudy.
Yeah, so nebulas are created by supernovas, and the clouds. I mean, they call them clouds, but really they're dust clouds. So dust in space.
But it stays like in that same shape, right? Consistently, right?
Yeah, I think that looks like a visualization. I don't know if that's real images.
No, I mean like for just regular nebulas, like you see, like they name them according to what they look like, but they never change. Like, why wouldn't they just disperse? Like,
They do.
because we're seeing back in time, or
They
they're already
change.
gone.
No, they change over the years.
So when there's like dust in your house, or if like you kick up dust and like the light from the sun's coming through the window and it kind of lights up the dust, you know, are you telling me that we're seeing dust light years away, millions of miles, Matthew? Dust in space?
Yes, that's right.
At millions of miles.
Dust in space.
Well, yeah, even more than that. Yeah, billions,
billions, and trillions, trillions.
And it wouldn't be lit by our sun, so what would be making it illuminated?
Well, percentage. You gotta remember that a spoon of stardust weighs, a lot.
Yeah, that's funny. Look that up, and you'll see so many different results and numbers now. Because I go, was it 3 billion or 3 million? And you look it up to just how much does a teaspoon of a neutron star weigh? And I'm going to tell you psychologically, there's a reason why they use the word teaspoon. It's because it's not used scientifically, and the word is not used by men. It's to invite women into the fold and into the conversation. The word teaspoon was carefully placed there. And like I said, you type it now, how much does a teaspoon of a neutron star weigh? And you will see 30 different answers by all the official agencies over and over again. Nobody has an answer for that because it's a horseshit design just to bring women into the fold. Because I'm telling you, a teaspoon is not scientific, and a man doesn't use the term. He would use the term a spoon. I mean, he would never say the word teaspoon. Men don't do that. I'm sorry to sound so horribly sexist, but I know that was a trick to bring women into the conversation.
Okay, so a spoon isn't a specific measure of volume, but a teaspoon is a very specific measure of volume.
Yeah, but they don't have a specific answer. Who gives a fuck? It's completely hypothetical. Who gives another fuck? Who gives a fuck but somebody interested in teaspoons? Because this doesn't answer
Matthew.
It doesn't ask any questions for you, me, or anyone else.
I mean, Matthew, have they ever weighed a teaspoon of?
I was gonna ask him that.
Because if not, we could call it just a pseudo weight.
How much is a teaspoon of the moon?
Weight? I mean, it's not real, right, Matthew? It's just a theory.
Yeah, it's just a theory. They don't. I mean, they're theorizing how close the neutrons are packed together or something.
It's math, right?
Mystical. Right. It'd be just based on mathematics and speculation.
Junk. It's what we call junk science.
Pseudoscience. That's a better word.
Okay, I'm just finishing typing in. How much does a teaspoon of a neutron star weigh? And the random answers are unbelievable. Not that I'm finding them quick enough for you here.
Matthew, do you think that they have accurate like readings on like if they know how how much your like a distant star weighs? Like, do you think the methods are pretty sound on how they get that information? Like they know what Polaris weighs or how like some of these details that they say they have. Do you think that they're
Well,
accurate
yeah.
about a lot of
So physicists know very precisely how much a single neutron weighs, and then there's speculations about how many neutrons would fit into a teaspoon or something like that. As far as stars go, those are guesses, and they're probably correct within 1 or 2 orders of magnitude.
Your NASA
Matthew, you don't you think you shouldn't use the word known when you say the physicists know how much it weighs?
No,
You shouldn't use the word know.
No, we
because
should.
they don't
These
actually
are-
know. It's a
They're precisely measured.
hypothesis.
No, it's precisely the mass of a neutron is precisely measured. It's
How
the guesses
do they
about
get
the
that?
stars. Through accelerating particles in particle accelerators and doing careful analysis and observations.
Hey, why can't I get videos of this right here?
Damn.
Shouldn't I be able to get this video right here from space?
If you put a camera in exactly the right spot, then you probably could.
Why would NASA not prioritize getting a shot like this from space? It would be the
Because
it would be the biggest accomplishment in space exploration history.
it would not. Putting people on the moon would be.
No. This would be the biggest modern achievement, hands down. Why would they not be trying to find a way to get like really epic, awesome shots of what our Earth looks like from outside? That's what everyone wants to see.
Because
Everyone.
they have a different definition of most epic thing to do than you do.
No, they work for us.
Well, then they disagree with your definition of what would be the most epic.
No, it's not. It's what everyone would want to see this. If you sit here and pretend you wouldn't want to see it, then you're being disingenuous, right?
Yeah,
Like
I would want to see it.
Okay, so everyone would want to see it. That was the whole reason that the blue marble was such a big deal. First shot of the Earth from outer space. Oh my god. Okay, so if Artemis was literally one of its main focus was sending back footage of the Earth from space, why wouldn't we get a cool shot like this?
Well, so you gotta remember, this is the only area where they do it once, and it doesn't need to be done any more times.
Well, they haven't even done anything like this once. Like the footage that they sent from the footage they sent from Artemis, dude. It's like the picture of Earth is the same quality as 1972. It's 2023, dude.
And then it's amazing to me how he says that wasn't the mission, right? Like when anybody goes to a new spot, they take pictures of everything. They gather information about everything, and how come they didn't do more when they landed in the moon?
There's a video you were asking for.
Wait, what's up? You think this is real? Oh my god, you think this is real?
The JAXA video shows the. I thought you were asking for like a moon, the Earth rising over the moon.
You think this is real?
Yes.
Holy. What?
Wait, so you ask like, why don't they make this video? And then I show you the video, and you're like,
Well,
this
that's not
is real.
NASA. NASA would never stamp this video ever.
What do you mean they wouldn't stand for it?
They would never stamp it. Never. NASA would never release that. They get much more bold with the other agencies because they're like, oh yeah, maybe China's lying. Hey, how come the Earthrise picture right here from Artemis is like the same exact poor quality as 1972?
Yeah, for reals. What's up with that, Matthew? Come on. Why are we getting 1972 images in 2023?
Not only that, there is no Earthrise from the moon unless you're an artist. They have sold so many renditions titled Earthrise of so many different things. There was an image from, I think, was it Apollo 8 as it circled it? There was one image of what looked like Earthrise, but it was really the movement of the craft. It wasn't the movement of the Earth. But the term Earthrise has been a moneymaker.
Matthew, you actually think that this video is real, dude?
Yeah, the JAXA one. Yeah.
Which one? The one he posted?
Yeah, he just posted that video. You see it?
Yeah, 45 after the hour. It's from.
Is that Earth rising? Is in a faster time lapse, or is it was normal time?
Oh, it has to be time lapse.
I don't know. The satellite was moving, so it could be real time, but I don't know.
What?
Yeah,
Actually, I guess it has to be real time because it's not spinning.
I was gonna say that because the moon travels 4 times faster, right? It goes around how many times?
Wait, what? Like,
Around the Earth,
Wait, what are you asking?
and they're in. I'm
Matthew,
asking
how
how
could
many
there
times
ever
does
be an
the Earth
Earth
goes
rise?
around the Earth on 24 hours? It's not once, right? It's twice.
Dude, the moon's face always stays the same. We can't see any other side of the moon. So that means that from the moon, the Earth would literally always be directly up. How could there ever be an Earth rise?
Yeah, it can only be from
Yeah.
the craft.
So if you're on the
Answer me that,
surface of the
Matthew.
moon, the Earth is always in the same spot.
It's always going to be straight up. So how is there a real video of an Earth rise from the moon coming up
from
from
the
the horizon?
from the surface of the moon. It depends on where you're at. In some places it'll be straight up. In some places it'll be on the horizon.
Why
But
would it ever rise? Why would it ever move
wouldn't.
up
It
or
wouldn't.
down?
If you're on the surface of the moon, it would never change position. It wouldn't rise.
So that's a
it wouldn't
fake video,
stay.
right?
They're claiming
No.
it's rising because they're in a
Oh,
craft.
okay.
They're claiming, and they're coming up around the corner of it to then have it rising due to the fact that they're cruising and claiming that they're orbiting the moon.
So they're saying that's from a craft.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
They're not saying that they're just because, yeah, if they're just on the face of it, then it, yeah.
Dude, how does it have a
Percentage.
million views and only have 13 comments? 49 comments. You go down.
But should
Good. Good.
percentage. You said that thing is orbiting the moon, right?
Right.
So if it's orbiting, shouldn't we see movement on from the moon perspective? Yeah, from the moon.
Yeah, you're saying the Earth should be spinning on its axis? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if that thing is because okay, if I understood you correctly, that thing is orbiting the moon, right? Going around the moon. The camera that took that video.
Matthews, is that for Matthew?
Yeah.
No, that's for you. Percentage. Anybody.
There's not percentages in here.
Oh, you, Gio. You're the one who is playing it, right?
Yeah, Matthew, do you have the data on like what their orbit was during this?
I don't know. I know that they orbited the moon, but I don't know how fast. I don't know if that's a sped up video. It's just a video on their website. So,
But that is
right.
They're in a craft orbiting the moon, right? That's the only way you can get a rise of the moon. You have to be.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like I said, from the surface of the moon, you look up at the Earth and you see it there, and it never moves.
So the very term is false. The very term Earthrise is false.
Yeah, you're not going to get an Earthrise from the surface of the moon. That's right.
So the explanation there is that the satellite and the moon are in lockstep. That's why we don't see like the satellite moving forward on the moon on the ground of the moon. Because you see, it's fixed. There's no change on the ground. It's not like you see it going forward or anything. It's in lockstep with the moon.
No,
That's my question.
Watch closely the very bottom of the image, and you'll see that it is moving forward across the surface of the moon.
Oh, let me see. Okay.
But the Earth would be spinning on its axis, Matthew.
Right.
Yeah. We don't see any movement of anything here. We don't even see cloud movement, nothing. What's up with that?
Hey Matthew, don't you think
Well,
it's just a little bit crazy coincidental that Uranus smells like farts?
Well, it's a topic change. I mean,
so
Sorry.
so wait, can you tell that the Earth isn't spinning in that JAXA video? Because it's over the space of 5 minutes or something. Even if it's sped up 10 times, it'd be like over the space of 10 minutes.
We have belief. We have.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't spin that much in 10
But
minutes.
did you not know that 5 minutes times 10 is not 10 minutes?
Yeah, I was saying even if it's sped up 10 times and it's not even, it's like 30 seconds worth is what I was talking about.
Well, Matt,
you were saying before when it comes to, you were saying, I was asking you if like believing is scientific, and I guess you said no, but I mean, for you, it's just they're an authority, and you just have to believe them because they're the authority. Is that how it is in your mind?
No, I mean, I believe people based on whether I find them believable, I guess is what I'd say.
So you're going off the merits of the quality of what they're putting out. You're not just going off belief just because they're an authority. Is that what you're telling me? Like you're telling me they have such a good track record that's why you think it's real?
Yeah, the track record, and I have trust in them generally as an organization. So the reason why how you tell anybody is trustworthy or not, just sort of a constellation of different track records and what if they say things that are true in general.
Does NASA have a good track record?
They do. Yeah, they do.
I don't think that applies. I mean, I'd say overall, you trust me. That doesn't mean you believe me.
There's some overlap. I mean, if you want to talk about the difference between trust and belief, I guess, yeah, we could talk about those demands.
Matthew, what would have to happen for you to believe that NASA was actually faking the space exploration?
Sorry, say that again. What would happen?
What would need to happen for you to come to the conclusion that NASA was actually faking space exploration?
Oh, I would probably have to believe that the Earth is flat, or that that I had been wrong about that all along.
So nothing
Obviously.
you can't think of anything that could happen that would show you that NASA's faking.
Let's take that.
Yeah.
Matthew, how about
the Earth not being a globe is that's what he said.
That's kind of a cop out, though. I'm asking him from within his paradigm. Can you think of something that could happen, some event, some type of glitch, something that they could claim was real, or some hiccup they could have? What could happen that would convince you that NASA was faking stuff?
Right. Even if the Earth is still a globe, you don't even have to go that far.
You want me to speculate about make up some scenario that would convince me? Is that
Name a scenario that for you would convince you that they're faking stuff.
Can you wait, Matthew? Can you, for example, I think this does it for me. Like the poopers
Wait. I want to see if he can even come up with something.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll repost.
If they posted a video that to me looked fake, like the Earth didn't look real, if they were trying to say that they had video of like Jupiter or Saturn, and I didn't think that they had gone there, or if they said they had video of a planet in a different solar system, stuff like that. I guess things that don't match the story. So basically there's a story, and if they did something that was significantly far away from that story, I wouldn't believe them.
Okay.
Well, then they would just come out and say, well, the reason that we had the wrong information is this, and this is the real story, and then you would believe them again.
Well, it depends on how far it depends on their story, I guess.
Yo, what is this? Okay, I'm like looking through JAXA's website or YouTube, and this is another video that supposedly shows the same thing. If you go to 53 seconds, what is that? What's that like reflective thing? Is there a reflection off the Earth?
I'm
Because
gonna watch
NASA never
it.
shows us reflections off the Earth.
What's the timestamp of
53 seconds. I'm about to drop a screenshot.
So Matthew, you're telling me that from everything NASA's already put out, which, I mean, there's definitely question of a lot of it, whether it looks real. That is for sure. Are you telling me that you think what they put out looked actually realistic to you, and that possibly if they came along and something looked fake to you, that would be enough for you to actually question them if it just looked fake based upon just, you know, is that what you're telling me, that after all this time? I guess I'm just trying to understand, because to me it's like so much of it looks so obviously fake. And are you trying to say that has already matched your standard of real, and you're telling me that at this point there is a level at which if they release something you would go, I don't know about that, guys, and then you would then begin to question the whole thing?
That's right. Yeah, the stuff that they have put out so far looks real to me. It would have to be beyond that.
Okay, now I got to ask. Now, I'm just about to post something. You've probably seen me post it before, but I think this pretty much does it for anybody that has common sense. You see the tour of the bathroom, right? Now look at the toilet. She shows the toilet. There's no seat, right? You're supposed to hover over that 3-inch pipe hole and use that with holding the yellow cone in front of you. Does that seem believable that they would use a toilet like that? I mean, how are they aiming? And if it's floating and all the kind of mess, she even says things get a little messy. Like, she's totally gaslighting, in my opinion, like, pun intended. Does that make sense? Would you be able to use that toilet for like a week?
It's a compact toilet because ISS everything is. You have to put your butt.
Yeah, but does it make any? No, you don't. You don't put your butt right on the tube. That makes no sense.
No, there's a hole. There's a hole. The tube is for urine. There's a hole for feces.
No, the cone is for urine. Right?
Yeah.
You're holding the cone and aiming over that thing. So how would you hold the cone and get on that? You're not suctioning your butt to that little cup. It doesn't make any sense.
You put your butt on
There
the
should be
hole.
a seat. There should be a seat. And if you're worried about floating away, then they would have straps. Actually, the newer toilet ideas that they show have like a place to sit down with a strap. So you'd be like strapped in with a seat.
Look, you
That
stick
makes a
your
lot
dick
more
in the
sense.
tube.
Right?
You put your asshole on the little hole.
No.
The little station there.
I don't think that's the procedure that they say. Look at that. Could you, Matthew? Does that seem like ridiculous? Don't you think the seat
No,
would
it
have been
seems
like
like
the first thing
it
they would
seems
think
like
of?
things would work way different in weightlessness. So I don't know.
Oh, it's Matthew. It's weightless, so it works different.
Yeah, the poop would be floating around. You're trying to hold the cone. I mean, come on. Don't you think they would have thought of a seat with strap?
Matthew, their stuff is probably fake. There's a big white block on the Earth. Dude.
Yeah, it's a cloud.
That's a cloud?
That's a cloud. What are you talking about?
Are you kidding me right now?
Come on. Of course it's a cloud. Square cloud.
Look at it from. Look at it. That's a cloud, Matthew?
It is a lot whiter.
Right? The blue parts are the ocean, the brown part is the land, and the white parts are clouds. What are you talking about?
That's theoretical.
How much are they paying you an hour? That's what I want to know.
Look at the image and be honest, though.
I am being honest. That's a cloud. What are you talking about?
Be honest, Smith.
Look, it clearly sticks out like they're trying to put a reflection on there or something.
Doesn't look like the other clouds, does it?
Yeah, and it's like even part of it's over land, part of it's over water. It's noticeably more white, and it looks like a little reflection. And if you look at this video right here, they claim that this is real, dude. They claim this video is real, dude. Look at this. What is that? Do you think that looks real, Matthew?
So part of the video that you just posted is an animation where they're showing it, the spacecraft is path, but which part of it are you talking
Oh,
about?
the beginning right here, the beginning. You know that doesn't look real. I know you know.
No, that looks real. That's them flying over the moon.
You have a huge disconnect here, I guess.
Matthew, I got to give you a lot of credit for spending this much time and this much effort with that much patience, but you really haven't brought much except denial, excuse, potential.
Hey, for $50 an hour, you would too, Dan.
Wait, so you're saying that just because you guys are incredulous, that I should be incredulous too? That just because you don't think it looks real, that I should also think it's not real?
Seems like it just seems like that it's so fake. That's what I was saying earlier about like the range. You know, like we're saying it's not only fake, but like obviously fake. And you're saying, oh, no problem.
Matthew, did you see this moon curve?
I know. That's why I took a
No,
screenshot.
let me ask you, Matthew, have you done the math on this moon curve? Because how big is the moon supposed to be? You can see this obvious curve. Come on now.
I think it's 0.2 the Earth's radius. So
Yeah, the moon is much smaller than the Earth. That's right.
yeah,
But have you done the math on it? Like, is this what we should see?
Well, why is that one so much pronounced curvature, whereas the other one are like straight?
Exactly.
In one, they might be zoomed in more than the other. That's why the Earth looks so small in one and bigger in the other. Maybe they're at different altitudes. I don't know.
It's pretty
Matthew,
simple.
what's the diameter of the moon?
It's like 2,000, like just over 2,000 miles. 2,200 miles, something like that.
Yeah, I was going to say a little bit more than 1/4. So yeah, it's about right.
So let's say 2,300 radii.
Just under 1/4.
It's like 1,100 roughly radius of the moon's radius.
Yeah. So diameter is like 22.
Yeah.
Matthew, I gotta say, if I didn't personally find you on the beach and bring you into this, I would think you were paid to be here. I would, because you're very consistent.
So have you figured out how much the moon should curve?
Well, you have to know the
just
altitude
because
that
he's
they're at.
committed to his view. I mean, does that just translate as paid? Just because he's committed to his worldview in whatever ways it's coming?
No, it's just that everything looks so fake to us, and he doesn't have a problem with any of it. Like no skepticism whatsoever. It makes it seem like he's fake.
Now wait a minute.
Yeah.
So what about the picture I just posted at 3 past the hour of that deep sea fish?
Okay,
Does that look fake to you?
It looks like something unnatural. Agreed, but that doesn't mean that it is.
Yeah, like the ocean
That's
has crazy
exactly my
creatures in
point.
it. I can go to the ocean. It's a real place.
That's exactly my point. Just because it looks unusual and different, that by itself does not mean that it's fake.
Hey, Matthew, does this look real to you right here?
Our lack of understanding can contribute to that, but don't you think with the amount of things that we brought, that we're not looking at any? In other words, our eyes aren't closed. Our eyes are open. I would suggest that your eyes are closed. That you're really not looking at your real world options as to, hey, what do you think you're seeing? And you're like, oh, obviously it's real. It's like,
I'm gonna find something he's gonna say.
Wait, so what's it? You're gonna like keep throwing at me different CGI things and real things mixed in, and if I mess up on one of them, you're gonna say, "Ta-da!"
No. Yeah, well, from my understanding, all the pictures I'm sending you are supposed to be real.
Every single one?
Yes. Except for when I was saying I was making them. Now their videos do have like they mix in animation, but I mean, what can I do about that?
I don't know how can somebody see that video of the Earth rising and think that is real.
It's based on a preconceived notion that space is real, Earth is a globe, and that we can trust JAXA, and they're providing us trustworthy information. Based on those notions, when they post something on their channel they say it's real, then I believe them that it's real.
Yeah,
That's
so do
it.
you think
That's
this
how
is
it
real?
takes. Sorry.
I'm just wondering if he thinks this looks real.
It seems I don't know.
Well, let me ask everyone in here. What Matthew's describing has how many others have had that at some point in their life? The thing of basically just, trusting it because it is the authority, because they're supposed to be a legit, connected to the governments. Like, what if I venture to say that all of us at some point had some part of that? Would I be right?
Yeah, of course.
This is the thing with Matthew. It's basically a massive appeal to authority. He trusts the government, trusts NASA. Why would they lie? They have a good track record, and there's nothing that he can confirm himself, at least not conclusively to my standard.
Yeah, but my
I
point
never
is that
had
lots of
that
people
deal
do that.
happen to me.
But Silent Zero, did you think that my picture of the fish looks real or not? At 3 past the hour.
Where is it at?
3 past the hour. Is that a real fish or not?
3 past the. Can you post it again?
Just go up to.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes ago.
I'm driving. I'm like just observing from.
Hey, Witsit, can you play the video I just posted with the timestamp? Just like
posted it.
2 minutes of it. Can you share that? It's pretty damning stuff about the Artemis that they show.
Like the YouTube?
Yeah, it's I just posted on a live stream. You see it?
I would say.
I put a
I would say
timestamp.
that.
It's 1627.
Go ahead, Silent Zero. What were you gonna say?
I would say that picture is fake.
I would hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a picture of a deep sea creature, and I'm saying that I believe that that is a real picture because I trust
You do?
people who posted it. Yeah,
How are you getting the lighting from the other side?
they have like a submersible with a light, and so they lit up the fish from the other side.
Wait, you're telling me that light is a lamp?
Yes, that's right.
Did you personally see this?
What's the timestamp?
No, it doesn't. He doesn't need to see it personally, but does that what you just said that light is a lamp? Do you make sense to you?
The green lights are lit up by a lamp, and those are the fish's.
No, the
eyes.
green lights are from the fish, right? I'm asking about the backlight, the light on the other side of the fish.
Yeah, they have these submersibles. They go down and take pictures of funky looking fish, and they light it up from different sides so they can get a good picture. And
Yeah,
I've seen videos of this. I've seen videos of this.
I seen videos, but this looks so fake.
New perspective. What's the timestamp?
1627.
Just the lighting is like a compose. It's like somebody. You wouldn't see it that way if somebody's holding a lamp on right there.
Everybody watch Witsit screen real quick. This is interesting.
All right.
Please.
Watch his stream. Okay.
Yeah,
That's true. And we've seen it recently with Artemis, haven't we?
Yes, and this is something else the whole world should take notice of too, is that this is the side of the moon that we see from Earth, and yet the Earth is over here. These people on the Earth, of which is us, should be seeing the dark side of the moon, because there is the side of the moon that we see. You see, things like this are impossible. And I thought that it was bad enough when I saw the other one, starting with the Earth
That does look
here,
really weird.
and then moving across, and it vanishes behind. Now, we see it coming out the other side for once. So it has actually gone from here all the way down there to the other side. Well, let's just have a look and see if the moon's rotated at all. Nope. No, it's still in the same place, which means that this moon is backwards. This should be the dark side, and what we see on the Earth should be the near side, what we're seeing here. But it's backwards. This is the second time we've caught this now.
If you look at the capsule that splashed down,
it has tiles from the heat shield all the way up to the windows and past the windows.
That's right. They're heat shield tiles from the space shuttle. They're 3 inches thick, and they can withstand the sort of temperatures that we're told exist.
Did you also notice with the tiles that the ones around the windows are as baked as the ones that are a part of the heat shield? The material that they used from the heat shield, which they dredged up from the Apollo era, it now works. Well, it always did work, so they said, but now they're adding these space shuttle tiles to this 55-year-old magic formula that supposedly is a blat of material, and then it comes up and it goes up, then it stops at the shield, of course, then it goes higher. Now we get into space shuttle tiles. So now we get into, there's 2 different eras of material, and both are baked. Now, why don't we see that on any of the Apollo command modules? Why don't we see any of the top part around the door baked? Why are those aluminum handles still attached to that command module? That's just impossible, because if that was the case with Artemis, then they should have had heat tiles all the way around that Apollo command module, or else those handles would have burned right off. And they're still there.
Well, they're still there because they were dropped out of an aircraft. It doesn't generate very much heat, does it?
I have been considering the parachutes alone. There are videos out there showing how those chutes are packed. They're using like a 20-ton press to compress these down to form them in to fit them. So it's very, very tightly packed together. They're out there for 12 days. They're coming back in through the heat. And we just listened to vacuum and heat and all kinds of stuff, right? Is that material going to cold weld itself together and turn into a single block? It's a good possibility.
Yeah, it is.
So they're going to open it up and they're just going to have this block sitting there. When you really think about it, it's a material. Even with the flag, I mean, the off-gassing, and I'm going to ask Bill, do you think the off-gassing on the flag would pull the color out of the material?
No, the color is quite solid. The colors generally are oxides of metals, so that they are already quite resilient. So it's copper oxides for red, cobalt oxides for different colors.
So the nylon would off-gas quicker than the color?
The water would outgas. It would immediately evaporate. There is no possibility, there is no way to see something wet in a vacuum.
Yeah.
It would outgas. It would immediately evaporate.
Even if it was motor oil?
Oil evaporates, but in a much slower rate.
Well, it took 3 days to get there.
Yeah, we have to see the partial pressure, it's called, to see how much it likes to evaporate. Everything likes to evaporate. Everything at some point, if it's liquid, it will evaporate.
If it was on the moon, it couldn't possibly be wet.
It cannot.
Water can't be there. I mean, you're only looking at 70,000 feet and water's going to boil off. And now you're down to 10 to the minus 11. So that photograph could not be taken on the moon. And that
They
is a
said
fact.
that could be
Very
staining.
good eye.
Stained, you said?
Yeah, had they tried to say that could be stained? That would be like possible globe excuse.
I
kind of missed the first part. What was this video? New Perspective. Is this one that you had mentioned, or what was the point? I kind of missed the first part of it.
Oh yeah, the first part of it, they show the
Recently, without
moon didn't rotate. The moon didn't rotate when
SMS, haven't we?
the Earth pops out the other side, but there's no rotation to the moon. It's just the same shot.
Yeah, the moon rotates once every 29 days. So however long it took, it didn't rotate very much.
I don't know. That's the point. They're also saying that that they should be looking at the dark side of the moon because it's lit up on this side. If the Earth is going behind the moon, why is this side lit up? But anyway, these guys are shows. I mean,
that is a
question. They're proposing at the end like a better way to get to the moon. Like maybe they faked it to begin with, but now we're gonna have this plasma technology and actually go there and all this kind of stuff. So
Wait,
kind of a show organization.
Wait, what is the answer? So, like, we got the light coming from behind us in this shot right here. So that means we'd be seeing the dark side of the moon right then on the Earth, right?
There's no. So the dark side of the moon is changes like with the phases, and so maybe you're asking about the back side of the moon. This is the back side of the moon, not the dark side.
Yeah. So that means the moon would be dark for us.
Right. And
Was
that's
it?
why the Apollo 11 sites were dark, because it was a new moon or near a new moon or something.
What do you know actually, or you're just making that up?
Based on the picture that you're showing right now, the fact that this side is lit up means that it's a new moon on the other side, or close to a new moon.
So then if it wasn't in that phase, then this would debunk them?
Yeah, if it were a full moon for Earth, that would completely debunk this Artemis shot.
Wait, they got something this obvious wrong, right? I mean,
I don't know what date this was, but we could look it up and see if it was a full moon that day.
Don't the lights look so different? Like the light that's lighting up that piece of equipment thing on the left looks like studio spotlighting, and then the moon is kind of a dull, like very out of focus, kind of almost a cartoony layer to it. Why is that so? It doesn't look seamless. It doesn't look realistic at all.
Yeah, they're both lit by the sun, but one is much closer and one is farther. They're made of different materials.
yeah, we would have to know what day this is from. They said they were up there for like a month. You know that?
Yeah, it was something like that.
25 days. Yikes. November 16th to the 11th of December. But they were saying something about they found a spot on the moon that is what we see on our side.
Yes, and this is something else the whole world should take notice of too, is that this is the side of the moon that we see from Earth, and
Like, is this is something that we see on our side of the moon or something like?
But I don't think so. It's showing the backside of the moon. They would have to show a map to like substantiate that claim. I don't know where. Like they would have
notice
to
of
match
too,
up that.
is that this is the side of
thing
the moon that
on the
we
map
see
of
from Earth, and yet the Earth is over here. These people on the Earth, of which is us, should be seeing the dark side of the moon, because there is the side of the moon that we see. You see, things like this are impossible.
Yeah, they weren't saying what New Perspective said. They were saying that there's a spot here on this side of the moon that is actually from our side of the moon, and it shouldn't be like that, right? I mean, that's what they said, right?
It
I
sounds
thought
like
that
what
it
they're
was
saying, but
bad
they're also
enough.
mixing up dark side with far side. They should have been more clear when they were talking about it.
Well, but it is essentially, I mean, for humans on Earth, we call that the dark side of the moon, you know? Whether
Right,
in
but
your model you're claiming it's lit or not, no one's ever seen it. No one's ever, you know? So, I mean, it is like the backside of the moon from what we, you know, if you want to call it that. I'm not even saying it has a backside. I'm just saying that in the idea that it's a sphere like that, that's kind of the colloquial term that might be used for that other side of the
Yeah,
moon.
no, I understand. But they were saying that it was lit up on the far side of the moon so that the people on Earth are seeing the dark side of the moon. And that's accurate. That's what we call a new moon.
Okay. I didn't hear what he said, but yeah. But he was showing in that one, I mean, that the layer of the moon is what we see from Earth, is what he was saying, and it's supposed to be the Earth's supposed to be on the other side of it, so that's a problem.
Yeah, Earth is seeing the other side of the moon.
What do you got to say about the fact that they pointed out that for the Artemis mission they had to put the heat shields all the way up over the windows, and they couldn't have an aluminum handle, but they claim they did that for the Apollo missions.
Yeah, I don't know enough about engineering to know if that is a forceful claim or not.
And then
I
why
assume-
didn't the window areas have burn marks when the Artemis ones did?
That's a good question. I don't know.
See, these are
When
the
I
things
saw
like
the other,
when something is a deception or fake. There's consistency errors. So
I think that's the first time in 2 hours, though, he said something like, you know, positive along the lines of being interested in what we were saying.
Oh yeah, I'm not claiming I know everything. I bet there are people who know the answers. Like if you go talk to somebody who worked on the Apollo capsule and ask them that question, I'm sure that they would have a story to
Oh,
tell.
we will. We'll ask them at NASA audits. Don't you worry. Are you nervous about NASA audits?
No, not at all. Why would I be?
What if we catch them lying, bro?
So lying about what, like
Discrepancies and stuff like this.
Yeah, I think they'll have a good explanation.
On the spot, a person will have a good information, you think?
The people who worked on it, yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to do this now. I mean, I did have. I forgot I was going to show you guys. Oh yeah, let me show you guys this stuff that I was looking at. Let me find it. This JAXA stuff. It's crazy stupid.
Yeah, just real quick, the last thing on that. But yeah, you can pull it off the screen or whatever. But Matthew, what he was showing, just to be clear, I believe what he was showing is that thing is supposed to be behind the moon. The Earth is supposed to be on the other side of it. One of those layers that we see in this footage, he is saying that we see that on the face of the moon that the Earth sees.
Yeah, I understood his argument. I was saying that I would want to see exactly what he is claiming. Like he's saying these specific craters are visible on the front of the moon. I'd want to see a map lining that up to substantiate his claim. there are lots of craters on both sides of the moon, and I would want to see kind of like what he means by it. It sounds like he thinks there's a specific spot that is on the front of the moon.
By the
We
way, in the
do
beginning
look
of
a
this,
bit different,
in the
huh?
beginning
Like,
of this,
I mean, look at that.
in the beginning of this video, by the way, they talk about the suits having zippers and all kinds of other stuff.
This should be side, and what we see on the Earth should be the near side, what we're seeing here. But it's backwards. This is the second time we've caught this now.
If you look at the
Yeah, I
Pretty
mean,
crazy.
Matthew, yeah, like, I mean, even in your logical mind, even though you do kind of, have, like you said, like a belief in the authority and whatnot, like I get that, but and trusting that it's real, because I understand, like, accepting that this could all be fraudulent really would start to make, one would have to obviously question, the government more and all the space stuff and the globe even. So, I mean, I can understand why you're staying with it, like just like, in your mindset and all that. But just on the logical level of just your scientific part of your mind, like after everything we've just talked about the last hour or two, like would you be able to say that there are some consistency errors, to say the least, that are at least somewhat questionable?
Okay, so yeah, the image we were just looking at, to answer Witzit's earlier question about what would convince me that they're lying. What would convince me is if that picture of the moon clearly lined up with the moon that we see, so the side of the moon that we see from the Earth side. If you could actually see Tycho crater or like very recognizable things from the front of the moon. To answer your question about the consistency, I don't think it's inconsistent. Like the Artemis footage is just sort of like a gray kind of out of focus image, and so it's hard to distinguish craters. So it doesn't really look like the front or the back of the moon, and I don't think that's inconsistent.
His message was, "Oh, you're all gonna die off." We went to the moon, although we were trying to make rockets better. Nothing to do with space. If you were to go to space, you would have to.
Ruhit's back?
I am.
What's up?
Well, I went through my video of theodolite measurements and just worked out how far off prediction I was with the measurements. And I'm sharing it on screen.
That's crazy, because we found out that the autolites are said that you can't use them greater than 100 meters, and you still have a couple millimeter range of error at that distance.
Citation, please.
Regis, you have what you were reading earlier? Yep.
Citation, please, for using theodolites at 100 meters max.
That there's already a couple millimeter error at 100 meters?
A couple of millimeters sounds like a lot.
Yeah. So then you definitely wouldn't be wanting to use it at 30,000 meters, right?
Yep. Citation, please, Witsit. Check
Yes.
my screen. You'll see the error, right? The prediction.
All right, you're way too
measurement,
emotional
and
for
the
me,
error.
man. I'm out. I'm not talking to you.
That was easy.
You're just really
Easy,
emotional.
easy.
Like really
Just
kinda
got to ask you for a citation, and you run away.
No, I'm not the one that read it earlier. It was the other guy. That's why I immediately said his name and asked if he had it. And you just kept ranting emotionally about how you demand I get you one.
Who said it before?
Regis.
Regis the Slow Bear. Do you have a citation?
There you go.
Fucking retarded.
Who's retarded? Deathbringer?
The whole attitude, bro.
Okay, you're getting muted. Yeah.
Good.
All right.
One less SW,
Now, Regis the
SJW in
Slow
my
Bear,
life.
do you have a citation that says theodolites shouldn't be used for like more than 100
In the
meters?
chat.
In the chat.
Oh, you are being so annoying, man.
Go fuck yourself with it.
Remember I asked you that question?
Yeah.
I'll ask it again. Like, okay, if you realize that the Earth is not a globe and actually is a stationary plane, okay, you're in that position. Would you look at yourself now as you're helping us or hurting us?
Yeah, I think I said neither.
You think you're just neutral?
Yeah, I don't think you guys are reachable, intellectually at least.
Oh man.
Therefore, for application areas requiring horizontal accuracies of around plus or minus 30 millimeters within 100 meters, modern optical theodolites and levels could be suitable for the job.
Someone he posted at 25 minutes past.
Yeah.
Stadia tachyometry. Yeah, this is measuring between the stadium marks. This is not an angle measurement.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not relevant.
It's not relevant.
You know when you have like an auto level and it has the stadium marks and they're 10 milliradians apart and you can get a distance estimate. Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand. Can you probably provide evidence for me of how far they accurately, like how far we can use them accurately?
That they don't have a distance limit.
So we can use theodolites infinitely.
Yeah, if you can see it, you can measure an angle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Holy-
He says he can shoot it to the moon, stars, anything.
Anything. In fact, I did take a few
And
star
you're
shots
just
with my
assu-
theodolite.
part of what
and I was
he's
like
pointing-
a few arc seconds off.
But part of what he's pointing out here is the accuracy in the distance. That's what I said originally as well. It has to do with what it's actually been calibrated and been verified to be accurate to. So you just shooting it off into space, what do you have to compare that with to actually show you that you're getting anything that even remotely accurate to then jump on it as some kind of scientific measurement?
The accuracy of a theodolite has nothing to do with the distance. It is how accurately it measures angles. Nothing to do with distance.
Angles
you
to
can
what's
see it,
optically seen,
yeah, if you can see it, you can get an angle to
which
it.
just constantly changes.
Sure.
I can use a
Little bit.
protractor then.
Yeah, sure. Pretty shitty, but yeah.
So I can use a
Not very
protractor
accurate.
for infinite distances, and it's just as accurate as a theodolite.
No, I didn't say it was as accurate.
Why
I
not?
said you can use a protractor.
Why is it not just as
It's
accurate?
not accurate. What are you going to do? Like look along with your eyes?
Yeah. What are you doing with the? Yeah.
It,
Yeah,
if
you've got a crosshair, right? You got a crosshair and magnification.
If you're going to measure an inch, it's pretty accurate. But not
You're measuring a distance with a theodolite, which measures angles. Like, what are you talking about?
No, I was saying a protractor at a very small distance is accurate, but at millions of miles, it's obviously not.
It doesn't. It's not a question of distance. It is a question of how accurately you measure an angle. Nothing to do with distance at all.
Well, the real point is that what you think you're measuring an angle to optically changes.
Right.
Yeah. You just want to just pretend that somehow isn't part of it.
No, I don't.
So then
You
you
heard me
admit
say that
that the
refraction
actual
is always a thing.
So the fact is actually an optical.
Say it again.
So it's actually an optical effect.
Refraction is, yes.
No,
Refraction is an
no,
optical
like
effect.
no. The angle that you're looking at changes optically. So I mean, you have evidence that it's
refraction.
anything other than optical.
If I point a theodolite at some mountain, are you trying to suggest the mountain is not physical? Like, what are you trying to say?
You have evidence that the alleged cause of the angle difference is anything other than optical, since it has been clearly demonstrated that it will change optically. Do you have evidence that there's another reason it changes?
Still don't understand the question. If I point a theodolite at a mountain, am I pointing it at something physical, but the position that I see it in will change a little bit with refraction?
Let me help you out here, okay? You're claiming that the reason that it changes angle is because the Earth's a ball.
Yes.
But what
Well,
we
I can
see
predict it
is
because
that
the Earth
the
is a ball.
angle
Yeah.
changes optically. So
Right,
do
we take
you
that into
have
account, yes.
evidence that there's an additional reason to optics that it changes?
Yes. We measure the density gradient and we take that into account. The rest is curvature.
Oh my God, bro. You actually said you just use standard refraction.
Yes.
So you didn't measure anything and then
Yes,
narrow
I
it down
did.
to exactly how much left is curvature.
Would you like to see another graph with sort of the typical density gradient?
Oh, okay. This is just it's just like Groundhog Day with you, dude.
Well, you don't understand what I'm showing you.
Oh,
So yes, it
stupid.
is. Until you understand what I'm
Does
showing
everyone
you,
hear how stupid the claim is?
that I have
we're hearing
data
it.
that measures the density gradient. Is that stupid?
No,
I've
this
got
is
you
the
turned
point.
down, Death
So,
Bringer.
so when we look at the angles, right, they change. I actually looked through the government's data, and the angles constantly change, and like
By little
never match
bit,
the globe prediction. Never.
Well, look
So
at my
what they
screen then,
do,
Winston.
they actually don't even really use this for like substantial. They don't like tout substantial accuracy or anything at all, not even close. Right? What they do is they have a weighted mean and a window, a predetermined window, and if the measurements fall outside that, they just disregard them. Then they take the measurements that fall within their predetermined window. Now, how do they get their predetermined window? Well, they use like the WGS84, whatever geodetic model they want to use. And then they're like, okay, well, then it has to be around this window. Okay. And so they literally take the model, get their window. Any of the data that falls outside that window, they ignore it. Okay. And then they get an average from the data points taken within that window. Then they take that average, compare it to what the model predicts. And then they take standard refraction and apply it to that based on how much it needs to change. And as long as their final product is within about 80 to 85% accuracy of matching the model, then that's good enough because they're just trying to get a general idea of how to take the plane survey and map it out into and integrate it into the geodetic model. That's literally what happens.
Your first sentence was, "It's not accurate." So on my screen, I'm showing you measurements that I have taken.
I'm disengaging.
Okay.
You're going to ignore
Pretty easy to
everything I
make you run
say.
away. I'm addressing the first thing you said, Witsit. You said it's
Do
not
people
accurate.
in real life like talking to you? Because like do people in real life talk to you,
Your
then you just ignore
first-
everything they say and just like pretend that they're beneath you and just talk to them like they're children or something, and you ignore everything that they say?
Your first line was they are not accurate. I'm showing you on screen measurements that I have taken, the measurements versus the prediction. Right? The absolute worst is less than an arc minute. Right? And the flat Earth prediction is an order of magnitude worse than that.
Oh,
So
this is
when you
before or
can make
after
an
you
accurate
account for
prediction,
refraction?
let me know.
This
Say
is
again?
before or after you account for refraction?
It accounts for standard refraction. 706
Oh, so up to 15% difference than what you actually is supposed to see.
Refraction is a thing. We have to take it into account.
So 15% difference at least, different than what
Refraction is a thing. We have to take it into account in our
you're just
prediction.
like a robot. In addition to
Well, you're
that,
not listening to what I'm saying, so I've got to
I
repeat
heard
it.
you. I heard you.
Well,
In addition,
acknowledge that refraction is a thing and that we have to take it into account, and then we can move on.
In addition to that, right? Like, what percentage, like your greatest margin of error or whatever, right? Like your greatest off the prediction of this, what percentage off would that make your R value?
That's a good question. I should
You don't
graph it.
even know. So you haven't even done the what you
Jesus,
actually
Witsit.
used to do. You're claiming it verifies the R value of a globe.
Oh, I got you now. I thought you meant the R value was in like a statistical regression test.
Hey, what percentage would it be of the R value? That's the whole thing you're claiming it verifies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what percentage of
Most
the R
of
value?
most of these errors are within the accuracy of the instrument, within the precision of the instrument. Sorry, there's only one.
So you're
that's-
claiming
that's
100%.
There are two measurements there that are outside the precision of the instrument.
So RUIF has done geodetic surveys better than everyone that has ever worked for the government.
Okay, if you want to put it like that.
So that's how
error
we know
is very small.
Yeah, it's just like a laughable.
Is that what you're agreeing to?
Do you deny these? Do you deny these measurements?
What?
What I know is that they say that using the best equipment that they have, that if they get within 85 or 90%, that is very successful, and they rock with that. They aim to
citation,
get around
please.
90%. You're
Citation,
claiming
please.
100%, dude, and with every single one of them that you took. Hey, did you have to throw any of
Citation,
them out?
please.
Did you have to throw any of them
No.
out? Okay, so you didn't do what is actually done in reality. So, or do you have less of a like?
What do you mean I
what's your
didn't do what's
precision?
done in reality?
What's your precision of measurement relative to what the government uses?
I don't know what the government uses. This theodolite had an accuracy, a precision of either 10 or 20 arc seconds, depending on how you set it.
And which one did you set?
10 arc seconds.
An arc second?
10 arc seconds.
So you can be 10 arc seconds off and it's still considered 100% accurate?
Sure. Yep. There are better theodolites out there.
Imagine this.
Look
Imagine
at the
coming into a
column.
room pretending this is a slam dunk for the globe.
Look at the column globe Earth error, and the worst is 0.012 degrees, which is less than an arc minute. All right, and then the flat Earth prediction, that's the best error for the flat Earth prediction is off by freaking 1/8 of a degree. It's ridiculous.
Did you account for refraction on the flat Earth?
No, because it makes it
Oh,
worse
isn't
for
it
you.
funny? So you had to add 15% to the globe.
Refraction is a
get it
thing.
to be somewhat
we have to take
accurate.
it into account. Repeat after me. Refraction is a thing. We have to take it into account.
So then when you straw man the flat Earth, you admit that you did it incompetently and didn't even account for what under your own admission you have to account for. Thank you for playing.
No, I did it in your favor because refraction makes it worse for you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, refraction makes it worse for you. It lifts things up, so your error will be even bigger. Would you like me to produce a bigger error for flat Earth prediction?
No, you just don't know. You don't actually understand refraction.
I guarantee I understand refraction. That's it.
No,
I guarantee you.
I guarantee. What's the inversion? What's like a reflective mirage called?
Reflective mirage, inferior or superior?
Superior.
Yeah, so that results from an extreme temperature gradient in the, well, usually temperature inversion. So you've got cold air at the surface, hot air up, and that gives you extreme refraction. And as that gradient, how can I say it? As that gradient approaches normal, you get the reverse image above.
Yeah. So what's a superior mirage called where it makes it look like boats float up above the water?
Oh, Fata Morgana.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Am I
What
passing
do
your
you know
test?
about that? Why do you always ignore that? Why do you always leave that out of?
Don't ignore that. What am I doing? Ignoring that?
So do you know how to isolate when that happens?
Get away from the surface, yes.
Oh. Okay.
Like I keep saying, get away from the surface where the refracted gradient is stable.
So you know that Fata Morgana cannot happen above the surface.
If you're above the surface looking through air that is, say 100 meters above the surface, you will not get a Fata Morgana, correct?
Yeah, see? And you just baselessly make these claims like you
Not
fully
baselessly
understand
making it.
refraction. It's so
I have the
here's the
data. Would you like to
conclusion.
see
Here's
the
the
data?
conclusion of this conversation. In reality, you have to have a predetermined window. You have to throw out all the things that don't fit within that predetermined window. You get the predetermined window by assuming the globe, and you go out there, you look at it, and then you always have to apply a 15% increase into the size of the radius just to try to get it close
Refraction is
enough.
a thing.
Just
we have to take it into account.
Just to try to get it
Can you
close
say those
enough.
words?
Just
Yeah,
to try to
we
get it close
can.
enough, and then if you get within 90% or so, then you're good to go. And this dude claims an
Citation,
error
please.
margin of 10. What'd you say?
Citation, please, for this 85% thing.
Okay, no problem. And so,
yeah, DM it to me. I've sent you like 10 DMs over the past year or something.
I ignore you.
You don't do DMs? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Running away. Fair enough.
You think? I mean, if you want to, why do you think I ignore you?
Because you can't combat my points easily.
Oh, you think I've read your DMs?
I don't know. Have you?
Okay, well, if I haven't read them, could I be running away from them or be scared to try to combat them or something?
Why don't you address them then?
Because I haven't read them.
Based on
Why
what he
don't you
said,
read them?
he muted me. That means he's scared of me.
Yeah, you muted Deathbringer because you're scared of him. You can't combat his points.
No, what did he say? He called something, this is ridiculous. Whatever he said. Yeah, he wasn't interested in the conversation. So.
I'm not either. I'm like,
Yeah, okay.
the point is that you have to add.
You can't shut people out that you want to mute, so he's free to speak.
Again?
You can't just shut people out just because you're not shutting them. We're not allowing you to just shut him out of the conversation just because you decided to mute him, and you can't talk over him.
Okay, I didn't see him flashing up. Does he have something constructive to say? I'll turn him up.
Well,
Rue, can you just give up the floor? You already burned up a bunch of our time here.
Yeah,
Professor,
no.
you know,
I've got to make dinner in a sec, so yeah. Does Deathbringer have something to say?
What, mate? No, man. No, you were burning air for a bit. So that's all right, man.
All right, all good.
so what is your what do you want as someone to get out of this right now?
I want.
Are you thinking that we're going to accept someone's going to be convinced by your point or something? Because I don't think anyone's finding it compelling.
Okay. I want Witsit to say the words refraction is a thing and we have to take it into account. Can you do that?
It's fucking
Yeah, I
insane.
just disagree with how you think you can do it.
It's insane, Ruhif. It's like saying music's a thing and insisting that it be at 5 on volume.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
Like if I acknowledge that music exists, I have to believe your interpretation that it's always 5.
At a certain
All
level.
right, we can go to first principles.
And that there's a standard level, and we
Yeah.
should all accept
Yes.
that. When I
We
give
must
you
immediately put the standard level that helps increase the size of the radius of the Earth by 15%.
Yeah, that's how the geometry works. I thought you knew about refraction, champ. Aren't you the expert?
Oh man, I kind
Run
of feel
away.
bad for you, but
Run
like you
away.
make it hard, you know. You make it.
Okay, so tell me, why do we increase the radius
I
of
don't
the
want to
Earth?
talk. Stop conversation with me, man. I'm just.
Of course you don't. Run away. Run away.
No means no.
not
Everyone
about
here
running.
knows I'm not running from you, dude.
Yeah, it's not
Okay,
running.
but you don't know why we increase the radius of the Earth. Okay.
Ruhif, you ran from
Yes,
all
sir.
my questions earlier. You really jumped around. You knew exactly what I was asking. I just want to ask you quickly, why don't you include any temperatures or anything when you throw in your standard refraction around? How do you not include pressures and temperatures? Like I'm expected to come up with all this gradient shit, and you don't even have a standard, an average, or a guesstimate. Why? How do you do
The
that?
data on screen is the refractive gradient, and the refractive gradient
Fuck
already
the
takes.
screen, Rue. I'm
Dan,
asking if you and I go
I'm
outside and
answering
you
your
have.
question.
Oh, you're not.
I'm answering your question.
Why don't you take these things into consideration?
I do. The data on the screen is the refractive gradient, and it
When
takes
I
into
show
account
you
the
examples of
temperature
what we've
and the
done,
pressure and the humidity.
come on. When I show you examples of what we done, you bust out other shit, and then you want to tell me about it. I'm going, wow, here we are. You don't go, oh, what was the temperature there? What was the barometric pressure? How you don't ask anything. You don't know if it's 80 degrees. You don't know if it's 40 degrees. You don't give a shit. That says something to me.
If you give me vertical measurements of the temperature, pressure, and humidity, I'll give you a gradient.
You are throwing out a number without knowing a single detail of the fucking atmosphere that you're in.
These are measurements of temperature, pressure, and humidity converted into a gradient, a refractive gradient.
Those are little colored bars on a graph
Data. It's what it is. It's data.
that
I know you don't like it.
they're not in reference to our application or any of the things we've done, any of the locations. Where are you showing temperature on this?
No, it's incorporated already into the
Oh,
gradient.
that's my whole point. How are you able to
Right.
make it up, call it an average, and just chuck it in there as if that's scientific?
Right. The reason I'm able to call it an average is because of those really tightly grouped, tall blue spikes in it. Right. This is a histogram. It's a frequency of events.
Last question. Do you believe in a clear day? Is it possible?
Do I believe in a clear day? Okay. Yes.
Okay. And do I need to take a standard refraction amount from an average day and include that in a clear day calculation?
All I'm asking is you get above the surface. That's literally all I'm asking. I don't care
asked you
whether
a
it's
very
overcast or.
specific question based on my limited abilities. Should I be throwing in average weather, average shit that doesn't apply because I waited specifically for a good day, a nice morning after a storm, nice and clear, nice and cold. So when I have good conditions, why would I throw in muddy conditions? Why would you muddy
What's
the
muddy?
water? Well,
Muddying with what? Refraction.
average is partial vision, right? It's like, wow, I can't really see through. What's here? Well, there's this average amount of shit in the air. So you're throwing an average out when you acknowledge there may not be there. It may not be there. You acknowledge that. I said it's a clear day. So what would cause standard refraction on this clear day?
Pressure gradient, the temperature gradient, and the humidity.
And why don't you ask me for any of that shit when you're making
I
estimates?
have been. I have been. I'm asking you to take vertical measurements.
It's really, you didn't ask for anything, like no temperatures ever. It's like, it's unbelievable. You don't ask what, if there was a cloudy day, a sunny day, if it's
Yeah.
morning, noon, or night, then I show you day and night, and that means nothing to you. I show you variations in temperature, it means nothing to you. You want me to climb a mountain. It's really ridiculous. Witsit just totally proved to you that the idea of you pushing me up a mountain is just to negate the actual experiment.
No,
Hey,
it's to
Ruif.
make prediction. It's to make refraction predictable,
Hey, Ruif,
as
can you hear me?
demonstrated by the graphs. Yeah. Oops.
Remember when Ranty found that image and you guys went over it? You,
The
Ranty, and
Bible
yeah.
and cats. Yeah.
And then Witsit had a debate with Ranty over that image.
Did they?
I think they did.
Witsit? Is he still here?
And during that debate, Witsit was very, very adamant about taking refraction into account.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah. Have I ever said that you don't have to account for the atmosphere?
No, well, you keep saying I've got to add 15% to the radius of the Earth. Of course I do. Do you accept that I do that? And do you understand
No,
why?
I don't accept. I already answered your remedial question, and all B-Ball's doing is being an antagonist and disingenuous to try to get me to engage again. So I've already made it very clear, and you guys are just dishonest, that you
let the
have to
record
account for the
reflect.
atmosphere.
You
Listen
have no
carefully
idea.
so I don't have
No,
to
you
keep
just called me
repeating
dishonest.
myself,
You
maybe.
just
Maybe
called me
you should listen
dishonest. You
carefully
just
so I
called me
don't have to keep
dishonest. You
repeating
just
myself.
called me dishonest,
Maybe
right?
you
You
shouldn't
just called me
interrupt. You
dishonest.
should.
You just called me dishonest. So don't call me dishonest.
Dude, you guys
Thank you.
just let him say his point.
It's like you either just let Ruif dominate and talk down to everyone and disrespect them, or you have to just like talk and it has to be chaos. So
Yeah, but I think dishonest is he's considering it an ad hom. So
correct.
Okay, well, B-Ball was intentionally antagonizing, misrepresenting what I clearly just stated. I'm going to say it one more time. Please stop
Clarify or
saying
point-
this.
just
Stop saying this
clarify
narrative.
it or point out the just clarify it or point out the fact.
Yeah, I already said. Yeah, you have to account for the atmosphere. I don't agree with your assumption of how that works, and you just reify the R value and then fluctuate it.
But
Do you understand why do you understand why 706R exists? Do
Because
you
you believe
understand?
the Earth's a ball.
No. Do you understand the geometry of 706R?
Yeah, you believe the Earth's a ball.
No, that's not the question. Do you understand why 7/6R exists?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you understand? Like, explain what 7/6R is.
Okay. So in reality, how it went down was whenever we see that on average, we see a roughly 15% too far based on the globe predictions, they label that standard refraction, saying that it's bending down to the more dense medium, bending around the curvature of the Earth. So then they take that, put it over over the R value, which is of course a category error. They call it terrestrial refraction, and then they just reify the model and claim it must on average bend this much. And you can fluctuate this number as much as you need to account for us seeing however far.
Okay. That is incorrect. Right?
No, it's
the
not.
reason we do, yes, it is. The reason we do 7/6R is what I'm showing on screen is that the typical gradient, right, is about that minus 2.2 thereabouts. You can see the big spikes in the blue around about minus 2.2. All right, so that implies a radius of curvature for the light ray of about 45,000 kilometers. Take the reciprocal of that, right? The reciprocal of the minus 2.2. And it gives you a radius of curvature for the light ray. So you have a radius of curvature for the light ray of about 45,000 kilometers, a radius of Earth of 6371 kilometers. And what we do geometrically is we straighten the light ray, but at the same time keep the relative curvature between the light ray and the Earth the same. So if we flatten out that light ray, we have to expand the radius of the Earth so that we're dealing with a straight ray of light and a slightly bigger Earth. That
You just
slightly bigger
admitted
Earth
what I
is
said.
7/6R.
You just admitted what I said, which is that you have to assume that the Earth's a ball curving at a certain rate with the R value. Therefore, that the light is behaving relative to that curvature of Earth to get your rate. That's literally you just literally
to get
confirmed what I said.
To get the rate, say that again.
To get the rate of curvature, you have to assume the R value and the relationship with the light relative to the curving Earth.
Yeah, we're testing
so
a
you
prediction of a
didn't
model,
prove
right?
anything I said wrong. You just further confirm what I said. Thank you. Now I'm going to disengage from you guys. Please don't. I'm working on my website. Feel free not to jump in and then misrepresent that I say you don't have to account for the atmosphere, but I contradicted myself with Ranty. So which it says throw out atmosphere, but now don't throw. No, I disagree with how you reify the globe model and then try to bake refraction into it. Thank you.
Okay. So we have to, if we're having a curve calculator, what we're doing is making a prediction and then testing that prediction against reality. In order to make that prediction, yes, we have to assume an R value, right? And we have to incorporate refraction into that. And that geometrically works out to be a straight line of light and a radius of Earth slightly bigger, 7/6R. The end. I don't understand why you have an issue with this assumption of R. Anyway, very good, mate. We're testing a
You don't
hypothesis.
understand why he has an issue of an assumption of a radius of an assumed sphere?
Right, because we're testing a hypothesis, are we not?
No, you guys are just making shit up.
Jesus, really.
We're testing a hypothesis, right? In order to test it, we have to assume for the sake of the argument that it's true. How is that controversial at all?
I'm on the other side of the bell curve of Witsit with the whole like understanding how to argue this thing. Like I'm on the double digit IQ side where it's just, dude, it just sounds retarded.
Okay, thanks for your
Honestly.
input, Flappers.
No,
Thanks
no
for your
worries.
valuable input.
Well, dude, I probably
I don't
represent like
understand.
80% of the population, IQ wise. And that's once people see it, they're not going to be able to unsee it. And no matter how much science you talk at them, they're going to be like, yeah, that
I'm
just
aware.
sounds retarded.
I'm aware you're completely, denying of all evidence and science. I agree, yes.
Well,
We're
what
not
more
making
evidence?
Assumptions. We're not making assumptions, and we're not tossing
Dan.
in averages.
Dan,
Yeah.
to test the hypothesis that the Earth is a globe, for the sake of the argument, you need to assume it and
How
then
did you
see what the
even-
prediction is.
What observation did you make that even
don't.
like had you come up with that hypothesis that we are
I
a globe?
don't need to.
Do we
A
live in
hypothesis
You
doesn't
don't need to
justification.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It technically
That's-
does not need
Maybe I'm
justification.
not as retarded as I thought.
Just so you
That's-
guys know, when they say that they test it, they're like,
Religious
anything you see, they'll be like, oh, well, it must have just, this must be extreme refraction. It just refracted this much, And,
Oh, you were
and then,
disengaging.
wait, I don't want to engage. I just want to make this point to the room. Like I was telling you guys earlier, when you say, okay, well, can you show me specifically if I have these conditions, exactly how much the curvature rate would be of the light so I can go out and test it? They'll never tell you a specific prediction based on specific conditions of how
Yes, it
much
will.
the light should curve, because then we could test it and falsify it. They want to just be able to repeat that it is happening no matter what.
If you give me the conditions, I'll give you the rate of curvature.
Yes.
So then if I go and test it and
You
prove it
said
wrong,
no
then you'll stop
earlier.
seeing it every day, right?
Sure. Yep. Go and do it.
Okay, so what variables do you need?
Temperature, pressure, and humidity over, through the corridor that you're looking through.
Through the entire corridor.
Well, once or twice, like, I don't know,
First you
in the
got me
middle.
climbing a mountain. Now you got me dangling in a valley somewhere trying to measure the
Well,
temperature.
if
Okay,
you,
the water is
if I wanna
70
give you-
degrees. Are you writing this down or what?
I want water temperature. I want air temperature, pressure, and humidity above the water. Or
I
wherever you're
thought that
doing
we
it.
had to know the relationship between the surface and the air.
Yeah, but we're not shining lights into water, right?
Well, you guys are the ones that always claim that it's based on the relationship between the surface and the air.
What causes the temperature
Air
inversion?
temperature.
You guys claim it's both. You guys claim we need to know the temperature of the water and the air.
I don't care about the temperature of the water. Air
Oh,
temperature.
so you guys are just like a cult that disagrees with each
Don't
other.
lump me in with everyone, right? Okay, so the horizon rises to eye level, right? What's it? Correct? Horizon rises to eye level.
rises
of the Earth?
towards eye level. Yeah,
No, approaches eye level, right?
yeah, it
You
doesn't
agree
go
with that?
to eye level
Why not?
because you're going above. You're above the Earth.
Right, but it approaches eye level, right?
It
What
goes
do you think the
towards eye
angle
level,
should be? Again, here's another prediction you won't make.
Proportion.
What's the angle down to the right?
Essentially, Rue, if it's a dip angle at the end of the
Yeah.
day. Yeah.
Can you
it's-
predict the dip angle?
Oh yeah, using hyperbolic geometry, you could.
Oh, please show me your prediction.
Will you get off Discord once I do it?
To be
Sure.
predicted, like
Yes.
Like for
I
good?
gotta make dinner. No, not for good. Like if we
Oh.
go out and test it and you're wrong, then then I won't.
If I'm right,
But
you'll
yeah,
get off for
please.
good.
No, I won't get off for good forever, but I'll disappear for a week. How about that?
No, that's not.
If you make a prediction and it turns out to be accurate for a couple of different tests, then I'll get off for a week.
Or you pay my hourly rate of $777.
Sure, champ. I knew you'd run away like you always do.
What? I'm not. No, I'm just kind of busy, but I do plan on working out perspective.
You're
with
busy,
hyperbolic
but you sit in
geometry.
fucking Discord all day.
Yeah, while I'm
Every
working
time I'm
on
here,
stuff
you're
like
here.
my website.
Oh,
Dude, you can get
Yeah.
a lot of stuff done when you're on Discord. Like I'm at work right now. It's not really interfering with my productivity.
Yeah, I joined during gym and work too.
Yeah, I'm like literally making a website right now.
Yeah,
Good for you.
boom.
Boom.
Sorry,
Anyway, I
man.
would love to see a prediction.
Okay, so
really
the
sounds
water
fake anyway.
temperature is 70 degrees. The air temperature is 71 degrees.
I don't care about the water temperature.
Okay, well, no, dude, are you gonna take down the variables?
Sure. Or you could DM it to me. How about do that? That's a good
No,
idea.
just take it down. The humidity, what you want, like a percentage?
Yes.
74.62%. That's the average in South Carolina. Okay, what else you need?
And what altitude was that at? What elevation above the surface?
Let's say 10 feet.
Okay.
Let's make it 6.
Okay. Are these
Oh,
measurements or you're just pulling out of your ass?
7.7 feet.
Okay.
Okay. What's up?
When you have some actual measurements, send me those measurements.
No. Can you give me the curvature rate, please?
You've only given me one measurement, so no.
What do you mean? Just
You've only given
extend
me
those,
one
extend
set.
those out all the way, because in real life, the temperature at 72 degrees on one
shit.
side of the water. If I go 10 miles across into the water, guess what? It's 72 degrees. I know,
My
it's
goodness,
crazy.
your understanding of refraction is possibly the worst I've ever heard.
Hey, buddy.
Did you listen to the FE Core presentation that I did?
Hey, are you going to listen and tell me the curvature rate?
You just said like here's one measurement on one side of the lake, and then you said extend that across the lake, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You have absolutely no idea about refraction.
So are you saying that it's impossible to have the same conditions on both sides of a lake?
No, I'm saying that's
What are you
not
saying?
what refraction is.
Well, Ruhiv, why don't you?
Refraction.
Do you have anything of substance? You just keep saying he
Yes.
doesn't know something, but
Okay.
can you just actually respond with something?
Sure. Dan, what measurements did I ask you for?
Oh my God.
Gradients. I don't even know.
Yes. What?
Gradients.
Right.
Okay.
Which is
Vertical gradients.
vertical gradients. Thank you, Whitsett. Well done.
Cool. Okay. We got 72 degrees. And then we're going to go up a meter. Now we got 72.3 degrees.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're going to go up another meter. We got 72.35 degrees.
Okay.
Okay. Now come back and give me a curvature rate, please.
What are the pressure measurements as well, and the humidity?
I already said the humidity, 74.62%.
So no humidity gradient. Okay. What's the pressure?
What's the pressure?
Oh, Whitsett, you know that pressure's a big factor in refraction. In the gradient, don't you?
Wait, you don't know what the
It's
the pressure
almost
at
like
sea
you have
level
no
is?
idea. What is the pressure gradient?
Isn't it pretty much always consistent?
Yes. I want
Pull an
measurements.
average, Rue. Why don't you just throw an average in there? Why don't you just
Oh, so
give yourself a break? You know,
14.7 psi at the surface, right?
Yep.
Okay.
What is it? 1 meter up?
What it always is.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to go make some dinner.
Well, it
When you
is,
have some
right,
actual
Ruhiv?
measurements, I will give you an actual
See, you can't even
gradient.
What are you making for dinner, Ruhif?
I'm going to make some chicken breast with rice. Yeah, I've got a good little thing.
Pressure gradient's the same, right?
Say again?
The pressure gradient's always going to be the same, right?
Oh, it's pretty stable. Yeah.
Okay, so
It's
just
pretty stable.
just put it in there.
Yeah. So DM me some measurements, and I'll give you a
You don't
gradient.
know how to do it. You're a scumbag. That's gross, man.
You're going to turn that as well.
Well, we don't need to.
You're
You guys,
so
we don't need
annoying,
to. Let's not do that.
I played that whole game and you still won't do it, and you're just proving my point. So
Okay. Like I said, DM me some actual measurements, and I'll give you a gradient.
See what
All
I'm
right,
saying?
I'm going to make some dinner.
Wow.
Enjoy, people.
Bye, Riff.
Bye-bye.
I'm looking over a dozen different observations here, and I just want to read the pressure in inches, just because he likes to use the word average. I just want you to hear over these dozen or so: 29.76, 29.78, 29.90, 29.90, 29.79, 29.65, 29.99, 29.94, 30.01, 30.01, 29.68, 29.68, 29.73. I don't care if I call that 29 or 30, but we can achieve a kind of an idea that there isn't a great deal of difference. You know, we moved to another location from Salton Sea to Salt Flats. Sure enough, we get 30.26, 30.07, 30.25, 30.20. Now, I'm not a genius, but I promise you that these small numbers after the points are not relevant. I promise everyone that. He can't say that these pressures are going to affect the bending of light to the dramatic effect of hundreds of feet. Fuck off. Light isn't moving that much. We see everything in the distance. We watch the roads, the edges of lakes travel that distance completely in sight. But he's trying to claim that everything just like moves somehow. Everything's swooping and dropping, and it just doesn't take place in real life. It takes place on paper. I get it. Fuck.
Yeah, it's a lot more straightforward in real life. It's like point laser, hit target. I mean, it's more complex than that, obviously, because you got to line it all up and depending on what equipment you have. But like, there have been so many different tests that have been done, and they hit the targets.
All right, just quickly, Gio, I've posted in the chat converting FE cores gradient into a refractive gradient. Thank you. See you.
You know, I'm looking at these same things, and we're looking at the metabunk refracted, you know, hidden in feet, what should have been there. And, you know, the first one, it's 27 feet, it's not there. Next one, 26 feet, it's not there. 32 feet, not there. You know, 65 feet, not there. Different locations, different distances. No matter what we're looking for, we're still paralleling, in this case, the water or the ground or ice, but we're definitely paralleling the surface and not seeing these great differences. When we go up to larger numbers and move to 17 and 27 miles, you're starting to look at hundreds of feet that should be there. It's ridiculous. You know, it's like, where is this 50 feet of adjustment? Like, where is any of this? I mean, it's outrageous. At 27 miles, which we have many, many examples of doing at Salton Sea, there should be 279 feet hidden, as Mick West's little refraction chart, Metabunk says. When we see nothing, which means it's not measurable by the eye, maybe there is an inch or two or three, but there's a missing calculated 279 feet. So all of these calculations and assertions of standard this and calculative that don't show up. They don't show up. No variations of them show up. No deviations of them show up. Not half of it, not a quarter of it, not an inch. Wherever we go, we don't see an inch of this supposed curvature. I don't know how many times to say it. I don't know how to draw a bar graph, you know, that proves anything.
Yeah, I thought of another contradiction, because Ruhit's trying to claim that the refraction down at the, you know, at the lower altitudes is so problematic. However, these lasers are hitting the target. So for his globe Earth to claim the Earth as a globe, that light would have to be bending perfectly around, you know, the exact curvature. So for him to say it's inconsistent and you can't do it, meanwhile the lasers are hitting the target, and his only explanation for that would be that it's curving around. It seems like a contradiction there.
Do you know that when we use infrared light, it's 10 times the level? I mean, I can't even. I don't understand all these numbers. All I understand is what we see. I don't see the point in his gradient. If he accepts averages elsewhere, why can't he create an average here? You know, it doesn't make any sense. Why he's got me climbing up in mountains, so he's got me dangling in midair, to prove what? That he can throw in averages still, guesstimate assertions of radius of the Earth, calculate backwards. I'm not convinced, and I like the guy, but I'm not convinced. I'm so frustrated by it. I can't bring enough forward that is acceptable to anyone that wants to turn around and use averages. Even just the very thought of throwing in a number that's not there is vile to me. Yeah, we call him a liar, but his premise is awful. You can just throw something in there.
Well, he didn't even test the stuff himself. He didn't went out there and did any experiments, and he's taking everything from third side. You know.
He has been out in the field, though. You have to give him some
But
credit.
that's what he said, though. When it was asked, he says he didn't do any of these experiments himself.
He tried to debunk some other stuff. He has physically gone out. He's left the computer. Let's put it that way.
Oh, so he touched grass, but he still found the science religion.
Yeah.
Well, no one's buying it.
Space Pope is. Space Pope is pumping him all night, and
Having a pump party behind the dumpster.
Pump it up.
Pump the jam, baby. Yo, I was just thinking it was kind of funny, like how like normies right now are like, "Oh my god, the UFOs are here," and the conspiracy theorists are like, "No, they're not."
Yeah, because we already know what Project Bluebeam is, man. We know that. That's the least of our worries.
yeah, they've had that in their pocket for years. Went ready to bust it out anytime they need it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the latest? What have they been saying?
Jack shit. As far as
More
I know.
UFO.
Yeah,
more
they
UFO
didn't recover.
propaganda.
They said they didn't recover any of one of the UFOs they shot down, but honestly, like it kind of seems to have been sort of just like another murder hornets, or like just your run of the mill news flavor of the week. Like nobody cares.
Well,
It's kind of crazy.
There's three sides to the story, to be honest. The official sides is just balloons from the government. The second side to the story, you have senators who are getting prepped but are told they can't really talk much about it. You have the Louisiana senator who couldn't really say much of anything. And then you got Air Force who's been saying the same shit for like 30 years about some square in a circle, unmanned drone flying and disappearing, teleporting. They finally shot one of these things and it shattered into pieces. They went to collect it on the ocean and it disappeared. The pieces just literally vanished.
Whoa. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to believe. I know what they want me to be thinking. I know like the types of conversations they want us to be having as a result of the information that they've given us and the so-called evidence they've provided. But yeah,
my only theory to it is this: I don't know if because as far as I'm confirmed right now, especially since that news organization is confirming it, Hollow Earth is definitely real, and I think the people below are the ones that are somewhat flying those UFOs.
dude, I'm down with that. That to me makes the most sense. That like out of ponders or breakaway civilizations are that was either them trying to communicate or them just kind of checking things out. I don't know.
No, I'm in agreement with you, man. Those UFOs haven't really attacked us, just pretty much trying to show off their power, kind of their own deterrent. I could shut off.
Oh, well, no.
Nukes.
I think they've definitely abducted people. I think that there are definitely some very credible eyewitness testimonies of people being abducted, animals being mutilated.
That's definitely something else. The mutilation things are just a fucking.
I think it's connected. I think it's connected, dude. I think there are like SAR type fucking groups, like satanic ritual. But I have like I have my own like first person connection to one of these animal mutilation cases where like I've managed a farm, like I've managed a herd of cows before, and like I had to take them all over 100 acres, and I've seen weird stuff. And I have a buddy who does his own livestock, and he found some crazy shit. Like I don't know, I think I think they're connected.
Hey, you could be right. You know, like I said, I'm not gonna discredit everything because like this whole fucking 2023 has been one hell of a ride, and we haven't even halfway finished this whole point. So
Oh yeah, we're only in the second month. Shit is fucking fire right now.
yeah, we're at the age of Aquarius since January 1st of 2023. So who knows if the Hollow Earth people are coming up now, or the lands beyond the wall, you know, past the summer gates. You know, we don't like if we look at the CIA and how they fucking start wars and cause travesties all over the world. I wouldn't be surprised if the CIA went and fucked over these other places and they want a pound of flesh of justice of their own. You know?
Well, here's the thing. I really, really think that you can, if there's any little like logic tool that you can use to try and, you know, decipher the fuckery, it's that the powers that be will not acknowledge something that they think that they can't control or outright cannot control. And the only reason in my mind why they would start to, just in the last few years with like the releasing the UFO documents from 2018 and the UFO shit now, like they're trying to get ahead of it. They're trying to get out in front of it.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that.
So there's an aspect of this that they haven't acknowledged. This UFOs, they've not acknowledged them. They've just absolutely suppressed anyone, call them a tinfoil hat wearer. But now something that has to do with UFOs has changed to the point where they're like, okay, something is going to happen. We need to get out ahead of it first. That's the only logical conclusion that I can come to. What has changed? I don't know, because I don't think anybody fully really understands the reality of what UFO phenomenon is. My personal belief is that UFO phenomenon cannot be explained in the confines of our purely physical reality. There's some extra dimensional aspect to it. So yeah, seems like there's going to be a change.
Oh yeah, but think of it this way: like if this shit is hitting the fan, like I said, like think of the modern era is about to be over, right? Imagine these beings come out with beyond level technology. Look what was it this guy John Graham Hawk, or the one from Joe
Graham
Rogan?
Hancock.
There we go.
Yeah, Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, I know, right? But if you look at and listen to the tones between him and the old guy, the one that looks like Techno Santa, like the technology that they have, that these ancient civilization has and still has, makes us all look like we're playing with Mud Hut. You know, America, a first world superpower, known to have most be the pioneer of technology. We're all a bunch of mud huts, you know, compared to these fucking guys. So imagine that, you know. You know, talk about a new era of technology in medicine.
I think that technology is only like the best word that we would have to describe what they're actually doing. That's the crazy part. Like, it's so far ahead of what we can comprehend. Like, yeah, technology is like an okay, like a C+ word descriptor for what they are actually doing. Because I believe that UFO phenomenon is linked, and you know, here's where some people are probably going to laugh. You might, I don't know, but I think UFO phenomenon is absolutely linked to like Bigfoot, to demons, to missing people, and animal mutilation cases.
Ah, you're a man of culture. You connected the 401 missing to the UFO German descendants. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, dude. You know,
the majority of people that have gone missing in 411, besides being of that of German descent.
Man. You're the only other person on this on Discord that I've come across that knows anything about missing 411. I'm actually really stoked right now. How long have you been studying Politis' work?
4 years, man. Just looking at it and gathering as much data. It's like a crackhead in a crack warehouse.
Which books of his have you read?
I haven't read most of his books. I read most of his reports, and right now I'm just leading investigations. I never really got a chance to sit down on his books. I have like a book list of other things, but there was one guy that he was talking about. I forgot his fucking name. I ended up reading his reports as well, which I came across another YouTuber. So, but I'm definitely gonna get a time when I finish reading the book. I'm kind of reading like 2 other books, one on the Journey to the Hollow Earth and the Journal of the Guy of the Sun that they put in the fucking mental institution. But I'll get to it. What books should I read ahead of out of all the other books he has? How many books he got?
He's got 11, I'm pretty sure. And I would definitely start with either The Devil's in the Details or a sobering coincidence. The sobering coincidence book mainly covers disappearances in city areas, right? Because when you start getting into his work, if you really just get into like the surface level stuff, you're thinking, okay, hunter in the woods, white guy goes missing, right? Usually very, very smart, very respected in the prime of his life, or has some sort of actual disability or something along those lines, right? But dude, there's like a gang of cases that fucking where somebody's like in a crowd of people at a bar and they disappear and they show up in water with their clothes missing and stuff. Like the phenomenon is not limited to the outdoors or national parks. While the phenomenon is absolutely clustered in a lot of national parks, it is just not like limited to that. Have you looked into the whole granite aspect?
What do you mean by that?
So, you know how he has his profile points, like dogs can't pick up a scent.
Yeah,
German descent. Goes missing, and then there's like a weather event. They're found in an area that was previously searched many, many times. One of his profile points is that the disappearance happens near large granite deposits, and this guy wrote Dave a letter, which like prompted me to go on this like search. Where have you heard of like piezoelectrics?
Piezoelectrics? No, I've never heard of that.
Okay, so you know like an electric lighter, like the clicky lighters?
Yeah.
So they have a quartz crystal inside that is, when pressure is applied, creates an electric spark, and that's how those lighters work. And granite is predominantly quartz. There's a fuck ton of quartz in granite. I don't know about predominantly. I'm no fucking geologist, but from my understanding, there's a fuck ton of quartz in there. And a lot of times when these people go missing, there's a weather event that will either precede or follow. And I'm thinking there's a piezoelectric aspect where these people are near water and they're near granite, and the body of water allows for there to be like either enough of a pressure drop to where like some sort of piezoelectric reaction happens that can be utilized by whatever is doing this. But and then
if you guys want, I've got a video of someone rubbing quartz together, actually giving off light. If you guys want to see that, where do I need to post it?
You can just put it in the live stream text. Nice, dude. Thank you. That'd be an awesome addition. Yeah, because honestly, I would say second to flat Earth is where the fuck are these people going? Like these missing people cases. There's something going on there.
Well, there seems to be a few theories out there. One, there's did you read the one where he was talking about he mentioned this in an interview one time. I gotta remember where the fuck the video archive is. That he did some studies on the Fae, like about the Fae aspect. And when I went to look at that stuff too on the books, different books, Fae cultures and that of Ireland and Scotland, there's even talks about like in the old stories where people's clothes would be folded neatly by the river, by rocks and trees. And if you read some of the 411 missing reports, what do you find with a lot of people's clothing going missing? There was even another interesting story where there was a marathon runner. They did a marathon event for jogging in the woods, going through a national park, and then coming out of the park. And this guy's friend was running ahead of him, and he was going to catch up. He had a little bit of a runner's stride for a bit. As he's finally catching up his friend, he's about 15 minutes away. He found his friend fully naked, slowly walking towards the tree, like with his arms stretched out. Right? and he tackles his friend like, "Yo, what the fuck you're doing? You know what's going on?" He's like, "What happened?" He was a complete fucking daze, and he just didn't understand.
Yeah.
He was naked.
Well, I believe that there is a way that. So, are you aware of the high GHB levels that are found in a lot of the deceased in these cases?
No, no,
Okay, you know what GHB is?
no, not really.
It's
Enlighten
a
us.
chemical. It's a chemical that's naturally produced in our bodies, but in super high quantities. If you take it, can be used as it's the roofie, like the date rape drug.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I-
I was just. It
Go ahead.
correlates with a high hemoglobin count. Apparently, it's most common when your body requires an increased oxygen carrying capacity. So when the environment you're in has probably got more oxygen in it, I assume. Which probably means that wherever this person's been has got a very active biosphere, creating a fuck ton of oxygen to breathe.
So yes, that's. Are you familiar with 4011, dude? Are we having a fucking party right now?
Yes, I am familiar.
What's your? I'm not looking at my shit right now. I'm driving. What's your name, dog?
Dragoon.
Dragoon, dude.
I'm friends with Deathbringer.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, Deathbringer. Good addition to the conversation. I'm super stoked right now. So, yes, Dragoon, I agree with you. I think that where they were, it's as just like a factor of being in that environment that could have caused the human body to produce extra GHB, putting them in a trance-like state, or there is some sort of technology or function that they can use to remotely get the GHB flowing. Because there's a couple cases where that David's talked about where the person was found seemingly before they were going to disappear. Like the person is found like kind of walking aimlessly towards something. There's a really famous case where the guy actually did disappear and he did end up dying, but he was able to make a phone call while he was lost. And I mean, the recording is super creepy. He thinks that he's being followed. He sounds super nervous and paranoid on the phone. They were able to ping his cell phone several times during like a 7-hour period during his search. And his fucking location was bouncing around by miles. And the location being searched where he was bouncing around was super thick, like Florida swamp. Like you are not moving around this quickly from location to location on foot.
Honestly, it sounds like he's in a thin part of the veil between worlds and he's in another dimension. And the reason why he's bouncing around so quickly isn't necessarily that he's actually going that quickly. You know Minecraft with the Nether? And how if you travel 1 block in the Nether, you travel 8 blocks in the overworld? It's probably something similar to that, where he may be traveling at normal speed there, but due to distortion of time and probably just the fact that world may actually be smaller than ours, he looks like he's darting all over the place. Because a lot of these cases you end up hearing that they disappear for decades. And combining that a potentially smaller world and the fact that they disappear for decades, it could be that they're there for a day, so it could be bouncing all over the places, but the only times they're able to pick up a reading is when it's in that one place, and it could be that he's just standing there, have a conversation, and then like, oh yeah, let's go show you this cool thing in the town center. Then they go take him over there, and then all of a sudden he's just jumped over to some other random place, and that's why it looks like it's jumping from one place to another, and it's just a combination of a smaller dimension and maybe not even a smaller dimension, just like it's just time dilation. And just we can only get a reading because he's staying still.
Right. Yeah, I definitely lean heavy towards the like space-time being ripped open or some sort of like wormhole or dimension. Something's happening where they're here, but they're also not here. And they're here right now, but also not right now. I think there's a time travel aspect to it as well.
Yep. This would also explain like the abnormalities of stories and people and reports of people going missing, and then coming back 6 months later, 5 months, aged. You know, or there's weird time distortions, and people just write it off as some sort of psychological issues. But then there's also missing kids that were found, and they were about almost the same age when they went missing 10 years ago. You know, So there's a lot of weirdness when it comes to the Fae, and like I said, I think it's because it's been a slow transition towards the Age of Aquarius, where ether is coming back, right? Because again, if you don't believe in dinosaurs and evolution, then what the fuck happened to these giant animals? Why did all these modern animals we had today were so huge back then? And this could be the missing element as to what made them so ferocious and huge is ether, and that might also affect creatures that are made out of ether, like the fairies, Sasquatch, Wendigos, whatever you want to call them. And there's even some cases that even in Politis's reports, I think he mentioned something about like the bears that were taking kids, and the kids were talking about being fed by bears with berries.
Yep. Yeah. Well, you know what I
Sounds like-
think it just to
Sounds
throw
like Goldilocks. With the three bears.
Yeah. Just to throw even a little bit more craziness into this. I think that whatever is happening, I think it's purposeful, and I think it's been implemented by a technology of sorts, and that the people who are in power want this technology, and they're trying to figure it out with CERN. And I don't think they're doing a good job at it. I think they're actually kind of fucking shit up. There's probably a lot of collateral damage that's happening that we're not even really...
Example being the Mandela effect. We reckon that's
Exactly.
probably one of the big ones.
Yep.
Which,
You know what I think?
I just looked.
The Mandela
I just looked
effect
up.
is?
Mm.
Oh, go ahead. No,
I
please.
just looked up when the first one recorded. It was obviously with Mandela, and apparently the first one was recorded in the 1980s. When was CERN started?
I think I'll look it up for you.
I want to say the 90s, but I can't remember.
When was CERN first started? Oh, never mind then. Apparently CERN was started in 1954.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Anyway, what were we going to say?
Well, I think what the Mandela effect is so if you were going to try and time travel and you were even coming close to any kind of that technology, one, it would be way too dangerous to send a person back. You might not even be able to send a person back. Maybe you can only affect some very small amount of time and space in what we perceive as the past, right? But maybe you start doing this for decades and you kind of like the technology gets a little bit better and a little bit better to where it's still too dangerous to send a person back, but you can start changing things. Like you can make somebody miss the bus, right? You can hide somebody's car keys, or like you can make a person disappear, right? You can basically assassinate without having to assassinate. You can, just by simply getting Adolf Hitler into art school, you have now fully changed the direction of humanity. And I think that if you were going to start fucking with this technology, you'd want to change the smallest things first and study the ripple effect and go from there. Start by clipping a butterfly's wings in the Mesozoic era, right? Or fuck, I don't know, because then when you're dealing with time travel, you kind of got to figure out which timeline you're even on.
It depends on how far back they actually are able to cable. Because remember, obviously Mandela dying in 2013 is the first time people realized it. Doesn't mean that's when it started. That's just when people first noticed it. Which brings the question: is what was the first what was the earliest Mandela? Like, was it this century? Was it last century? Was it a century before, like in the 1800s? I mean, you got shit going on with Tartaria there. That could have something to do with it.
Yeah, I think that the further we go forward in time, the more that they have messed. Like, we're going to continue to find new Mandela effects. My group of friends and I found one the other day that totally fucking blew our mind.
Is it the baseball one?
No, dude, this is a fucking board game that we used to play like 10 years ago called Settlers of Catan. We hadn't played in years, and my buddy bought the board on Amazon, and we all sat down to start playing, and we already knew the rules because we played when we were younger. And somebody like reads through the rules, and we've got it all right. And then a week later, another person comes to the house and is like, "Oh, I want to learn how to play this," and they start reading out one of the rules, and it's like they give an example. It's how many cards you have to have in your hand to discard cards when a 7 is rolled. And like they gave this very specific example that everybody in the room remembered. And this person reads it out, and we're like, it like totally changes the game. We've literally been playing wrong for like a long time. It's, I don't know.
Did you
nutty.
end up having a look online to see if there were other people who shared this? Because generally that's what people do.
No, I didn't. We didn't really look into it because Mandela effect wasn't even called the Mandela effect when we fucking noticed it. Like me and all my friends, we've been friends for like 17 years, and we're all pretty much on the same page with like conspiracy and flat Earth and all that shit. And so like when we first started noticing it, it was the Berenstein Bears thing. Like I even had a box of all my baby books in my garage, you know, like for my kids or whatever. And like, we went through those and found the Bernstein Bears books, and it's now Berenstain, which is super odd.
That was a weird moment when I grabbed my old book too. It was like, whoa.
Yeah, like, oh, this thing that I learned how to read with.
Exactly.
Now, like years later, I had just been reading it that one word wrong the whole time. That makes no sense.
Somebody told me a great story about having to go to their teacher and ask why it didn't have the I before E except after C rule applied to that name. And she had to explain to him how, you know, it didn't apply in a surname. It was only a rule for spelling.
Yeah, dude. I watched Moonraker like 5 days before I got braces on. And I had braces on for 5 years. And I remember watching Moonraker, knowing I was going to have braces on, and there's the fucking Dolly scene, and she's got braces, and I was like, oh, this girl has to kiss Jaws because she's got braces. Like, it's such a connected moment with me in my life with like movie. Just a good film, a part of a good film that is so wrong now, makes no fucking sense when I see it, and it's bizarre. And I've seen like somebody CGI'd like braces on her, and it like, dude, it choked me up. I was like, this is nuts, because that is what I remember.
Platypus, how old are you?
Coming up on the Christ year, dude. I'm almost 33.
Ah, right on it.
Okay, so check this out.
I remember the Moonraker scene had the girl with braces and the Jaws guy had braces, and they got along that one, right?
Yeah, they fucking make out because they both have metal in their mouth, dude. I know.
So
I had it on VHS.
Sorry, I'm trying to find it out, but there's a video. Oh, there's a couple videos actually. There's a guy that uses a phone that's actually able. It's from before 2008, and he's actually able to look at stuff through this phone. At say like you know, Sex in the City. Well, it's not called Sex in the City. Apparently, it's called something else. Now, apparently, he's actually able to look through this phone. He's actually able to see what things used to be like with Pikachu and him having the black tip on the tail. Yeah, apparently I don't know if any of you guys.
I saw those videos. I saw them on TikTok. The thing for me is that breaks all physical and like reality boundaries. And that is literally the last thing that I would do is post it on TikTok if this was happening. And if I was going to post a video of me like, hey guys, look, I'm using an old BlackBerry to fucking show the Mandela effect, I would have it in the most as scientific, you know, manner that I could. We're like, I've got all these phones side by side.
It's not
like,
the first time people have posted weird shit online. That is like, why did you post that? There was a guy who was in the Whistling Mountains, I think it was, and he ended up seeing some giant on top of the mountain he did, and he started recording it and posting online and just trying to find out more about it. And eventually he
yeah, Andrew, dude, he got fucking wrecked.
Yeah, long story short, he ended up being having an accident, as it were, with no one knows anything as to how he had an accident. He just had an accident after being stalked and whatnot, and yeah, it's fun stuff.
Dude, some of the Mandela effects are kind of crazy. Like, I don't know how I feel about it as a whole. Like, I feel like a lot of people are just, I don't know, some misremembering and stuff. But when one ties to your, like, anchor memories, like, I used to always say, And then sometimes the backstory will change, and it's like, what? But do you guys remember the band that sung "Sex and Candy"?
Marcy Playground.
Yeah, dude, it was Marcy's Playground to me, 100,000,000%. Because I used to always, every time it was on, I would say to my buddy, "Why is it her playground? I don't get it." Like I would just mess around, like saying
Oh
it
my
something
gosh.
stupid, but it was Marcy's Playground, and I would bet my life on it right now to this day. That's what it was. There's no doubt.
Well,
It's
logically
just
it
weird
is.
when there's a couple of them. But
Logically
then
it
now,
could be, but I remember it as Marcy Playground.
Yeah, I would
Well,
bet my life
here's
on
another
Marcy
thing though,
Playground.
dude. In my group of friends, we've got a Bernstein and a Bernstein, but no Berenstain. Like I don't even like Mandela effects might even be, which makes it even more fucked up, but might even be personal to groups of people.
yeah, I don't know how it works, but I
Nah,
I
know
hate that this
I know
topic always
damn
makes me
well some
feel
of them are different.
like a baller coming in to shit on everybody's good time, but
Dude, I
there's a
actually have.
there's a reason for all of them, and big part of it is that they are actually doing it to fuck with our heads. There's a
Well,
good one by Miles Mathis, a good article by Miles Mathis. He talks about the Mandela effect with Dolly's braces, and he's like, "Am I saying that they actually changed the braces and made VHS copies and had them sold at garage sales?" Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's how they're manipulating reality and getting us to detach from reality and totally changing small details. If it was
Ugh.
really an alternate timeline, why would there be like one letter changed in like a word or one word changed? I mean,
yeah,
that
but
there was an
I'll tell you
alternate
why.
timeline.
I'll
We'd
fucking
see
tell you why,
massive
dude.
differences. We would
Like,
see huge
okay,
differences.
no, I like what you're saying. That to me makes so much more sense that fucking Men in Black are like slipping VHSs
Yeah.
into garage sales all over America. That makes me feel better. That makes me feel less like a crazy
Yeah.
person. But when I do
There's a
tie
real
in the
reason
fucking
for
CERN
all of it.
shit, and I think
CERN's
okay, I've got time travel capabilities, but it's too dangerous for me to go back. Like, what do you
time travel's
change
impossible.
first to start figuring out how to fuck with time? It's like, all right, I make somebody late for work, or I fucking make their shoe untied and they trip and get hit by a bus. Like, I start trying to find out the smallest change that I can make that has the greatest effect of change.
Wait,
Like
how are
down the
you going to
line.
specifically
Wait, hold
make
on. Do you think time
changes?
travel? Do you think time travel is possible?
Dude, I don't even know. This is all just speculation, you know. I
I
have
think
this
that the
really.
changes are
There's like a
deliberate.
reality still like existing, like our past is always continuously existing. Does that make any sense? I mean, I guess it's just linear
well,
thinking, but
what about the South America one? There's no one who's Men in Blacking that situation.
what's the
Did
South
that
America?
move over like
Oh, the
really
placement?
far for you guys?
Yeah, there were
Guys,
some
can
anatomy ones that kind of freaked me out. Like the bones
I
were a little seemed
found
different.
Yeah, the bones behind the eyes.
The
That
heart
was
being
crazy.
somewhere else really freaked me out.
Totally.
That was a little
Because
weird.
when I
thought it was
took,
supposed to be a
I
little
was
left center.
I've
a
sent you
Boy
guys a
Scout.
video. Sorry,
go
in the
ahead.
video in the live stream VC, I've posted a video called I don't know what it's called, but it's TikTok, and it goes. This guy's got a phone, and he looks at stuff through the phone, and then he shows you what it actually looks like in real life, and you
Yeah,
can actually see the difference. And he goes over a
yeah.
bunch of stuff.
That
So it's Sex in the
I think
City.
that
It's
has to be. That's fake. That's fake. There's no way
What
that
about
that's a
Sex in
real.
the City though?
I'm
What's
but
the
sorry.
how,
I'm like a baller
but
here. There's no
how
way. We
would you
watched
fake
that
it
video
though?
last time we talked about this, and if that like he just said, like Platypus said, if that was real, they would go. He would show that actually the reason for it happening. Other people would be doing it. I mean, it's not. I mean, how do you explain that could be happening? Like the phone could be looking at the alternative. I mean, you can use all kinds of editing capabilities to make it look like the alternative thing that you're seeing in the phone.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? Did we not just shift and change from a different TV signal, and then you also have the old phone technology shifting? Look at the story reports about the first night vision goggles, right? Where there's multiple
Oh fuck that!
statements, yeah, the multiple statements where people were seeing demons or parallel entities, and now that particular chemical, that for the first night vision, is banned from almost all Western nations.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That
that's
is true. That there's like in there you can make glasses out
brilliant
of it, and
photography.
they've banned it as if it was like some
Yeah, it's
type of
brilliant
drug.
photography. Yeah, you can see like auras and shit like that. There's like a real reason for that though. That's energy fields. You're not seeing into the past through. That's a
Well,
little
yeah,
different.
I'm just gonna say because I don't want to like be that guy, you know. But
Yeah, I'm
I
being
looked
that
into a
guy.
lot of the Mandelas, like the Field of Dreams, right? People swear up and down, and they got a video of him in another scene where he's or whatever it is. It's like the story doesn't even make sense unless it says build it and he will come. The whole
Yeah,
entire
but
movie was
I
about
hate this
his
argument.
dad, dude. So it's like then
Yeah, but
people started using the phrase for branding. So if you're going to use it for a business, like yeah, build it, you're going to say build it and they will come. You don't want one person to come to your business. So then everyone says that to each other. Everyone says that when you're thinking about making a
Yeah.
business, like we'll build it and they will come. Then it's all over these advertisements. So people didn't remember that the whole story doesn't make sense unless it's build it and he will come. And so when I talk to a
Exactly.
lot of
but I
Mandela
saw it
opponents,
like
they won't
30
even
times,
concede
bro.
that one, bro. They'll just like
I
go
know.
down swinging
No,
it, and I'm like,
I
oh my
won't
Yeah,
concede it, bro.
people really get
Dude,
attached
I
to
got
this.
banned
Like
from Big
Marcy
Bears
Playground was
first
never
time
Marcy's
because of that.
Playground, and you swear by that one. There's no
Well,
way that Marcy's
I've got you a real
Playground.
fucky one
It
then.
was Marcy's Playground, bro. I'm telling you. But
I've got you guys a real fucky one, and I don't know if anyone else has noticed
guys,
this one,
I
but
have
when
personal proof of this happening, by the way. I'll get into it in a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you guys remember seeing planes when you were younger? Because one of the things I distinctly remember was the positioning of the jet engine.
Yeah,
And
that's a big one.
The front of the jet engine was always in line with the wing, and you saw it as you were as you were boarding. You went through that big tunnel. Sometimes they had windows, right? And you always saw that it was basically flush with the wing. And now, if you actually have a look at airplanes now, it's like way further forward, like half of it, or maybe like a third of it's put in front of the wing. Does anyone else
Super
remember?
noticeable.
it-
Yeah,
yeah.
dude,
Does anyone
it's
else
a
remember
big
that one?
man. Yeah,
That
Because
one seemed weird to me
that-
at first too.
Yeah, that one. That's not like something that's written. That's like a physical thing that would change the way
You have to
the
show me a
plane would fly.
picture.
All right, I'll get a picture of airplane engines to.
And what's this TikTok that the guy has a time warp phone or some shit like that? What are you talking about?
Geo
Pardon?
posted that a while back. I think I could find it. So
I've posted it in the live stream one VC chat.
No, we'll post it in the actual regular live stream one text. Yeah, that's just a side VC chat for. We don't really usually use that one. If you want to just post it in the regular live stream one text.
I suggest I've figured out why certain things have changed. I think we're in a rendering, and I can prove that whatever is causing these changes is either from somewhere else or AI. For instance, Sword in the Stone is a big one. Since the fucking name of the thing is Sword in the Stone, it's really surprising to see the stone, the sword in an anvil. So I was really pissed off by this one because it was clear.
It was in
Look
anvil?
it up. Yeah, it's fucking amazing. Look it up.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna shit your fucking pants.
It's
Sorry.
beyond belief. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna fucking figure this out. So I kind of did. The term anvil we think of as an iron piece. Hundreds of years ago, when they used stone tools, the name of the table that they hit things on and worked on was called an anvil. So whoever renders life as we know it today didn't know we were out of the Stone Age.
Wait, what the fuck?
And
Yeah, I don't know. I remember this,
This
man.
says the
I hate
sword,
to be this
the
guy, bro. I
anvil's on
remember
top of the
this.
stone. The anvil is on top of the stone, and the sword is
Exactly.
stuck
Here's
all
a
the way
picture
through
of
the
it on
anvil
the
into the
stone.
stone.
Yeah.
And it's not just Disney. And it's
And-
not. I mean,
Hey, when they start changing the Federal Reserve rules or something, holler at me, you know. And when we get out of Hollywood land, I don't want to be this guy, but it's just like I don't believe that they're intricately changing small details. That's the only way it could be logical. It's like, well, they're trying to experiment with it. I'm like, okay, I've never heard that before. It's a decent argument, I guess. But like that, then you're saying that they're actually doing some type of physics experiment where they know that they can intricately change precise things through the past and it's transcending time. And I know quite a bit about
No.
physics.
Well, at least that I don't know if you're referring to my claim, but I'm saying that they're not going back in time and
No,
changing
I know what you're saying. Yeah. I'm saying
Yeah,
I've never heard.
just
Okay, for
changing
me,
the
I've always
thing.
been like, to me, it seems like a deception because you got people obsessing over like media, right? Where a lot of these don't affect me because I'm not big on media, but it's like, oh, this movie, this TV show, this book, right? It's all media. It's like this commercial. Oh, I swear this guy used to hand out checks and all that stuff. It's like none of that is really substantive when it comes to the fact that we're being deceived and lied to about like every major aspect of our life, right? Like we're being poisoned and we're like we're literally having
They
our entire
literally
country
erased
taken
our
over with
past.
demographic shift.
They
So it's like
erased all of history already, like all of history, and like rewrote it.
so for me, that's why I always just say I just don't see why. But someone made the point. Well, maybe they're like experimenting with small details at first. Like, okay, well, at least someone addressed why it doesn't make. But then I don't know. The implications of that is that they're able to precisely transcend time with specific details. So they're like, I choose to make it sex and the city. Well, if you go talk to the person that was actually on that show, they said it was always sex in the city. So what are they in on the lie? Or they lying? You know, like
Well, no. The idea is that with the Mandela effect is that's actually timelines combining. So it could be in their timeline that it straight up was that. But now that their timeline has been merged with ours, they see, oh, this is normal. But it could be that something from our timeline that's come in and merged is
but
different
that's so
for
hard
them.
to
So
believe.
wait, do you really believe
I don't like
it's a
to talk
timeline?
about it
Wait,
either.
wait, how many people here actually think it's a timeline thing?
wait, real fast. And just so you guys know, the story is in that show that she writes like a blog for the newspaper. That's why it's called Sex and the City. It's for a newspaper art, right? So it's like, I don't. Whenever it doesn't make coherent sense in the storyline.
Yeah, but which there's a lot of actors that recall their lines and they are the way we remember. Like it's not always the case where you go and ask a person and they say, the way it is. But
I would have to hear it. Like the only one I've seen so far is the
You know what?
forced.
I think they might even think far enough ahead that they filmed some of these movies. They plan these way ahead. They filmed 2 different versions. That you see one version in the theater, and then the version that gets put out on DVD has a small detail different. I think that's how far in the future they.
I don't know. See, personally, you're talking a lot. I think that might be like less likely than an actual physical change or something. But to each their own. Like I don't know. My point is that like I've only seen the Life is Like a Box of Chocolates one where there's that edited scene, that removed scene where he says the way everyone remembers it in another scene or whatever. But it's like,
also
okay, maybe he
painted
just
on
said
the
it different
dining
in a
window.
different scene. Like for me, you're telling me that physical reality is changing and transcending time. And that if I put a Monopoly board game in a safe in the 50s and I went and opened it today, that all of a sudden he wouldn't have a monocle and it physically changed. But then when we find something that does show the old way, oh, that's called quote unquote residue. So there's no way to test the claim. If you find something that doesn't go with Mandela, oh well, that just was left out. So there, it's
Yeah, I don't believe in
now
those
think about
either. I
this.
think it's
What do
stupid.
they control? They control the media. So if they wanted to control you with some confusion or distraction, how would they do it? They would use media. So for me, I'm gonna stay back here and be like, it's somewhat interesting. There's definitely a phenomena where people are mass misremembering certain things about media. But when you go to
Yeah,
like
but that's
physical reality changing, I don't know. That's a big claim.
Well, here's my
especially because they are pushing.
Well, one at a
it.
time,
Yeah,
guys. One at a
pushing it.
time.
Yeah, I'll get
Okay,
next.
well, let me just say real quick that there are people pushing it. What bothers me most about the people that are pushing it, not that they're necessarily doing it for whatever reasons, but when they don't take off the list something that has good a reason. Now, there's good reasons for most of them. Like Fruit Loops is now can't put fruit in the name because there's no fruit, right? So they had to change it to OO. There's 2 different versions of Looney Tunes. There's like Chick-fil-A residue. There's all kinds of stuff like that have a real explanation. So take it off your list. Don't just push all of it as Mandela effect. Still, like you didn't see the rational explanation.
That's what ballers do,
What about
right?
Fruit of the Loom? What
Yeah.
about Fruit of the Loom with the
Oh,
cornucopia?
okay, hold on. I had
Even
next.
the workers remember it.
Yeah, Deathbringer, what's up?
Yeah. So look, I'm saying is this, and this is just my theory to it. I don't know much about this Mandela thing. I've seen some anomalies, but what I think it is, CERN is something based of an ancient Tartaria technology that they don't know what the fuck they're doing with, right? And if you believe in mass consciousness and ether and all that stuff, because they're breaking reality as it is, that's why that's why people are misseeing things, because there probably are parallel dimensions. If you think about it, the guy who wrote the book Blade Runner, he even says that he used DMT to write these stories because when he went on LSD, with a friend, he goes through these dimensions and watch these characters act out in their own reality. He does it. He says, "I've never wrote or made characters up, and that's how I did it." And that's what my guess is. This thing is fucking with mass consciousness, and that's why people are perceiving things differently.
That makes more sense. Is that it's a perception thing? Like, there's definitely a phenomenon of misremembering in mass right now, but none of them resonate with me because they're like, "Do you remember whoever having braces, I'm like, no, I don't remember it. I don't. So for me, I don't know. I'm just like, people begged me to cover it on my channel for so long, and I'm like, no, I absolutely will not.
That's
All
plot
right, but what?
specific. That's also different than all the other Mandelas. It's not a misunderstanding. It's people jumping up and saying, "Whoa, it's missing." It's not a spelling error.
Yeah, I think another one for me, like I went to Sunday school my entire childhood, and like I used to do these like watercolor paintings, and I did a watercolor painting of that Bible passage where the lion will lay with the lamb,
That's a good one.
and I still have the picture. I think it's at my mom's house, like with all my other kid shit. But it's like there's no one's gonna fucking tell me that it was always the wolf lays with the lamb, and I was a
I
child in
remember
Sunday
that
school
in
and
too, man. But I
pulled
remember the
that off.
Specifically remember
I
that it
remember
was the wolf, man. Like this is okay. First of all, if you read the context of it right now, it's showing opposites. So the wolf is the predator to the lamb. But the reason that all the churches talk about the lion and the lamb is because it represents the lamb represents Yeshua. Okay, so or Jesus. So they talk about this new version of like peace, where you have like the lion, which is also referred to as like the devil overcoming the devil. And you have the lion and the lamb. And it's a New Testament centric Christianity now. So no one talks about in Isaiah where it says wolf and lamb. So it's like I'm just saying, like some
reality ain't breaking, dude. I'm with you.
dude. It's always people that don't even read the scriptures either. I think this is the point, though. I want to make this point. Like lightning perspective, saying everyone really take this in. Okay, if you think the Mandela's effect is real, you should definitely think about this. Whenever someone points out that there's very logical explanation for one of these quote unquote Mandela effects, you shouldn't keep pushing it. You shouldn't defend it like you know it's a fact. Like I told people that the Bible doesn't say Jesus is God, and it doesn't say the Trinity at all. That was made up bullshit. Okay, now people are spiraling and they're bringing up Bible verses. I'm like, look, in Hebrew, it says this, you're wrong. You know what they never do? They never say, okay, you're right, that Bible verse doesn't. I was wrong. I'm going to stop saying it. Globers do the same thing. They want to bring up something they claim proves the globe. You prove them wrong. They don't say, okay, I'm never going to bring that up anymore. They wait till tomorrow and then they bring it up again. And that's what makes Mandela look bad is people just go down swinging with the ship. And it's like, damn, bro, admit that some of these have logical explanations.
Yeah,
But I don't think anybody here is really like die hard on any of that, though.
No,
It's
I'm
like
just
we're just
Definitely not,
speculating.
bro. I mean, it's interesting and cool to see. And like I remembered, like Jim Carrey saying, "Luke, I'm your father." But I remember the movie saying, "No, I'm your father." It wouldn't have made sense. But like the braces, I remember seeing braces on that bitch. That was a long time ago. But then somebody found one where she did have braces. It's like,
Nah, dude, that was CGI. That was just or a plant or some shit.
yeah, maybe so. But I still don't believe reality's breaking. And even if it was, what the fuck could we do about it? Nothing at all. That's ridiculous to even. It just doesn't make sense to believe in that to me.
Well, it's
Like,
still cool to notice it. Like,
yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, there's a
notice it, man.
phenomena going on
I
for sure.
I fucking definitely tripped out like a couple months ago where like I used to watch I Love Lucy with my grandma, and the fucking famous line like Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Like
There
never
was
said.
so many parodies
Never
of
said.
that.
Never said it.
So many parodies that were more remembered than the actual show. They did it on Saturday Night Live, did it on Living Color. I mean, there was so many parodies that were
you're right,
more
there was
well
parody.
remembered than the actual show.
As
That's
far as
usually
products go, you can't look at any products and give that any credibility because there's every time they get sued or they change names or a letter in their product. I don't take it, but there are some good there was parodies explain a lot of that with the Star Wars, the I Love Lucy and shit.
What are they
I
parodying?
remember
though?
Beirut.
That's
I
the
remember
weirdest
Beirut
part.
was spelled Beirut. I do remember that, but
So you can prove that human nature is to correct mistakes. So like when something sounds better, the people are gonna relay the more updated version that sounds better, and then that's what people start saying. Like that's what it is. So when
Yeah,
I heard build it and they
what
will come like 400 times growing up. Okay, so I'm like, okay, that I associate that phrase with the movie, but the
yeah,
movie
but that James
I
Bond
agree.
one
There's
got me
information
mucked
for
up
a
a
lot
little
of
in the
it.
movie. If
I
this
gotta
is
But
admit.
what's it? If you had one that you remembered really well, right? Like a memory of a movie that you saw, like, your favorite movie, you watch it like 15 times over one summer, right? Do you think it'd be a little harder to deny it?
I'd have to experience that, and I'd go challenge myself to see if why I thought
Yeah,
that.
man. Like the Field of Dreams one, man. I watched that movie so many times, bro. I know it makes more sense with he, But even the website right now has merchandise on it that says if you build it, they will come. Like the
What is it?
official
What is the
merchandise
Mandela
for the movie.
effect there? What's the Mandela
Well, this
effect?
is the
there?
part about that as well, real fast. So in the movie, eventually a whole team ends up coming, and later on in the movie, there's a scene where they say they come, they're coming, or something like that. So it's like that gets conflated into. But when they say build it, and when that it's saying is said, it's about his dad. It's literally about his dad, right? So like later on, it says like, oh, they are
It
coming,
is,
and it's a
but
whole team.
yeah,
Wait a
but they
minute,
say it
man.
20
Somebody said
times
that
with they, or before that.
somebody said that they CGI'd the braces on that bitch, dude. Like somebody like tried to
Yeah, somebody
falsify
did like
it.
a remaster and
Bro,
CGI'd
that one
some
messes
braces
me
on
up,
it.
bro, because I remember, man, that was
Dude,
what
I
was it?
know.
That was the whole ending of the damn movie, dude. I mean, that was when I was a young dude, but that's the whole ending of the
No,
movie. He sees a bitch with metal in her mouth, and it was like, that's
dude,
weird.
I got the
dude.
VHS box set for Christmas, and my
Yeah, this-
parents were like, "Okay, you can only watch one movie a weekend." And like, dude, yeah, I know.
You guys know Brian Stavely, right? Okay, so Brian Stavely is like a friend of mine.
No, who's that?
Yeah, I know.
Brian Stavely is like the Mandela effect guy. Okay, and
Never heard of him.
Okay, well, he covers like every Mandela effect ever in depth, like to an agreed. Like,
Wait,
an
wasn't
insane-
his name Ryan Starvely?
Okay. Okay, so this is what I try to tell him. I'm like, for one, it's all these like petty changes, right? It's like, what are we even talking about? We've been talking for 3 hours about a movie, dude. Okay, and here's the danger with Mandela effect. It undermines all truth movements. It cuts it off at the head. Like, oh, you think the Earth is flat? Well, maybe it just used to be a globe, bro. Maybe the Earth used to be flat. Maybe it used to be a globe. Now it's flat. Oh, you think that 3 buildings fell on 9/11, but it used to be 2 buildings. So like what it does is
That
it
was sick.
allows every truth movement to be undermined.
Absolutely.
But that would, in order for that to happen,
Wait, what's
like
the
all
9/11
the
Mandela? What do you
no,
mean
there is
2 buildings, 3
there
buildings?
is
I was
there
just
is
making
no
up-
nine.
Six
He's just
buildings
making.
fell now, though.
But here's the thing: in order for that to happen, the Mandela effect would have to be like accepted by NPCs, and it's not. You know,
Oh, but I'm
their
saying the
reality
truthers
is
that are like, I know the Earth is flat. You don't, and they also believe in the Mandela. You don't know the Earth's flat. You don't know it's
Yeah,
always
I
been
do.
flat.
I've seen it.
Well, yeah, you've seen it now because reality changed, bro. It used to be a globe. You didn't know. That's my
Yeah, but
point.
if this thing
No.
is
Yeah,
What
a
are
lot
these
of this.
Mandela effects? I want to hear the 9/11 effect.
No,
there is.
Well,
there
there's,
is
there's 6 buildings
There was-
that fell, right? That's just the facts
No.
of it that we know now. All 6 buildings, or
Ryan,
6 of
there
the
was
7
a-
at least, or maybe even 7 or something like that. But there was like 3 because people didn't even know about building 7 until people were pointing it out years later, and it was shown on whatever. So it's
It's
just
just a random
matter of them not
example.
telling it.
It's a random. We know that Building
there
7
is
was
one,
pulled because they're on camera saying pull it. Nothing hit that building. It had CIA, FBI, NSA information in it. It was clearly destroyed on purpose. It was planned the whole time. No, 2 planes don't take down 3 buildings. Actually, 7, like you said. My point is, we now know that. What if someone's like, oh, well, actually, it used to only be 2 buildings, but Mandela changed, and now there's 3 buildings. Like whatever it is, I'm just making a random example of like the truth we've discovered. You can technically say, oh, well, it didn't used to be that way, or it's changing, and it could change back. And that is what it is. And now, so what we're doing is we're putting an asterisk beside truths we've discovered, and simultaneously we're arguing about, and I'm not talking about this conversation, it's a good conversation. I'm talking about like channels obsessed with it. It's like we're only talking about media all day, every day. We're talking about brands and Volkswagen, and I'm talking about my children are being poisoned, and they're trying to brainwash and emasculate all the men and take over our country with major demographic shift and
A little
to
more
a
important.
digitalized surveillance system where they want to actually brand you with digitalized chips. These are pretty big things where they're, oh, now
Yeah.
there are UFOs in the sky, and now, oh, Russia, China. No. Volkswagen. You see what I'm saying? You got to admit that.
Yeah, it's not very important.
Yeah.
There was a Category 5 hurricane off the coast heading straight for New York during 9/11. Like
It stopped on the
leading up
coast
to it.
during 9/11 and then left.
Yeah, I'm just saying, not a lot of people remembered that.
That was
Wasn't
actually
it called the
That was
Modelo
amazing.
effect?
remember that.
No, you don't. You think you
Large.
remember it. I'm just kidding. Right.
The
I
Modelo
get
virus.
why people they if it's happening, it is still important. Whether it's petty changes, it's like the fact that things change is what's
So what's
crazy. I get that.
what's residue, man?
It's whenever something
That's what.
doesn't change. So it's like if they say like, "Oh, Volkswagen used to be this." I swear up and down, it used to be this. If they find a hubcap that is the old way, and they're like, so instead of admitting, "Oh, look, some people misremember the Volkswagen logo," or "Oh, maybe they changed logos over time," or "Some people printed them the wrong way," they say, "No, that's actually every Volkswagen changed in all the world except for a couple, and this is called residue."
So when you find a sensible answer, it's just called residue.
Yes.
Oh,
I agree.
man.
Residue is
No,
stupid.
I would say that there's a good evidence of residue, or in a King of the Hill episode, they do Dale Gribble doing a reenactment with like little action figures of the Kennedy shootings, and there's only 4 people in the car, and that's allegedly one of the residue where it's like, well, they remember only 4 people in the car. That's why they drew 4 people in the car for the episodes, but in reality, there's 6 people in the car. Right.
And in reality, he never even was killed. But
Yeah,
that's
that's
another
the
thing.
real gravy. He was never killed. It was all set.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no,
But you know,
I
I
get
always
it,
make that
man.
same. I always make that same point that you made, which we both did about the, you know, the why they're basically, yeah, they're changing things intentionally, possibly to fuck with us, and it does make truth like totally up in the air. I always say that it's partly because of the AI, like they want to make our reality so not real that we might as well just go into the AI world. It's just as real as our fake world that we
This is
live in,
also
right?
mainstream too, by the way. Like Snapchat integrates Mandela effect games. Okay, now are you gonna ever see Snapchat integrate a flat Earth game? Hell no.
Hey, what's
Okay.
it? Check out the live stream. I put a verse with the lion and the lamb, which this is how I remember it. I don't know if this is real or not, but check it out.
Where's that?
If you read the whole verse, Isaiah 11:11.
Oh, this is noticeably not real. You see how that
It's not
page
being
is?
fake.
Yeah, what do you see the hard line right there? The hard line under the 11. What I'll look at.
So the hard line means it's fake.
Well, I just say it looks fake. Yeah, I don't know. I know this is just like the forgive those who trespass against us. That prayer. Help us
Yeah.
as we forgive those who trespass against us, right? Well, I've been
Yeah.
saying that prayer since I was like 4. Okay? Well, like I don't anymore, but I was raised, we said it all the time. Okay? I have
I've seen a
people
bunch
that
of
don't believe in the
versions of that.
Bible, weren't raised with the Bible, never read the Bible, never said the prayer, telling me they know for a fact that it used to be the other way. I'm like, I
I've
was
seen
4,
several
dude. I
versions
know
of
it
that.
wasn't the other way.
I've seen it say, and forgive the debtors. I've seen forgive debtors. I've seen forgive trespassers.
Well, what's it?
I've, I've
In
seen different
defense of
versions
that?
on plaques on walls, man. So there are several
One
versions.
one explanation is it may be that we were saying the prayer like the Catholic style that was never in the Bible. That the Catholics just made up their own prayer. Is that a possibility?
Sure, anything like that makes more sense than the whole reality changed.
I mean,
You don't believe in the reality can bend.
I
Can change.
actually have a scientific explanation as to how it can happen. I've
How?
intentionally not like
I don't
really
believe
blasted
that.
it out publicly because I don't want to add fuel to it. I'll say it in here. So like technically speaking, according to Tesla, if you throw the ether into infinitesimal prodigious whirls of velocity, just meaning very fast, really small vortices like a vortex, that actually manifests as matter. And if you were able to actually alter the etheric background with vortice manipulation, you could technically change the makeup of matter.
Yeah. Have you heard like programmable matter?
Yes.
I don't believe that reality's changing. I don't
Is
believe
that
that.
CERN?
What about the spelling of the word dilemma? I used to say dilemma, like pronounce the N. I remember DILEMNA.
Yeah, me too.
That's a big one. Total big one. Hey, have you guys ever checked out Pennzoil? Pennzoil, there's a building in Houston called Pennzoil Place, and if you look up the architect, he won a ton of awards for it, and it's a very famous building. And he spells it with one N, and it was written in stone at the base of the building. It's now got 2 N's. And if you look up the address, a bunch of companies are spelling it the wrong way as well.
Yeah, but they changed their names, bro. Like I said, if for lawsuits and bankruptcy purposes,
Right, but this is
plenty
the
of
same
companies and logos change their shit constantly. One letter to keep it's a slick way of keeping your company without and changing your whole fucking reincorporate and all that. And
Yeah,
and
but you
change
look
the
it up.
letter.
These things.
Yeah, that
start-
wasn't. That wasn't McDonald's that committed the crime. That was WickDonald's that committed the crime. That wasn't us. We're a completely different entity.
For instance, Tinkerbell wasn't really owned by Disney, and so they changed the name to Tinker Bell. She has a last name now, but that's a legal issue, and there are many explanations. But in this case, if you look up Pennzoil, you look up the lawsuits, you look up the relationships with Texaco Pennzoil and the other conglomerate companies, Texaco Pennzoil Racing, you will see many, many examples of a single N, and I remember a single N.
Let me give you an example. So Procter and Gamble, okay, that's a company. Right? It's spelled Procter and Gamble. And a lot of people remember it as OR. Okay. Well, I saw someone do a video and they're like, this is indisputable definitive proof. And they show a bunch of patents where it's spelled OR. They're like, see, even the people that were making the patent thought it was OR. And I was
Phillips-
like, whoa, that's crazy. He was showing dozens of them. Okay. I'm like, that is actually kind of crazy. Then what I did was I went to Google and I put in spelling errors in patents. And I found out that it is very common to have tons of spelling errors.
I just seen spelling errors and vocabulary errors in the last patent I read.
Yeah, so they don't really get checked like that. So now what I'm saying is, as a truther, that person should take the video down and say, you know what, never mind. I found out that actually spelling errors are pretty common in patents. Not tell me that I'm a Mandela effect denier and I'm not a truther. And
But that's not really a Mandela effect. Mandela effect is the original has changed, right?
that's what they're saying. They're saying it used to be Procter, OR, and Gamble, and now it's ER.
Does anybody remember The Exorcist really well, the movie?
No, sorry.
Not really, man.
Yes.
I remember Star Wars and James Bond one pretty good.
So the girl Reagan that's possessed, when she spits the pea soup, she has she has a tube in her nose, and I didn't remember that. I was pretty certain it wasn't there.
What about
Well,
the
dude, I don't know.
scary
You
movie?
guys really are you guys sitting here claiming like you guys remember all the details about movies you watched back in the day? Because I don't.
Certain
Not all
movies,
of them,
yeah.
dude, but what about the scary movie where
No, good.
Marlon Wayans has the blanket and he's like cold and he's like, I see, and then he says, white people. Anybody remember that one? Now he literally says the
Yeah,
line
I remember
from
that.
The Sixth Sense, which isn't funny. He
Oh,
now says,
well,
I see dead people.
I remember
But
where the guy has the messed up hand and he's like,
Oh, that's
grab
funny.
my good hand. And if that changed, I'd be like, he definitely said grab my good hand and had a messed
My
up
little
hand.
hand isn't, or my other hand
Wait,
isn't
wait, wait,
strong
that
enough.
one-
You gotta
that one
grab
did
the little
change.
hand. That
What
was
do you mean?
fucking hilarious, dude.
Someone did say it changed. What was the change about it?
That one did change. He never says, take my strong hand now.
What's he say?
No, he doesn't. No, he says
Just
my
take my
other
little
hand isn't
hand.
strong enough. You gotta take the little hand.
Yeah, take the
Okay,
little
okay, yeah, maybe that's what he says.
But he
That's
said,
why I
take
remember.
your strong hand.
See, for me right now,
No, he
I'm like,
never
yeah,
says
you know
take
what?
the
He
strong
probably
hand,
did
bro.
say that. No part of me is inclined to swear up and down that it used to say. That's why I can't think of a movie I had that
Bro,
kind of
I
a
used to
connection
say
to.
that line so many times of take my strong hand. I
Well,
mean,
let me give you
maybe I
an- okay.
remembered it wrong from when I saw
He
the
never
movie.
said that, bro. He said my other hand isn't strong enough. You gotta take my little hand.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I remember take my strong hand. I used to say
That's
it
why
all
it's
the time.
obvious. Like, in
Wait,
your
who
face.
says that Damon Wayans didn't say I see white people, bro? That's exactly what he said.
No, he doesn't. Go look at the movie now.
Oh,
It says, I see dead people, which
that
makes
must have been
no
a
sense.
parody because I've heard that before.
Yeah, that's probably a parody.
No, no.
What?
Oh, they're
it's
saying they're saying
saying
that someone
we
else
see-
had a parody. Yeah.
I
Yes,
remember
the parody would be I see white people, and it's probably from like the 2016 election thingy. Owning the libs is likely
Who
what that's from.
remembers C-3PO with the silver leg?
I don't.
I definitely don't
Yeah,
remember
no
that
one.
silver leg, bro. That's crazy.
He had all gold. I mean, I remember he had all gold.
Yeah, but like
all
ones
gold.
like that,
Yeah,
I
and
don't
now it's
remember
like
seeing
silver.
for sure he was all gold.
Left leg silver, yeah.
Wait,
And his
he's
hands
all,
are also
what'd you say
black.
now?
His
He's
hands
all
have some
silver?
black.
No, now he has a silver leg.
Yeah, I don't remember no
Just
silver
from the knee.
leg.
And his hands have like some black circles in them. But the hands were before, as far as I remember, all gold, and inside his hands have some black marks. So I didn't get that either.
He
Well,
was
just
always
looking at the pictures, there's tons of pictures of him all gold, and there's pictures with them
Yeah.
having a silver leg.
It's when they redid they remade the original, and the
It's
color
residue.
was better or whatever, and they either redid it with him having a silver leg, like it never was silver before, or just the way that the processing of it with the sand in the beginning or
No,
whatever.
dude.
I
No,
don't
bro.
remember the scarecrow with no gun
They
though, dude.
redid
Who
the whole
remembers it?
movie. They remastered
Who remembers
it.
this? Who remembers a scarecrow with a gun? That's ridiculous, bro. That's
Scarecrow
Wait, I
had a
got to talk
gun.
about the CP3. Let's talk about that one. This is a good example, okay? You're saying no, like something changed, but explain to me what changed, because I just Google it, and in the top 2 rows of the results, there are both. So did Mandela messed up a little bit? Didn't get to the Google searches yet?
Put the picture. Put the picture there with it, please.
Yeah, it's right there, bro.
I looked into the New Hope, the movie, and everywhere, every scene has a silver leg in the movie. So I'm not sure what you're looking at. Also, the
Well, it's
toy
just right there.
is all golden. Also, so the toy is residue.
Okay, so it's an unfalsifiable theory about people misremembering media, and I'm open to it. I mean, like CERN is a bunch of pseudoscience. Okay, you don't even shoot particles at each other in the first
Okay,
place.
so
So let's
what's it?
figure out
What's it?
first of all what's even going on there before we make claims about how they're changing the world.
Well, I'll say this: there's some really abnormalities when it comes to CERN. Fucking purple lightning clouds and stuff like that. Even the normie news covers that stuff. But I don't know exactly what the hell it could be or what they're doing. But it's definitely a lot of people have been talking about them trying to access another dimension. There are scientists that committed suicide, saying that they're being haunted by demons and other spirits.
Yeah, I believe all that, by the way. Like, if you just look at the opening portal ceremony, like it's super demonic. If the lead scientist literally said that their goal was to open up a portal to an alternate dimension, and that we have no idea what's going to go in or come out of it, and that's what a lead scientist there said. So it's definitely suspect for sure. It's built over like the ancient city of Hades, and it's really weird.
What about,
I don't know.
Right?
what about the idea that the creator's just doing this, the Mandela type thing, meaning it's not done by some, Illuminati, whatever, but it's actually just like a feature of consciousness?
Why would the creator do this?
Well, there's a lot of reasons.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Gio, because it would be the
I'd
creators
be interested
causing
to
mass
hear 'em.
confusion.
I'd be interested to hear why the creator would do such a thing.
Well, like one
There's a Bible that says the words will change. I forget what verse it was.
I'd say that again.
There's a verse in the Bible that says the words will change.
No. It says actually that it says that it'll never change. Not one jot or tittle shall pass away until both heaven and earth pass away.
What's that? What's it? Say it again.
The Messiah said, "Not one jot or tittle shall pass until both heaven and earth pass away."
You're talking about the Bible? The
Yeah,
verses?
and jot or tittle in Hebrew is like the smallest characters in their language.
Yeah, but what about the translations though? Because they translate them not that great, right?
Yeah. So that makes sense, right? You got tons of people making up religious bullshit to control people, and yeah, I mean that's what they do. But if you go back to the actual Hebrew Torah, it still says the same thing. People were trying to tell me that I'll give you another example. Someone just dropped in my Telegram chat. There's this preacher reading from the King James Version, where in Revelation it says candlesticks in the King James Version. He was a King James Version only preacher. But when he's reading it, it says lampstand. He reads the whole verse, it says lampstand. He's like, this is indisputable proof that Mandela is real, right? And he's very convincing in his video. And the preacher does just sit there and read a verse out of the Bible and says lampstand. But when you go to KJV, it says candlestick, right? And all the comments, wow, this is crazy, indisputable proof. So I look into it.
Trusting Jews. That seems wise.
Okay, the Jews hate the New Testament, and they're going to ban it as anti-Semitic. If you've looked into some recent legislation, but I will just say anyway. So like whenever you look into it, if you actually look at KJV versions, many of them have a little T beside that word, which stands for translation. You go down, it'll show you a proper, more modern translation because they translated with a limited cultural understanding at the time, so they called it candlesticks, but it's more accurately said as lampstands. So all the preacher did was replace candlesticks as he read it with lampstand because at the bottom of his Bible it says that. And you got 50 people in the comments swearing up and down it proves indisputably that reality has changed. Right? And that's kind of like my point. It's like, no, it doesn't prove that. It doesn't prove that. Like if I explain to a glober that radio waves don't go past the radio horizon, that's the curve of the earth, it proves the Earth's a ball. And I'm like, actually, they do go past the radio horizon. If they come back tomorrow after it being explained to them and they say radio waves prove the Earth's a ball, like that's kind of weird.
I'll tell you what proves it's flat to me.
It's definitely
the fact
flat.
that when I go to the ocean at a really high point along the cliffs and it's flat.
Yeah, of course.
There is some weird ones like Dr. Doolittle has been changed to Dolittle. They dropped an O in my eyes, and I knew Jimmy Doolittle from World War II. I just don't know the.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What do you mean they dropped an O and made it dough? Like, what's the verb to do? It's do little. Because I make a joke to this day. I make a joke to this day to Kai because I feel like I can talk to animals. So I talk to our cat and the cat listens and stuff. And I say, just call me Dr. Do-A-Lot.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't. You see what I'm saying? Like
I said,
I'm just saying that it's not a proper name. Doolittle is. Well, actually, that explains it. You're right. I know it is a proper name.
Yeah.
So I think that OO is from the proper name, from the surname. So you're right. Doesn't have to match. But those things blow me away, really. I thought it was Doolittle as well, because maybe I was attached to Jimmy Doolittle from World War II. But
okay. Go ahead.
That could be my mistake. You're right.
I'm open to them, but a lot of them do have explanations. It doesn't necessarily mean that the explanations are right. It's just like it's not like an inexplicable phenomena unless we boil it down to some that don't have logical explanations. I feel like I'm a pretty open-minded, honest person. Like I don't have a bias here,
Almost all of them are explainable, really.
Yes.
At least half, are easily explainable.
Solid 80%.
Yeah, that's why I said like there's some conspiracy theories that are worth like dipping your whole essence in, and there's some that I just think it's not too as important. Like for one, missing the Hollow Earth, the German UFOs, the USFOs, Operation High Jump, the USS Liberty, 9/11, McFree's apartment in WAC, the IDF. I mean, was it the ISF that was in Florida that was like arguing with firefighters all of a sudden having a foreign army there, like those stuff are like should be worth like looking into.
What's the McFree's department?
You remember McFree supposedly said if he ever got assassinated or killed, he would use this Bitcoin thing to unlock all the secret information that he's been collecting, like his way of like saying it's a dead man switch, which he had all the information of the people that went to Epstein Island, pedophile things and stuff like that. And he says he had it in his laptop, right? And he had a condo apartment in Florida. So while the time range was going down, that when the time was over, because it was like a software that his friend released, and if the more people bit-mined it, they would get access to the software key to get to these files. And
John McAfee.
Yeah, John McAfee. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And the apartment building that was the condo complex, which there was a camera across, was detonated and imploded, killing lots of people in there. And when the firefighters showed up during the Florida, even on the news, you had the Israeli army, literally almost a whole squad of them, telling firefighters to mind their fucking business. This is Israel's jurisdiction. Until the firefighters got the police officers started arresting them, and they had to escort them out of the premises because they were trying to get to the rubble of those people that were still stranded in the complex.
Wow, I didn't know that part of it. That's crazy because it makes sense. Of course, we know that of course, what's his face is actually a Zionist honeypot, right? I mean, if you actually look into it, Zionists set up his marriage, Epstein. So
Yep. Yeah, his father was in the Mossad agency. You know, Ghislaine Maxwell's uncle was in Mossad as well as the CIA. The CIA, and yeah, they're all interconnected. You know, this is a secret war of them doing dumb shit. And if you look at the CIA's history of engaging global tactical terrorist attacks in other nations, you know, and then later on we get like terror cells coming at us, even though most of them we've made, the CIA made. You know, who's to say they didn't fuck with some sort of like the lands beyond the ice wall or the lands below the earth, you know? And now that, you know, they've done something so horrendous that these guys are pissed off, you know? There's even studies about CERN where the CERN's frequency energy was felt all the way from Alaska to the southern parts of Australia. That says this energy is felt around the world. Whatever the fuck they're doing, it's definitely going to affect other places too. We just don't know what exactly is going on.
One of the ones, you know, in the Matrix, when he sits him down and he goes, "What if I told you?" And it's really weird because that doesn't exist in the film anymore. But if you type it in Google, just say, "What if I told you?" There's a million people quoting it.
Okay.
but what's the real statement? Is it something like, "Would you believe if I told you?" Or
I don't know. I don't even remember.
it's something like that, because he definitely he talks to him about dreams, right? And he's like, "Would you believe?"
That's a good point. I'll try and find it.
They're doing it all for weather modification. Whoever controls the weather controls everything. That's all it is. Affects the stock market, everything.
Well, one of the things I was trying to figure out is why. And in the case of Looney Tunes, I was really pissed at that one because I felt, you know, Merry Melodies was the music part. So I really don't buy everyone's story. But the point is that it seems like a lot of these are phonetic. And if things are being rendered based on people's memories, it would make sense if I was told it's called, you know, if I was a machine and I was being plugged into someone's head and they said it's called Looney Tunes, if I was getting it verbally and I was a machine or from somewhere else, I would look in a dictionary, and tunes, TOONS, is a contraction. It wouldn't be in a dictionary. So I might change it to TUNES because it looks like the logical thing I heard. So some of these are surprisingly phonetic, and it seems like the mechanics of change would be by someone else making a mistake. Like I said, the sword and the stone. You know, if originally an anvil was made out of stone, someone that didn't realize we were out of the Stone Age or that wasn't connected to us emotionally would render it an anvil as an anvil.
Why doesn't something change, like, because I actually covered that on a stream when I first did YouTube, and I remember the anvil, and I remember that the wizard shows Arthur that the Earth's a globe and brainwashes him, and he's literally a wizard that shows him he's a globe and everything. But it's like, why don't we have something significant change? Like how, if we all came here tomorrow and we brought up Mickelson Morley, and then some new glober brings up papers from Mickelson Morley and shows that the results of Mickelson Morley showed something different, I'd be like, that's insane. None of us would have an ability to deny it, right? But that doesn't ever happen.
Yeah, but something is changing, dude. I'm telling you. I have proof, bro. I have personal proof that this is happening.
Well, as of now, I'm just gonna have to agree to disagree with you, my brother.
Proof is
You talking about Mandela effects?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that what you're talking about? Huh? Okay, so I've come up with a conclusion, and it's really actually a simple conclusion. So hear me out. So this is what the Mandela effect is. It's quite simply, it's not people all having this crazy massive hallucination, right? And we're not in an altered universe or split reality. This is what it is. It's programmable matter that they've put inside stuff a long time ago, just like LED light bulbs,
are reverse engineered with Li-Fi. So if the Wi-Fi goes out everywhere, you could just stick your phone underneath a light, LED light, and you'll get Li-Fi, light fidelity instead of wireless fidelity. So all the Mandela effect is all in fact, like how people bring something and they're like, I swear it said this, and now it's actually says something different, or it's playing something different, a different song, and something's changed, or like the silver leg on that robot in that Star Wars movie, whatever. All it is programmable matter. This stuff's been put inside books, packages, CDs, videotapes, you name it, and the stuff that they call residue, where it hasn't changed, and they're like, look, I found residue, simply for the fact that either A, that thing didn't have programmable matter in it originally, so it's an obscurity, or B, it was in somewhere where the wireless frequency couldn't program the programmable matter, because it was like behind some type of lead wall or somewhere where it couldn't get in. Now, nobody's ever gone and been like, okay, if this is a murder, they're going to see if the connection to every single one of these residues is because it was either behind a lead wall where it couldn't get it, or it wasn't manufactured by a certain manufacturer that makes that. Those are obscurities, and that's what they call residue. That's the simplest explanation. It's not anything like some split reality or anything. That's all it is. Programmable matter. They can literally change words on the page. They've had that shit for a long time.
I think that would take a lot of effort, though. I think that people just misremember things. I think that they're pushing Mandela effect out there to confuse everyone to promote simulation theory. But that's
simulation theory is bullshit. Because if you feel pain right here, that's real. You're really feeling pain, actual pain, or pleasure. It's not a simulation.
Yeah,
All right,
I kind of want to just go back to what we were talking about 411, because I think there's a large cave system that matches the missing people reports, and I think that one it doesn't get really discussed so much about it. So like I remember Flat Plus was talking about it, and as well as Dragoon, because the factor is there's way too many inconsistencies, especially with the park rangers, and like I've said, I mentioned before, park rangers being found impaled on giant redwood trees, 20 foot in the air, mutilated in ritual styles. Even the Native American medicine are completely moving away from the woods. I think what's coming around now is we're going to get like in a whole new era of like modern world is dead. That was the whole time of like the 2012 thing. So like Platypus, you got any, or Dragoon got any data on besides that?
One thing which I end up reading and a screen cap, which I think I just posted in the text chat, is the idea with the 401k, or not 401k, the missing people cases, is that what is it? Essentially, the elites attempt to try and survive these resets because they want to maintain control, right? Part of trying to maintain control is they need to go underground. Reason being, it seems, is that it's the only way to survive whatever happens on the surface. Last time you guys probably heard massive floods and whatnot. You end up with situations with massive, what's it called? Massive cave systems being used, and they end up adopting cannibalism. Lots of fun stuff. One of the things that end up being someone's. You guys remember the bird people? Not bird people. It's like they're people with bird heads, and they hold that pine cone. The idea is that it's supposed to be hops, and that these people would go around after surviving these cave systems and find primitive agricultural societies, and they would actually introduce hops and yeast with the intention of creating alcohol because it allows you to enslave it. But what they would do is they'll hide out and wait out these cataclysms because they have no control over these cataclysms, and they'll wait underground, and once these things go by, then they'll come back up to try and reassert control. That's part of the reason why people disappear is because, I mean, there are a lot of uses for humans besides labor, and sex can be eaten too, which is a bit not quite nice.
Yeah, speaking of that, there was a 4chan post about this guy's father working in Antarctica, and he was talking about, he showed his father's official works and doctrines. I posted on the Discord, and pretty much explaining that there's these weird giant monsters over there. We're talking about like giant spider striders, about maybe with a 40 foot spread. And he goes like this. It says one time his father, if you ever want to read this whole story, it's in there. It's a text image. His father was a medical officer something happened where they had to go into one of these office buildings that were in Antarctica, and they found that these spiders were being fed by a whole bunch of people in these cages, and they were doing like crazy experiments with the cryptids that are over there. So we're talking about like some of those old cryptids that you would see in like the folklore, you know, those monsters and stuff, all in the wall of Antarctica. You know, if you look at the old maps where they were showing like giant squids, serpents, giant monkeys on the land, weird manticores and dragons, well, the giant squid has just been scientifically proven to exist. They now call it the colossal squid. A lot of these creatures are, you know, that live beyond that wall, if not further.
That part is very interesting. Yeah, I personally think that there are civilizations through the Summer Gate.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you can get to the other side and there's habitable land, I mean, habitable land and drinking water, you can have at the very least way stations, like kind of level where they will basically live there. But if there's like something certain that they require, they just send the shit they need there. I mean, before we know, that could actually be what it is that they have control over the realm that we're in now, right? But they want to make sure no one else can get out of the realm and essentially just make a slave pit and have it so they can send resources out and people that they want out there, but have it so everyone stays in here and just not a pleasant thing to think about.
Yeah,
I saw where they say that their rivers are oil recently.
Yeah, I saw that one where the petroleum oil makes their way over there. I think you showed it, right?
Yeah. That basically like their rivers are petroleum oil, and then it works its way underground, and then that's where we get it.
Yeah.
One of the theories I've got, because this is basically purely off the definition. Any of you guys have looked at oil. There's a definition between heavy and light and sweet and sour oil. Well, if you actually look at what that shit looks like, it looks like I think it's the lighter sweet oil. It actually looks like tree sap, and I reckon because you got to dig so far down below the bedrock that eventually it's impossible for it to be, well, obviously like dinosaur shit and whatnot, but it's also very hard for it to be what's it called? Basically, they say it was a massive growth of plant matter, and what ends up happening is that stuff ends up piling up in one place, dies, and then it gets put under the ground, and then the drill. Lots of hot air, lots of heat, and then compressing, and then boom, you got oil. Another idea is that this oil is actually tree sap, and what's happening is essentially you're tapping into tree roots that are under the ground. Like when I say tree, I'm not meaning like normal tree, or like even those like probably actually would be like world trees, like the world tree, not like the world trees you see with the Devil's Tower in Wyoming, like proper world tree. That those things are probably saplings of. You'll probably find that oil. I reckon that oil is just basically tree sap that's tapped in, and it would help explain why when you deplete a well and you wait, it will actually refill. One of the ideas that they will give is that it's just like refilling from the surrounding rocks. But the problem is like, I mean, possibly. But how many times can they really do that? Because a lot of oil types seem to be convinced that they can do that forever. Whether that is just purely profit motive, I'm not sure. But a lot of them seem convinced that you can drill out oil forever. Part of it could just be purely profit motive, but I think that, yeah.
Just to piggyback on that, the supposedly the giant tree stumps. One of the theories that these giant plateaus that are flat, that most of you might have heard with flat Earth, the giant trees, they have a silicone-based property within their cellular things. Now, oil itself is silicone in its own natural base. So, if you ever think of the organism that is the aspen tree, which is supposed to be dated as one of the largest organisms in the world, which are trees that are interconnected through the roots and creates more trees through the roots. Or in some cases, if you take two aspen trees and separate them, their roots will eventually find each other and connect. Scientists don't know how this exactly happens, but they do that. So the world tree that's in the North Pole could have interconnectedly have an aspen effect, creating all these multiple trees. And since there's a theory with the reports from oil drill companies that the oil wells tend to regenerate more oil. They just don't know why or how. And so usually oil well that they'll tap out for about 20 years, they'll get, they'll go and get enough fuel. They go like, you know what, instead of drilling further, they'll go away, they'll go into another spot. And this is where you heard of the rig hopping method, where each one rig will hop between, in a few years, different oil wells. And the oil well will be replenished in time. This is why oil is known as the second most prolific liquid on the world's surface. And there's no running of oil.
One of the things too is that by having basically just a limitless supply of hydrocarbons that can be burnt off, is that if you say word, I'm going to say treat these massive trees, I'm just going to call it a Gaia tree. Essentially, it's supposed to create a habitable environment. But if you were trying to create a habitable environment, right, and these smaller plants require CO2 to grow, right? What would be the most effective way to have it start getting that CO2 in the air so you can actually start creating plant life? And the answer would be make it so there is something that can be used to be burnt, like plain and simple. Just have it so it can be burnt, so the trees, right? So the environment can start regenerating.
Interesting.
I'm perfectly happy for you guys to tell me that I'm wrong and stupid. I'm looking for input here.
No, I don't know.
Speaking about oil, did anybody hear about the Chinese possible invasion in North Dakota?
What? How? Where the
I'll
fuck
get
is
the
North
tea
Dakota?
ready.
What?
Like the Midwest.
Why? Why?
There's rumors of it. I don't know. I don't know where it's coming from. I just wonder if you knew the sources or why people are saying it. They're saying that China wants to invade North Dakota, and there is a lot of oil in North Dakota.
Yeah, they're only
Sure. Yeah, sure.
They would
there
have to
is,
go
but
through.
there's
They would
more in
have to
the
go
Middle
through
East.
Alaska and then through Canada.
That makes no sense. Why would you invade North Dakota?
I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm hearing.
Real fast, have you guys heard of the author William Morris? And he wrote lots of books in the 1800s about the extra world, towards the the wood beyond the world, and the well at the world's end. And he wrote a bunch of books about basically that there are all like hundreds of different civilizations, like 186 beyond the ice ring. This is in like the 1800s. He wrote this, and that they live longer, they live bigger. But they all have different types of civilizations as well, and they have different diets, and the fruit there is way better. Once you get to a certain point, you have to have a certain electromagnetic energy so that your frequency can go beyond further and further, and that there are layered domes and there's a greater dome, and that they know about this area. It's called the known lands.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah.
I even got some of the old artworks. Here, I'll post them.
Yeah, the rapper King Los was telling me about this, and I've never got to figure out what books exactly he was talking about.
I got one book named The World Beyond the Poles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
I'll
the-
post
is
it.
it-
By
it's
F.
also-
Amato Gianni. And I'll post the link if I can find it.
Also, the Iron Republic is another one that apparently goes beyond the wall. Do you have that one, Buddy Jets?
Oh, the Iron Republic? No, I don't have that one, but let me look for it.
Yeah, the Iron
And there's
Republic's another one. This one is here. I'm gonna drop. This is William Morris. I saw that he also has a book called The Hollow Land.
There's another one there's a Disney movie. What is it called? About Hyperborea.
Oh, I
Something
remember
at the
that
edge
one.
of the world. Yeah, something at the edge of the world.
That's them like
Uh,
softly releasing all this craziness.
Yeah, that's actually where a lot of those schizo stuff get their art from. Oh fuck, what's it called? Forever at the End of the World, maybe? Or is that a song? That's a song, isn't it? Fuck, that's a song.
If there were other beings on other lands out there, I'm not just talking about like hidden land from the kind of controllers that we kind of have here, like meaning if they have another continent. I'm not talking about that, but actually like land beyond that has other beings. What explanations could there be for why those beings aren't coming here? Like they're not showing up in our backyard and being like, "What's up?"
So they
we
have
don't all-
rules that they don't intervene unless we know about them and ask. That's one of the stories. And then another one is that they actually they don't want to have to go to war with the families that run the known lands. But that they have actually covertly intervened to stop a reset event because they used the pyramids to do a reset event and they destroyed their technology to do that. There's quite a few different.
Well,
stories about them.
there's another one, Admiral Byrd's journal. Like, if you want to take Admiral Byrd and Operation Hide and Jump any level of seriousness, and again, like I've said before about his character, the guy was the perfect, soldier kind of guy. Doesn't joke around, doesn't make any excuses. So anyhow, there was a situation in one of his journals that when he was flying past the wall, right, and he had saw a gleaming emerald city, his ship got taken over. Like it was started floating in the air, and he reports that the airplane was being moved by some uncontrolled or unseen force. It was brought down, and as he's getting out of the airplane, him and his crew was kind of freaking the hell out. They met a very tall, giant Lumerian guy that knew of his name. Told him that the God King of Shambhala knows everything that's going on, and that he was supposed to. Admiral Byrd was handpicked to be like the ambassador between their world and our world, and he had told him that there's a prophecy. That reason why they're not making any moves is because of some sort of prophecy. And what they were saying was that when the wicked ones make their move, something like that, that they would come up and finish them off, and then they would connect our world and their world as some sort of unity or whatever. I got to reread the whole shit. But the thing is, Admiral Byrd relays this back when he finally gets home. He's astounded and all that stuff, and they locked him up in his own quarters for about 6 hours and 40 minutes, give or take. Then told him that he was off the program and he was supposed to go back home. The director of the Operation High Jump, he was trying to tell his family and friends about the Hollow Earth, and they locked him up in a hospital that not even his wife could see him. And eventually they had him committed, and then eventually they said he medically killed himself. So they've been putting this shit under wraps for a long time.
In regards to what they could be trying to be waiting for, it could be similar to when you're trying to root out a parasite. You essentially starve out a parasite, and that forces it to bring its head out. Once it brings its head out, it makes itself vulnerable, and then you take other herbs, and then eventually that thing ain't it's not having a good time afterwards.
Yeah.
There's a really good quote that says, before we can deal with the parasites of our society, we have to deal with the parasites within ourselves.
Yep.
That's right.
And that's not metaphorical, that's literal. You are full of parasites.
Yeah.
They're squiggling under your skin.
Yeah.
Tear them out now.
I'm on the fucking horse, so probably not so many, but yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, like there are certain groups that there are video recording and conferences that pretty much even they themselves were talking about going into stages of meditation and stuff, talking about talking to seraphims. They might come out looking reptilian in a certain way, and as you listen to this video further, these priestly individuals from a very well-known religion are talking about doing stages of meditation, and they even saying that we don't technically belong to this realm. It's a very weird thing, because if you take it as like some sort of flat earther or any other individual that's in a conspiracy, it sounds like a bunch of guys saying some retarded shit or gotten too much into D&D. But these are priestly individuals in high-level societies telling other priestly individuals how to go about this thing. So, right now, currently, we're all normies without no idea what the fuck the occult magic and what are the metaphysics in these stuff. Yet these guys had, this 200 or 300-year knowledge of all this stuff gathered up, never forgotten, all stored, never told anyone was stupid or retarded. And now they're ahead of the curve. So we don't know what the hell's going on, So if you're a believer in magic and stuff, these guys are ahead of it. And they're prepping for war. Yeah, I'll post a
Right.
video for you guys. That way you can see them saying it.
The fun question is what the objective of that war is. Is it purely to liberate people? Is it to enslave people for themselves? Like, kind of one of those difficult ones.
I think you got to always be cautious of the idea that the entities that present themselves actually aren't benevolent, although they may come under that guise.
Actually, something is a fun thing. You know the Heisenberg thing that ended up going up in flames in Germany? The Heisenberg incident with the airship. I think it was a rigid one. Anyway, they you guys know how whenever it's depicted in media, it's always depicted that everyone is in that little carriage that's underneath the balloon, right? You know that's not actually entirely true. The actual insides of those things are actually habitable, like people staying in there. Just a weird thing. I'm just trying to see if I can find the loading from the front. Yeah, because you could load from the front. You could, and what ended up happening is they would treat the skyscrapers with it's a particularly curvy skyscraper in New York. I don't know what it's maybe I don't know what it's called. It's supposed to be a really iconic tower. It's like Art Deco themed. It's like really curvy. I think it's got gargoyles on the corners of it. And you see it in a lot of movies. But anyway, at the top of that tower, there's actually a massive section where you can actually stand there, and there are pictures of airships using it essentially as a loading dock, with people walking in the tip of the balloon. Heisenberg air balloon airship. Oh, yeah, here's an interior photo. Not as good as I'd like it to be. But here's an example. It's not a proper picture, but...
Oh,
wow. Where is... The point I was going to get at is that airships used to be seem to have been a very common form of travel that seemed to be very low energy cost, and you could travel vast distances using it. And then all of a sudden, you have the Heisenberg incident, and essentially is like, oh my god, well, we can't do this anymore, and yet everyone still supported using them, which is odd. And even before the Heisenberg incident, you had a fuck ton of accidents, from what I understood, and it seems to be that they purposely seems to have gone out of their way to try and make it fail. Where the
That's
fuck
crazy
is
because I saw some info where they would they dock these things. They just pull up something and dock really efficiently, and it's super easy. And
yeah, well, probably the thing that people think of when they think of it is of this kind of stuff is Indiana Jones, and the way you see them loading is they're in the middle of a massive field, and I can't remember exactly how it is, but you probably walk up some stairs or a ladder or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I just posted the video on the esoterics of that. In the first 12 minutes, you'll hear from their own mouth that they're giving themselves this literal definition that they're not from this world, that they're from another place, and the way they view us as individuals. Now, I wouldn't say labeling them all or generalizing all individuals you got to understand there's certain, all groups have certain individualistic behaviors. So just check that out. First 12 minutes, you'll literally see exactly that. Them literally confirming and prepping themselves for something's coming. So
Nice. That is, well, wouldn't say that's nice. You get it.
Mm-hmm.
What you guys? What's going on the 23rd? Somebody was saying something about the 23rd.
23rd.
Yeah, February. So it's 0223, and then it's 2023. It's like a ritualistic day.
We'll see. I guess this may work against me, but I've heard those claims not manifest so many times that I always just, I don't know. I was just like, we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I do believe that these occult rituals do happen on specific dates. Like the fact that like 1966 was so fucking horrendous. Just kind of makes me feel like there's something to it. Like they do use the numbers and the dates.
I mean,
and time and everything.
There is a way to predict it. You ready? Astrology.
Yeah, I do believe that one of the big tricks about the lie of the Earth is that they keep up with the sky and know it's super important, and then everyone has no idea. For sure, like 100%, because the sky is actually super local, like super local, and there's an ether, and those energies directly interact with the Earth, and actually there's a central source of energy seemingly like right around Polaris, and it all comes down. And it radiates from that central point coming down to us. So that's where you get the pyramid with the all-seeing eye at the top is what it means. And they live by this. And then, now they have 99% of the world like just completely lost and confused about what's going on the Earth and what the sky is. So
Yep. And a lot of people are making like big time warnings that this shit is gonna hit the fan for a lot of them, because again, like back then during World War II and World War One, we didn't have a lot of access to information. A lot of things could be misled and stuff like that. A news reporter guy might not be able to have the ability to post or send this information without doing it in person. But now it's just one click away, one button, one little upload of 10, 20 seconds, and you can get anything you found to the entire world. And people are waking up to it. They're seeing it. And there seems to be some sort, like you said, there's a big giant shift that's happening, and it's coming. Right now, we're only seeing the slow bits of it because we're in the background. We're not getting the full thing.
Looking at the meaning of the 223, it says this is the perfect time to experience different things, go to interesting places, and have been that you have been waiting to see for a long time.
Where are you seeing this? The video or something else?
No, this is I just looked it up. 223.
I don't know. I don't know much about that.
Numerology's fucking trippy, dude. You get into that. Once you get into
you guys
it,
think there
like,
was
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, once you get into numerology, it just like pops up everywhere, and it's like everything syncs up to the numbers.
Until you get to Guy Mantra.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
That's how you know that's what they're planning.
Yeah, I don't know how to read it, so. But it looks like what I was saying. But the 223 thing is it's basically saying that it's a good time to experience you have been wanting to visit, that you'd have a direct connection with your guardian. So I wonder if they're trying to go visit the plane beyond the ice wall or something.
I don't know.
Or vice versa, the ice wall visiting us. Kudos.
Well, you know what's interesting is talking about the prophecy thing. So, like, what it says, you know, take it or leave it, but what it says in the Bible is, I guess the story goes that they walked up to Jesus and asked him when the end would be, and he was explaining what will happen, and it says that the Queen of the South will come from the ends of the earth, which is a flat Earth reference, obviously, right? The South, you know, quote unquote South, is towards the edge of the Earth, not on a globe, but so yeah, I think that there are civilizations beyond the Summer Gate. I don't think they're necessarily benevolent. I think that the powers that be that we know about, like, just work for them.
Yeah, all you got to remember is that a lot of the way your stuff is structured is as a corporation. So it could be that this place is essentially a corporate farm. To what end its purpose is I couldn't tell you. Let's hope it's like in Stargate where it's supposed to be you're harvesting Naquita, but probably
You
not.
heard of the idea too that the money that they're, you know, kind of enslaving us with and just robbing us, you know, down to our pennies as much as they can. What if they use the same money on other lands? And so they actually are literally like farming us to make more resources that they then are wealthy or that they're using to control other lands that use the same currency.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Probably. Yeah. Well, I mean, before we know, it could be gold is literally like gold, silver could literally just be a universal. Like it could just be universally valuable between all these different civilizations, and eventually, once you've mined it all and you can't get any more, what else do you have? I mean, fuck, you got billions of humans. Well, let's take a couple of those. I'm sure that meat will go is quite valuable to cannibals. I'm
It's,
more thinking about exotic goods, by the way. Yeah.
smart business venture, yeah. Just have the whole known lands be your slave.
Yeah, you can. If you have no moral qualms and you think yourself better than everyone else, quite easy to make money, and you've got nothing stopping you. Making money is the easiest thing in the world.
I agree.
And these people in charge, well, there seems to be very little stopping them from being able to do. They have to do stuff more clandestine, but other than that, they can do whatever they want. They have to hide their faces, obviously, because they don't want people knowing them. Well, I say hide their faces. That's incorrect. They have to hide their identity. They probably do walk, not amongst the common plebs, but they probably walk around those, like, you know, like Luxembourg, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, what's it called?
Yo, Switzerland is super suspect when you look into it.
Oh yeah, fucking Switzerland was started by a knight's order, and its flag is literally just a knight's. It's a knight's flag. So
Yeah, everyone talks about the Grabblers, and I think that Switzerland is above them.
yes. Oh yeah, no, Jews are not the top. They are essentially a mercenary race. They do as they're told, is basically what that comes down to, and they have, as long as they do as they're told, the groups that are actually in charge don't seem to give too many shits what they actually do, as long as they don't get in the way of their plans. Hence the reason why they have completely perverted art in the public consciousness, because for the elites it doesn't really matter for them, because they don't really give a shit about the public consciousness, because that's not their consciousness. They literally see themselves as a different, like, different species. Technically the races are different species, but like they think of themselves as like not human, or if they consider themselves human, they consider all the other races like below human, because they literally like breed between themselves, and they do not bring new blood in for whatever reason. That's why you get such bad cases of inbreeding. And what you'll end up finding out is that the really bad cases of inbreeding, right, they are probably assuming the ones that survived are probably the worst cases. But inbreeding, you got to remember, isn't all bad necessarily, because all it is the expression of genes. And when we think of inbreeding, we only think of the negatives, and that is you get a couple has on each side two negative genes that are they're not expressed. They have a child. In that child, those negative genes will be expressed. But vice versa applies. If you have a couple, right, with two really good genes, right, so say super intelligence, I don't know, and you put them together to breed, and then the child will more than likely have that gene actually be expressed. And what you'll find is that they will pick out these populations, right? Like they'll take these populations, and they probably don't actually give a shit about race. And what they'll do is they'll look at all these different populations, say shamans, right? And they'll take those shamans, kill off the rest of the population, and integrate them into their own bloodline. And they'll just keep doing that with the different populations. And it's some pretty horrifying shit that you can come to when you look at it from a active eugenicist's point of view.
Yep, no doubt. Very insane, evil way to view the world.
I wouldn't say insane, and depends on the context of the evil. I mean, definitely bad is one way.
Yeah, I would say if anyone thinks that they're intrinsically and ethnically, you know, a life of sentience, and then the other ethnicity isn't, I think that's insane. Personally, I think it's insane because you know you can say that, but you know that's not true. You kind of got to be insane.
Hmm.
In my opinion. I mean, I think that nationality and all that's all good and fine and dandy, but yeah, like that's next level, right? Eugenicist is the next level.
Well, a lot of eugenicists, like eugenics, was funded by the elites initially. Like say the Germans during the 30s did adopt it, but the elites have probably been practiced because eugenics is not an unnatural thing. It is a normal thing, and it has been a thing forever. But what eugenics is consciously practicing, like it's consciously practicing, like evolution. Because normally what happens is you'll, like in the common population, is a man and a woman like each other, or there is some financial reason that they want to get together. Right? They get together, they have kids, they worry about social standing, love, money, all these pointless things, right? That don't matter in the far future. But what you'll find is what these elites see is that I want my kids to be in the best position possible. So what they'll do is they'll find the best mate possible with the intention of expressing certain genes, and they will pair them together with the intention of getting the basically like perfect children. And then they'll keep doing that between all the different groups, and they'll go. One of the things you'll find, I don't remember where I read this because it's in reference to the shamans, but is they would literally kill off entire tribes of Indians, right? This is Native American Indians, and they would take the shamans and they would force them to have children against their will, and then integrate those children into the bloodline. And the whole intention is supposedly is to have it so their bloodline becomes more magical or more mystically powerful, but at the same time, while doing that, removing these shamans, it's supposed to weaken the herd population, so they are, well, weaker spiritually. And if they're weaker spiritually, they're far easier to control as cattle. It's yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah, that's insane.
It is. I hope I'm insane. I hope I'm just like.
No, I'm just saying, like, for someone to do that, you have to be like the people that do that is a pretty insane.
It is, yeah, but I mean, you look at elites today and the kind of shit they try and practice, and they don't even espouse the shit. Imagine what they espouse behind closed doors. I mean, the shit you see them espouse are like amongst the normal public, like, oh yeah, we should totally let kids make the decision to cut the dicks off. That's totally normal and healthy. What, sodomy? Yeah, that's totally normal and healthy. What's another one? Oh yeah, men and women. Yes, we are 100% equal. There are no difference. We should totally put women at the top of society. There is no inversion of spiritual hierarchy there. We should totally allow this. Oh, within our own groups? No. We've got to remain pure, normal. We've got to maintain healthy hierarchies. And it's just yeah. Ickies.
Same with like demographic shift. Like You're a bigoted, let everybody all flood where you stay, but you need to submit a DNA test before you come over here, bud.
Oh, I'm inclined to agree with that. Grant, I'm in Australia, so we literally used, well, we didn't actually have a DNA test, but we had the white Australia policy, where if you weren't considered white, and for a while the Italians and Greeks weren't considered white, you couldn't get into Australia. And we actually had situations where Indians from the higher castes applied to be white and were actually like just straight up refused, which is pretty funny. And I can't remember where it was, but in the writing of what they meant by white is they actually literally put down those of Aryan character, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah. Like I'm personally all for nationality, but like prioritizing nationality. I'm just saying like the same group of people that control
Don't
our media
prioritize
facilitate
nationality.
propaganda to.
Nationality is not something you should prioritize. You should prioritize race.
Okay, you can call it that, but like nationality is actually not a location. Like the Cherokee Nation is a group of people, right? So it's actually
that's an ethnicity in that case, not a nation. It's an ethnic group.
Yeah.
And if you want an example, race would be say Aryan or white. So Europe, okay, that's a race. But if you're looking at ethnicity, that would be say German or French. But you can still break that down further into say, in the French case, the Britannian, Brittany, and the French, the Parisians, and the Aquitanians, and then Germany, you've got Bavarians, Saxons, Württemberg, Hanovers. There's a couple
I'm
others.
just saying, I think properly defined nation is generational lineage. But either way, like agree, disagree, or whatever. But I'm just saying, like the people that control our media in the West propagandize the people to say that you're bigoted if you don't say like flood where you live with all kinds of people that don't respect your culture, or you're bigoted, and that this is progression. And those same people that are pushing that message through our media are saying you have to take a DNA test to get to where we stay. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. It's like a very obvious trick. Yeah, I mean that's what Zionism is. I mean, we'll call it that. So it's like, I don't know. I just think it's crazy. It's really not a complex thing. It's like, do as I say, not as I do. Like, yeah, you want to control. If you want to have a bunch of slaves, you just give them rules that you don't abide by.
The best thing about their designed slave pit is that the slaves pick their own jobs.
Yeah. I think the slavery is freedom.
You don't feel like you're in. Most people don't feel like they're enslaved because I chose to do this job. I chose to be a part of a. It's all sorts of fucky.
Do you think that we've been genetically modified?
Yes. And even if not intentionally, through the food that you consume, it will, maybe genetically modify is the wrong thing, but through the food that you consume, your body will adapt in such a manner as to express what that food. So if you eat, like the food that you eat causes your DNA to express what your body and your mind and actually acts like. So say if you were to eat like corn syrup, seed oils, soy, tons of grains, very low fat, very low protein, right? What you end up looking like is essentially a fat blob. That's what you'll end up looking like. But if you were to adopt a carnivore diet, I mean, where are you going to get that fat from? You're still going to get fat. Like, what I mean by fat is fat does not come from fat. Fat comes from carbs. And if you want to make someone, for lack of a better term, genetically inferior, fill them full of carbs and they will get fat. And if they get fat, their genetics will essentially have to compensate for the strain that has been put on their body. It's not fun what happens to people in that situation. But yes, you can genetically modify people quite easily, and it's not even that complicated. just make someone eat grains and they will become genetically inferior to their true potential. Yeah, it's not a hard thing to genetically modify people. If you want an example of how to get people to consume grains primarily as a food source, all right, yeah, you have agricultural society, right? We're going to turn our grain into bread that we can eat. But bread doesn't keep particularly long, and it doesn't make you drunk. But you know what will? Beer. And if you can get access to grain, like a consistent supply of grain, and you can turn that grain into beer, it means you have a tool of, well, people would build up a dependency on alcohol to function, and people, not just that, the beer will last a very long time compared to bread. I mean, you make bread in the past, it lasts a day at best before it goes bad. That's why you get so many recipes from like French peasantry, like French toast. The best way to do French toast is to use stale bread, because all bread goes stale pretty quickly, and you need to find a use for it. Otherwise, you're just going to chuck it out or give it to the pigs. But you use beer to essentially encourage people to consume carbs, build up that dependency on alcohol, make people need it, and you essentially have control of a population when you control beer. It's very fucked up. Beer is slave drink. Bread is slave food. Or more correctly, grains in any form are slave food. Hence the reason why when, say you grass-fed a cow, right? You know what they do at the end of it? Even when it's grain-fed its whole life, they'll feed it a fuck ton of grains with the intention of fattening them up. It's a bit fucky. Don't eat grains, kids. Bad for you. Eat meat. Don't eat bugs either. We don't know what the fuck that... I don't know why they're so fetishized eating of bugs, but do not eat bugs. Do not eat that chemical slop that they call vegan meat. That's chemical slop, as I said. And don't eat bugs. I don't know what the fuck is going on with the bug shit, but you do not eat bugs. And you got to make sure you read the back of those packages, because they're trying to sneak it in now. If you see stuff that says it's like chips, it's like, oh, it may contain cases like trace elements of shellfish or whatever. It's like, how the fuck does a bag of chips have trace elements of shellfish? And it's because a lot of people end up having allergic reactions to similar reactions to as you would with shellfish, because the bugs and the shellfish have similar behaviors. I don't really know. Fun shit.
Yeah, shellfish is no good, man. Nor is pork.
Pork, there's definitely reasons you wouldn't want to eat it. Parasites, but I mean, you're full of parasites, so what's new? One of them is that there's a story from the Greeks, which apparently is in a lot of cultures, where the pigs obviously existed before then, but some witch cursed a town's children, and they were all turned into pigs. And the pigs ran off, and they were never able to catch the pigs to have it so she could reverse it. And that's why some cultures don't eat pigs, is because they think that the pigs are actually people are actually people. And I mean, if you want something that is really weird to think about, is that pig organs, like pig heart, can actually be used as a transplant for humans.
Yeah, and their DNA is incredibly similar.
Yeah, as a bit icky to think about. The fact that
humans tasty.
Apparently, according to cannibals. Tell me of the clowns of your homeworld. Yusul. Yusul.
I mean, I hear you on all the diet stuff about the genetic alterations and the environment and all that. That's a whole topic in and of itself. But I was also referring to like the idea if the human race itself was genetically altered or modified or spliced, or the blue bloods, all these different, those kinds of ideas that these like geneticists, eugenicists, and so on, like whether there has been some actual tinkering with humans ourselves, into this more like domesticated form versus like a potentially like a more wild or kind of heirloom form of humans. So I was kind of more talking on that level.
Yeah. I don't know. I would assume so. But the only way I know that you can do it successfully without having to worry too much about creating a inert species like a mule. I think it's a mule. That's the ones like horse cross donkey, where it's a perfectly healthy and working species, but it can't reproduce. The only way I can really think of genetically modifying creatures is through what they take into their body and consume, and their body adapting to it. I don't think it's really. I mean, splicing DNA definitely can work, but it's too unstable. It's too unpredictable, and to have a large human population, I think all they've done is taken stuff out of taken stuff out of your diet and out of your environment, and put other stuff in as substitute, and that is what has allowed people to become more docile. I mean, even just something as simple as always being full. That's not natural, man. You should never always be full. You should learn how to fast, which is pretty simple. But if you ever try to fast for a day or two and start to feel that hunger and how much more clearly you think. And that's the kind of reason why they want people to always be full. Because if people are always full, they're happy and satisfied, they don't give a shit. They're just going to do their work. But if people are more sharp-minded and hungry, they see things they wouldn't see normally. But yeah, I don't know. I think when it comes to genetic modification, I definitely think it's possible, but I don't think it'll be as much as I don't think it would be like like Stellaris. In Stellaris, you can actually genetically modify pups. I don't think it'd be like that, where you can we're going to make it so this population now rapidly breeds and but ages really quickly. Right? I don't think it's like that. What I think it is that they remove food, so decrease the amount of fat that people have, right? You decrease the amount of fat people have in their diet, and you're going to have big problems for the body because it needs fat to build cells, right? You remove that, you're going to end up having really bad health issues like cancer. And you'll end up weakening your immune system, increase the speed of aging, just lots of bad stuff. But if you were to increase the amount of carbs, you make them fat and happy. And I'm repeating myself. Sorry. Yeah, I think I just said the same thing again, but longer. Is that kind of what you're after, Geo? With a heart, big old love heart.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm listening.
Yeah. What else? Oh yeah. I mean, if we're just gonna let me talk, I'm gonna. What about you guys heard about a incident that happened quite some time ago? I can't remember what it was called exactly, but some hitman apparently in some American state. I'll see if I can find the thing and I'll read off it. But essentially, what ended up happening was, is that it? Okay, yeah, this is the one. All right, I'll post it for yous. Yeah. So it's okay. And I'm gonna drop this and get judged and use Reddit spacing, but fuck it. I am old. It has been a long time, and I don't give a fuck anymore. I used to be a police officer. One time, we had a genuine hitman killing the child molesters. Minneapolis. He used to post the address of Minneapolis. He used to post.
What is this now, man? What is this going on? I don't know if you're gonna read this whole thing.
Yeah, basically the guy tells you how to kill pedos and get away with it. It's pretty cool.
I don't think we need to read that.
Awesome.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, it's not too long. It's like 2 minutes. It's really great. He tells you. So basically, the whole idea is that he dresses up as like a post office guy.
I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything you're saying, bro. But
yeah,
maybe I'm wrong.
Give it. I'll post it in the chat. Give it a read. Yeah, but what he does is he dresses up as like a FedEx, Amazon, those kinds of people, right? He comes up and he says, "Oh, I've got a delivery for such and such." It's supposed to be the pedo. Guy comes and he's like, "Oh, okay, here, give me a second, I'll grab it." He pulls out a sort of shotgun. Guy stands back apparently, and then he pulls the trigger twice and
I don't know
kills
why
the
we
guy.
turned into this. We were talking about some interesting topics.
Because no one was
This
bouncing off
is
me.
interesting.
No one was
I'm just
bouncing off me.
listening, like, dude, how much bullshit can one person think of, man? It's entertaining, man.
Yeah, no one was bouncing off me. No one was telling me I'm stupid. I'm
just
not. I don't like
grains. How can grains be bad for you, bro? Like grains, come on, man. Like you're saying, everybody eat fat and fucking and avoid grains.
Like if you look at
does that
All right,
include
go ahead.
corn and shit like that? Does that include corn and
Yes, it
like
does.
Yeah, so
Yep.
Maize.
bread?
And what was
if
the
you
other
look
one?
if you look at the physiology of the Chinese and Mongolians, and even history was saying one of the biggest aspects as to why the Chinese were just completely getting destroyed on melee as well as battle tactics was because the Huns themselves were like 6 to 7 and even at their biggest 9 feet tall, extremely large, faster growth, and that was because of an all meat diet. While the Chinese citizens that were turned into soldiers had a majority grain diet with rarely sprinkles of meat. So yes, grain dietary itself seems to be the key into unlocking your body. If you look at Dr. Sebi, like I posted this multiple times, like Dr. Sebi himself had found ways to cure a lot of chronic diseases that are supposedly uncurable at this point, and he got sued by the FDA and won. He had to bring at least 5 or 10 cases to prove that before they were diagnosed and after diagnosed that he had cured them. And 76 of his patients voluntarily came up with their own time and said they were cured from AIDS, cancer, brain tumors, all this from dietary. That's it. So what Dragoon is saying is exactly right. Your diet can fuck your metaphysics of your body. So if you eat tons of fucking grain, like it will fuck your body up. That's why you need a literal balance between majority meat and some grain. Not all.
You eat tons of anything, though, bro. I mean, tons of anything's gonna fuck you up, man.
Yeah, but actually, tons of meat diets is been shown not to actually fuck you up. So, like, if you were gonna do an all meat diet without eating anything else, you'd be fine. But everything else, like if you eat majority grain, that has
There is an
You wouldn't live very
there is
long.
there is an exception. No, you will actually. There are people
If
who
all
are.
you had was meat, just meat, nothing else.
Yeah, you will live forever. Well, not
How you gonna
actually
get? How you
forever.
gonna get scurvy within a year, right?
There's vitamin C in the meat.
Okay.
The problem is that the way vitamin C is absorbed is along the same pathways that carbohydrates are absorbed, which means that when you say have an orange, right? You have orange, and there's a fuck ton of vitamin C in that orange. The problem is there's also a fuck ton of sugars.
Yeah, the
which
sailors
means
didn't. The sailors wasn't getting enough vitamin C from their meat, so they had to bring. They called them limeys because they, it was like a joke, but they brought limes on their long voyages and shit because a lot of the ships like they wasn't getting the vitamin
That's
C
because
from
it was
their meat and their other shit, and so they had to
It
eat
was
limes
because-
or because they were
it was-
dying, literally.
It was because it was an inferior quality of meat. It was dried, salted meat and hardtack. It was shit food, crap food. You don't want to be eating that kind of shit unless it's absolutely desperate. You
I
have
never really got
like,
that because like fish eyes have vitamin C. So why didn't they just catch fish on the sea and eat the eyeballs?
fishing is not as simple as people think. You don't just drop a hook in and pull a fish out. And
Well,
besides that, you need bait.
Once you you do.
That's
once-
exactly what you do.
Once you catch one fish, you have tons that you have bait too for more.
Yeah, but I mean, fishing's hard now. And when was the last time you caught a fish?
Easy, dude. You put any type of meat on the end of a hook and drop
Fair
it.
enough.
You get something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'll probably just-
take.
I'll fished in shit places then.
I've gone on the
That's
like
why
the
my
ocean.
son caught a couple trout there. I was bullshitting. I didn't go with him.
But we're talking
I
about.
figured I'd throw that in there.
Well, hold on. We're talking about sailing ships back in the times of like the 18 and 1900s that were moving at a steady rate. The majority of cases, they never had most times to go and leisurely fish to go get food. There are some ships that were pretty smart. Like if you look at the Spaniard ships, they had implemented fishing nets on the way, which they will gather food and ingredients from the sea and put that in their cantina. But in other cases like Britain, France, and I think I wouldn't say the Americans. Americans eventually adopted the Spaniard way of dealing with food. But in the majority of cases, the ton of people that got affected by scurvy were most of those sailors like France and Britain and a few other places because they didn't go out fishing while they were sailing. They would get whatever dry meat they can. They had Irish and Scottish slaves at the time period. So feeding shit food and shit meat was one thing. That's why you don't really hear the captains and commanders and lieutenants and officers not really affected as they had steak and wine and other sorts of foods. So hell, even there was a thing in these ships that bartering with rations, right? So that's how it usually is back then. So yeah, he is right that majority back in that time, people did not fish except for a few other nations. You know, funny thing is, pirate
I mean,
ships.
that's all like all horses eat grain. Yeah, fucking like that's just about their whole diet, man. And they're
Well, Brian,
pretty
there's
healthy.
a lot
but
of people talk,
the
there's a lot
difference
of
between
people
you and a horse is actually capable of digesting that stuff, and they actually are better off on grass rather than grains. But they're called a what is it called? A ruminant. So they have several. I don't think the correct term is several. No, they have several stomachs, and each stomach is actually designed in such a manner as to process the material that they've consumed to actually get the shit out of it that you yourself cannot get out of it, because they have a long, complex digestive system compared to you, which is a short, simple digestive system. You should not be consuming complex processed materials. You should be eating simple, already upcycled materials like meat. For reference, upcycling is essentially taking grass and turning it into meat, and essentially it takes all the goodness from the grass, puts it into the meat, and then you've got essentially just fuck tons of grass turned into meat, which is just good for you.
Horses are not ruminants, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's right, actually.
Other animals, I mean, like cows are and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if horse actually tastes any good.
And not to top it off, majority of herbivores are opportunistic eaters. So they're not really fully herbivores. There are cases of horses eating meat. Same thing with cows and bulls and deers themselves. Same thing with tortoises.
Yeah, they will.
So,
like a horse will eat like a bird, like a little chick
I
or
would
whatever.
agree. I would agree that like white bread is bad. You know, the flour content, bleach, the freaking, the low quality carbs, shit like that, and the added sugar. White bread, but I mean but when you just say grains, that like kind of threw me for a loop. Like I know white bread is
yeah, grains.
there's
I mean,
a
if
lot
you
of
want to
grains.
if you want to increase the quality of the grains, you have to use the whole grain. Like the yolk in particular is a very important part of the grain. But what you end up having happen with modern bread is that they actually remove the yolk completely. So a lot of the nutrients is held in that yolk. They completely remove it, and you end up with basically the whites of the what's it called, of the grain instead. And yeah, it's basically, if you were to take eggs, remove the yolk, and then make a scrambled eggs out of egg whites. That's what modern bread is. It's got none of the nutrients that it used to have. But even when it used to have those nutrients, they were shit.
All right. So what I was going to say, Brian, I mean, there's a lot with grains that can be problematic for people. Like they're very inflammatory. A lot of people have different autoimmune conditions that are caused by grains as well, like arthritis and even things like multiple sclerosis and different immune issues. Yeah, celiac disease. Yeah.
Pro tip: if you guys have inflammation or bloating, cut carbs out of your diet and watch it disappear.
Grains are also more difficult to digest. A lot of people have like constipation and issues digesting grains.
I'm glad y'all told me this. Because I eat a lot of bread every day. Like every day I eat a couple sandwiches. I'm gonna stop.
Yeah.
You constipated?
Try cutting back on it and try eating like the way my parents do it. They get 2 lettuce leaves, and basically they have a normal sandwich, but instead of bread they have lettuce leaves. I think it's wrong, but I mean you can do that, and I mean it's not going to kill you, but it is going to make you worse off by eating bread. I'm not saying just cut it out completely, but I mean it's not good for you at the end of the day. But I mean, Just because something's not good for you doesn't mean you can't live off it. It's going to shorten your lifespan and make you unhealthy. So, not saying you can't eat it. I'm just saying it's really not the best thing to eat.
Yeah.
But I mean, I say that, but people eat fucking sugary shit all the time. I mean, think of like sauce. If you look at sauce, like, God, the amount of sugar they put in sauce. But a lot of food is designed in such, like, sauce is full of sugar. Drinks that you wouldn't imagine are just full of salt. Probably a weird example is, like, this is a well-known one because it became memes, but the McDonald's thick shake, it has more salt than the goddamn large fries. That's a thing. And the reason, and that they do the same thing with Coca-Cola. There's just a fuck ton of salt in Coca-Cola, and the reason is because salt dehydrates you and wants to make you drink more. And you want to drink more of their product, so you're going to buy more of their product to drink more of their product, and therefore they make more money. It's horrid.
Brian, have you heard of a paleo diet? It's basically the idea that during the Paleolithic era, like humans were not eating grains, also beans and peas and potatoes. So there's like an entire concept that really we're not designed to eat any of those, like grains, beans. If you think about like beans, I mean, usually people get gassed when you eat beans. They have a lot of like anti-nutrients in them. They have a lot of phytic acid, a lot of these plant toxins. Grains have a lot of phytic acid. Phytic acid limits the absorption of minerals. So if you consume plants that have a lot of phytic acid, it actually blocks your ability to absorb minerals. So that's why it's called an anti-nutrient. Like, it's actually blocking the absorption. There's also lectins, which, like I said before, not only with autoimmune diseases, but lectins in certain grains and beans can trigger all kinds of different health issues that people have. And everyone's like different with their genetic situation. So everyone, some people may be able to handle them better than others, but so yeah, and that idea, like the idea is that we're not actually really designed to consume those, like grains and beans and also potatoes, which is interesting because you would think potatoes but these white potatoes are not, really the same as like, squashes and like root vegetables. They're like a whole different plant, basically. They're not really like an ancient plant. So anyways, yeah, so there's that idea. A lot of people do a lot better without grains, but a lot of people are addicted to them. There's another thing that certain grains contain, especially gluten grains like wheat and the ones that contain gluten. It's actually been found that there's certain molecules in grains that act at like similar to heroin or like opiates in your brain. So grains can actually be really addictive, and it's really hard for people to get off them. Like people who eat grains like bread and stuff every day, if they just like cold turkey stop, like they all like go through like withdrawal, and like because the way that gluten can function as like an opiate in the brain. So there's that factor too.
Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. Withdrawal sucks.
They also cause abnormalities in blood sugar as well.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Especially the white flour and refined grains that's what ends up causing diabetes and a lot of different pancreas issues.
It's basically just pure sugar. It's basically just pure sugar, but we market in such a manner to say, "Hey, look, you can eat this without having to think about it because it's like it's bread, it's good for you." But eggs without yolks is just egg whites, and what's in an egg white? Nothing.
There's protein and stuff in there, but the yolk and the white actually work together.
But yeah, I mean the macronutrients. Yeah, it does have macronutrients, but the macronutrients are the most important part of the food. The micronutrients are the most important part of the food. And if you're looking for a food that is the best thing to be eating for micronutrients, liver. Liver is the best food that you can eat. It is like if you've got. I mean, I couldn't tell you where I remember reading this, but I remember reading stories of women and men who have been trying to conceive for years, who cannot figure out how to conceive. They've tried doctors couldn't figure it out. The whole tale. Anyway, they get to a point where it's like, okay, I can't figure out how to we want to have kids, we can't have kids. What can we do? The doctor says, just eat liver. Eat 100 grams of liver for a week, for a month, So they have 100 grams of liver once a week for a month. Apparently, they're able to conceive. So, I mean, there's got to be something to it. And if you look in the animal kingdom, the most valuable part of an animal that they will eat first is liver and the most fattiest parts of the animal, even in human societies. Yeah,
Yeah, they
Now,
eat
even
organs. Yeah, like a bald eagle and those kind. They'll hunt their prey. They eat the organs and they leave the rest.
yeah, because it's the most nutrient
nutrient
dense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you even see this in, say, like Aboriginal societies in Australia. What ended up happening on those hunts is they would kill a kangaroo, they would eat the most fattiest parts of the meat, and then they eat all the organs, and then they bring the rest of the meat back to the tribe. A very shitty thing to do, but yeah, you can even in human societies, you can see they would do the same thing. Fuck, now I'm hungry.
Man, thanks a lot. Now I got the munchies.
Yeah.
Ah. I'll tell you what, this year is probably gonna be the big year. I think it's gonna be the big fucking year. I got the fucking Doomsday Bingo up. Got the what's gonna come next. I think this month of February was just train derailments, balloons.
We've already had Biden's Chernobyl go off, so
Yeah. You know, some good quality Keki memes. Shoot. You know, we can't talk too much about the coof because we're currently live streaming YouTube, so YouTube doesn't like that. But
oh yeah, this whole thing's live streamed, isn't it?
Hi, Mom.
Oh, I want to say really bad shit now.
Don't you fucking dare! I got tempted too many times. But
it's the worst thing I could say. I could say the N-word over and over again, but that's kind of lame.
Yeah. Not always, but Gio's a good dude and the server's good, so we don't want to get in trouble. But no, but seriously though, like the humorous shit about the whole thing of like 2023 is like besides the whole Giants and stuff, like it's just that it looks like they're kind of just giving up and trying to cover up everything. It's like at some point you just kind of just give them like like the Speaker of the House for the President just shrugging her heads like I don't have any more opinions to fucking defend this guy. Like even she's giving the look like I don't know. Aren't
What
we
do
on
I do?
Yeah. Are we on a Great Depression? Are we in recession? Well, not really recession. It's like, okay, is Biden giving Ukraine retirement pensions to every Ukrainian citizen? While we're fucking dying in a deficit, while people are broke, starving, and mass migration? I'm sorry, I don't got nothing. They must be paying her good money.
I wonder when how did people come to the conclusion that we should totally have the government hold on to our money for our retirement? Who came up with that idea? That's so stupid. Government,
Wow.
can you hold on to it because I'm so irresponsible and I wish to neglect my children in such a manner where they want to have nothing to do with me when they get older, and I want you to hold on to all this money so. And not just that. I want to take the family fortunes that have been built up over generations, and I want to spend it on cruises and pointless material consumer goods because I don't even know why you would do that. You just want to waste generational wealth because you deserve it. And no, my children, they don't deserve nothing. Very angry.
That's how it is, man. A lot of the boomers told that to the Gen X is like, when I retire, I'm giving all my money to fucking charity. And you Gen X, who didn't get the best of all the stuff that I got and what my daddy gave me, you're going to have to figure shit out yourself. And Generation Z just kind of accepted it, like the whole Ryan Gosling, that's me meme. It's like, it's pretty much over. It's like, what is retirement? I won't even get that.
Yeah. I get told, oh no, the reason why we take money out of your paycheck and put it into this retirement account is for the future. It's like, okay, but I've seen what's happened in the last 20 years. That $10 now that you take out from it, like however often, right? That $10 in 10 years is going to be worth like even less than it is now, and it's already worth fuck all.
Yep.
50 years from now, fucking $400,000. 50 years from now, assuming this civilization, like the Western civilization, even lasts that long, because we're getting to the end of this cycle.
Yeah, we're about to see.
Either we're gonna end this cycle of the civilization, or the United States is going to pull a Rome 2 and essentially go from Republic phase to Imperial phase.
Well, that would be fucking phenomenal.
I don't know which one would be better. Well, I mean, true, but I mean, even the Roman Empire fell eventually.
That's true, but they didn't have like all the data sets and technology to kind of remind them that if we don't fucking curve the SJWs and the subversion, we'll fall again. So
maybe,
I think,
but I mean, 250 years is the average, and that's a long fucking time for people to be able to forget stuff. Like, it's very easy to forget in that period of time.
But we'll have technology now, and we'll have ads and memes to kind of remind everyone else.
Yeah, but someone has to remember, and that someone who remembers has to be able to tell people, hey, by the way, don't trust the Jews. Like, it's good luck would be my answer to that. Good luck with getting people to actually remember, let alone listen, because people are like, oh, that's not a thing to worry about. My grandpappy told me that they ain't a real thing, and they just forget about it. I mean, probably happened many times before. There's just people they forget about it. I mean, why remember?
Well, there's a big difference now. We have 4chan, and we have people like 4chan and other people that are, like kind of know exactly what the fuck's going on. Like
but even you know that nothing on the internet lasts forever. I mean, you've seen my server. How many times has that thing gone down?
Yeah, it's true.
Nothing on the internet lasts forever. I'm sure there's some stuff that'll last for a long time, but I mean, at the end of the day, everything has a physical location, and hard drives decay, and shit just disappears. I mean, the only way really is to put shit in stone and make sure everyone can see it. But even then, stone can be destroyed. You have to have people tell each other these stories orally. Otherwise, we're going to forget. And even then, people will end up forgetting why, because it will end up being warped, I imagine. And they'll just forget, because people forget. Everyone forgets. I think, isn't that what happened to the Israelites? Is that you'd go off and become like a whole bunch of nations or whatever, and then you'll forget about being the Israelites. And then the Jews come along and is like, hey, oh, we're the Israelites. Give us, and then, yeah, fun.
No, I get what you're saying. Maybe there has to be like a new age secret society that, remembers and illuminates those that don't remember.
Yeah, but what happens when those things get corrupted by tyrants? I mean,
that's how the Illuminati was formed during the old Vatican age, and even the Romans. We'll remind everyone that then get subverted themselves.
Yeah, exactly. All this shit that we're thinking has more than likely been thought of before and probably implemented. And then somewhere along the line, something was lost, something was forgotten, and then something else on top of that, and it just crescendoed eventually into the point where just people, like, take alchemy for example. People look at alchemy and they think that it's fucking around with like, oh, you gotta turn the lead into gold, and like, but that's impossible because you can't turn lead into. I mean, they talk about the sun and the moon and thinking that it's literally talking about the sun and the moon. Fun fact for all you listening: in alchemy, the sun and the moon is not actually talking about the literal sun and the moon. What it's actually talking about is consciousness and unconsciousness. The sun is supposed to represent the conscious mind, and the moon is supposed to represent the unconscious mind. And essentially what you're trying to do in alchemy is link both of those things together to be able to work together. essentially giving the unconscious mind a conscious mind so it can actually act of its own free will truly, so it cannot be controlled. But eventually, most people forget. Yeah,
That's the unfortunate part. It's just gonna keep being like that for a fucking while. It's just some people just don't remember, and it's just the way things is, I guess. Like maybe down the road in the future, like I have a weird feeling that this is probably the end for a lot of these secret groups, because I think once this shit blows out in 2023, just goes full nuclear, not really nuclear, but everything gets undisclosed, everyone gets called out, people had enough. That rage and hatred might last for maybe 200-300 years. But if
maybe.
if people around themselves, like, I'll do my part too. Like, I'll fucking write books, I'll fucking write artwork and shit like that. Never forget, never,
but
forgive.
but you've already seen the books that already exist, and a lot of people have never even heard of these books. And a lot of the ideas they explore just aren't. They're just not a thing for most people. Not even like a twinkle in their eye. It's
Oh, I can only hope
books,
that magic comes back. Maybe then use some magical spell. Tell them to fuck off.
Putting stuff in books doesn't mean people are going to read it.
Well, you got to do the 4chan thing. You got to put a hot babe in front of the cover. You got to put a hot woman, half naked, big titties, and that's definitely going to get some good reads.
And lower the quality of the reader is what it'll do. And a lot
good
of
pair of
people
tits make you read a chapter.
You know what? Now I think about it, I think there was some guy who had written some like philosophical masterpiece, and he actually created illustrations of like lewd women, and like he would sprinkle them throughout the. No, actually, I think that was the German. Was that the Germans who did that for their tank manuals? I think that was the Germans who did that for their tank manuals. Is they would sprinkle lewd women in those tank manuals with the explicit intention of basically encourage the troops to read these manuals because they help save their lives. So stupid.
But it's true, though.
I don't care if it's true. It's weird.
Hey, if you're gonna have to get the normies to fucking read
you
anything,
two are some of the most talkative people I've ever heard. You guys have been talking nonstop for hours.
Dude, we were waiting for gaps. Anyone could interrupt.
Take a breath, do something. No one else can even get in. That's the thing. There's no gap if you talk nonstop.
All right, go ahead, get it.
Door's open.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. You guys have
anything.
I don't know what's been going on the last little bit here.
Anything. First thing that pops into your head. What do you want to talk about?
Doesn't matter. You guys have your 4chan script.
Thinking we have a script.
You'll never be a woman. Sneed.
Are you guys like from a group or something? Or are you guys just? I mean,
no, we're not a group.
I do have a group of people on my server, but like that's
separate.
Disorganized would be the best way of putting that shit. And coordinated is not what a word I'd use. It's more just where I like to spam all my shit that I find online. You can check it out if you want.
Oh no.
You can check it out and have a look, and like then you can see that I'm not bullshitting you. What do you want to talk about?
They probably got to need a time. Give them some time, and they'll figure it out.
I'm going to go to Wikipedia. I'm going to press the random button. Oh god, they've changed Wikipedia. That's right. It's horrible. Why would you do this? Ash is just wrong. They Charles Darwin used a tree of life. Interesting. All right, what's the first letter that comes to someone's head? Tell me. You who just joined, what's the first letter that comes to your head?
O.
O? Alright.
Oh, no. The A with a little dot above.
A with a little dot
It's a
above.
Danish letter. I guess you
A with-
Americans don't have it.
How do I get the computer to acknowledge that word letter?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
In the chat, excellent. There. Ah. It's not the one I was thinking of. Alright. Autonomous region of Finland. How many of you guys understand the idea of feudalism?
Now they're quiet today. This is when I usually jump off.
Feudalism is a very weird concept. Trying to wrap my head around it. I mean, not voting for someone, but I mean, at the same time, like, we already know that the people we'd vote for are already predetermined. So it's the idea of being represented, but like, you don't choose the person who represents you. And average mind is very weird to try and understand that. Oh, but I didn't vote for them, so how can they represent me? Well, you voted for them and they don't represent you. So, I mean, is it really that far of a stretch, honestly? I can't pronounce it, but it's called, it's the A with a little O and then land. So I'm going to say Ireland. Hello, Trigger. What do you guys want to talk about?
Yeah, I think they're quiet.
Anything. First thing comes to mind. What do you guys want to talk about? Gee, that's an interesting one. Apparently, I don't really know much about it, but apparently at one point there was a thing called vowel shifts. And yeah. Fuck this. You guys have a good night.
Talking about stuff, is What's It still here?
He might not be, Mike.
I had a poignant question for him.
Anything to bring the VC back down to earth.
Wow.
You don't like the 4chan script?
Is that
taking it to
is
space?
that a
Sorry, Jim.
4chan script?
Well, I just heard them both referring to 4chan, like, I don't know, every single topic they brought up.
Yeah.
Can we please refer to it as its proper name, the globe Earth?
We don't want to do that here.
I'm just fucking around, sorry. Don't take me too seriously.
Jazza, what's it like living in a country that doesn't exist?
I'm lost for words.
It's because you don't exist.
I'm not actually here right now.
It's kind of like that feeling when you get out of the shower and you know nobody's home and you run around your house naked. It's kind of like that. Just pure unadulterated freedom.
Maybe I am a flat earther because I'm always paranoid that someone is around, so I've never done that.
I guess give it a try and then you'll find out if somebody's around.
Well, you might be onto something.
Somebody should be.
They might be pleasantly surprised, you know, on the flip side of that, they might be horrified. So, you know, it's a bit of a gamble, but it might pay off.
Well, that's true. And then I might, run around and no one's here when I was paranoid and thought they were. And then the world's my oyster. It is flat after all.
That's right.
It's a flat Earth after all.
Oh,
Of course,
stop it.
Of course.
Yeah, that's a good song.
I mean, we're on the ground, right?
Mm.
We're on top of the ground. The ground is under us.
Stop it, Gio, or I'm going to become a flat earther.
It's too much logic.
I mean, at the moment, currently. Are you going somewhere with this, Gio?
I think it's way more interesting for the creator to create an actual planar stationary Earth since the dawn of time, have all these different cycles, these different things that have lived upon it, and then to have this cabal group right now doing this globe deception and then have humanity figure it all out. That's way more interesting than having it be a globe and then have NASA running the world.
Well, they don't, but see, because to me, Gio, I believe in a creator, but the flat thing is just so simple that it makes the creator so simple. That's why I don't buy that.
You think it'd be simple? I mean, if you have like level water with land coming up out of it and the sky and everything, you think that's, why is that simple? Why is that too simple?
Because the way that it's observed by many, many people, it's more likely that a raindrop's a sphere falling through space or the air or whatever. And then the flat earth just has to cancel out so much stuff to happen. Space is fake.
Like what?
Which is actually what I wanted to talk to Whitsit about. Because I did hear that he mentioned the other night, I was listening, that he said that he's debunked orbital mechanics, which is a question I posed 4 or 5 years ago to the flat earth community. It's the simplest way to get to quash globe earth is just to prove orbital mechanics wrong, because you prove space is wrong, which you haven't done with the second law. All you have to do is extrapolate or project the height of the ISS to get a circumference of its orbit, which you can get a radius of the Earth with its speed. and you can destroy the globe with orbital mechanics. And I heard last night or the night before that Whitsitt had done that. That's what I was wanting to ask him about that, or if he's got a video about it.
You should write in from you, man. Be scared of you, John.
I don't even know if Whitsitt was on the scene when I first heard about Flat Earth. Mark Sargent and Jeranism are my fucking legends. Because I'll tell you what, if Whitsitt has debunked orbital mechanics, he should be up for a Bob Nodell Peace Prize.
Yeah. Yeah, he's working on it. He'll get there. He's not gonna just not submit it.
I'm gonna submit it.
You're gonna submit it for him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God, you're such a nice guy.
So, Jazzy, what do you think? What do you find compelling about orbital mechanics? Meaning, there's these lights in the sky and they move like they do in clockwork. So, what to you is compelling about orbital mechanics having any meaning?
Well, it's hard to explain if you don't have any understanding of it. So,
Well, I'm asking you. You're saying you don't have understanding of it?
no, I do. That's why it's hard to explain if someone doesn't have an understanding of it.
Well, why are you assuming someone doesn't? I'm just asking you your viewpoint on it. Why you find it compelling? What do you find about it that's compelling that indicates heliocentrism or anything of that sort? Because you were saying in order to debunk it, you have to debunk the orbital mechanics. So, from your viewpoint, what's compelling about orbital mechanics specifically?
Well, the only way I could explain that is everything about it. And if you don't have an understanding of it, then you won't understand it. That's the simplest way I could put it.
Your response to me asking you what you find compelling about it?
Gio's pretty clever. I can't help imagine he's got a decent understanding of orbital mechanics.
Right, but I asked a question. It's not really about whether I get it or you get it. I'm asking you what you find compelling about it.
Well, that's why it's hard to explain. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. If you're asking me to explain what I find compelling, if you understood it, you'd understand that that's why it's compelling.
Can you give it a go? Can you pick out a couple things?
Can you just answer a straight question?
What do you like about it, Jazza? Why does it speak to you? How does it make you feel?
It makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. I feel wanted. No, for fuck's sake. There's predictions of when the ISS goes over. There's predictions of every satellite that goes over. Apps, you can't just make up an app and go, here's when the James Webb's coming over, here's when there's literally thousands of satellites that you can see go over. And you have to have orbital mechanics to predict that, which you have to have all of those things I just forementioned to predict that.
So you have to believe it, yeah?
No, you just have to not be paranoid.
Yes. You haven't actually answered this question, and you haven't actually provided anything of substance. It's just a notion that you're holding to, and your notion agrees with the other notion, and the other notion, and the other notion. It's just a circular idea of nonsense.
Yeah, that's in your guys' eyes, though, because who was saying tonight?
It doesn't have to be if you provide something of actual substance. How about that?
So what would be something of actual substance?
Just anything.
Anything like a photo of a satellite?
No, I said substance. You haven't even described it. You haven't even described the notion that you're holding to. So why don't you try and define and describe it first before you then try and say, oh, it must be true because it has to be true.
I never said it must be true because it has to be true. I said I believe it's true because what is predicted is I can visually see it with my own eyes.
So you believe a conclusion because of another observation. That doesn't mean anything. But at least it's like half a step closer to answering Gio's question about what you find compelling. Because what they fed you is easy enough to believe because of what you've seen. Because, by the way, what they fed you colors what you observe in the first place, instead of you just observing it and taking what you can actually understand from your observation.
Okay, so when the ISS is predicted to come over, are you saying that could be a projection, or that could be some
I'm
other
the one
random
saying
shit?
you're the one who's just saying stuff, dude. And by the way,
No.
why are you calling it a prediction? When are you predicting the ISS? You're just observing it do its thing, assuming that it's even doing its thing, which is already in contention, and people have already run you lot over the rocks for that one. So why don't you provide something tangible that other people can verify, that actually is not a interpretation of an observation to come to a conclusion, but an actual conclusion based on the evidence itself that doesn't require somebody to be convinced by a story.
Okay, well, that directly comes down to paranoia. So if I gave you
No,
a
at
link
no
to
point,
that,
at
no,
no
it
point
does.
does no, shut up. At no point does paranoia
fucking
come
does.
into what I asked you to provide. If you're gonna come to a conclusion that's based on evidence, that is logical thinking. That is how you actually think, right? But if you're gonna come to a conclusion based on an interpretation of an observation that is already being colored by the story that you're trying to uphold in the first place, then you're just being clownish. So why don't you do the logical one and provide it so that other people can see it for the value that it holds intrinsically of itself without an outside interpretation? So that it's actually something that you can go, yes, you might not like me, you might not like the way I deliver it, but this is something that you can go and verify for yourself. And you can give it to anyone, and if they apply the same logic, which is just basic, then they will come to the same logical conclusion, as opposed to just believing like you have been.
Well, that's interesting, because is that why 2,000 years ago that we realized that the Earth was a spinning globe?
You're deviating.
And
You're deviating, and you're not addressing what I'm talking about.
Hang on here, big dog.
Hang on to what?
I'm taking your exact point.
Hang on to what?
I'm taking your exact point.
No, you're not.
So, yes, I am.
No, you're not. You completely deviated. Focus on the topic at hand. Orbital
Okay,
mechanics and its substance, if you could provide any.
He's just a little slow. Give him just a second.
If you don't understand it, it's not my fault that you didn't pay attention in school.
So now you're just projecting as well. You're being a clown. Why don't you just actually give something of substance? It doesn't matter whether I understand it or not. If you have something of substance, provide it. Otherwise, stop pretending as if your beliefs have any value.
Because you don't understand it, I'm not here to teach you about orbital mechanics. That's not my job.
What don't I understand?
Well, I mean, this is a debate server. You ought to try and break it down for him like he's in 10th grade.
No, what don't I understand? You're saying I don't understand something. You're saying that Gio doesn't understand something, and the other people that are engaging with you. But you have. Hold on. But you have not. But you, yes, you have. But you have not provided anything for us to not understand or to understand.
Because
so what
I'm
are you
not here
actually
to
talking
teach
about
you.
it?
I'm not a teacher.
We're not asking you to teach. We're asking you to present what the flip you're talking about. It's not that hard. If you have something that you're talking about that has actual substance and value, then you can provide it, and then we can scrutinize it. But you haven't even done that. All you presented is a notion that you choose to believe in.
No, it is that hard. It is that hard when you're trying to explain to someone something that they don't understand. That means I have to teach you. And even if you half pie get it, you won't get it because you're paranoid and you want your reality to be what you believe because that's all you believe.
Jazza, we understand it.
What have you actually what are you actually provided? You mentioned, hold on, you mentioned orbital mechanics, yes?
Now let's move forward. You
No,
just
shut up.
explain it to
Hold
us.
on, hold on. I'm speaking to
hang
this
on,
dude.
hang on,
You
hang
presented
on.
orbital mechanics, yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Have
And
you
don't get it,
described
so
what
let's move
have
on.
you described what orbital mechanics is? Have you defined it? Have you given
No,
any parameters? Have you
I'm
given
not
any
giving you a-
parameters for
I'm not
anyone to
giving you a
scrutinize?
lecture. I'm not giving you a lecture. I'm not a fucking professor. Let's move on. You don't
So
get it.
your
Let's move
cop out
on.
is because you're not a teacher. Somehow I don't understand.
You don't.
If you understand it, how can you not teach it?
If you understood,
there's no
wouldn't
way that
be a
anyone who
flat earther.
understands something
It's
can't
simple as
teach
that.
it. Do you
Let's carry
understand
on.
how to tie your shoes? Can you teach another person how to tie their shoes?
I can. Orbital mechanics
Okay,
is
so
a
explain
little
your
bit
position.
more fucking
That's a
in-depth
very
than
good. That's
that.
a very good point.
Fuck's sake. Let's move on. You don't get it. Let's move on.
See, you're copping out. This is childish tactics because you have nothing to provide.
It's childish tactics by you because you
No, it's not
go on for fucking
No,
ever.
it's not childish tactics to ask you to provide something in an argument about a topic so that we can actually go and progress the discussion.
I'm not sitting here for fucking 12 weeks teaching you about orbital mechanics, dude.
Jazza, nobody asked to teach anyone anything. You originally said that somebody, yeah, there's an echo. You originally said that a planar stationary Earth perspective would quote unquote have something if they could debunk orbital mechanics. I simply asked you, could you let us know what is compelling about orbital mechanics that to you solidifies some kind of heliocentric or globe Earth? You then have just been, with all due respect, kind of tail spinning into you don't understand and I'm not here to teach you. Nobody asked you what you think we understand, and nobody asked you to teach us anything. I just asked you what you found compelling about it, and to this moment, you really haven't provided anything. You did say about apps and timing satellites. That was about it. So that's the extent of what you have to say about orbital mechanics.
No, Geo, then you're exactly right. What I said was that fact, and that Whitsitt had stated that he has debunked orbital mechanics, which I had asked in a question to him a couple of years ago. You can destroy the globe Earth if you can debunk orbital mechanics, and just the other day he said that he had. That's why I wanted to ask him the question, where can I see this video? And then all of a sudden, I'm a fucking lecturer on orbital mechanics.
I mean, you gotta be able to break down it somewhat. You can't just whip it out and not say anything about it.
Well, I said it when I said about Whitsitt's question is, and what I said, if you can destroy the Earth, if you debunk orbital mechanics, is the speed
What would debunking it? Just say anything about what would debunking orbital mechanics be in your mind? What do you find compelling about it? Just anything. Give us anything about the topic that you brought up.
I said this right at the start. Orbital mechanics is an orbit around a mass, a sphere, at a speed to not fall back to it, 17,500 miles an hour at the height of the ISS, going around. And I said to him years ago, if you can fucking debunk it, you've destroyed the Earth. And in saying that, I said, but if you haven't, 17,500 miles an hour, we know that's a constant. That's what they say, or if you want to believe them, then we can take the altitude And then we can take mean sea level and we can use that to measure the radius of the Earth, and let's see how far off it is. If it's flat, it ain't happening. If it's a globe, we're all good guns.
Cheer, you're not going to take that? Have fun with it?
You know, I would like to say, you know, I'm a Glover, and I gotta be honest with you, man. You're not really, you're not really doing much positive press here.
50, it's all good. I'm pretty much the Bob Nodell and Jeranism of the globe Earth, so I'll take that.
I like you. At least you know your limitations.
I might have got shit fucked up, just like they claim to have, but
People just want something to sink their teeth into, right? If you don't present anything, then they don't have anything to sink their teeth into and try and talk about it. So that's all I'm saying.
yeah, I'm just sick of after how many fucking years they ask you to explain shit to them. That's why they're fucking flat earthers.
But nobody ever asked you to explain anything to anyone. I asked you what the original question is. What do you find compelling about orbital mechanics? It was literally like I'm interviewing you. It's like an interview question. That's it. It was that simple.
And gee, I stated that right at the start, and I stated it a second time. And have you got any answers to that, or do you want me to do it a third time? Or actually, I might just go before you fucking mute me for no reason again.
I never muted you.
Has he been drinking mushrooms or something?
Do you get muted a lot?
He's the one calling other people paranoid.
Do you get muted a lot on the server? Or
No.
just no? Okay.
Every now and again,
quite often.
Yeah, every now and again I'll call people a dumb cunt and shit like that. But
you still,
I haven't tonight, so I'm doing good.
You still haven't actually explained your position on orbital mechanics.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna.
You're just trying to fucking bait me now, aren't you?
He's not gonna. He's not gonna.
Yeah, I don't think you understand it yourself.
Here's a wee pebble of coal for you, big dog. Just rolling down the path to you.
You know, I'll take a crack at it, right? You know, orbital mechanics, right? That's how we put satellites into space. You can go to Dallas, Fort Worth area and see SpaceX launch rockets. They tell you. Yeah, you can see it for yourself. You can look at the payloads. You can see what the payloads are. You can look at what orbit they're putting them into. So we have technology so good now that you can actually track it and see when it comes back around.
And they say, and the flat earthers say, because the rocket goes in an arc and goes out into the ocean, and they're crash landing it out there. How the fuck do you get something around a ball? For fuck's sake!
What are you talking about?
If you don't know what I'm talking about, thank God I never explained orbital mechanics to you. You fucking idiot. Sorry, take that back.
You just asked a completely random question. How do you get something around a ball? What kind of ball are we talking about? We talking about a football on a pitch? What are you talking about? So
Okay.
to explain.
Oh my God.
If you come out with something that has no substance, of course somebody's going to ask you what you're on about.
Okay, just very simply, just very, very simply, if you're on the ground and it looks flat for so many miles, and you launch a rocket, but the Earth's actually a globe, and you guys say, oh, these fucking liars are launching rockets into the ocean. Can you just check yourself for a second and say, maybe, how else would they get a rocket around a ball? That's how bad a teacher I am.
Again, that doesn't mean anything.
I know,
I eat
because
globe Earth.
you're dumb as fuck.
The only way you present your communications is from the complete and utter incomprehension of anything other than it must be a ball.
No, oh my god.
Control yourself. Stop drinking. But just
No.
answer the actual question.
What?
Address the actual point.
What?
You're talking to somebody who holds a different position.
Yes.
And you're presenting it to yourself as if your position is the only position that exists.
Can you please find a ball in your household?
Why?
And can you please place a teeny tiny object perpendicular to the center of that ball and then make it take off? You'd have some fun with it, go wee, and then tilt it over and go, how the fuck would I make a rocket go round a ball? To me, standing there, it would look like it goes into the ocean.
No, it wouldn't. If you want to send,
Unless you're-
if you want to
Oh,
send
fuck's
a
sake.
rocket into your
I'm gonna
notion
have a
of
s-
space, all
I'm
you
gonna
have to
have a
do,
smoke. Take it easy.
is kick it and send it up. That's it. It's not that hard, dude. And then
Take
once
it
you're out
easy,
there,
Contact.
you can then play with your little notion.
Nah, stick around there, mate. Come on.
Nah, he rage quit.
Okay, you're being facetious now with the ball kicking.
No, I'm just using an expression. It's got nothing to do with it. There's no reason to send it in an arc. If you want to get out, just go the straight line.
You don't want to get out.
It's not like we're going around a roundabout and we have to follow traffic rules, man.
That's
There is nothing but shut up. There's nothing but empty sky. If you want to go out, just go in the A to B simplest direction. You don't have to make stuff up.
Well, hold on.
But of course, the reason things are made up like that is to excuse the fact that the way these things actually operate is contradictory to what they're presenting. So they have to make an excuse for why the thing goes in an arc and doesn't actually leave half the time. It doesn't actually do anything. And it's just a show. They have to make an excuse for that. They have to explain that away so that they can hold their worldview up.
Now, hold on. Shut your mouth for a second, okay? So, a roundabout, right, is exactly what you're doing with an orbit.
No, you missed the point. I'm using it as an analogy. Are you being dense? I was using it as an analogy to say that there's no specific traffic direction that we have to follow when all we're trying to do is get to a location, an A to B. We don't have to follow a route because there's nothing blocking the path. There's nothing but empty sky. They're trying to go to the outside. There's no reason to go in any other direction but straight up.
What do you mean you don't have to follow a route? There's aerodynamics at play. There's downward force at play. You got to account for those two things. So it's not just any route. It's the route.
If you have aerodynamics, all you have to do is input that into your design and into the amount of fuel you're going to take because of the resistance. That's got nothing to do with the route you take. You still have aerodynamics if you're going to fly a plane from A to B. That's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. And the downward force.
Sure it does.
Downward force. If you want to have that argument, everyone's going to enjoy that one. But that's got nothing to do. That's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Sure it does. You're not gonna.
Yes. Hold on. The thing that was being explained away was why these things go in an arc. Why they're thrown into the ocean. And instead of addressing the fact that we've witnessed these things come over and around and back down, he's only addressing the first part, which is it looks like it's going to curve away into the sea.
Yeah, they dropped the fairings.
by presenting it as if there's no other way to send something into this so-called space that he holds to.
Well, they dropped the fairings. SpaceX does. Other companies dropped the first stage boosters, but you have to account for the downward force and aerodynamics. Now, if you're saying you're just basically saying you can just disregard aerodynamics. They're there, but just disregard them. Just go through them. You have
Not what I
to
said. That's not what I said.
optimize.
What does aerodynamics have to do with somebody taking a completely inefficient route and actually not going to their destination?
No, that's what it's about. Is taking the most efficient route.
You're not paying attention.
You're not even letting
efficient.
me
It's not
finish.
efficient to go the complete opposite direction to where you're saying you're going. It's not efficient to It's not efficient to lie about what you're doing. If anything in this whole story was true, none of these other things would have to happen. It would actually be efficient, and they could just show you the whole story. They could let people enjoy the story, enjoy it for what it is. Like if someone goes, "Dude, this car is amazing. Come and have a test drive." There's no lies that have to be had. They give you the keys and kick it. Go and have some fun.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're just going up based off feelings.
I'm not talking about. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that something is real, and then something isn't real. Someone's presenting something as if it's real, while obscuring everything, not giving you the actual data, lying about what they're actually doing. But if it was real, why would they
I'm not
have
gonna
to do
wait
that?
for. Hey Elijah.
Yeah,
what do you think about a company that they make real cars, but then they make kind of not real spacecraft? But they both, you know what I mean? Like the Elon Musk is doing both of those, but one of them you have to believe because you see him on the road. The other one you're supposed to believe because they tell you about it. But does it make sense to you? Did I ask you for something? But you have to believe that they have reusable thrusters.
I don't have to believe it.
You can see them coming down. You don't have to believe it. You can see it with your own eyes.
Unlike a video.
All of this is ultimately a moot point. I'm just destroying the specific arguments that they're bringing up for nonsense. The whole of it's a moot point because orbital mechanics hinges on the fact that this place is actually already a spherical ball with specific dimensions. If that was the case, they would be able to prove that independent of this so-called orbital mechanics. But they can't. They can't present a measurement. It hasn't been done. And in fact, the opposite has been done time and time again. That the surface of the Earth, without topology, measures flat and level. It's not that hard.
I'm not sure what makes you think that. I mean, there's so many classic examples of what's the guy with the pen name who did the famous experiment in Britain over the canal, right? They did an experiment over a canal in Britain. They tried to reproduce it. He's kind of the father of flat Earth. What's his name? He's really famous. He kind of popularized flat Earth, but he's not really in the community. I'm sure some of you know who I'm talking about. His name's on the tip.
History.
It goes back to direct observation.
Why would he still be here?
No. Let me look up the guy's name. I'm sure Eric Dubay, right? Eric, he took this.
This is pathetic.
Eric Dumbay, yeah.
Yeah, he took basically something with a Z. He had a pen name.
He took.
Eric Dubay took another man's work and just kind of put it in the popular era, put it in the popular zeitgeist.
Just one.
Well, mainly. I'm sure there's others.
You read a book.
Parallax.
Thanks for explaining Eric Dubay. Appreciate it.
Parallax is the guy's name, right? He took Parallax's book and he, kind of put it in the modern age and put it on YouTube. And that was, one of the beginnings of the modern day flat Earth resurgence.
Yeah,
and there's
completely fucked it up.
Yeah, it's not really accurate what you're saying. But are you talking about Robotham?
Robotham, yeah, Parallax, right? Is Robotham Parallax?
What's the point?
So that's one. So Parallax Robotham did a famous experiment in a canal in I think it's England, where he had a bet. He bet another man that the Earth was flat, and they had all these officiators, and they went through with the experiment, and it failed, meaning the Earth was a globe. They tried to redo this. All the witnesses.
This guy's you just smoking crack now.
All the witnesses.
Which witnesses? Have you interviewed them? What are you talking about?
Well, there's one on Flat Earth. There's one from the Flat Earth community that failed as well. That's well documented.
What are you actually talking about? Can you talk as if you know what you're talking about?
Are you joking?
No, I'm serious.
Were you talking about those
You sound incoherent. You're not even remembering names. What are you actually on about? And how does that have any relevance, by the way, to what I just mentioned?
Eric Robotham, aka Parallax, did a famous experiment where he tried to prove the Earth was flat. He had a scientist that bet him $1,000, and they went through with the procedure, and he was proved wrong.
What was the procedure? How was he proved wrong, and where is your evidence?
The procedure was a canal in Britain where they were basically they had two. I mean, I can show you a picture of it. That's probably easier to explain.
The Bedford level experiment?
Yeah, Bedford level. There you go. Dude, I've been around for a while.
You couldn't remember Bedford level or Eric Dubé. You're ready to show the picture because you couldn't explain Bedford level.
Dude, I come and go. It's probably been years since I've talked to flat earthers, except for last night.
So
let me get it.
Maybe you should go again, because you're not doing anything of value, and you're actually straight up lying.
I'm lying? What am I lying about?
You are lying.
What am I lying about?
You're saying he was proved wrong.
Yes, he was proved wrong.
You're saying the absolute opposite to what actually went down.
Really? Do you have any sources?
And he didn't do an experiment. He did a measurement.
Okay, measurement.
And that measurement disproved the notion of the globe.
Did it? Who told you that? What makes you think that? Because flat earthers tried to do it again, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, and they had the same results, proving the Earth was not flat.
Since when? So you're just full of it.
I'm not full of it. I can pull up the video. I'm sure some of you are familiar with it.
You're full of it. Let's just get to the crux of it. Let's get to the fact that I mentioned earlier, that the whole thing is a moot point. Where's your measurement for radius? How have you proven the globe?
Let's see here. So I took a flight from Nashville to Austin, to San Diego, back to Nashville, and
so you had another man fly you somewhere, and somehow this proves that the surface of the ground that you were on, that you got taken off of, is somehow spherical.
Well, I'm not done.
Well, you are
50,
done.
Aren't you the 50? Aren't you the dome killer?
Do what now? What was the question?
Are you the dome killer?
I am the dome killer.
Yeah, can you please post that?
Sure. Hold up. Let's see here. I did that just to fuck with Nathan Oakley, but it is true. Dome kill. I was using his logic against him. Let's see here.
Yeah, I think I remember you from the Nathan Oakley show's Discord, like from a few months ago.
Oh God, it's been 2 years, man.
No way. I'm not engaging since 2 years. It's like been 6 months or 8 months.
Oh, they must have revisited.
You killed a dome with logic. I mean, what'd you do?
I basically QE was the co-author, so I just basically used his exact framework and logic to disprove the dome,
which no one claimed, by the way, in the first place.
Oh, I've heard plenty claim it.
Did you disprove anything? Did you disprove anything like real?
Disprove anything real?
Yeah, like with the Earth being flat.
I prove that the Earth was a globe. But
Can you drop down for me? Can you like drop down like so many feet for me in like any vehicle?
Can you
I'll
get
bet you
low?
money you can't.
Hold up, let me post this dumb killer.
No. We ain't worried about that goofy garbage. We want to know if you can go out over the sea level, like land on a little dock that's out in the water, fly up 2 foot, go out wherever you claim the curve is, and drop down 5 foot without getting wet. And then that'll physically prove you're on a ball. Okay? And if you can't drop down 1 foot to 5 foot below where the sea level where you started without getting your helicopter or your flying thing wet, do you comprehend?
Wait,
You're on a flat plane.
Repeat that one more time, please.
Fly an object into water, calm water, fly it up, right? 2 foot, 5 foot, 10 foot, doesn't matter. Above that platform, above the water. Fly it out, whatever you claim the radius is, drop down more than the 2 foot you went up. Then we'll be on a globe. If you can't do that without the bottom of your plane getting wet, drop down 1 foot more than what you went up, then you're definitely not on a globe. And there is no drop and there is no curve. I can bet you money you'll never be able to do that. 1 foot, not 1 foot.
I'm not sure that works.
Not sure what works the curve of your Earth? We know. That's why I'm trying to bet you money you can't physically demonstrate it. This is a physical demonstration. I'm going to bet you money, my money versus yours, globe versus flat. If you live on a globe, you can fly out 49, 59, 79, 59, 10,000,059, and then drop down more than that foot you went up, right? Correct?
What? Why would you
Clearly
be able to?
you're not on a globe, so you don't know what a globe is now.
Why would you be able to? Why would you be able to drop
Why
down
would you
more
be able to
than you?
drop down? I don't know. Why do we see half a helicopter? Why do we see half a helicopter? What's it doing? Dropping up? If National Geographic says they drop down behind the curve of the Earth in their helicopter, why can't you do it?
Because I don't have a helicopter, my dude.
Use a drone. Be sure to put a couple strings on it and make sure they don't get wet. The helicopter on National Geographic dropped down about 5 to 10 foot. Surely your drone can drop down 1 without getting wet, right? Where the curve exists, where the hump of water is right under and behind the drone and not in front of it.
My drone
right, you can drop down. So you can't drop down beyond the curve anywhere?
My drone is only good for about 1,000 feet. So I couldn't
We
do
only
that
need
with
1.
my current drone.
We only need 1 foot down. Any
there's
object you got, just drop down where the curve is. Keep dropping. A rock, anything. Doesn't matter to me. Keep dropping it. 7,000 kilometers.
There's a dumb killer in chat. I've also got one that
No.
basically.
We don't need that.
Hold up.
Which is what we need.
Let me say something else. I also went on Nathan Oakley's show and put gravity into his exact formulation of the scientific method to prove
So
that it
is
was
there a curve?
correct. Is there a
So
curve?
is there a curve of the Earth? On the water, if I send something out, is it going to drop down away from me and curve? Like follow a curve?
Have you ever seen a boat go over the horizon?
I'm asking you a question. Is there a curve of the water? If I put an object on it and I face the stick at me 33 degrees, now, when it's supposed to drop down and curve, is this stick going to straighten up now for me? Where can we see this within a mile or two? Can you show us?
Is the stick going to straighten up for you?
Yeah, we're gonna tilt it to us, right? We're gonna fake the curve out. We're gonna tilt